$10 stone unexpectedly becomes a time-traveling artifact. This loss is 600 million. In the early morning at Holy Soul Village, Tang San was jogging halfway up the mountain when he saw Zhao Qian crouched behind a pile of rubble. Zhao Qian, are you catching little animals again? Don't bother me. I'm catching a little green snake, or he'll beat you. Zhao Qian didn't even turn his head. Last time a wolf dog chased you, you ran pretty fast. Want to exercise together? After Tang San said this, he ran away. Zhao Qian's face darkened that time he was caught stealing a little wolf dog. Could he not run fast? He was a time traveler in his previous life. He had looked at the 5-colored stone more than once in the antique street and paid $10 to be transported to Douluo. If I had known, I should have spent $15 for a ATen-Yuan free copper coin. Zhao Qian regretted bitterly. While others traveled to become princes and kings, I became an orphan. If it weren't for old Jack adopting me, I would have died long ago. Just thinking about inheriting over 600 million in assets and then time traveling made him furious. This damn golden finger. However, after 5 or 6 years, he had accepted it, mainly because the golden finger was powerful. That 5-colored stone was in his dantian. It was the culprit for his time travel and also his golden finger. When he was 3 years old, he was chased by a hen, and in a moment of desperation, he discovered that the 5-colored stone could store things, both living and dead. The space was as big as a thatched cottage and could even change the appearance of the items inside. Throw in a hen, pluck its feathers, and after a few days they grew back, making the soup especially fragrant. Put in a stray dog, and it came out strong and obedient never. Gnawing on bones, but only eating cabbage. But Zhao Qian had other ambitions. Who wants to be an animal keeper? I want to be a soul master, marry a rich and beautiful woman like Tang San, establish a sect, and reach the peak of life. In Douluo Continent, strength is everything. Soon, Su Yintao would come to host the awakening ceremony. What other abilities did this 5-colored stone hide? Could it help Zhao Qian reverse his fate during the awakening of his martial soul? It was simply nerve-wracking. Could the Yuan repairing the sky stone space hatch eggs and raise dogs? Could he also learn Tang San's internal martial arts? This cheat was just too wild. The awakening ceremony was approaching, which was the starting point for soul masters. Whether he had a martial soul or could become a soul master depended on this day. Zhao Qian felt uneasy. Please don't let me awaken a sickle or a hoe. Although a sickle can be a grim reaper and a hoe can be used to work in the sun, that's just dreaming. He placed all his hopes on the 5-colored stone. That's a treasure from Yuan. If it can repair the sky, how could it be lacking? It definitely has untapped potential. Zhao Qian pressed down on a little green snake that had just crawled out and casually tossed it into the 5-colored stone space. Inside, it was already crowded. A dozen chicks were sleeping on eggshells, even though it was clearly a chicken egg he tossed in, a stray dog, 3 hens, and there were watermelon bugs, centipedes, blue silvergrass. All the living creatures thrown and would fall into a deep sleep and undergo drastic changes. He suspected there was something wrong with the time flow in the space, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, leaving people confused. Tang San is not only a time traveler, but also knows the Xintian treasure record. The gap is just too big. Zhao Qian looked at Tang San coming down from the mountain, feeling unbalanced. As soon as Tang San ran down, Zhao Qian hurried to greet him. San, can you teach me a few moves? I want to go in the mountains to catch soul beast cubs, and he'll definitely repay you in the future. He even made a fist salute, which surprised Tang San, as this was a courtesy from his original world that I can teach you internal martial arts, but you have to keep it a secret. Tang San smiled, feeling that Zhao Qian had talent, and wanted to take him as the first disciple of the Tang sect to relieve his homesickness. Zhao Qian was shocked. Internal martial arts? Hurry and teach me. He immediately decided not to pursue Xiao Wu anymore. Tang San is quite righteous. One shouldn't deceive a friend's wife. He still has some pride. Let's go home for breakfast first, then he'll teach you. Zhao Qian rubbed his belly and followed him down the mountain. He was quite familiar with the food situation, as in the 300 households of Holy Soul Village, there was no food his family hadn't eaten. This 5-colored stone space could even hatch eggs if he threw in the internal martial arts. Would it mutate into a heavenly cheat? Could Zhao Qian rely on it to make a comeback at the awakening ceremony? It was simply too exciting. Did the 5-colored stone drain Tang San's internal energy and made all the chicks and dogs disappear? This operation was just too ridiculous. Zhao Qian often sent hens to the villagers, and everyone praised. The chicken soup sent by little Zhao Qian is absolutely delicious. His background is a bit pitiful. I really want to adopt him as a son. After breakfast, the two went to the mountaintop to learn internal martial arts. Qi sinks in the dantian. Is qi just gas? Does the dantian need to be farmed? Zhao Qian looked confused. Tang San turned pale. He had never seen someone with such a unique understanding Is the heart monkey and wild horse a soul beast? How do I subdue it? Is the spine and coccyx about hugging hens and leading donkeys? Zhao Qian kept asking questions, and Tang San thought to himself, what good does it to you to make me mad? Fortunately, Tang San patiently taught him, even using his palm to press on his back to help him feel the internal energy route. Suddenly, the five-colored stone in Zhao Qian's dantian flashed brightly. Tang San's internal energy, which had been a trickle, turned into a rushing river, all being sucked away. Tang San, you're too righteous. Zhao Qian was still excited and didn't notice Tang San's face had turned pale, collapsing directly onto the ground. Zhao Qian pulled Tang San into his arms and pinched his face. It felt pretty good. Turning to look at the five-colored stone space, he was instantly dumbfounded. Were my hens, dog, and little chicks? They're all gone. He was still a child without chicken soup. How would he grow? Fortunately, there was still a little green snake. But as he looked, Zhao Qian's eyes widened. Soul beast. The little green snake had turned skin-colored, measuring over 30 centimeters. This was a color-changing soul beast. Could it be that the five-colored stone can turn little animals into soul beasts? Zhao Qian trembled with excitement, waking Tang San up. Are you okay? Tang San weakly shook his head, looking up at Zhao Qian, feeling a bit strange inside. Just now, so much of your internal energy surged and it scared me to death. Zhao Qian said, this five-colored stone is just too amazing. It could absorb internal energy and also create soul beasts. What would it turn the little green snake into next? Would Tang San hold a grudge? It was simply too thrilling. Tang San's 30 years of internal energy had been drained, while Zhao Qian had given him 10 years of soul beast. This operation was incredible. As soon as Tang San heard the word internal energy, he hurriedly got up to circulate his energy, only to be dumbfounded. My internal energy is gone. All the internal energy he had cultivated for so many years was gone without a trace. Zhao Qian felt guilty. I don't know. Could it be that I have some terrifying martial soul in my body? Tang San thought about it. Martial souls were indeed mysterious. So he could only shake his head helplessly. It's fine. No internal energy means I can practice again. Maybe I can. Break through and start anew. Zhao Qian took out the color-changing little green snake. This 10-year soul beast is for you. It will definitely come in handy when you awaken your martial soul. Tang San used the purple extreme magic eye to take a look, and indeed it was a soul beast, hidden quite well. You caught this? Too amazing. Tang San admired him greatly and decisively accepted it. Zhao Qian's guilt finally lessened a bit. This little green snake could become a 10-year soul beast, probably relying entirely on Tang San's 10 years of internal energy. So it could be considered a return to its rightful owner. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Zhao Qian immediately went up the mountain to catch little animals he needed to prove his guest earning into soul beasts with the five-colored stone required energy. He was quite familiar with the terrain, catching a four-legged lizard that ran on two legs. Incredibly fast, he had fallen many times before, but now he could pounce accurately. He also caught two little gray rabbits, leaving some for later instead of exterminating them all. He chased after a stray dog, shouting, "Look at my bone boomerang." He tossed the whimpering dog into the space, then dug out a few bird nests, stopping only when the sky turned red. Returning to old Jack's house, Zhao Qian planned to practice the internal martial arts Tang San taught him and accumulate some internal energy. In Douluo Continent, the inner power cultivation method is actually just soul power. It's just a different way of saying it. How much energy does this colorful stone need to transform into a soul beast? What will the next one be? 10 years? 100 years? Zhao Qian's crazy animal catching spree is to create a soul beast army? It's unimaginable. A four-legged lizard's speed has increased tenfold. Zhao Qian has created another soul beast? This colorful stone is too outrageous. Zhao Qian sighed. There's just over a month until the awakening ceremony. I hope Tang San can quickly replenish his inner power. Draining Tang San's inner power was not his intention. The next day, before dawn, Zhao Qian set out. The adult side, this little guy goes out early and returns late every day, busier than us. He wasn't playing around. He was addicted to catching small animals to study the colorful stone, just like playing games and reading novels in his previous life, wishing he could. Skip sleep, on the small mountain. The air was fresh. Zhao Qian caught some small green snakes and four-legged lizards and practiced his inner power cultivation at the mountain peak. Warm currents flowed through his meridians, dispelling the chill. After running a small cycle, the colorful stone in his dantian began to glow. He tried to draw inner power into it, but was instantly attracted by a tremendous force that not only absorbed his inner power, but also drained his physical strength. Zhao Qian collapsed on the ground, pale-faced. That's terrifying. I almost got sucked dry. He vowed never to experiment recklessly again. As dawn approached, he wanted to take a cake from his space, only to find it empty. Not even a cake was left. My inner power isn't as thick as Tang San's. How can this happen again? Just as he was puzzled, he saw a four-legged lizard in the space, the last one he had put in. Can this also work? Zhao Qian took it out. What changes do you have? Show me. The four-legged lizard tilted its head and suddenly stood up and dashed away. By the time Zhao Qian came to his senses, it was already 30 to 40 meters away. What the? Its speed has increased by more than 10 times. Zhao Qian was shocked. I've created another soul beast. At sunrise, Tang San arrived at the mountaintop to practice and was a bit surprised to see Zhao Qian. This little guy got up earlier than I did. He thought Zhao Qian was extraordinary. Being able to catch a soul beast, even if it was 10 years old, was not something ordinary people could do. After finishing his practice and preparing to go down the mountain, Zhao Qian suddenly came rushing over. Saner, hurry with me. I found another soul beast. We can definitely handle it together. What kind of soul beast is this four-legged lizard? What does Zhao Qian want to drag Tang San into again? Is this colorful stone going to mass-produce soul beasts? It's too exhilarating. A 5 or 6-year-old child running faster than a ghostly shadow. Zhao Qian is really too bold. Zhao Qian was both anxious and excited. That means he'll have 2 soul beasts now. He discovered a green lizard with tentacles on its forehead that glowed like a small lantern, most likely a soul beast, and it was about the size of kitten. But that place required going deeper into the mountains, and he was worried about accidents, so he wanted to take Tang San with him. After all, Tang San knew Xintian Gong, Xin Yu Hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and Ghostly Shadow Disappearance. Even if they were all at the initial stage, he was much stronger than the other kids in the village. You found another soul beast? Tang San was very surprised Zhao Qian could really run fast. You said you have to? When did you catch another one? Tang San caught the key information, feeling uncertain. Zhao Qian looked innocent as he pulled out the four-legged lizard from his pocket. This one, it runs so fast, you can't catch up even with 10 of you. As he spoke, he placed it on the ground and poked its butt. The four-legged lizard jumped up and ran off, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 30 to 40 meters away. Tang San was shocked this speed was more than twice as fast as his ghostly shadow disappearance. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's pure physical speed is several times faster than mine, who learned ghostly shadow disappearance. And he's only 5 or 6 years old. Zhao Qian hugged Tang San and walked toward the back mountain. If we don't set off soon, that soul beast will run away. Tang San suddenly came to his senses. No, I need to go back and cook for Dad. He'll come back to find you quickly. As he spoke, he activated ghostly shadow disappearance and dashed away. Zhao Qian was dumbfounded, sighing helplessly. Tang San, you really are your father's little cotton-padded jacket. This four-legged lizard's speed is too ridiculous. Can Zhao Qian catch that lantern lizard? Will Tang San come back to help him after going back to cook? It's simply nerve-wracking. Zhao Qian actually deliberately drained Tang San's inner power just to raise a soul beast? This operation is too ruthless. Zhao Qian gave up on catching the lantern lizard in the deep mountains, placing his hands behind his back like a little adult, and returned to the small mountain. Feeling blue, he took out a sickle to cut the blue-silver grass. I'm not cutting grass, I'm cutting loneliness. By the time Tang San returned, he had already piled up 2 large bundles in his space. Tang San sat cross-legged to cultivate, and the small green snake wrapped around his arm also began to breathe in spiritual energy. Zhao Qian observed curiously and discovered he could command the small green snake creatures that had been thrown into the colorful stone space acted like this when taken out. Could it be that the colorful stone is like the stone Yuan used to mend the sky? Like the summoning banner, it can control living beings. His eyes lit up. Then I could become the ancestor of summoners. Catch a bunch of soul beasts and gang up on opponents. That's justifiable. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, starting to prepare to become the brightest star. Saner, has your inner power recovered? Help me familiarize myself with the operation route. I forgot. Zhao Qian said with a smile. Just don't drain my inner power again. Tang San nodded helplessly. Not long after, Tang San swayed and weakly collapsed onto Zhao Qian's back. Zhao Qian pulled him in his arms, stroking his little face. Saner, don't blame your brother for being ruthless. You're the only one with enough stamina, so I have to rely on you to raise soul beasts. He'll definitely treat you well in the future. When Tang San woke up, he found himself lying in Zhao Qian's arms again, feeling empty. Why did you drain my inner power again? Zhao Qian sat down awkwardly. Saner, I actually did it on purpose. Do you believe me? Tang San's eyes widened in surprise. Bewildered. On purpose? He had no enmity with Zhao Qian. So why do that? Just because he's a pure and innocent little boy? What soul beast does Zhao Qian want to raise? Will Tang San explode when he learns the truth? This plot is too dramatic. Tang San actually started an inner power trade with Zhao Qian, 20 copper coins each time. This is a huge profit. Zhao Qian looked at the surprised Tang San and quickly explained, "My martial soul is too hungry. Last time I absorbed your inner power and found it could relieve that, and I almost got sucked dry myself, so I thought of asking you for help. I'm sorry, it'll compensate you with 10 copper coins." Tang San looked at the copper coins in his hand, thinking, "My inner power can recover in a few hours, and I can earn copper coins. This seems pretty good. How about 20 copper coins?" Tang San looked at him expectantly, as his family often drank plain porridge, and he wanted to earn more to buy wine for his dad. Zhao Qian was overjoyed. He had saved up over 1,800 copper coins. 1,800 divided by 20 equals 90. I could drain Tang San 90 times, creating 90 soul beasts. That's a huge profit. He pretended to hesitate on the surface. "Okay, they'll give you 10 more when we go back." Thus, their pure transaction was established. For more than a month afterward, the villagers often saw at the mountaintop Tang San lying in Zhao Qian's arms. The scene was wonderful. Tang San noticed that after being drained of inner power, his recovery was getting faster, and he had opened up a meridian. Zhao Qian is truly a reliable, good friend. On the day of awakening the martial soul, old Jack came to pick up Tang San. "Little Qian is waiting for you at the martial soul hall." "Tang, how was drinking wine? Go. Don't delay making lunch." When they arrived at the spirit hall, old Jack saw Zhao Qian climbing on a stone pillar with the mark of a soul sage. Fuming and shouting, "Get down. If you break something, I'll hit you with my cane." Zhao Qian hurriedly jumped down, causing the children to laugh. "Saner, what do you think your martial soul will awaken to?" "I don't know. I hope it's something good." Zhao Qian patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're good friends, and I haven't spent all my money on you yet. This deal is too good to be true." When Tang San awakens his martial soul, will Zhao Qian's soul beast legion come in handy? With their relationship, it seems they are bound to cause a big stir in the spirit hall. Zhao Qian even said Su Yuntao has a tenth of sand to your soul ring. That's quite an outrageous compliment. You learned blacksmithing from your dad, so your martial soul won't be a hammer, right? Zhao Qian teased Tang San. The other kids laughed. Zhao Qian's martial soul is probably air or a begging bowl. Zhao Qian glared at them. "Just wait for the cold slap of reality." Tang San put his arm around his shoulder. "I believe you will awaken a good martial soul." At that moment, Su Yuntao descended from the sky, and the children gasped in awe. Zhao Qian exaggeratedly shouted, "Soul Master, you must have a tenth of sand to your soul ring." Su Yuntao was taken aback. His 2 soul rings didn't even add up to 1,000 years. Was this praise or mockery? Are you going to show the soul ring later? He felt extremely awkward. Old Jack scolded Zhao Qian and respectfully bowed to Su Yuntao. "Thank you for your trouble, Master Battle Soul." Su Yuntao waved his hand. "I have other villages to visit. Let's get started." He asked Zhao Qian, "Who told you about the soul rings?" "I heard from adults, and there are even soul beasts of 1,000,000 years and 100,000,000 years." Zhao Qian blinked innocently. Su Yuntao felt relieved. Just a country bumpkin boasting. He planned to fool the children. "My white soul ring is 10,000 years, and the yellow one is 100,000 years." It sounded thrilling to think about. Old Jack reminded the children to cooperate, but Su Yuntao interrupted. "I've been saying this for years. It's not easy to become a soul master. Not a single one among the 6 villages." Upon entering the spirit hall, Su Yuntao had the children line up. "I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master. My martial soul is the lone wolf." He glanced at Zhao Qian, who immediately exclaimed, "Lone wolf. Top-tier martial soul. The master is amazing." Su Yuntao felt pleased and tossed out 6 awakening stones, which spun in the air. Zhao Qian knows how to flatter. Would Su Yuntao really believe he has a 100,000-year soul ring? The awakening ceremony was about to begin. Could Zhao Qian's Nuwa stone, martial soul, dominate the scene? So exciting. The blue-silver grass actually measured innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao was completely stunned. Su Yuntao instructed the children to awaken from right to left. "No matter what happens, don't be afraid. Just follow my orders." The first child stepped into the center of the awakening stone, and Su Yuntao called out, "Lone wolf possess," causing a white and yellow soul ring to rise, with a phantom of the lone wolf appearing behind him, its gaze sharp like a wolf. The children turned pale with fear. The child wanted to flee, but was reprimanded by Su Yuntao. He infused 6 streams of green soul power, and the awakening stone burst forth with golden light, forming a light curtain around the child. "Extend your right hand." A sickle appeared in the child's palm, and Su Yuntao frowned. A weapon, martial soul sickle, barely usable as a weapon. When testing the soul power, the crystal ball showed no reaction. No soul power. Next. The next 6 children had martial souls that were either forks or blue silver grass. None had soul power. When it was Tang San's turn, Zhao Qian patted him on the shoulder. "Go for it, Tang, big hammer." Tang San was exasperated and stepped into the center of the awakening stone, but a golden light curtain rose and light points flowed into his body, revealing a blue-silver grass from his palm. Another blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul, Su Yuntao said disappointedly, instructing him to test his soul power. In the next moment, the crystal ball erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire spirit hall. Wait, innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was so shocked his eyes almost popped out. Zhao Qian exaggeratedly shouted, "My goodness! This is the legendary innate full soul power." Su Yuntao looked at Zhao Qian, who was even more shocked than he was, forcing himself to remain calm. "You're the first person I've seen with innate full soul power, but your martial soul is blue silvergrass," he said with a face full of regret. "Even with a soul ring, your future achievements will be limited." Tang Sen asked, "Is the soul ring the white and yellow rings on you?" "A level 26 Great Soul Master has 2 soul rings?" Su Yuntao nodded, feeling a mix of emotions that a useless martial soul paired with innate full soul power. This twist is too thrilling. Now it was Zhao Qian's turn to awaken. Could his Nuwa Stone martial soul crush everyone? Would Su Yuntao lose his composure on the spot? So Chi Daila. That's right. A soul master encounters a cultivation bottleneck every 10 levels. If you don't absorb a soul ring to significantly enhance your physical abilities, no matter how much you cultivate, you won't gain a bit of soul power. You have innate full soul power. You only need to be lucky enough to hunt a soul beast, even the lowest level 10-year soul beast, to immediately become an 11th level soul master. Unfortunately, your martial soul is blue silvergrass otherwise. Tang San didn't pay attention to what Su Yuntao said, because when his martial soul awakened, he discovered he had awakened another martial soul, but he kept it hidden and didn't speak up. As for the soul beast little boy Tang, San couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Qian, who appeared eager to try. It seemed that he didn't need to worry about this issue. Zhao Qian is a master of capturing soul beasts. "All right, you can go down now." Su Yuntao waved his hand at Tang San and pointed at Zhao Qian, saying, "That kid, it's your turn, come on." The 7 children who were originally feeling down due to their lack of soul power couldn't help but brighten up when they saw the famous orphan Zhao Qian about to awaken. "Go for it. Zhao Qian, let's see if you can awaken something like air." "You beggar, Zhao Qian, your martial soul definitely isn't as good as my scythe. Ha ha ha." But as the little boy Tang San walked past Zhao Qian, he encouraged him, saying, "Go for it. Zhao Qian, I believe in you." Zhao Qian smiled and responded with a sound, then walked into the midst of the 6 awakening stones that were gently rotating in midair. Su Yuntao watched as the last child took their position, and while he let out a sigh of relief, he began to activate his spirit rings. As a white and a yellow spirit ring rose from beneath his feet, Su Yuntao immediately clapped his palms together, preparing to channel his soul power into the 6 awakening stones. But at that moment, an extremely exaggerated scream suddenly rang out. Su Yuntao was taken by surprise and shuddered all over. "Oh my god, this is actually a 10,000-year spirit ring, and it's white. And that yellow spirit ring, could it be the legendary 100,000-year spirit ring?" This was supposed to be the awe and praise Su Yuntao had been looking forward to. But for some reason, with the veins on his forehead slightly bulging, Su Yuntao suddenly had the impulse to grab Zhao Qian and spank him until his but turned into 8 petals. "Quiet." Su Yuntao glared at Zhao Qian fiercely, then once again clapped his hands towards the 6 awakening stones, sending out 6 waves of soul power. As a golden light curtain that flowed like waves rose, Zhao Qian suddenly felt warm inside, and comfortably, he involuntarily closed his eyes. But Su Yuntao, watching Zhao Qian as he was flooded with light points, couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This child, could he be extraordinary? As Zhao Qian felt the warmth that triggered fluctuations in his internal energy, he suddenly sensed something breaking within him. Then, numerous light points swirled around his right palm, attracting the attention of everyone in the spirit hall. Could it be some top-tier martial spirit? Su Yuntao widened his eyes, focusing intently, feeling quite expectant. Suddenly, a host slowly materialized in Zhao Qian's right palm. Su Yuntao, children. Soon after, with the loud sound of the spirit hall's doors slamming shut, Su Yuntao snorted coldly and directly left Holy Soul Village. Even the village chief of Holy Soul Village, he didn't bother to acknowledge, because Su Yuntao vaguely felt he had been humiliated and deceived. It was understandable that there were 7 children in Holy Soul Village without the talent to become soul masters. Several villages were like that. But that child with innate full soul power, his martial spirit turned out to be a standard useless martial spirit. blue silvergrass. And that flashy little brat with the hoe as his martial spirit had an innate soul power as high as level 7. It was 6 levels higher than when he awakened. The more Su Yuntao thought about it, the more he felt those two children exuded a strange aura. And he also felt a sense of indignation at being toyed with by fate. So he didn't want to stay in this frustrating Holy Soul village for a moment longer. Clearly, they were two useless martial spirit children. Yet their innate soul power was all higher than his at that time. And it was not just 1 or 2 levels higher. The more Su Yuntao thought, the angrier he became, and the faster he ran. Village Chief Old Jack looked at Su Yuntao's resolute back as he left, wanted to say something, but hesitating. He still wanted to ask if there were any children in their village this year who could become soul masters. Grandpa Jack, can you guess what my martial spirit is? At that moment, Zhao Qian came to Old Jack's side, grinning as he spoke. Old Jack, seeing this, couldn't help but show a kind and gentle smile and said, "Then little Qian, tell Grandpa what martial spirit you awaken." "It's a hoe," Zhao Qian said happily. A hoe. Old Jack's heart sank. Based on his years of experience, Zhao Qian probably did not have the talent to become a soul master. Agricultural tools were the most common martial spirits awakened by ordinary people, and there was almost no possibility of becoming a soul master. "That's good. Grandpa will find you a piece of land to plant. It will definitely be easier than your early rising and late sleeping to raise chickens," Old Jack said with a smile, affectionately patting Zhao Qian's head. But at that moment, a small child with a serious face argued, "Grandpa Jack, Zhao Qian won't want a land to plant. He will be a soul master in the future." Yeah. The other children echoed, their eyes and tone filled with envy and jealousy. "What? Grandpa didn't hear wrong. You're saying little Qian can become a soul master in the future?" Old Jack was a bit surprised, and his already stooped figure bent even lower as he leaned in to listen more closely. "Grandpa Jack, they're not lying to you. Zhao Qian can really become a soul master in the future," Tang San said as he moved closer to Old Jack. Chapter 10. I also have twin martial spirits. The news that Zhao Qian could become a soul master made Old Jack happily stroke his beard and laugh. As the village chief of Holy Soul Village, he had always hoped someone could recreate the glory of their predecessors and embark on the path of a soul master. He never expected that after so many years, Holy Soul Village would finally have another child who could become a soul master. Moreover, this child was one he had taken in all those years ago. Zhao Qian was happy to fulfill Old Jack's wish, and after a moment of joy, he grabbed Tang San and ran off. "Grandpa Jack, I have something to say to Sanner, so I won't go with you." Before he finished speaking, the bewildered little boy Tang San was already being pulled away by Zhao Qian. "This kid," Old Jack shook his head with a kind smile upon seeing this. Then he took the 7 gourd kids, 7 children, each back to their own homes to find their own mothers. It wasn't until they ran to the hillside of the small mountain that Zhao Qian finally stopped, somewhat out of breath. Little Tang San didn't understand why Zhao Qian suddenly brought him here. He was still waiting to go home and tell his father that he had awakened 2 martial souls. "Zhao Qian, why did you bring me here?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. Zhao Qian listened and suddenly hugged the little boy Tang San with a mysterious smile, saying, "Sanner, guess what kind of martial soul I awakened? Isn't your martial soul a hoe?" The little boy Tang San immediately became a bit puzzled. But in an instant, it seemed like Tang San thought of something, and he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, "Could it be that special martial soul of yours that has been draining my internal energy all along?" Zhao Qian chuckled and nodded, raising his left hand, and immediately a stone that radiated colorful light and was as smooth as jade appeared. "This is my special martial soul, which awakened just now in the Martial Soul Hall. It's called the Repairing Heaven Stone. I haven't told anyone else, only you. You must help me keep this secret in the future." Zhao Qian blinked his innocent and expectant eyes, looking at Tang San. Tang San was already amazed by Zhao Qian's second martial soul, the Stone of Heaven Repair. He remembered that in the myths of the world he lived in during his past life, the colorful stones used by Niwa to repair the sky were probably like this. Could it be that Zhao Qian also crossed over from his world and was reborn? But soon, Tang San denied this thought in his heart. How could things like crossing over and being reborn in another world be so common? It must be a coincidence. Then, Tang San saw Zhao Qian looking at him with a sincere and pure expression, asking him to keep it a secret. At that moment, he suddenly felt a trust and warmth that he had never experienced in his past life at Tang Sect, and he couldn't help but smile, his bright black eyes turning into crescent shapes. I will definitely help you keep this secret," Tang San assured Zhao Qian confidently. Zhao Qian immediately laughed happily. putting his arm around the little boy Tang San's shoulders, and said, I knew you were the best, San. Since childhood, I felt you were different from other kids. Always either cultivating or taking care of your drunk father at home. But now it's good. You can become a soul master. Although it's just blue silvergrass. I will protect you in the future. I've heard the adults tell stories, and twin martial souls are really powerful. In the future, I'll earn a lot of money and give it all to you, then absorb all your internal power. For some reason, at that moment, little Tang San felt a bit of acidity in his nose, and his eyes were warm and damp. Is this friendship? Tang San felt a warmth in his heart, a feeling he had never experienced before. Then, the little boy Tang San, who was being hugged by Zhao Qian, suddenly walked away, turned around and raised his left hand towards Zhao Qian, saying, Zhao Qian, actually I also have a twin martial soul. It's my fault for only telling you now. Can you forgive me? But when Zhao Qian saw the Haotian hammer emerging in the palm of Tang San's left hand, he suddenly lowered his voice and exclaimed, Oh my, a hammer, a big hammer. Tang, big hammer. You actually have a martial soul that is a hammer. I guessed it right. Little Tang San couldn't help but shake his head helplessly at Zhao Qian's excited outburst. At the same time, Tang San quickly put away his second martial soul. On one hand, he was afraid others would see, and on the other hand, this second martial soul consumed a lot of his soul power. I forgive you, San. How about you call your nickname Tang, Big Hammer from now on? It has so much meaning. Zhao Qian joked while hugging the little boy Tang San. You could do whatever you want. The little boy Tang San looked at Zhao Qian helplessly and added, But it's best not to call me that in front of others. I understand. That's our little secret. Zhao Qian smiled brightly and happily. At this moment, he truly forged a friendship with Tang San. Given Tang San's character of valuing emotions and loyalty, it is likely that even if he gets a wife in the future, his status won't be much higher than that of his initial brother. Moreover, he really likes Tang San. His little face feels great to pinch, and Zhao Qian has wanted to become good friends with him for a long time. By the way, San, you have innate full soul power. As long as you kill the 10-year cultivation little green snake soul beast that I give you, you can absorb its soul ring and become a true soul master. Zhao Qian suddenly remembered that Tang San's Xiantian skill couldn't break through the bottleneck, and said this to him. Soul ring? Soul master? The young Tang San was a bit confused. He didn't know much about these things. Zhao Qian knew that the little boy Tang San had spent these years either cultivating alone or taking care of his alcoholic father at home, with almost no interaction with the outside world. Immediately, Zhao Qian pinched the face of the little boy Tang San he was holding and said, You hardly communicate with others and don't know much, so let me introduce it to you. The general introduction of soul rings has already been mentioned by that guy, Su Yun Tao. I'll tell you some details. Soul masters face a bottleneck every 10 levels and must absorb soul rings to continue their cultivation. Soul rings generally come in white 10-year rings, yellow 100-year rings, purple 1,000-year rings, and black 10,000-year rings. The difference is that the higher the cultivation year of the soul ring absorbed by the soul master, the more powerful the soul master will become after absorbing the soul ring. Little boy Tang San listened seriously, subconsciously resting his head on Zhao Qian's shoulder. Suddenly, he looked up at Zhao Qian with a puzzled expression and asked, But when we were at the spirit hall, didn't you say that the white soul ring is the 10,000-year soul ring? And also, you didn't mention the 100,000-year soul ring. Shouldn't that one be yellow? Zhao Qian couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Tang San realize this, and said, You caught me. Actually, I was just tricking that Su Yun Tao. After running around for these years, how could I not tell which color soul ring corresponds to how many years? It's really too funny that such a big person was played by a little kid like me. Ha ha. The young Tang San, resting his little head on Zhao Qian's shoulder, stared blankly at Zhao Qian's bright and cheerful smile, and couldn't help but think to himself. It turns out that Zhao Qian is still a mischievous person who enjoys pranks. I must remember this. He is my first good friend in both of my lives, and possibly my only good friend. I must cherish him. Chapter 11. The Celestial Stone Soul Ring Received as Charity. After agreeing with Tang San to help him catch a high-year soul beast to absorb its soul ring in the future, the little Tang San said goodbye to Zhao Qian, eager to go home and share the good news of his soul awakening with his father. Zhao Qian, however, did not rush home. Instead, he found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged and carefully sensed his celestial repair, stone martial soul. He was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, any top-tier or super-powerful martial soul should not have a low innate soul power after awakening. A clear example is the strongest giant-level force in the Douluo Continent. The holy maiden of the spirit hall, Qian Rinxue, her awakened angel martial soul allowed her to break the limit of innate soul power, which is usually capped at level 10, and achieve an innate soul power of 20. But why did Zhao Qian only have an innate soul power of level 7 after awakening his celestial repair stone martial soul? Moreover, this level 7 soul power was basically cultivated by himself. Could it be that the Nuwa celestial repair stone martial soul is not as good as the angel martial soul with wings like a great white goose? Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a bit sad. However, as he awakened the repairing heaven stone martial soul on his left hand using his soul power, he suddenly realized that the situation seemed a bit complicated. The repairing heaven stone martial soul that emerged from the palm of his left hand was actually not a physical entity, but rather illusory. The real repairing heaven stone remained in Zhao Qian's dantian, seemingly motionless since ancient times. Could it be that the repairing heaven stone martial soul in my left hand is just a downgraded version given to me by the colorful stone in my dantian, because it thinks my home martial soul is too weak? Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel speechless at this thought. Although his home martial soul was garbage, it wasn't completely useless. It could plow fields, dig foundations. Well, Zhao Qian found himself at a loss for words. The home martial soul was indeed garbage. He looked at the martial soul in his left hand, which was radiating colorful light, transparent and ethereal like crystal. Zhao Qian could vaguely sense a mysterious power within it, a fluctuation where space and time intertwined. Could it be that its might is similar to the colorful stone in my dantian? Zhao Qian was pondering in his heart. Soon, he planned to test the ability of this sky-mending stone martial soul. Coincidentally, during the previous month, Zhao Qian had cultivated 23 soul beasts at the 10th level by repeatedly exhausting Tang San. Immediately, Zhao Qian took out a 15-centimeter-long red-headed centipede soul beast from the colorful stone space, intending to use it for the experiment. After being taken out by Zhao Qian, the red-headed centipede appeared very quiet and obedient, lying still on the ground, only occasionally twitching its little rear. Zhao Qian knew that this was due to the overwhelming taming power of the multicolored stone. Taking advantage of his remaining soul power, Zhao Qian quickly manipulated the multicolored brilliance of the sky-replenishing stone martial spirit to envelop the red-headed centipede lying on the ground. Instantly, Zhao Qian saw his illusory sky-replenishing stone, shimmering with multicolored light, begin to draw the 10-year soul beast, the red-headed centipede, towards him. Then, a ripple of void spread around the illusory, multicolored bright, sky-replenishing stone martial spirit, and the red-headed centipede was completely immersed in the ripples. Once the red-headed centipede was entirely absorbed into the void ripples, it was no longer visible. Instead, a tiny creature, looking about the size of an ant, appeared within the illusory, multicolored bright, sky-replenishing stone martial spirit. The red-headed centipede had shrunk after entering. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised. Moreover, shortly after the red-headed centipede entered the illusory, sky-replenishing stone martial spirit, it began to crawl around chaotically. However, it couldn't escape from the illusory, sky-replenishing stone martial spirit at all. It was as if there was a tiny dimensional space inside, surrounded by solid spatial barriers in all directions. This should be the spatial power of the sky-replenishing stone martial spirit. Zhao Qian roughly understood part of the abilities of this martial soul. What about the power of time? Zhao Qian was looking forward to this power and immediately began to increase the output of his soul power. As Zhao Qian infused his 7th level soul power, the illusory sky-repairing stone martial spirit, shimmering with colorful brilliance, began to look stunningly beautiful, resembling a crystal glaze with flowing rosy light. Meanwhile, the tiny red-headed centipede inside the sky-repairing stone martial spirit seemed to have been equipped with an accelerator, moving rapidly and growing larger within. However, just over a minute later, Zhao Qian felt that the soul power in his body had been drained completely. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that everything in this world, except for food and drink, was so bland and uninteresting. After taking some fruit from the colorful stone space and eating it, Zhao Qian felt much better. However, the loss of soul power still needed to be recovered through meditation and cultivation. After finally gathering enough soul power to awaken the sky-repairing stone martial spirit, Zhao Qian hurriedly took out the red-headed centipede that was still trapped inside. He was eager to see how much the red-headed centipede had changed. In an instant, the red-headed centipede, with its red whip-like antennae, twisted its jet-black body, and crashed to the ground through the rippling void. Its size had already reached about 30 centimeters. Wow, this red-headed centipede must have cultivated for at least 20 years, right? It had grown so big. Zhao Qian, filled with excitement, gently stroked the motionless red-headed centipede on the ground with trembling hands. Despite exhausting all his soul power, he had gained a doubling of this soul beast's cultivation. Especially since Zhao Qian discovered that when he infused soul power into the Douluo stone martial soul, he could stop at any time. It was completely different from the colorful stone in his ATen-Yuan, which always drained a person's soul power and physical strength. In comparison, the Douluo stone martial soul was clearly much easier to control. However, both had their pros and cons. The colorful stone in his ATen-Yuan could transform living beings into soul beasts by sacrificing things within the colorful stone space, along with the infused soul power. And the increase in strength was certainly not just a mere doubling that the Douluo stone martial soul could provide. At the very least, it was a tenfold increase. Although the Douluo stone martial soul did not have the same significant amplification effect as the colorful stone in his ATen-Yuan, nor did it have the sacrificial function. It excelled in ease of control, allowing him to manage the amount of soul power infused and to cut it off at any time. Therefore, the colorful stone in his ATen-Yuan remained Zhao Qian's greatest trump card. However, the existence of the Douluo stone martial soul also made Zhao Qian's future path for self-improvement more diverse. After all, martial souls could attach soul rings. When he returned to Saint Soul Village, Zhao Qian suddenly noticed that everyone looked at him differently. The adults passing by gazed at him with admiration and fear, whispering among themselves, "Is that little Qian? I didn't expect him to be the only child in our Saint Soul Village with soul master talent in so many years. Oh, I've always thought little Qian was extraordinary since he was small. While the other children played together, he would go out early and come back late. You could see his small yet strong figure all over the mountains. Keep your voice down. Do you think little Qian is a vengeful child? He once had a little kitten that I accidentally killed with a brick. I remember little Qian cried back then. Do you think he will come after me when he becomes a soul master?" Chapter 12. Sanner, you shouldn't learn a blacksmith anymore. When he got home, before Zhao Qian had a chance to find something to eat, the village head, old Jack, called him over. "Zhao Qian, come here. Grandpa has something to say to you." Seeing this, Zhao Qian had no choice but to nod and walk up to old Jack, curiously asking, "Grandpa Jack, what do you want to tell me? Is it about soul masters?" Old Jack smiled kindly and patted Zhao Qian's head, saying, "Tell Grandpa, do you want to become a real soul master?" "Yes." Zhao Qian behaved very well in front of old Jack, and he truly respected this elderly man who adopted him. Seeing the youthful face of Zhao Qian filled with admiration and anticipation for soul masters, old Jack couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and praised, Good. Truly worthy of being Grandpa's favorite little Qian. You really have ambition. Who knows? You might become the second soul saint to come from our holy soul village in the future." Zhao Qian listened and couldn't help but laugh as he grabbed old Jack's hand, saying, "Grandpa Jack, don't worry, I will definitely become a soul sage in the future. And not just a soul sage, little Qian will also become a soul Douluo and a title Douluo. I want everyone in the world to know about our holy soul village, to know that I have a great grandpa." Old Jack was amused by Zhao Qian's words and looked at him fondly. Then old Jack leaned on his cane and went to a chair, sitting down with Zhao Qian and seriously looking at him, saying, "So, little Qian, tell Grandpa, do you want to go to the Soul Master Academy? Because of the fact that our holy soul village once had a soul sage, we have a quota for a work-study student at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy every year. If you want to go, Grandpa will make the decision and give this quota to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask back, "Grandpa Jack, you gave me the work-study student spot. But what about Xiao San? He can also become a soul master, right?" Old Jack listened and affectionately smiled as he rubbed Zhao Qian's head, saying, "I've looked into Xiao San's situation. Although he is a rare, innate, full soul power, his martial soul is a standard, useless martial soul, blue silvergrass. Only you, Xiao Qian, are the only child in our holy soul village worthy of the work-study student spot." However, when Zhao Qian heard this, he felt a bit anxious. He didn't want this work-study student spot. In this world, his greatest reliance, aside from the Yuan repairing stone, was his knowledge of the future development trends. If Tang San couldn't go to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, then the future would definitely be in chaos. Zhao Qian will lose his advantage of insight into the future. Although he felt anxious inside, his face showed no change. Instead, he stubbornly retorted, What's wrong with blue silvergrass? I just think the third one's blue silvergrass martial soul looks great. And he has innate full soul power. My soul power is only level 7. And my martial soul is just a farming hoe, not even close to being as powerful as the third one. Old Jack looked at Zhao Qian helplessly and said, "Silly boy, Grandpa knows you're pure and kind, but the quota for the work-study student is very important. Grandpa hopes you will go to the Soul Master Academy to study. And tell me, what is a hoe used for?" "Weeding," Zhao Qian instinctively replied. "That's right, little Qian. Your martial soul is a hoe, and the third one's martial soul is blue silvergrass. Your martial soul naturally restrains the third one's blue silvergrass. So, little Qian, don't make Grandpa worry. You should go this year. Moreover, I can assure you that next year, the work-study student quota in the village will definitely go to the third one. How about that?" Old Jack looked at Zhao Qian with great anticipation. But Zhao Qian was bewildered to find that he seemed to have been tricked by Old Jack. A hoe for weeding, who would have thought of that? "Grandpa Jack, can you let me think about it some more?" Zhao Qian showed a hesitant expression and said, "Of course, you can take your time." Old Jack lovingly patted Zhao Qian's head and said, "There's still 3 months until the enrollment for the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, so you can think it over slowly." Zhao Qian nodded, then started rummaging through the house for something to eat. After finding something to eat, Zhao Qian ran outside while biting into it and shouted indistinctly, "Grandpa, I'm going out to play. Run slowly. Be careful not to fall," came Old Jack's concerned voice from behind. Zhao Qian agreed and ran further away. His small frame quickly dashed through the streets and alleys, arriving at the entrance of Tang San's home. Tang San's house was far from other households, standing there alone, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the chimney. Quickly chewing and swallowing the pancake in his mouth, Zhao Qian began to pant as he knocked on the door, saying, "Saner, are you home?" "It's Zhao Qian. I have something to discuss with you." Inside, Tang San was watching Tang Hao demonstrate the chaotic cloak hammering technique while forging iron. Upon hearing the familiar voice outside, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect Zhao Qian to come to his house to find him. However, Tang Hao, who was demonstrating the technique and ready to teach his son properly, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Over the years of being with Tang Hao, Tang San had learned to read his father's expressions and immediately noticed his discontent. He quickly explained, "Dad, the one outside is my friend. I'm apologizing on his behalf. He didn't mean to interrupt you." "A friend?" Tang Hao was surprised to hear that his son actually had a friend. But this surprise was fleeting. Tang Hao quickly adopted a serious face, picked up the hammer again, and started forging agricultural tools, saying, "Go open the door, don't mind me." Tang San nodded cautiously and walked to the door to open it for Zhao Qian. As soon as he entered, before Tang San could apologize for opening the door so late, Zhao Qian curiously asked, "Saner, what are you doing at home? Why did you take so long to open the door?" Zhao Qian was talking while curiously looking around Tang San's house. In fact, Zhao Qian's heart was already extremely tense, and his acting skills had reached their peak. Especially when he saw Tang Hao standing in front of the forging platform, Zhao Qian's heart twitched fiercely. Because this man is currently the youngest titled Douluo above level 90 on the Douluo Continent, the Haotian Douluo. But this power was obtained through the sacrifice of Tang Hao's wife. That's why Tang Hao looked so despondent, neglecting his son and drinking all day to mourn his deceased wife. "I'm sorry, Zhao Qian. I was learning forging techniques from my dad, so I opened the door late." The little boy Tang San said as he closed the door properly, looking quite apologetic. "It's all right," Zhao Qian replied with a smile, then looked at Tang Hao, who was forging with curiosity. "Saner, is the forging technique you mentioned just blacksmithing?" "Yes," Tang San nodded. "But you're only 6 years old. Can you lift such a heavy hammer?" Zhao Qian looked at the little boy Tang San with some concern and said, "Don't worry, I have innate full soul power, so I won't tire myself out. Besides, I think blacksmithing can also help exercise my body." The little boy Tang San, feeling Zhao Qian's care, squinted his bright black eyes into crescent shapes in happiness. But just then, Zhao Qian suddenly said to Tang San, "How about this, Saner? Why don't you stop learning blacksmithing?" Immediately, there was a loud bang as Tang Hao slammed his hammer down on the forge, then slightly turned his face to glance at Zhao Qian. Chapter 13, Shock. A 6-year-old child actually rebukes a titled Douluo. Huh? Why? Tang San was puzzled and didn't understand why Zhao Qian didn't want him to blacksmith. As Zhao Qian felt Tang Hao's fierce gaze, a natural look of fear appeared on his face, and he quietly replied, "Because I want you to go with me to the Primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City to study." You know Nodding City, right? It's a very prosperous place, with big houses and tall walls. We will learn a lot of things at the Soul Master Academy. Soul Master Academy? The little boy Tang San showed a confused expression. He had never heard of this before. Zhao Qian saw Tang San's clueless expression and couldn't help but anxiously say, "The Soul Master Academy is a place that specifically teaches knowledge about soul masters. We are destined to become great soul masters in the future. How can we not study? Your dad is so fierce and only knows how to forge iron. If you follow him, you will never amount to anything in this life. Anyway, your dad only likes to drink and doesn't he care about you? When we become soul masters and earn a lot of money, we'll buy your dad a tavern so he can drink to his heart's content. How about it, San? Come with me to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City." The young Tang San showed a hint of interest on his face, but couldn't help but glance at the back of Tang Hao, who was busy forging iron. He hoped to get his father's approval. With his back to Tang San and Zhao Qian, Tang Hao's face turned almost as black as coal when he heard Zhao Qian say that his son would never amount to anything by learning to forge iron from him. If anyone else dared to say such a thing, the hammer of Zhao Qian would ensure that person was left with nothing but bones. But this was said by a 6-year-old child. Tang Hao could only endure it. "How dare you say my son will not amount to anything by learning to forge iron? Just wait until you grow up. I will show you what the chaotic wind hammer technique is." But while Tang Hao was grumbling in his heart, Tang San had already walked up to him and timidly said, "Dad, can I go to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City with Zhao Qian to study? Zhao Qian promised me that when we become soul masters, we will earn a lot of money to buy you a tavern. Don't you like drinking the most, Dad?" This brat, Tang hadn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. His son had grown up and was about to be taken away by that little guy named Zhao Qian. However, when he heard that the two little ones would buy him a tavern in the future, he felt a strange mix of bitterness and warmth in his heart. The young eagle, with its feathers fully grown, was destined to soar high. Tang Hao stopped his forging, staring blankly at the furnace, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tang San noticed that Tang Hao suddenly stood there in a daze and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qian. Seeing this, Zhao Qian helplessly shrugged his shoulders, as he also didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Tang Hao picked up the hammer and started working at the forging table again. The expression on his face returned to calm, and then he coldly said, "So what if you become a soul master? Who will cook for me if you leave?" Hearing this, Zhao Qian knew it was time to show off his bravado and immediately put on an indignant expression and shouted, "You don't understand soul masters at all. You drink every day and neglect Tang San, yet you want to ruin his whole life. I won't let you bind Tang San. You are not worthy to be Tang San's father. Other people's parents are overjoyed when they hear their child can become a soul master, but you are completely unmoved. Grandpa Jack is right. Your life will just be like this." Tang San stared blankly at Zhao Qian, who was angrily scolding his father, hardly believing that someone dared to speak to his father like that. But for some reason, Tang San suddenly felt a wave of relief in his heart, as if Zhao Qian had voiced the words he had suppressed for so many years but never intended to say. At that moment, Zhao Qian's small figure appeared so tall and mighty in Tang San's eyes. Tang Hao himself was taken aback that this little kid dared to confront him. Looking at Zhao Qian's youthful, fierce little face, he couldn't help but be astonished. He suddenly realized that his son's friend might become his lifelong best friend. To dare to fearlessly confront an adult for his son, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude and comfort. Indeed, he was a very irresponsible father. But fortunately, Tang San had such a good friend, which meant his childhood wasn't completely filled with darkness. However, what use is it to become a soul master? Even a titled Douluo? Tang Hao thought of his enemy, the most powerful force in the world that had also killed his wife, the Spirit Hall. Whenever he thought of the Spirit Hall, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. The power of the Spirit Hall exceeded everyone's imagination. Even as a titled Douluo, he felt a chill. This is why, after his wife's death, he took Tang San into hiding and moved to this small Holy Spirit village. Otherwise, under the endless assassinations from the Spirit Hall, young Tang San would surely be implicated. "I can agree to let Tang San accompany you to the Novice Soul Master Academy in Nodding City," Tang Hao said, deciding to let Tang San choose the life he wanted. "But there is only one work-study student quota in the village every year. Old Jack has probably already given it to you. Our family can't afford the high tuition and fees of the Soul Master Academy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately became delighted and hurriedly explained, "Uncle, you don't need to worry. I have decided to give the student work position in the village to Zhao San." Suddenly, Tang Hao and Tang San were both astonished. They had never expected that Zhao Qian would give up such a valuable opportunity. "What about you?" Tang Hao asked Zhao Qian. He had already realized that Zhao Qian was indeed a good kid and qualified to be a good friend of his son Tang San. Therefore, He didn't intend to let this innocent and kind-hearted child suffer a great loss. He wanted to understand the reason. Uncle, you don't need to worry. I have a twin martial soul, and I have ways to earn enough tuition. Zhao Qian smiled confidently and then gave Tang San, who looked worried, a reassuring look. But as soon as Zhao Qian spoke, Tang Hao was immediately stunned in place. You have a twin martial soul? Tang Hao hurriedly asked as he approached Zhao Qian. Yes, Zhao Qian nodded, then pointed to Tang San beside him. Both Xiao San and I have twin martial souls. Uncle, didn't you know? Didn't Xiao San tell you? He did. Zhao Qian, right? You must never tell anyone about having twin martial souls. For now, you should go home, Tang Hao said, and before Zhao Qian could respond, he picked him up and placed him outside the door. Zhao Qian was a bit confused, not knowing how he ended up being kicked out. But just then, an angry voice suddenly came from the room behind him. You little brat, you've grown wings and become tough, huh? You didn't even tell me about your twin martial souls. Both of you actually have twin martial souls. In all these years, I've ignored you. Are you upset about it? Come on, grab the forging hammer. Today we're going to settle the score. Not long after, a miserable scream from Tang San came from inside the room. Dad, I was wrong, Dad. Chapter 14, Century-Old Soul Beast. Desert Great Eagle, there are almost 3 months left until the registration time for the new Oding City Junior Soul Master Academy. During this time, apart from his cultivation, Tang San spent most of his time at home learning the chaotic cloak hammer technique from his father Tang Hao. Tang San had a high level of comprehension and extraordinary talent, making rapid progress in his studies. In just over 2 months, he was already able to unleash the chaotic cloak hammer technique up to the 24th hammer in succession. When Zhao Qian learned this news, he was also quite surprised, because after practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique, each strike became stronger than the last. Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, weighs 500 jin in its original state. If Tang San strikes with the chaotic wind hammer technique, the power would stack with each blow, resulting in an unimaginable destructive force. Unfortunately, the Haotian hammer martial soul consumes a lot of energy for Tang San, and currently, he doesn't even have a single soul ring. So he can't hold out until the 24th strike. Even so, the sheer force of 500 jin is already impressive. In order to solve the soul ring issue, Zhao Qian has been either cultivating internal power to increase his soul power or nurturing high-age soul beasts during this time. Zhao Qian vaguely remembered that the master of theoretical knowledge on Douluo Continent had studied the limit of soul masters' ability to withstand the age of their first soul ring, which is 423 years. In other words, if Zhao Qian wanted to achieve greater accomplishments than others in the future, he needed to choose a soul beast for his first soul ring that was close to 423 years old. But finding a soul beast of that age with such cultivation was not easy. However, Zhao Qian was different. Both the colorful stone in his dantian and the sky-repairing stone martial soul in his left hand had the ability to accelerate time and promote biological growth. Additionally, in the colorful stone space, he had already stored quite a few soul beasts as offerings that were 10, 20, or 30 years old. Therefore, creating a soul beast with the cultivation of 423 years old, which was at the human body's limit for the first soul ring, was not difficult for Zhao Qian. The only complication was the process of nurturing the soul beasts as offerings. Otherwise, relying solely on Zhao Qian's own soul power, he wouldn't be able to cultivate a soul beast with 423 years of cultivation, even if he was drained to the bone. Outside of Holy Soul Village, on the backside of the small hill, the little boy Tang San used his ghost shadow misty steps to reach Zhao Qian, who was practicing, in just a few breaths. Once Zhao Qian finished his training, Tang San, somewhat confused, asked, Zhao Qian, why did you call me here today? Also, I've almost finished making your silent sleeve arrow. As soon as Zhao Qian heard that the silent wrist crossbow that Tang San was helping him make was almost finished, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Is it true? Can it really be done by tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, the registration for the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City starts, and I need to go to the city early tomorrow to earn some tuition fees. Tang San knew that Zhao Qian was always thinking about making money because he had given his work-study student spot to him. Immediately, Tang San confidently assured Zhao Qian, no problem, I can finish the silent wrist crossbow by tomorrow morning. Do you want me to accompany you when you leave tomorrow? After all, we're both heading to Notting City. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, nodded, and said, then you go home and tell your dad, and I'll talk to Grandpa Jack. After saying this, Zhao Qian suddenly pulled the little boy Tang San to sit beside him on the grass. Then, Zhao Qian stuffed 20 copper coins into the bewildered Tang San's hands and announced loudly, the purpose of calling you here today is to squeeze you dry. Upon hearing this, the little boy San was momentarily stunned. Then he looked helpless. He then climbed onto Zhao Qian's back, skillfully placing his hands on Zhao Qian's back, and said, "I'm starting now. Remember to carry me home later." "No problem," Zhao Qian said with a grin as he sat cross-legged. As expected, San's soul power was once again completely drained by the colorful stone inside Zhao Qian. In order to successfully cultivate a soul beast with a cultivation level of 150 years, Zhao Qian even injected his own internal energy into the colorful stone. That's right, Zhao Qian came this time for an unprecedented attempt. He wanted to cultivate a soul beast with a cultivation level of 150 years. The highest cultivation level he had previously cultivated was a 75-year soul beast. This time, Zhao Qian not only planned to use the two 75-year soul beasts he had accumulated over the past 2 months as offerings, but he also stored many other offerings in the colorful stone space, all to successfully cultivate a 150-year soul beast of the century level. Unfortunately, the small animals and insects around Holy Soul Village had significantly decreased, making it difficult to find and capture them. Otherwise, Zhao Qian could have cultivated more 75-year soul beasts during these 2 months. Thud, thud. A few breaths later, Zhao Qian and San, drained of soul power, collapsed on the ground behind the small hill. But Zhao Qian knew it was all worth it, and he hurriedly sank his consciousness into the colorful stone space to check. He saw a gigantic, earth-colored bird lying with its eyes closed in the colorful stone space. A 150-year soul beast, desert eagle, successfully cultivated. As for why Zhao Qian chose to cultivate such a soul beast, it was because flying-type soul beasts had much better mobility and evasion capabilities than other soul beasts. Most importantly, birds are easy to catch. With over 300 households in Holy Soul Village, there were countless bird nests. Determined to cultivate an epic creature from his previous world, the desert eagle, Zhao Qian had thought it through carefully. In battle, Zhao Qian could simply say, "Go, sand sculpture. Use your wings to attack." When defeated, Zhao Qian could praise his opponent like this. "Not bad. You actually defeated my sand sculpture. But you can only bully the sand sculpture." Zhao Qian thought to himself, and an inexplicable sense of superiority arose within him. Perhaps this is the charm of the desert eagle. The next morning, with his head hanging low, Zhao Qian was pulled by old Jack to the door of San's house. "Xiao San, Grandpa's going to pick you up. We should set off now." Seeing this, Zhao Qian looked helplessly at old Jack and said, "Grandpa Jack, can't you let San, and me go to Notting City by ourselves? San and I can take good care of ourselves. Besides, I'm going there early today to make some money. I'm in a hurry." Who knew that as soon as old Jack heard this, he immediately got angry, glared at Zhao Qian, and said, "You two little kids, who can believe that you can take care of yourselves? I have to go with you on this journey. The proof of the work-study student from the Spirit Hall is still in my hands. If you dislike this old bone of mine, just take it away." As soon as Zhao Qian saw old Jack's foul temper rise, he could only hang his head in disappointment. Although he knew that old Jack was worried about him and San, he just didn't want old Jack to accompany him. Although Notting City was not far from Holy Soul Village, it was still quite difficult for the old man who relied on a cane. Old Jack was getting frail, and Zhao Qian was truly worried that old Jack would tire himself out or get hurt. Chapter 15. Working is impossible after leaving Holy Soul Village. San couldn't help but look back. Old Jack knew that it was San's first time leaving the village, so he gently patted his head and kindly asked, "Are you reluctant to leave the village, or are you reluctant to leave your drunkard father?" "Both a little," San replied, lowering his head. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but turn around and glance at the village. After living there for 6 years, he felt a bit reluctant to leave. But the road is long, and a man is destined to travel far and wide. The mountains and rivers of the world are the same. Wherever people are, that is home. Since San rarely communicated with the outside world, he was unfamiliar with many things. Therefore, on the way to Notting City, San couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Jack, can you tell me more about the Soul Master Academy? I don't know much about it." Old Jack smiled and looked down at San, saying, "The Soul Master Academy is, of course, a place to learn about soul master knowledge. I haven't attended it myself, so I don't know too much. However, every year, there's a work-study student quota in the village. Although it hasn't been filled for many years, I can still tell you about the identity of a work-study student. Work-study students at Notting Academy can enjoy free tuition and accommodation. They only need to cover their living expenses and other miscellaneous fees. Overall, studying as a work-study student is quite affordable. You can also take on some tasks at school, like cleaning classrooms and erasing blackboards to earn some pocket money." At this point, Old Jack couldn't help but look at Zhao Qian beside him, his face showing a worried expression. Zhao Qian, can you really earn enough tuition in Notting City? It requires at least several thousand copper coins a year. Zhao Qian laughed easily, not worried at all, and comforted old Jack. Don't worry, Grandpa Jack. I'm clever. There are plenty of ways to make money. Seeing this, old Jack wanted to say something, but when he looked at Tang San beside him, he could only sigh helplessly and with concern. Tang San knew that this situation arose because Zhao Qian had given his study work position to him. He felt a bit guilty and was very grateful for Zhao Qian's kindness. He immediately said, Zhao Qian, how about after we get to Notting City, you come with me to find a job? My dad told me to find a blacksmith shop to work in the city, and I can earn at least 8 or 10 copper coins a day. Come with me. But Zhao Qian didn't go to Notting City to work. He was there to make big money. He immediately waved his hand and rejected. I can't work. It's impossible for me to work in this lifetime. I have plenty of ways to make money, so you don't have to worry. Over the years, he had been running around the village and had gained quite a bit of knowledge. It was all in his mind. You understand what I mean, right? As a result, both old Jack and the little boy Tang San looked at Zhao Qian helplessly and sighed. This distrustful look, who are they looking down on? Notting City, located on the border of the Tiandou Empire, is almost adjacent to the territory of the Tiandou Empire. Therefore, the city was built very grandly and solidly, with the city walls made of regular giant stones. After undergoing the inspection of the city guard soldiers, Zhao Qian directly separated from Tang San and old Jack. Grandpa Jack, you take Tang San to find a job first. I'm going to make tuition money. Don't worry about me. I'm clever. Old Jack watched Zhao Qian run far away and, leaning on his cane, felt both angry and anxious. This brat, still so wild after leaving home. Isn't he afraid of being kidnapped? Tang San was very worried about Zhao Qian because he knew Zhao Qian was very capable of running around and wouldn't he suffer losses. He wouldn't he forget how fast Zhao Qian ran and how cleverly he dodged when chased by a wolf dog before. Achoo! Zhao Qian, running along the road, couldn't he help but sneeze. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He was now full of excitement, feeling the freedom of soaring high like a bird and leaping like a fish. Notting City would be his first stop in conquering the Douluo Continent. He was determined to make a name for himself on this great road. He had already thought about his faction and future self-introduction. Zhao Qian, a soul master with a spiritual weapon. Void Ho, specializing in explosive summoning. Please give me some guidance. But before that, Zhao Qian had to rely on the soul beast in his colorful stone space to make some money. Tomorrow, the official registration at Notting Academy will begin. However, many people from other places should have arrived in Notting City today. With so many people around, there are certainly wealthy individuals willing to spend money on their children. Zhao Qian thought to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but shine with excitement. Without any hesitation, he asked for the address of the Nottingham City auction house and quickly ran over. After all, places like auction houses are where wealthy people gather. Shortly after, he arrived at the entrance of the Nottingham City auction house. Zhao Qian was carrying a cage covered with a black cloth, preparing to take it to the auction house for sale. Before he reached the door, a young servant stepped in front of him and blocked his way. What kind of kid are you? Go play somewhere else. This is an auction house, not a place for you. The servant impatiently shoved Zhao Qian while simultaneously bowing and smiling at the distinguished guests entering the auction house. I am here to sell something. Zhao Qian angrily broke free from the servant's push and looked at him seriously. Huh? The servant scoffed, placing his hands on his hips. You such a tiny little kid. Want to buy something? The servant shook his head and suddenly bent down, leaning close to Zhao Qian's ear and said fiercely, Let me tell you, you little brat, the auction house is busy today, so don't make trouble for me. Get lost quickly. Otherwise, I'll take you to a dark alley and give you a good beating. Zhao Qian never expected to encounter such a frustrating situation, feeling both speechless and indignant. However, he had no choice but to sell soul beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to pay the registration fee tomorrow. In desperation, Zhao Qian had to find a spot at the entrance of the auction house to set up a sign that read, Selling Soul Beasts. Just these 4 words were enough to catch people's attention, because on the Douluo Continent, selling soul beasts is a very rare occurrence. Most people want to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, typically going to the soul hunting forests nurtured by the Empire, which are usually found near every city. Some spirit master factions and families also have their own soul beasts. Therefore, very few people catch soul beasts only to sell them. The dangers of such an act are enough to deter most. After all, killing is easy, but capturing alive is not at all simple. As a result, Soul beast sales are rare and considered a once-in-a-few-years event. It wasn't long before people started to inquire around Zhao Qian. Little brother, are you sure you are selling soul beasts? Don't be deceptive. Hey kid, what soul beast do you have in that cage? Show me by lifting the cloth. If it matches my martial soul, I'll pay a high price. Hey, don't cut in line. Selling soul beasts is a rare opportunity. We should at least have a first come, first serve basis. I'll offer 3 gold soul coins. Little brother, regardless of whether your soul beast matches my attributes, I'm willing to buy it for 3 gold soul coins. Chapter 16. Earn 470,000. Seeing so many people interested in soul beasts, Zhao Qian immediately realized that the trade was on. Without a trace, he placed his hand on the black cloth and quietly exchanged the 10-year cultivated soul beast in the cage for one with 50 years of cultivation. This was a 50-year cultivated shadow lizard, extremely fast and more suitable for agility-oriented soul masters. Zhao Qian said, reaching out to remove the black cloth covering the cage. In an instant, a soul beast the size of a palm appeared in the iron cage, its 2 legs shimmering with the brilliance of soul power like transparent blue crystals. The nearby onlookers were all deeply attracted, their faces showing expressions of surprise. A flowing shadow lizard? How come I've never heard of this kind of soul beast? But it looks quite magical. Its hind legs sparkle with soul power, and its small body indeed resembles a speed-type soul beast. Wow, I never expected that just taking my son to register in Nodding City would lead to the discovery of such a rare soul beast. Many people gathered around Zhao Qian had interest sparkling in their eyes. Even if they didn't need it themselves, they could buy it as a gift for relatives and friends, or even resell it at a high price to others. However, it was no wonder they hadn't heard of the flowing shadow lizard, as that name was given by Zhao Qian. Originally, Zhao Qian was cultivating an ordinary 4-legged lizard, the kind that runs very fast. Who would have thought that as his soul power cultivation deepened, the 4-legged lizard would undergo a mutation, becoming even faster? Following the idea that any hot commodity must have a name that matches its grade, Zhao Qian then named the mutated 4-legged lizard the Shadow Lizard. We're the children selling soul beasts at our auction house. At this moment, a few people rushed out of the auction house, and the white-bearded old man at the front looked particularly anxious. Upon hearing this, the people beside the old man quickly led him towards Zhao Qian, who was surrounded by a crowd. The doorman, witnessing this scene, suddenly widened his eyes. The president, why is he out here? Could it be because of that child just now? But how is that possible? The polite president of a Nodding City auction house made his way through the crowd. As soon as he reached Zhao Qian, he excitedly crouched down and respectfully said to Zhao Qian, "Young brother, why don't you bring your soul beast to our Nodding City auction house to sell? ISNT the auction house right behind you. If you're in urgent need of money, I can represent the Nodding City auction house and buy it directly from you for 20 gold soul coins. How does that sound?" Zhao Qian shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I originally wanted to sell the soul beast at your auction house, but the gatekeeper just pushed me away. He even said that if I dared to come again, he would drag me into a small alley to deal with me. I won't take your 20 gold soul coins. There should be a first-come, first-served principle when buying things. I need to see if these uncles and aunts who came first are going to buy." Zhao Qian, unaffected by money and adhering to the principle of first-come, first-served with high-quality behavior, immediately garnered the admiration of those around him. Those who could enter the auction house were mostly nobles and wealthy merchants, and someone generously remarked, "Little brother, well said. I didn't expect you to have such demeanor at such a young age. Much better than my spoiled brat at home. I'll offer 21 gold soul coins for your soul beast." As soon as this was said, others around were eager to join in the fierce bidding. "Little brother, I'll offer 23 gold soul coins. My daughter is an agility-type soul master. I can introduce you to her later. Don't tempt our upright little brother. I'll offer 25 gold soul coins. I'll offer 27 gold soul coins." Meanwhile, the white-bearded president watched the enthusiastic bidding crowd with a dark expression and stepped away from the group, casting a glance at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, upon seeing this, was so frightened that his legs went weak, hurried over, knelt on the ground, and with a mournful face said, "President, I didn't know. Please give me another chance. I didn't know this child was a big customer. Didn't you tell me to stop those uncultured, low-class people from entering the auction house?" The president's face was initially just gloomy, but upon hearing this last sentence, he immediately flew into a rage. "Get rid of him." Poof! One of the weapon soul masters beside the president immediately summoned his dagger-shaped martial soul and coldly cut off the gatekeeper's tongue. "Here, Zhao Qian found that the price of the shadow lizard had already skyrocketed to an unbelievable 36 gold soul coins. For a soul beast that is only in the 10th year of its cultivation, which is merely a decade-level soul beast, this is simply unimaginable. It is important to note that 36 gold coins could easily hire 3 or 4 soul masters of over level 20 to help hunt 10-year level soul beasts in the soul hunting forest. However, thinking about the auction house right behind him, Zhao Qian understood with a surprised expression on his face. Soul beasts for sale are already a rare sight for years, not to mention selling right at the entrance of the auction house. Moreover, his shadow lizard was a variety they had never seen before. Naturally, these nobles would be eager to bid passionately there. Ultimately, the shadow lizard was sold for 47 gold soul coins. This 47 coins did not include any handling fees or profits for middlemen, meaning Zhao Qian gained a whopping sum worth 470,000 copper coins. Not to mention the registration fee for the Nodding Academy. Even if he studied for a full 6 years at Nodding Academy, this money would be more than enough. 470,000. Oh, 470,000. Squeezing Tang San once cost 20 copper coins. My goodness. How many times do I need to squeeze Tang San with this much money? Zhao Qian became more and more excited as he stood up, brushed off the dust, greeted the uncles and aunts around him, and prepared to leave. At that moment, the white-bearded president of the Nodding City auction came to Zhao Qian's side, smiling kindly and saying, "Little brother, did you sell the soul beast?" Zhao Qian blinked and nodded. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhao Qian saw a person thrown in front of him, but he couldn't see the face. The soul master with the dagger martial soul from before, seeing this, kicked the person on the ground over. Zhao Qian suddenly realized that this person was actually the gatekeeper who had pushed him, threatened him, and prevented him from entering the auction house earlier. What's going on here? Zhao Qian looked at the pleading eyes of the doorkeeper and said to the white-bearded president, "A slight punishment," the white-bearded president said with a kind smile. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you by our auction house. May I ask if you, young brother, or anyone in your family still has soul beasts? If so, please trust our Nodding City auction house once again. We will definitely not disappoint you. After the auction, we only charge an 8 handling fee on the proceeds. What do you think?" Zhao Qian didn't expect the white-bearded president to ask him so directly, and he was a bit surprised. However, he quickly put on a helpless expression and said, "It seems you've discovered my secret. I do have soul beasts at home. Next time, I'll steal one out and sell it to you, but you can only charge a 5 handling fee." "No problem, no problem." The president with the bright eyes immediately nodded in agreement. He originally just wanted to probe the kid for information, but he didn't expect the kid to actually be able to get a soul beast. As for whether it was stolen from his home, does that matter? They are just the middlemen at the auction house. By the way, little brother, how should we handle this person? After confirming that Zhao Qian was an immensely promising big client, the white-bearded president's attitude became much warmer and more considerate. "Let him go. I was thinking that if you slapped him, I would feel better. Who knew you guys were so ruthless?" and cut off his tongue. Zhao Qian furrowed his brows slightly like a little adult and said this. Chapter 17 Power Bank. After leaving the Nodding auction house, Zhao Qian was in a very good mood. Not only did he earn 47 gold soul coins on this trip, but he also found a channel for selling soul beasts in the future. Just thinking about the large amounts of gold soul coins flowing into his pockets in the future made Zhao Qian feel as if he was running lightly, almost ready to fly up to the sky, side by side with the sun. After inquiring with passers-by about the blacksmith shops in Nodding City, Zhao Qian began searching for them one by one. According to Zhao Qian's estimation, Tang San should have found a job at the blacksmith shop by now. After all, his father was the blacksmith of Holy Soul Village, and his unique hammering technique was enough to shock the continent. Sure enough, he soon arrived at a large blacksmith shop bustling with people. Zhao Qian faintly heard the sound of the only forging hammer in the blacksmith shop. The crisp clangs filled with rhythm and melody, like a beautiful symphony. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Zhao Qian quickly noticed a crowd gathered around, with the eyes of the muscular men filled with astonishment. What has this kid eaten to grow so strong? 27 strikes. This kid has swung the forging hammer for a full 27 strikes. My goodness, in this short time, the iron block he has forged already matches my entire day's work. Surrounded by the crowd, Tang San set down the forging hammer, let out a breath, and then asked the owner of the blacksmith shop, Uncle San, "Do you think I did well?" Yes. San immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, his eyes filled with excitement. As the current heir of this family-run blacksmith shop, he instantly recognized that Tang San had just used the legendary technique known as the chaotic cloak hammering method, which only master craftsmen could perform. How could he let such a treasure slip away? At this moment, Zhao Qian walked over and shouted loudly to the crowd, "San'er, is it you? Have you secured a job? If not, I can support you in the future." Seeing another child entering the blacksmith shop, the blacksmiths who had gathered around to watch Tang San forge all turned around. "Whose child are you? This is not a place for kids. There's sparks everywhere. It's dangerous. Go get your guardian," a burly blacksmith said as he wiped his dirty hands with a towel, preparing to carry Zhao Qian out. Zhao Qian quickly ran away and shouted, "I'm here to find someone. The child you are surrounding might be my friend. And don't look down on the child. I want to order a batch of battle armor and weapons from you right now," Zhao Qian said, pretending to reach into his pocket, and pulled out a handful of shining gold soul coins from the colorful stone space. Looking at so many gold soul coins, many blacksmiths' eyes went wide. Their monthly salary at most amounts to 3 or 4 silver soul coins, yet this kid just pulled out a handful of gold soul coins. It's important to note that 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to a full 100 silver soul coins. Meanwhile, Tang San faintly heard Zhao Qian's familiar voice, and immediately pushed through the crowd, spotting Zhao Qian holding a handful of gold soul coins. "Oh my god, Zhao Qian, how do you have so much money?" Little Tang San was almost blinded by the handful of shining gold soul coins in Zhao Qian's hand, his face filled with a dazed expression. Just moments ago, the owner of the blacksmith shop had told him that his monthly salary was 1 silver soul coin, and the gold soul coins in Zhao Qian's hand were almost equivalent to his total salary for hundreds of years. As soon as Zhao Qian saw Tang San squeezing out from among those burly blacksmiths, he immediately felt delighted and walked over to grab Tang San's small hand. "Santa, look, I have money now." The little boy Tang San was pulled to Zhao Qian's side and looked at the pile of shiny gold soul coins, feeling a bit dizzy and dazzled. He didn't know how long Zhao Qian would drain his soul power now that he had so much money. 100 years? 200 years? If Tang San knew the term power bank, he would definitely use it to describe himself. "Little brother, you just said you wanted to order a batch of battle armor and weapons from our blacksmith shop?" The owner of the blacksmith shop, Shi San, walked over, glanced at the pile of gold soul coins in Zhao Qian's hand, and asked enthusiastically, "Zhao Qian indeed has this intention. With weapons and armor in hand, even if he is a summoning-type soul master, he would have some ability for self-protection. As long as anyone dares to approach him, he can throw a knife at them, and if that doesn't work, he can throw a big iron block to block himself. Moreover, Zhao Qian also has a colorful stone in his dantian, and the space of the colorful stone is very large. Zhao Qian felt that if he didn't make good use of this biggest trump card, it would be a bit unfair to it. Immediately, Zhao Qian climbed onto a casting table, looked around the blacksmith shop, and said, "Forget about the battle armor for now. I'll buy it when I grow up. I want to buy all the spears, daggers, short swords, big ring knives, and scrap iron stumps you have here." Tang San looked at Zhao Qian, who was wildly purchasing, with some confusion, not understanding why he was spending so much money on so many weapons. "Little brother, everything is here. Rounding off the cents, it will be 3 gold soul coins for you." Shi San looked at Zhao Qian's wealthy young master demeanor and immediately happily instructed his subordinates to pack everything up and bring it over. Zhao Qian nodded and then held Tang San's hand, saying, "Is it okay for him to come here to work tomorrow?" "Of course, no problem," Shi San said immediately and cheerfully. "Well then, could you send a few people to help me take my things to the hotel where I'm staying?" Zhao Qian said as he handed 3 gold soul coins to Shi San. The little boy Tang San was stunned as Zhao Qian pulled him out of the blacksmith shop. And it wasn't until Zhao Qian had booked a room at a nearby inn that he slowly came to his senses. "Zhao Qian, is this what you call making big money?" Sitting on a chair by the table, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim to Zhao Qian, who was directing the people in the blacksmith shop to place the packed weapons on the ground. Once all the weapons were delivered, Zhao Qian hurriedly closed the doors and windows, waving his hand to store everything into the colorful stone space. Sanner, are you super curious about how I made so much money?" After tidying up the weapons, Zhao Qian turned to Tang San and said with a smile, "MHM." Tang San nodded, then asked, "And how did everything just disappear with a wave of your hand? Is it the ability of your weapon spirit, the celestial stone?" Zhao Qian knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he had storage abilities for long. Therefore, he immediately sat down next to Tang San and affirmed, "It is indeed the ability of my weapon spirit, the celestial stone. However, I still can't tell you how I made so much money. Otherwise, when you have money in the future, it won't be easy for me to squeeze your soul power for 20 copper coins." Tang San looked at Zhao Qian's expression and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. you probably wouldn't be able to escape Zhao Qian's exploitation in this lifetime. Chapter 18. Retian Sect. In the early morning, the entire Nodding City was just waking up. However, the entrance of Nodding Academy, located in the west of Nodding City, had already become lively. Luxurious carriages stopped here, all belonging to parents sending their children to the academy. A few who walked were also dressed extravagantly, causing the two gatekeepers to nod and bow continuously, accompanied by bright smiles. At this moment, two small figures were walking towards the gate of Nodding Academy. As they walked, one of the children pointed at the gate and said, "Sanner, look how impressive the academy's gate is. The iron gate is made of fine iron. How about we knock it down together someday and sell it?" After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh at Tang San's confused expression. The two doormen, upon seeing this, couldn't help but frown and exchange glances. Then, one of the doormen came over and blocked Zhao Qian and Tang San, who were about to enter the Nottingham Academy to register. "This place is not for you to enter freely. Go play somewhere else," the doorman scolded. At the same time, he noticed a luxurious carriage approaching not far away, and his eyes lit up. Looking back at the two poor-looking boys in coarse clothes, he immediately showed an impatient and angry expression. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. You two country bumpkins think you can become soul masters? What are you thinking?" As the doorman spoke, he roughly pushed and shoved Zhao Qian and Tang San, trying to drive them away. Tang San was caught off guard by the push and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Qian quickly reached out to catch him, but he stumbled a few steps. "Sanner, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Zhao Qian supported Tang San and looked at him with concern, asking, "Are you okay?" Tang San shook his head. Zhao Qian nodded, but when he looked at the doorman again, anger had already appeared on his face. Douluo Continent truly deserves its reputation as a world of fantasy and cultivation, filled with snobbish people everywhere, especially this snobbish doorman, who almost hurt his little Tang San. Summoning his martial soul, the Void Ho, without any hesitation, the angry Zhao Qian immediately activated his soul power and summoned the home martial soul from his right hand. With the unbounded soul skill, one strike breaks all laws. Zhao Qian, filled with rage, gave the doorman no chance to react, and fiercely struck at his abdomen with the home martial soul. The doorman's body bent like a bow in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. This little brat actually dared to hit him, and with a standard farming tool, as a useless martial soul. "Kid, you're dead." Clutching his stomach, the doorman's face was full of resentment as he raised his hand to summon his own martial soul to strike Zhao Qian. Everyone has a martial soul, as long as they're not a soul master. Whoever provokes him, the doorman would retaliate. But just then, a luxurious carriage approached nearby, and a dignified voice shouted, "Stop! You, a mere doorman, who gave you the audacity to publicly assault a student?" As he spoke, a burly and handsome middle-aged man, with an angry expression, stepped down from the luxurious carriage. "City Lord, it's you." The doorman was taken aback. His raised hand froze in place. But he quickly reacted, and with a face full of anger and resentment, he reported to the City Lord. "City Lord, these two country kids are not even students of Nodding Academy. Moreover, they try to sneak into the academy and just beat me up. Please, City Lord, help me deal with these two uncultured kids." To his surprise, the City Lord of Nodding suddenly brightened his eyes and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, "Oh, little brother, is that you? Are you also studying at Nodding Academy? I'm the uncle who bought that soul beast from you yesterday for 47 gold soul coins. Do you remember me?" Zhao Qian listened and looked at the middle-aged man, realizing that he was indeed the one who had taken a picture of him with the shadow lizard yesterday, which made him a bit happy. "Hello, uncle. I still remember you. However, I haven't enrolled at Nodding Academy yet. I plan to come and register today. But the doorman wouldn't let me in and almost pushed me and my friend to the ground, so I used my martial soul to hit him." The Lord of Nodding City smiled and listened, slowly nodding his head, then said to Zhao Qian, "Don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. Uncle will take care of it for you." The doorman, witnessing this scene, was already shocked and wide-eyed. He never expected that this country bumpkin actually knew the Lord of Nodding City, especially when he saw their familiar appearance. The last sentence from a lord made the doorman feel a chill all over. With a thud, the doorman immediately knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears on his face. "My lord, I was wrong. It's all my fault. It's all because I, a small person, couldn't recognize a great mountain and accidentally hurt this little brother. But this was an unintentional mistake. I beg you to forgive me, my lord." The lord did not respond to the pleading doorman, but instead smiled and looked at Zhao Qian. "What do you think, little brother? Zhao Qian had no grudge against the doorkeeper. After hitting him with a hoe, seeing him kneeling on the ground in a pitiful state made Zhao Qian's anger subside significantly. Should he just let him go? Maybe let him find another job? Zhao Qian glanced at Tang San and then spoke to the city lord. All right. The city lord smiled and nodded in agreement, then turned to the doorman who was kneeling on the ground and sternly reprimanded. Why aren't you thanking this little brother quickly? If it weren't for this little brother's pure kindness, I would have thrown you to the border patrol. The doorman immediately expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qian with tears of appreciation. Seeing this, Zhao Qian glanced at Tang San, who was calmly holding his arm, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It seemed that this world had once again refreshed his understanding. Sometimes ordinary people didn't live like humans at all. As the successor of the party, Zhao Qian felt it necessary to transform into a savior to rescue this crumbling world. However, before that, I must first possess enough power to deter the entire world. Zhao Qian thought to himself, suddenly feeling that he seemed to have a dream similar to Tang San's. He was also preparing to establish a force on the Douluo Continent. Tang San's was called Tang Sect. So what about his? Explosive Soldier Sect? Summoner Canyon? Beast Master Sect? Soul Master Sect? Or perhaps Sun Heaven Sect? In the Bagua, Qian represents heaven, and Zhao Qian's martial soul is a hoe, which perfectly aligns with the famous saying hoeing the rice under the midday sun. Zhao Qian suddenly felt that the Sun Moon sect seemed to match his temperament very well. After the Lord of Nodding City returned to the carriage, the noble lord's carriage did not stop at the door like others, but smoothly entered the academy. Inside the carriage, a young boy dressed in luxurious clothing suddenly asked the Lord, Dad, where did you go down for just now? Calling him little brother. Could it be that someone remarkable has come to Nodding City? The Lord of Nodding City smiled gently at his son in splendid attire and said, that child with the martial soul of a hoe indeed has an extraordinary background. Xinyu, do you remember the rare soul beast, the flowing shadow lizard, that I prepared for you to provide your first soul ring? The boy Zhao Qianyu's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, the flowing shadow lizard that provided me with the first soul ring soul skill. Shadowy image? The Lord smiled and nodded, advising, in the future, when you encounter that child with the martial soul of a hoe at the academy, be friendly. Who knows? When you reach level 20, you might be able to buy a good soul beast from him as a soul ring. Chapter 19. Enrollment Sanner. When I had a conflict with that doorman earlier, were you planning to use your hidden sword to kill him? Walking within Nodding Academy, Zhao Qian suddenly said to Tang San beside him. The little boy Tang San was taken aback. He did not expect his secretive action to be discovered. The Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record contains guidelines for dealing with people, and Tang San rarely interacts with outsiders, focusing instead on cultivation and developing hidden weapons. Thus, upon confirming that the doorman was an enemy, he planned to kill him mercilessly to avoid trouble in the future. Zhao Qian looked at the little boy Tang San, who was momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but chuckle as he pinched his face, saying, in the future, don't be so extreme when doing things. There are many ways to solve problems. Tang San nodded slightly, gazing at Zhao Qian's gentle and warm smile, his eyes involuntarily becoming a bit dazed. What a warm feeling. This was Tang San's inner thought. Instinctively, little Tang San moved a little closer to Zhao Qian, carefully observing Zhao Qian's youthful profile. Suddenly he realized that this was simply the most handsome and adorable person in the world. Aside from the straight path at the entrance of Nodding Academy, the entire academy was actually not that big. It mainly consisted of the main teaching building, cafeteria, playground, and the dormitory building next to the playground. After politely asking other enrolled children and parents along the way, Zhao Qian and Tang San arrived at the first floor of the main teaching building. This was where the Academic Affairs Office was located and also where Zhao Qian and Tang San registered. Sitting at the reception desk for new students was an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, with two young assistants in their 20s helping him. A line had already formed, but it wasn't very long. After all, not every child had the qualifications to become a Soul Master. Therefore, as a Soul Master Academy, Nodding Academy generally enrolled around 50 new students each year. Soon it was Tang San's turn, and he immediately handed the work-study student certificate with his martial soul registered to the elderly gentleman. The elderly gentleman, who had been sitting there calmly, widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing the martial soul hall certificate. Innate full soul power. But why was the martial soul blue silvergrass? The two young assistants beside him were also surprised and leaned in to take a look. Indeed, seeing on the certificate issued by the Martial Soul Hall, name, Tang San age, 6 years martial soul, blue silver grass innate soul power level, full level 10. Then, The astonished looks in their eyes turned to pity, because any martial soul, as long as it wasn't the absolute worst blue silvergrass, could shine in the academy with innate full soul power. Unfortunately, it was blue silvergrass, too weak, probably even difficult to absorb soul rings. The elderly gentleman quickly calmed his feelings of regret, shook his head, and handed the student supplies to Tang San, saying, "This is your school uniform, provided free by the academy. You will reside in dormitory number 7. Your work-study job will also be arranged by the teacher managing your dormitory number 7. Just wait for the notification." Tang San nodded, holding his things and standing aside as it was Zhao Qian's turn. Zhao Qian immediately took out the certificate sent by the spirit hall to the village after his martial soul awakening. The old man glanced curiously at Tang San standing beside him, then looked at Zhao Qian, directing his attention to the martial soul awakening certificate. Name: Zhao Qian. Age: 6 years old. Martial soul. Ho innate soul power level 7. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Innate soul power level 7. This is a good seed. Although the martial soul is a Ho, it still has offensive power. However, seeing that Zhao Qian was without a guardian and dressed in coarse clothes, he didn't look like a wealthy person. Immediately, the old man gently asked Zhao Qian, "Little friend, do you have enough tuition? The registration fee, accommodation fee, and tuition for Nodding Academy total 32,000 copper coins. Should we wait for your parents to come before you pay?" I have enough, Grandpa," Zhao Qian said, and then took out a handful of golden soul coins from his pocket. The dazzling scene immediately shocked the old man and the 2 young men beside him. Even the later students and parents widened their eyes, staring at the handful of golden soul coins in Zhao Qian's hand. So wealthy, they could hardly believe their eyes. A little kid, wearing cheap coarse cloth clothes, turned out to be a hidden little tycoon. However, Tang San, who was standing aside, was slightly surprised, but then showed a helpless expression, because Tang San knew that Zhao Qian loved to show off his shiny golden soul coins. After counting 4 coins from the handful in his hand, Zhao Qian immediately handed them to the old man, sitting behind the table. "Old man, have you seen enough?" Zhao Qian said, shaking the gold spirit coins in his hands, which made a clattering sound before he put them away. The old man was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "That's enough, that's enough. Here are the 80 silver spirit coins for you. And this is your school uniform. You can stay in dormitory room number 1. As soon as Zhao Qian heard that he had to part ways with Tang San, he immediately waved his hand to refuse. How could he allow himself to be separated from Tang San? Otherwise, that little rabbit, Xiao Wu, would definitely take advantage of the situation. The one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. Zhao Qian, as a good friend of Tang San, absolutely cannot let their friendship be shattered because of a third party. By the way, Zhao Qian also helped Tang San pay some money to exempt him from the work assigned to him as a work-study student at school. "Zhao Qian, you know I can make hidden weapons. It seems that there aren't any exquisite and powerful weapons in the world. I should be able to make a good amount of money selling hidden weapons in the future. How about I put all the money I earn with you then?" While holding his school uniform and walking towards the dormitory building, Tang San suddenly looked at Zhao Qian and said this. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised and immediately asked, "Why?" "To repay you for your help," Tang San said seriously, "and I can see that you seem to really like golden soul coins." Zhao Qian felt extremely happy and immediately took out a silver soul coin, placing it on the head of the little boy Tang San. "This is a reward for you. If you ever need money, just tell me. Don't make it hard on yourself." Tang San felt the silver soul coin pressing on his head and glanced at Zhao Qian, who was laughing and running away, looking somewhat bewildered. This, perhaps, is what playful interaction between friends looks like. Suddenly, a brilliant smile appeared on Tang San's face, and he followed Zhao Qian all the way to the bottom of the dormitory building with the silver soul coin on his head. Since there weren't many students in the school, there was only this one dormitory building, which housed 7 dorms. Among them, dormitory number 7, where Zhao Qian and Tang San lived, was specifically designated for work-study students and had very basic conditions. Moreover, regardless of grade or gender, everyone lived together in this dormitory. As soon as they reached the entrance, they could see that the dormitory, with its wide-open door, was quite spacious, accommodating 50 beds. However, only 11 beds had bedding, and 7 or 8 older students were making a racket and playing around. As soon as Tang San and Zhao Qian appeared at the door, someone noticed them and exchanged glances. Immediately, the tallest among the older students swaggered over, looking down at Zhao Qian and Tang San with an imposing demeanor. New work-study students? Chapter 20. Come to my bed tonight for a detailed talk. Hello, I am a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. This is my good friend who moved here from another dormitory to live with me, Tang San said with a friendly smile, introducing himself politely. The tall boy listened and looked at Zhao Qian with curiosity. You moved over from another dormitory? Aren't you all from Holy Soul Village? How come one is poor and the other is rich? Tang San didn't know how to answer this question and couldn't help but turn to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian looked seriously at the tall senior and said earnestly, That's right. Why is it that both of us come from poor rural backgrounds? Yet one of us is poor while the other is rich? This brings us to a job opportunity. What job? All the seniors in the dormitory became interested and curiously gathered around to ask. They all came from impoverished backgrounds. If they had money, who would choose to live in the lowest tier dormitory as a work-study student? Only a fool would do that. Seeing that he had piqued their curiosity, Zhao Qian maintained his serious demeanor and continued earnestly. Do you want to earn hundreds of coins a month? Yes. The seniors nodded excitedly. Do you want to earn 10 copper coins in just a few minutes? Yes. Some seniors clenched their fists in excitement. Come to my bed tonight, and we'll discuss it in detail. Zhao Qian smiled mysteriously and said to everyone, Hey. The old students immediately looked at him with disdain and took 2 steps back, hugging themselves tightly. This mischievous kid was really bad, making them all break out in goosebumps. Zhao Qian is feeling helpless. He originally wanted to provide these people with a financial opportunity, but unfortunately, they are not seizing the chance in front of them. It seems that I can only continue to squeeze my little Tang San every day. Zhao Qian smiled and looked at Tang San, who was holding daily necessities beside him. Just as Tang San was examining the bed positions in the 7th dormitory, his delicate body trembled inexplicably. The bed Tang San found was next to Zhao Qian's. While he was tidying up, the tall senior from earlier walked over again, looking somewhat shy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, and I am a level 9 soul master. I'm the leader of this dormitory. May I ask, is it really possible to earn more than 10 copper coins in just a few minutes? Not in 10 minutes? Zhao Qian, who was lying on the bed, sorting it out after taking off his shoes, turned his head to look at Wang Sheng upon hearing this. At the same time, the other seniors not far away were also secretly watching, looking quite expectant. It depends on you. If your strength isn't enough, it might be over in just a few seconds. We can negotiate the price, and we won't give you less than 10 copper coins. Zhao Qian looked at Wang Sheng and said. Wang Sheng lowered his head and did not dare to look at Zhao Qian, slightly nodded and continued softly. Then I will consider whether it's possible. Zhao Qian had no objections. Watching Wang Sheng turn and leave, Zhao Qian continued to tidy up the bedding. At that moment, the little boy Tang San glanced at the departing Wang Sheng and couldn't help but crawl down from his bed to walk over to Zhao Qian, asking Zhao Qian, Do you also want to absorb their soul power? Zhao Qian nodded and continued to tidy up the bed. Don't you want me anymore? Tang San stared intently at Zhao Qian, his eyes inexplicably reddening. What's going on? Are you crying? Zhao Qian looked at Tang San's expression, feeling somewhat puzzled. The little boy Tang San wasn't really crying, but somehow, as soon as Zhao Qian said that, his tears immediately fell like pearls that had slipped off a string, plopping down on the ground. Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? What did I say? I didn't want you anymore. We grew up together in the village. Even if I were to throw my wife away, I would never abandon you. Zhao Qian hurriedly hugged the little boy Tang San and gently patted his back, soothing him. On the other side, Wang Sheng had just returned, and the 7 senior students couldn't help but gather around, looking anxious as they whispered, So, how is it, boss? What did that little rich kid say? Yeah, boss, is it really just a few minutes for more than 10 copper coins? Seeing the eager expressions on these senior students, Wang Sheng felt a bit embarrassed and nodded, saying he said he would give us at least 10 copper coins. The faces of the 7 senior students immediately showed surprise and excitement. The time is not fixed. Wang Sheng continued softly, lowering his head. He said if we're not good enough, it might end in just a few seconds. Upon hearing this, one of the senior students immediately said with a complicated expression, What do you think? Why do these rich kids have this kind of hobby? Who knows? The key is that we can get at least 10 copper coins for just a few minutes. It's so tempting. It's much easier than working outside. What should we do? What should we do? I'm still a virgin. One senior student sat on the bed, crying, and picked up a pillow to bite on, tears glimmering in his eyes. Wang Sheng, lowering his head, suddenly clenched his fists and stared with wide eyes at the 7 senior students beside him, saying, Why don't we just do it? 10 copper coins for just a few minutes. I can't swallow this anger without earning this money. Then, can you ask that rich kid if we can do it on our own bed? The previously crying senior student blinked his tear-streaked big eyes, looking hopefully at Wang Sheng. The other senior students thought for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. This was their first time doing such a thing, and they felt a bit embarrassed. So being more passive was better. Wang Sheng secretly gave a thumbs up to this senior student's suggestion and then agreed, "Okay, I'll ask." Then the group of senior students, including Wang Sheng, saw Tang San crying in Zhao Qian's arms, his little body trembling. Everyone was instantly petrified. They finally understood why this little rich kid was willing to move into the worst dormitory instead of staying in a good one. It was all filled with deep feelings. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone looked towards the sound, including Zhao Qian, and their eyes immediately widened. They saw a cute little girl standing at the door, looking about 6 years old, with a pretty little face that was rosy and fair, resembling a gentle and adorable little white rabbit, evoking a strong desire in everyone. Zhao Qian looked at the little girl at the door with long black hair, tied in a scorpion braid, and he slightly came back to his senses. He knew that Xiao Wu, this little bunny, had arrived. Meanwhile, Tang San noticed that Zhao Qian was staring at the little girl outside and frowned slightly. Then, he suddenly smiled and said to Zhao Qian, "How about we push the beds together? That way it will be bigger." Zhao Qian nodded immediately upon hearing this. The bed being put together indeed matched his intentions. In the future, after exhausting Tang San's inner strength, he could directly lie down on the bed to rest. As for the pretty little girl at the door, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, her big eyes glanced at the door number, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, the dance. Wang Sheng glanced over at Zhao Qian and then walked toward the newcomer Xiao Wu, smiling as he said, "Hello, little sister Xiao Wu. I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is Battle Tiger, a level 9 soul master, the future battle soul master, and also the leader of 7 Dorm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and smiled as she said, "My martial soul is a rabbit, a very cute kind of rabbit, a level 10 soul master. Can I come in now? Level 10 soul master?" Wang Sheng was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Then, looking at Xiao Wu, who was curiously observing the surroundings as she approached 7 Dorm, he quickly stopped her and said, "Well, little sister Xiao Wu, we have a rule in 7 Dorm that newcomers must demonstrate their strength. Although you are a level 10 soul master, as the leader of 7 Dorm, I must spar with you. You look so small, you probably haven't trained for long. So I will try to go easy on you. Are you sure?" Xiao Wu looked at Wang Sheng with a strange expression and asked, "To clarify one thing, there are no gays. There are no gays. Zhao Qian and the protagonist are good friends, and their relationship is pure. It's a clean friendship. How can you say such things and always make baseless accusations? It's normal for friends to have little emotional moments and hug each other. My friend even links arms with me while walking. Sometimes when I talk to others and ignore him, he gets upset too. If he sees me having fun with others, he might feel unhappy and even stop talking to me. When we play together, they might sit in my lap or lean their heads on my shoulder while we watch movies and such. You are just envious of the friendship between Zhao Qian and Tang San. You can't tarnish such a pure novel filled with truth, goodness, and beauty." Chapter 21. The Dormitory Leader. Yes, Little Wu. Let's get started. Wang Sheng nodded and assumed a ready position, looking at Little Wu. As the leader of Dormitory 7, a level 9 soul master with a Battle Tiger martial soul, Wang Sheng didn't think he would lose to Little Wu, a level 10 little girl with a rabbit martial soul. In his eyes, such a cute little girl must have no combat experience. He thought that as soon as he released his martial soul, this adorable little girl would cry like a pear blossom in the rain. "Then you better be careful," Little Wu said with a grin, suddenly disappearing from her spot and rushing towards Wang Sheng. Rabbit kick. Then there was a loud bang, and Wang Sheng, who was standing there, was sent flying. The beds behind him were pushed out of place by his impact. Wow, that's amazing. The older students watching from Dormitory 7 were all stunned. They never expected that this 6-year-old little girl who just entered school would have such terrifying strength. Even their senior leader Wang Sheng was taken out in one move. Getting up from the ground, Wang Sheng immediately saw the shocked expressions of the older students and couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment and anger. As a man, as a senior student, as a level 9 soul master with a Battle Tiger martial soul, he had actually been taken out by a 6-year-old little girl. This was simply a great humiliation. Come again. Wang Sheng became serious, his eyes fixed intently on Little Wu. Martial soul, Battle Tiger. Wang Sheng activated his martial soul. He could no longer underestimate the strength of this little girl with level 10 soul power. This time, he would give it his all and make sure this little girl knew how strong he was. A man would never concede defeat to a little girl. Suddenly, A layer of yellow light erupted from behind Wang Sheng, forming an imposing phantom battle tiger standing upright. In that moment, Wang Sheng's muscles bulged, as if filled with explosive power, and even his eyes became fiercer. The older students watching in Dormitory 7 became tense, fearing that the leader who had activated his martial soul would make the delicate little girl cry. Bang! Who would have thought there was another loud bang? In the blink of an eye, little Wu had wrapped herself around Wang Sheng and sent him flying again. One of the beds nearby was directly shattered by Wang Sheng's impact. How about it? Do you want to come again? Little Wu said with a smile. Not far away, the older students watching were left speechless in shock. What did they just see? Their leader, who had activated the mighty battle tiger martial soul, was still taken out in one move by that delicate little girl. Could this little girl be a monster? Zhao Qian had long anticipated that Xiao Wu would win. Don't ask why. Just think of the 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu, this old rabbit who had lived for 100,000 years, was not just someone who had lived 2 lives like Zhao Qian, but even when combined with Tang San, who also had 2 lives, their ages together wouldn't even be enough for her to have them as grandsons. As Xiao Wu watched Zhao Qian and Tang San laughing and chatting quietly together on the bed, she felt a subtle discomfort in her heart. Were they also from the 7th dormitory? Why were they ignoring her? Xiao Wu pointed at Zhao Qian and Tang San and asked Wang Sheng. This. Wang Sheng was momentarily at a loss for how to respond and could only tell the truth. They were actually new students who had just arrived. Also new students? Xiao Wu murmured, noticing that everyone in the dorm had bedding, while she had brought nothing. Her eyes brightened. Then, she bounced over to Tang San and revealed a cute smile. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. Could you lend me your bedding? Once I buy new ones later, I'll return them to you. Tang San didn't expect this new little girl to approach him, and he glanced at Zhao Qian, who was smiling at Xiao Wu. Immediately, Tang San calmly closed his eyes and began to meditate on the bed. At the same time, he coldly uttered 2 words, not borrowing. Xiao Wu felt a bit awkward, standing there unsure of what to do, and unconsciously turned her eyes toward Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian saw this and immediately closed his eyes, pretending to be dead, falling onto the bed. He didn't want Tang San to misunderstand anything again. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. He would rather sacrifice the old rabbit, Xiao Wu, to gain a good brother like Tang San. Wang Sheng, you said that if I defeat you, I become the boss of the 7th dormitory, right? Xiao Wu turned to Wang Sheng, both embarrassed and angry, and glared at him as she asked. Wang Sheng cautiously nodded. Then why are they unwilling to lend me their bedding? Xiao Wu pointed at Tang San and Zhao Qian, stamping her foot in anger. Wang Sheng felt quite awkward. He suddenly realized he wasn't familiar with Zhao Qian and Tang San either. He had just approached them to assert his dominance, but a moment later, he was distracted by a kid over there thinking about his part-time job that night. Boss, actually those 2 don't count as members of our 7th dormitory. We have a rule in the 7th dormitory that everyone must spar with the dormitory boss before moving in. I got so caught up chatting with them that I forgot to spar with them. Wang Sheng said, glancing cautiously at Zhao Qian, afraid that his words might upset him. Hearing this, Xiao Wu, who was already very angry, suddenly brightened her eyes and turned to Tang San, huffing, Hey newcomer, you heard what Wang Sheng said. Do you dare to fight me? Otherwise, you have to obediently listen to me, your boss Xiao Wu. From now on, you all have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Zhao Qian, who was originally lying on the bed, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing this and looked at Xiao Wu, saying, Can I not call you that? No. Xiao Wu pouted angrily at Zhao Qian and said, Unless you can defeat me, then you can call me whatever you want. At this moment, Tang San, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Xiao Wu, saying, I accept your challenge. After defeating you, you're not allowed to let anyone call you Sister Xiao Wu anymore. All right. Xiao Wu immediately performed a few graceful turns and stepped back to clear space. Seeing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a bit worried and quickly said to Tang San, Be careful, don't hurt that little girl. Originally, Tang San was quite happy that Zhao Qian cared about him, but upon hearing the latter part, his gaze toward Xiao Wu instantly turned a bit cold. Such a cute little girl. If he hurt her, she would probably cry for a long time, right? With this thought in mind, Tang San quickly stood in front of Xiao Wu and calmly introduced himself. I am Tang San, with a martial soul blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. Please give me your guidance. Upon hearing this, Xiao was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Your martial soul is grass. Mine is a rabbit. Just happens to counter you. Chapter 22, Rabbit's Bottom, soft and tender. The battle was about to begin. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. The young Tang San's expression was calm, showing no hesitation as he directly activated his footwork to reach Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was surprised. She didn't expect this boy to be so fast. However, she was not flustered at all, as she had a very high level of agility skills, excelling in close combat. Now that Tang San had come uninvited, Xiao Wu was more than happy. In her heart, she had already determined Tang San's defeat. Close combat against an opponent who was just a child of the same age was undoubtedly a win for her, who specialized in agility skills. With this thought, Xiao Wu, using her agility skills like a flexible snake wrapping around Tang San's body, couldn't help but smile with pride. Purple extreme magic eyes, mysterious jade hand. Without any hesitation, the cold-eyed Tang San directly activated two supreme techniques from the Tang sect, the martial arts recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. Slap! In an instant, Xiao Wu was struck by Tang San's mysterious jade hand on her little butt, sending her flying. After quickly turning in the air and landing safely on the ground, Xiao Wu, with a flushed face, covered her little butt and glared at Tang San, stomping her foot and saying, You dare to hit my butt. Not far away. The older students were all shocked, their mouths agape. They had seen how powerful Xiao Wu was. Even their former leader, Wang Sheng, who had the martial soul of a battle tiger and was at level 9 of soul power, had been defeated by her in one move. Yet, this unbelievable guy with a blue-silver grass martial soul and innate full soul power actually hadn't been defeated. He even hit their sister Xiao Wu's, but they could hardly believe this was real. And Zhao Qian, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but facepalm and sigh helplessly. It's over. Pure-hearted little virgin Sanner has been seduced by a 10,000-year-old rabbit. Indeed, as someone who had never even touched a girl's hand in 2 lifetimes, Tang San felt quite embarrassed at this moment. Xiao Wu was furious and quickly rushed to Tang San's side, ready to give him a good beating. She wanted to show this smelly boy that she, Xiao Wu, was not to be trifled with. Tang San soon came to his senses, and before long, he was grappling with Xiao Wu. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash, Tang San was kicked away by a rabbit kick from Xiao Wu, crashing into the edge of a bed. Zhao Qian hurriedly stepped forward to help Tang San up, concerned, and said, Are you okay, Sanna? It's all my fault. I want to advise you to go easy next time. Zhao Qian quickly helped Tang San back to bed, letting him lie down to rest. Thank you, Zhao Qian, I'm fine. I just hit her on the butt. It was soft, and I didn't react in time, the little boy Tang San whispered in Zhao Qian's ear. At that moment, Xiao Wu walked over and took away the new bedding that Zhao Qian had bought for Tang San, glaring at Tang San with a fierce look before leaving. Oof, your bedding belongs to me now. What surprised Zhao Qian was that the bed Xiao Wu chose was actually the one closest to Tang San. Zhao Qian was almost dumbfounded. No way. A slap on the butt and suddenly feelings skyrocketed? Or is it that there's an invisible red thread of fate tying them together? Zhao Qian found it really difficult to understand girls' thoughts, which were completely inscrutable to him. On the other side, Wang Sheng felt a sense of relief when he saw that Xiao Wu didn't go looking for Zhao Qian to spar. Then, Wang Sheng quietly approached Zhao Qian, lowered his head, and said softly, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for telling Sister Xiao Wu the rules of the 7th dormitory that got your friend hurt. Zhao Qian did not blame Wang Sheng. After all, this fight was meant to happen. It was fate's arrangement. What do you need from me? Zhao Qian asked. Wang Sheng, with his head down, cautiously glanced at Xiao Wu, who was tidying the bed, and then at Tang San, who was lying on the bed. Seeing this, Tang San immediately closed his eyes and turned his head to the side. Only then did Wang Sheng blush a little and say, can you come to our bed tonight? We're all waiting for you in our own beds. Also, could you please be gentle? Xiao Wu is here. Zhao Qian rolled his eyes in silence, wondering what this fool was thinking. Did he really believe it was something special? But Zhao Qian still nodded and replied, sure. Of course. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Qian, and my martial soul is the Void Ho with an innate soul power level of 7. Wang Sheng, who was just about to leave, suddenly froze upon hearing this. The Void Ho? Zhao Qian nodded and, looking seriously at Wang Sheng, said, Spirit Martial Soul, Void Ho. You've never heard of it, right? Wang Sheng immediately shook his head like a rattle, indicating that he hadn't heard of it. Not to mention him, even Tang San, who was closest to Zhao Qian, didn't know about it. Tang San, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, wondered, where did this Void Ho come from? Isn't it just a farming tool hoe? Zhao Qian smiled mysteriously and gestured for Wang Sheng to lean in closer, whispering, I have a supreme martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, you know? It's on that level. Immediately, Wang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Qian. his expression filled with shock. You are. Sure. Zhao Qian quickly put his index finger to his lips, signaling Wang Sheng to keep quiet. Wang Sheng, who had almost shouted out loud, hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands and then nodded vigorously. He was now certain. Zhao Qian is not only a young rich kid, but also a young master with a significant background and history. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng's gaze towards Zhao Qian was filled with excitement and admiration. In fact, Wang Sheng even felt a hint of anticipation for the night to come. At that moment, Zhao Wu suddenly exclaimed loudly in the dormitory, "Wang Sheng, do you have to pay for meals at school?" Wang Sheng was slightly taken aback, thinking, shouldn't meals cost money? However, he quickly reacted and replied confidently, "You have to pay for meals at school. But we work-study students usually have tight budgets, and just grab a bite on the first floor of the cafeteria." Huh? Zhao Wu's expression froze upon hearing this. Because she had no money, not a single coin. At this moment, Zhao Qian stepped forward, helping Tang San up while saying loudly, "Let's all go eat, it's on me." Instantly, all the eyes in the 7th dormitory were drawn to Zhao Qian, filled with surprise. Holding the little boy Tang San with both hands, Zhao Qian looked at everyone staring at him and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you all staring at me for? Let's eat, it's on me, eat whatever you like." Saying this, Zhao Qian walked out of the 7th dormitory. Behind him, the older students in the dormitory immediately cheered excitedly. "Yay! Long live young master, Zhao Qian. After so many years in the academy, we can finally have a good meal." Even Zhao Wu, at this moment, looking at Zhao Qian's back, had stars in her big eyes. Chapter 23, Ha Ha Ha, Shovel. As they passed through the playground, the group quickly arrived at the school cafeteria. As a junior Soul Master Academy, the cafeteria of Nodding Academy is quite large, with 300 seats on the first floor alone. It's worth noting that the total number of teachers and students at Nodding Academy is just over 300. The second floor of the cafeteria is usually where faculty and wealthy students dine. The food is abundant, and the ingredients are fresh, not to mention that it is delicious. Oh, aren't those the poor souls from Wang Sheng's group? As soon as they entered the cafeteria, a sharp voice filled with contempt came from the second floor. Zhao Qian turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and saw a group of senior students standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor, all looking at them with mocking expressions. The speaker was a well-dressed, handsome boy of about 11 or 12 years old, who wore a look of disdain and provocation in his eyes. Poor folks are just poor folks, never qualified to eat on the second floor. As he spoke, a student behind the well-dressed boy handed him a chicken leg wrapped in paper. Smells good." The well-dressed boy sniffed the chicken leg in front of his nose, revealing an expression of intoxication. A few work-study students couldn't help but feel a bit greedy and secretly swallow their saliva. But suddenly, the boy abruptly threw the chicken leg down, smashing hard onto the ground. With a loud smack, several work-study students were startled and quickly stepped back several paces. "See, I know you're poor, but today this young master is feeling generous and will let you eat," the well-dressed boy said. And the senior students behind him all burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain and provocation. The well-dressed boy also laughed, wanting to embarrass Wang Sheng. How could a dirty kid from a poor rural area be worthy of being in the same academy as him? Who is he? He is the son of the Lord of Nodding City, Zhao Qian, and he is already a soul master with a soul power level of 11. What? Is the chicken leg this young master is giving you not tasty or something? Zhao Qian's expression turned cold as he saw Wang Sheng and the other work-study students not picking up the dirty chicken leg that had fallen on the ground. "I want you to pick it up and eat it for me," Zhao Qian suddenly shouted angrily, slamming a hand down and smashing a piece of the wooden handrail. Splintering wood flying everywhere. "Who do you think you are?" Zhao Wu said angrily. On the way here, Wang Sheng had already explained all the rules of the 7th dormitory to Zhao Wu, so when someone bullied the work-study students, she stood up. Little did she know that the moment she stood up, the group of senior students on the second floor suddenly looked at her with shining eyes. Such a cute little loli. Lolas have 3 good traits: soft voice, soft body, and easy to topple, including Zhao Qian. The senior students all looked at Zhao Wu with lewd smiles. But at that moment, Zhao Qian, who had been carrying Tang San on his back, was furious. "What do you want? Can't you see I'm carrying someone? Want to fight? Come on." Zhao Qian spoke fiercely and suddenly summoned his martial soul, a long-handled hoe, which immediately appeared in his right hand. The senior students on the second floor were taken aback at first, and then they couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears almost coming out of their eyes. "How, ahu. A student with a home martial soul actually wants to fight us. This is just too funny. Ha ha." A group of senior students were laughing uncontrollably, frantically slapping the railing. Who knew that when Zhao Qian saw the home martial soul in Zhao Qian's hand, his expression suddenly froze. He remembered what his dad had told him. Never provoke a freshman with a home martial soul. Bang! Immediately, Zhao Qian slammed his palm forcefully on the railing and angrily shouted at the senior students behind him. Everyone, shut up. Who the hell allowed you to laugh? If you keep laughing, I'll drag you all out and give you a beating. As the son of the city lord of Nodding City, Zhao Qian had long been influenced by his father's aura of authority over the years. Therefore, Zhao Qian knew that there were many people they couldn't afford to offend. Once, he had been domineering among the nodding students, and even the teachers didn't dare to manage him, precisely because he knew these people had no background. But Zhao Qian was different. He was a student with a home martial soul. This could very well be the freshman his father warned him not to provoke. Immediately, in the astonished gaze of the senior students who were scolded by Zhao Qian, he hurriedly ran down the stairs in a few steps and approached the student with the home martial soul. Hello, my name is Zhao Qian. I'm sorry for the trouble that I and my subordinates have caused you. May I ask, are you a new student who just enrolled today? Zhao Qian looked at Zhao Qian with a humble and cautious demeanor, as if he had become a different person. What is the matter? Zhao Qian slightly nodded, his expression calm and unchanged. He had already vaguely guessed that Zhao Qian's sudden attitude upon seeing his home martial soul was likely due to his lord father, who had taken a picture of the flowing shadow lizard and mentioned something to him after seeing his martial soul at the school gate. Since Zhao Qian's lord father treated Zhao Qian with courtesy, Zhao Qian naturally did not dare to act recklessly after realizing who he was. When Zhao Qian heard that the person in front of him was indeed the new student his father had warned him not to provoke, his face instantly turned pale with fear. Then, in the incredulous gazes of almost everyone in the Nodding Academy cafeteria, the domineering Zhao Qian actually fell to his knees in front of the work-study student with the home martial soul. Moreover, he clutched the thigh of the work-study student, who held the hoe in his right hand and wore a calm expression, and lamented, I really didn't expect you to be here, and I accidentally bumped into you. Please forgive me for my rudeness. He then pointed at the upper floor where the senior students were, adding, and those people upstairs, they all encouraged me. For some reason, the senior students instinctively felt a sense of unease and danger, and they all panicked, waving their hands as they backed away, as if to say, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, really, it wasn't me. Zhao Qian calmly shouldered the hoe on his right shoulder and then said, all right, get up. Originally, I just invited these work-study students to the cafeteria for a meal, but unfortunately, now the mood is all gone. Hearing this, Zhao Qian, who was kneeling at Zhao Qian's feet with tears on his face, quickly stood up. Then, to the bewildered eyes of Tang San, Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, and everyone in the cafeteria, Zhao Qian excitedly stood in front of the student carrying the hoe, pointing at himself, and saying, me, let me treat you. It's all my fault for having some clueless subordinates who accidentally bumped into you. Today, I'll treat you. You and these work-study students can eat whatever you want on the second floor of the cafeteria. Seeing this scene, Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, and the other work-study students, who were all in shock, exchanged glances. Is this really the arrogant Zhao Qian who looks down on everyone? How does it feel like the seemingly ordinary Zhao Qian, who is even carrying a hoe, is far more terrifying than Zhao Qian, whose father is the city lord? Chapter 24. Establishing a force. All the teachers and students in the cafeteria never expected such an event to happen. Who is Zhao Qian? He is the child of the city lord. He has always been domineering in the academy, and not only the students, but even the teachers dared not provoke him. Yet today he knelt. When he knelt, there was no arrogance or brutality. He abandoned all his dignity and shame. Gulp. All the teachers and students, whether upstairs or downstairs in the cafeteria, couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the thin figure carrying the hoe at the entrance. This person is indeed so terrifying. Even Zhao Qian, whom they dared not provoke, has knelt. What about them? If they provoke this student with the hoe, wouldn't it be a direct ticket to disaster? Eyes closed, covered with a cloth, fire burning in the furnace, ashes scattered into the sea. Everyone thought of this and couldn't help but shiver. They simply didn't dare to think any further. But from today on, starting now, more than half of the teachers and students in Nodding Academy knew that they had to place a new figure at the top of their list of people they must not provoke. A new student, just enrolled, carrying a hoe. When you think he is just an ordinary farmer's child who could be bullied at will, that is the day you suffer the backlash of society. And Zhao Qian was fully aware of all this. He knew that starting today, his reputation would surely spread throughout the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, those advanced students would likely fear him like a tiger. Thanks to the advantageous environment brought by Zhao Qian suddenly felt, perhaps I can start the construction of the ATen sect right now. As long as I want, the students in Nodding Academy will probably swarm over, even the teachers in the academy. I might not be unable to pull them under my banner. Zhao Qian pondered in his heart, and a surge of excitement and ambition arose within him. Once his Tianzong grew stronger, and he had more and more little soldiers under his command, he would be able to extract even more soul power. At that time, forget about 100-year soul beasts. Zhao Qian would raise a batch of 10,000-year soul beasts. If someone displeased him, he would just close the door and release the 10,000-year soul beasts. Senator, Wang Sheng, you guys go back to the dormitory first. After lunch, Zhao Qian said to Tang San and the others. Then, amidst their puzzled expressions, Zhao Qian left the cafeteria with Zhao Qianyu in an embrace. This time, not only was Tang San and his group dumbfounded, but even the senior students under Zhao Qianyu were stunned. What was going on? Why was the boss taken away by that person? Was the boss going to get beaten up? It felt like that freshman carrying a hoe was really terrifying. In fact, Zhao Qianyu was also confused. He didn't understand why Zhao Qian suddenly hugged him and left the cafeteria. Moreover, he thought he had already shown humility, right? His attitude was so sincere. Could it be that he was someone who would take revenge for the smallest grievance? Thinking of this, Zhao Qianyu couldn't help but turn pale. Upon reaching the woods at the back of the academy, Zhao Qian looked around at the empty surroundings and nodded, saying, "This will do." Immediately, Zhao Qianyu was so scared that he almost knelt down again. Fortunately, Zhao Qian quickly supported him. "What are you doing?" Kneeling at the slightest disagreement. "Do you really think you can kneel out gold?" Zhao Qian was puzzled and couldn't help but gently pinch Zhao Qianyu's face to calm him down. Then, "Why did you bring me here?" Zhao Qianyu looked at the dim atmosphere in the small grove and then at the empty surroundings, feeling a bit scared. "Don't worry, I have something important to discuss with you. So what are you afraid of?" Zhao Qian hugged Zhao Qianyu, patted his chest, and smiled brightly as he said, "So what is it that you have to say in a place like this?" Zhao Qianyu then gently nodded and looked at Zhao Qian with curiosity. Zhao Qian did not directly answer Zhao Qianyu's question, but instead asked, "Did your dad buy the shadow lizard for me? And have you killed it to absorb the soul ring?" Zhao Qianyu didn't understand why Zhao Qian suddenly asked this, but still nodded. "I plan to establish a force, and if you can bring all your subordinates to join, I will help you provide the soul ring when you reach level 20. Moreover, at that time, you can choose the cultivation years of the soul ring as you wish." Zhao Qian looked into Zhao Qianyu's eyes and tempted him. "Then wouldn't I be your subordinate?" Zhao Qianyu instinctively replied upon hearing this. The next moment, Zhao Qian summoned his martial soul, a hoe, and directly dug it into the ground, staring at him and asking, "What's wrong, you unwilling?" "I am willing. I am willing." Zhao Qianyu hurriedly answered. He had no understanding of Zhao Qian's strength and was afraid of being dealt with. Moreover, even if he could defeat Zhao Qian, he wouldn't dare to provoke him. Otherwise, his dad would surely skin him alive when he got back. Zhao Qian also knew that gathering people was not that easy, so he immediately said, "Don't worry, follow me. I will definitely not let you suffer losses. You can go back and tell your subordinates that in the future, whoever performs well, I will give them a soul beast for free." When Zhao Qianyu heard this, he immediately widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, You mean to give a soul beast directly? Alive? Otherwise could be dead?" Zhao Qian looked at Zhao Qianyu with annoyance and said. Zhao Qianyu was instantly shocked. A soul beast, even the lowest level 10-year soul beast, would cost at least several gold coins. The soul beast from which he absorbed the soul ring had cost his father almost 50 gold soul coins. Yet, Zhao Qian actually said that as long as he performed well under him, the soul beast would be given for free. It's important to know that soul beasts are rare items. Generally, they can only be hunted in the soul hunting forest, which is jointly operated by the Empire and the Spirit Hall. But even then, one can only enter the soul hunting forest if their soul power reaches a certain level and at least 3 nobles act as guarantors. Just this requirement has stopped countless low-level soul masters. Therefore, soul rings are extremely precious for most people. But Zhao Qian was giving them away for free. Zhao Qianyu truly didn't know whether to think of him as foolish or incredibly wealthy. "No problem, boss. I'll go back and tell my subordinates that from now on. You are the king of our Nordian Academy," Zhao Qianyu said, immediately preparing to share this exciting news with his subordinates. But Zhao Qian stopped him and corrected. "From now on, don't call me boss, call me sect master, and our force will be called the Rishiang sect. And you, Zhao Qianyu, I have decided to appoint you as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of our Rishiang sect. who knew that upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, Zhao Qianyu's face turned somewhat awkward, and he cautiously looked at Zhao Qian and asked, Sect Master, isn't the name of our force a bit too arrogant? Moreover, those forces that establish sects in the world seem to be very powerful, and we were just a bunch of kids. Zhao Qian shook his head helplessly. Establishing a sect was indeed not something that could be accomplished overnight. From now on, it was enough for a few internal members to know the name of the sect. Others didn't need to be informed for the time being. As for the other few individuals, they could be introduced to you later. For now, release your soul ring. Chapter 25. The Great Educator. Generally speaking, a soul ring is composed of the soul power and soul essence of a soul beast. This is why a soul master can greatly increase their strength after successfully absorbing a soul ring. It is also why a soul master sometimes cannot freely use their soul ring, as they haven't subdued the soul essence left behind by the soul beast in the soul ring. From this, Zhao Qian speculated, even if the shadow lizard he cultivated was killed and absorbed by Zhao Qianyu, he would likely still be able to sense the existence of the shadow lizard. Sure enough, as a white soul ring appeared around Zhao Qianyu, Zhao Qian truly felt the lingering consciousness of the shadow lizard. Upon realizing this, Zhao Qian couldn't contain his joy and quickly instructed Zhao Qianyu, what is your first soul skill? Use it for me to see. Zhao Qianyu thought Zhao Qian wanted to see his strength and immediately assumed a stance. Lone Wolf, possess me. First soul skill, Shadow. In an instant, a pale blue humanoid lone wolf appeared behind Zhao Qianyu. At the moment, the white soul ring burst forth with brilliant light. Zhao Qianyu's figure suddenly created an afterimage in place, and he was already 10 meters away. However, just as Zhao Qianyu was about to show off his skill again, his face suddenly turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps. Not far away, Zhao Qian noticed this, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He discovered that he could still influence the shadow lizard. Even though the shadow lizard had been killed and absorbed into the soul ring, the lingering soul essence still remained and could respond to his commands. Thus, when Zhao Qianyu used his soul skill, Zhao Qian merely concentrated his thoughts, and the connection and control between Zhao Qianyu and the soul ring showed abnormalities. This meant that from now on, as long as Zhao Qian encountered a soul master whose absorbed soul ring came from the soul beast he provided, that soul master could never use soul skills to harm Zhao Qian, because Zhao Qian would cause the lingering soul essence of the soul beast in the soul ring to struggle and revolt at the moment the opponent used their soul skill. In this way, no one could threaten Zhao Qian with soul skills, unless the soul ring they absorbed did not come from the soul beast provided by Zhao Qian. It seemed that I needed to build up my power quickly. Only then could I cultivate a large number of soul beasts and sell them to every soul master on the Douluo Continent. After establishing this goal, Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with determination. Master, why did I just sense a surge of soul power and mental impact from the soul ring? This situation never occurred before when I used it, Zhao Qianyu said, feeling a bit dizzy as he walked step by step toward Zhao Qian, looking frustrated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. However, he quickly became serious and stroked his chin, pondering, perhaps this is due to your lack of training, which has resulted in your imperfect control over your soul power and soul rings. You spend all day in the academy showing off and bullying others and not practicing much. It's not impossible for this situation to arise. Therefore, I believe that as long as you train hard and practice diligently, this situation will disappear quickly. But I practice seriously every day. Zhao Qianyu couldn't help but retort. Although I might show off, I have always been serious about my training. Otherwise, my dad would beat me to death. Zhao Qian's expression suddenly stiffened. Anyway, you just need to strengthen your training. It must be that you're not training enough, and your soul power is too weak. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You should focus on your training. Zhao Qian said this and turned around to leave without hesitation. Could it really be that I haven't trained enough, that my cultivation is not up to par? Zhao Qianyu looked at the departing Zhao Qian in some astonishment, unable to help but think this way. In the 7th dormitory, as soon as Zhao Qian returned, Tang San immediately stepped forward with a joyful expression and said, Zhao Qian, I have good news for you. I have taken a master as my teacher. Zhao Qian was taken aback for a moment, then said, is that person self-proclaimed as a master, tall, wearing gray clothes, and a lot of people say he is trash, has no future, and is a thick-skinned uncle who just mooches off others? Tang San was immediately a bit surprised, staring at Zhao Qian and said, how do you know that? But the master really has knowledge. He guessed that I am that one. Zhao Qian smiled mysteriously and, disregarding the curious gazes of others in the 7th dormitory, said directly, "Because I originally planned for you to apprentice under him. As the saying goes, life has its limits, but the sea of learning knows no bounds. If we want to continuously improve in this world, we must seek out more teachers and learn as much as possible. And you, Saner, are the one I have chosen to reach the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. So make sure to learn well from him. But don't forget to learn from others as well. Having only one teacher is definitely not enough. The more teachers you have, the greater your improvement will be." Zhao Qian said seriously, but he was extremely anxious inside. What he feared most was that Tang-san would get involved in emotional disputes with others. This sentimental guy, once entangled with feelings of teacher-student relationships, family ties, or love, would definitely find it inconvenient to listen to Zhao Qian's words in the future. In order for Tang-san to only have eyes for him and to ensure that Tang-san would only listen to him in the future, Zhao Qian had to solidify his position in Tang-san's heart. Moreover, the concept of teacher-student relationships on the Douluo Continent was indeed not great. What does it mean that a person can only have one teacher, and having another teacher is considered immoral and looked down upon? That's simply nonsense. Confucius said, "Among 3 people walking, there must be my teacher." One cannot only worship one person as a teacher. Otherwise, wouldn't all those who received 9 years of compulsory education on earth in Zhao Qian's past life be morally corrupt to the point of deserving divine punishment? How could that be possible? Therefore, Zhao Qian had to correct Tang-san's view on teacher-student relationships. Life has its limits, but the sea of learning has no bounds. As Tang-san pondered this phrase, his eyes lit up. "Zhao Qian, I feel like what you said is so profound." "Of course," Zhao Qian said proudly, tilting his head. "Among 3 people walking, there must be my teacher. There are many people in this world worth learning from." In that moment, the others in Dormitory 7, contemplating this phrase, couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. It sounded very impressive, especially Zhao Qian, who at that moment seemed to become extraordinarily tall and mighty. This must be something only a great educator could say, Wang Sheng, the former leader of Dormitory 7, thought to himself. After Tang, San carefully considered Zhao Qian's words. He felt they made more and more sense. Indeed, whether it was the Tang sect from his previous life or this world, the educational concepts were on a completely different level compared to what Zhao Qian was saying. Luckily, I had considered Zhao Qian's thoughts at that time and did not perform the grand ceremony of bowing down to that master. Tang San secretly felt fortunate and increasingly regarded Zhao Qian as an indispensable good friend in his life. Chapter 26. New Student Representative. In fact, Zhao Qian originally didn't want to show off like this. He just wanted to pull these people in the dormitory into the sect he was forming. This way, he could openly take advantage of them, freely extract their soul power in the future. "Saner, are you interested in joining the force I'm establishing?" Zhao Qian extended an invitation to Tang San, who was the closest to him. "I have dealt with Xiao Chenyu, and from today on, the entire academy is basically mine. So I plan to use this power to cultivate some elites and form a force. Will you join me?" Tang San was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but then he immediately nodded in agreement. Wherever Zhao Qian is, he will be there. Moreover, since Zhao Qian wants to build his own power as a good friend, he will naturally support him unconditionally. "Can you let me choose some skilled and strong people to learn blacksmithing and crafting hidden weapons with me in the future?" Tang San suddenly said to Zhao Qian, his eyes filled with hope. He felt that he might soon be able to recreate the glory of the Tang sect. Although he is affiliated with Zhao Qian, Tang San does not care about that. In his life, Tang San only cares about Zhao Qian, his father, the glory of the Tang sect, and his cultivation. Zhao Qian did not expect Tang San to make such a request to him, because this completely indicates that he wants to incorporate the Tang sect as a part of his ATen sect. Zhao Qian wouldn't disagree, and he couldn't help but quickly respond, "Of course, no problem. Saner, the hidden weapons you created are so exquisite. They will definitely shine on the Douluo Continent in the future. In the forces I will establish, you can specifically set up a department for hidden weapons, like a faction. Tang sect." Little Shota Tang San said with bright eyes. "All right, then let's call it Tang sect." Zhao Qian nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the others, who were paying attention to the conversation between Zhao Qian and Tang San, were already a bit stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Qian to be so arrogant, actually trying to recruit students to form a force at school. This was something they had never even dared to think about before. "Is Zhao Qian here?" At this moment, a teacher walked into the 7th dormitory, looking around at everyone and said, "I'm here." Zhao Qian raised his hand to indicate that he was here. However, he felt a bit confused and didn't understand why a teacher would approach him. Could it be that the school knows about his ambition to build a power and wants to kick him out? Zhao Qian's heart tightened. It's like this, a very handsome young teacher said as he walked up to Zhao Qian. Tomorrow morning, the school will hold an opening ceremony, and you will give a speech as the representative of the new students. The handsome young teacher said, handing Zhao Qian a few sheets of paper. My surname is Mo, and you can call me Teacher Mo or just Xiao Mo. This is the speech I prepared for you. If you're not satisfied with any of the content, feel free to come to me for revisions. I live in room 3 of the staff dormitory on the 2nd floor. But as Zhao Qian listened to Teacher Mo's words, he was completely stunned. Speaking on the podium as the representative of the new students, he had never experienced such treatment in his previous life. The academy really valued him too much. Zhao Qian felt both touched and uneasy, but couldn't help asking, why did you choose me to be the representative of the new students? Oh, this was instructed by young master Zhao Qian. And I also believe you have the demeanor of a new student representative. Your future prospects must be limitless. Teacher Mo responded humbly, showing no signs of resistance or dissatisfaction towards a 6-year-old child. As a teacher in the academy, Mo he was well aware of what kind of person Zhao Qian was and how terrifying his background was. Yet, he heard that Zhao Qian had knelt down today, kneeling without any dignity. In that moment, Mo he couldn't believe it. Then he realized that someone extraordinary might have come to the academy. However, just as he thought about checking the situation in the dormitory where Zhao Qian was staying, he heard Zhao Qian actually saying, as long as you perform well under Zhao Qian, listen well and work hard, you might get a soul beast for free. At that moment, Mo he was stunned. A soul beast? For free? How much gold soul currency would that be? This mysterious Zhao Qian must be incredibly generous. Therefore, after receiving the complete information, Mo he unhesitatingly chose to be a sycophant. That's right, a sycophant. Suck up to the end, and you'll have everything. Otherwise, as just a teacher in a junior soul master academy, who knows when he would be able to make a name for himself? He was only in his 20s, still young, and he didn't want to live a life of mediocrity. He wanted passion. After Mo he left, the 7th dormitory fell into a brief silence. Everyone stared at each other wide-eyed, and finally, all eyes converged on Zhao Qian. Gulp! Someone couldn't help but swallow hard. A representative of the new students giving a speech? They actually chose someone from our work-study dormitory. My goodness, this is simply unprecedented. Young Master Zhao Qian, you are amazing. Hey, seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly raised his hand in a gesture of refusal. Don't flatter me, I'm shy. But if you compliment me a little more, I won't be shy anymore, haha. Zhao Qian was extremely happy, reaching out to tickle Tang San, and soon the two were playfully wrestling on the bed. Xiao Wu, seeing this, couldn't help but let out a soft hum, turning away to avoid looking at Tang San and Zhao Qian. She felt as if she had lost something very important, and her heart was particularly unhappy, especially when she saw Tang San playing joyfully with others. Xiao Wu, I see you're quite capable. Would you like to join the force I'm building? After a while, Xiao Wu suddenly heard Zhao Qian inviting her. The thought of being in the same place as Tang San made her a bit happy. But I am the leader of our 7th dormitory. How could I join the force you are building? Unless you could defeat me. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu pouted and said with a defiant expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately rejected the idea. Fight with Xiao Wu? This old rabbit who is over 100,000 years old? He must be out of his mind to even consider it. Even if a soul beast of 100,000 years chooses to take human form, their soul power must be recultivated, and Zhao Qian was unwilling to fight her. A real man doesn't bully an old lady. What kind of skill is that? I won't fight you. Zhao Qian directly refused. You should know that you are just the leader of the 7th dormitory, while I will be the master of the entire academy. As long as I want, I can transfer you to another dormitory anytime. Would you still be the leader of the 7th dormitory then? Xiao Wu's delicate and fair little face immediately turned red with anger as she stomped her foot and pointed at Zhao Qian, saying, You dare? Chapter 27. The panic beneath the stubborn disguise. Xiao Wu had a rather competitive personality and was determined to have a fight with Zhao Qian. If she won, she would be willing to join the force that Zhao Qian was building. Seeing this, Zhao Qian immediately felt something was wrong. Although he had relied on his internal power to elevate his soul force from level 7 to level 10, he had no combat experience whatsoever. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, watching movies, playing games, staying up late reading novels, and even getting out of breath after a short run. Even though he had come to Douluo Continent in this life, Zhao Qian, who had no foundation at all, would definitely lose if he fought against Xiao Wu. This 10,000-year-old rabbit. What? Are you scared? If you're scared, I'll just say in the academy that I'm the boss. Zhao Qian's boss. Xiao Wu said with a light laugh, looking quite harmless. All right, let us fight, but we need to find a more open space. Zhao Qian knew that he couldn't escape today. Whether for his own reputation or to recruit Xiao Wu, he had to grit his teeth and endure. All right, how about the small forest behind the academy? That way, even if I make you cry, no other students will see it, so you won't lose face later. Xiao Wu was very confident in her own strength. Being skilled in, she didn't believe that a 6-year-old kid could defeat her. Zhao Qian's face darkened. Who was the one crying after being beaten, adding this life to the last one? He was already around 30 years old. Even if Zhao Qian were to be beaten to the point of being crippled or killed, he would never cry. Who knows who would be the one crying? Zhao Qian made a frustrated expression, but in reality, he became serious inside. No matter if he could defeat Xiao Wu or not, he had to give it his all and try. Otherwise, his reputation and the presence of such an outstanding talent like Xiao Wu would go to waste. A true man cannot say he can't. He must face challenges head-on. If he really can't win and gets knocked down by Xiao Wu, he can just deny it in the academy later. After all, he was around 30 years old, so a bit of face didn't matter to him at all. A tree without bark will surely die. A person without shame is invincible. The new boss is actually going to compete with a little lowly. Which new boss? It's the one that made Boss Xiao back down. Oh my god, it's that boss. But I heard his innate soul power is only level 7, and that little lowly has a full innate soul power of level 10. So scary. Will the new boss cry after being beaten? He's still so young, so small. The scene in the 7th dormitory was directly witnessed by students who came to admire Zhao Qian's prowess. It was close to evening, and most of the students were in their dorms, but when they heard the buzz about the new boss, they rushed over, their faces filled with curiosity. Zhao Qian, who originally wanted to privately compete with Xiao Wu, couldn't help but feel a headache upon seeing this. He had planned for a private duel, where if he lost, he could make excuses and deny it. But why were so many people suddenly here? This was clearly pushing him, Zhao Qian, to a dead end. With so many pairs of bright eyes watching, how could Zhao Qian still play tricks and deny it? Oh heavens, oh earth, oh Avalokiteshvara, please just kill me. Zhao Qian's heart was howling in despair. Then let's go. Xiao Wu, seeing a large crowd of onlookers at the entrance of the dormitory, smiled and pulled Zhao Qian, skipping away from the dorm building. The crowd of onlookers quickly called their friends and excitedly followed along. Meanwhile, the young boy Tang San frowned when he saw Xiao Wu holding Zhao Qian's wrist, instinctively reaching for his silent wrist crossbow. In the small woods behind the academy, a 50-meter diameter area was quickly surrounded by hundreds of students, all emotionally excited, staring at the two in the center. I heard your innate soul power is only level 7, and you're weaker than me. How about you go first? Xiao Wu said with a smile, looking at Zhao Qian, who was being humiliated. Zhao Qian's face darkened, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart that this old rabbit who had lived for 10,000 years was truly a disaster. All right, I'll go first. Zhao Qian considers himself a gentleman, so it's naturally not good to embarrass a girl. Since Xiao Wu asked him to make the first move, he respectfully complied. As for his soul power level, Zhao Qian's innate soul power level was indeed level 7, but after 3 months, he had already cultivated it to level 10. However, for the sake of Xiao Wu's face, as a gentleman, Zhao Qian knew he couldn't be rough. Spirit martial shoal, foitu. Zhao Qian suddenly let out a loud shout and summoned his seemingly unimpressive, yet ultimately just that ultimate martial soul, the Ho. But even with the Ho, one cannot lose momentum during a battle. Sure enough, Zhao Qian's shout immediately startled the surrounding spectators from various academies, who exchanged surprised glances. Spirit martial soul? Void Ho. Never heard of it. Have you heard of it? No, but it sounds quite impressive. Go for it, new boss. Even if you lose with dignity and the pride of a man. Zhao Qian was so furious that he almost threw the hoe in his hand to smash that guy. How dare he? Lose? How could Zhao Qian possibly lose? Even if Zhao Qian dies in battle today, he would never admit defeat. Xiao Wu, let me tell you, it's not too late to admit defeat now. You might not know, but the soul weapon I have in my hand, the Void Ho, is an ultimate spirit soul, even more powerful than a top-tier spirit soul. As a girl, fighting isn't suitable for you. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, being defeated by me in front of so many people will be a blow to your pride. Zhao Qian had a majestic and imposing demeanor, yet he did not lose his warmth as he gently encouraged Xiao Wu, saying, "Humph, Where's all this nonsense coming from? Are you scared? If we're going to fight, let us do it. With so many people watching, I'll go easy on you, so you 1T lose too badly. Xiao Wu looked disdainful, showing no signs of being intimidated by Zhao Qian. She confidently took up the starting position for her soft techniques. Scared? Huh, what a joke. How could I possibly be scared? Zhao Qian felt a bit of fear in his heart. He didn't want to be knocked to the ground, but on the surface, he had to remain calm. Come on, go ahead. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Xiao Wu said with a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, looking at Zhao Qian as if she could see through his anxious facade of stubbornness. All right, you're forcing me. Zhao Qian looked furious, suddenly raising his void spade high with both hands, chanting loudly. The intersection of time and space, the convergence of the giant wheel and the key, the windows of time and space, the ethereal and unpredictable door, the world that is both void and real, open for the one who summons. Gunala, dark god, come fort, la via, la capa, la 12 sol beast. Chapter 28. This is simply cheating, as Zhao Qian's small figure stood in the center, holding the void spade high and chanting loudly. An almost imperceptible pressure seemed to weigh on every person's heart present. But 1 second, 2 seconds, several seconds passed. Nothing had changed in the arena. What exactly is the new boss doing? Is he just putting on a show? I was actually fooled just now. The new boss is too cruel. He has no strength, yet still wants to scare people. I mean, it seems like he has a deep background. Even if we lose, we wouldn't dare to deny him as our new boss. The hundreds of onlookers from the academy murmured in low voices, all feeling that Zhao Qian was just posturing. Zhao Qian, are you going to fight or not? If you don't act soon, I'm going to make a move. Xiao Wu, feeling a mix of shame and anger after realizing she was startled by Zhao Qian's posturing, couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson right now. It's coming. It's coming. It's about to come out. Zhao Qian let out a low roar and suddenly struck the soil in front of him with a shovel. Desert Eagle. Come fort. Boom. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the arena, and a large, yellowish eagle with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters soared into the sky from the rippling void in front of Zhao Qian. Everyone present stared at this scene in disbelief, unable to believe that a soul beast with at least a century of cultivation had appeared out of thin air. Eek! Accompanied by the eagle's high-pitched cry, it suddenly swooped down, surrounded by a whirlwind strong enough to shred trees, its gaze sharp enough to pierce the hearts of men. The nearby students watching were immediately startled, their bodies trembling as they instinctively wanted to flee. Run! The soul beast has invaded. A century-old soul beast. This is definitely a century-level soul beast. Unless there is a soul master of over level 20 present, no one can subdue it. Zhao Qian smiled slightly and suddenly spoke loudly. This is my contractual partner as a summoning system soul master, the Desert Eagle. Today I will show you all that I, Zhao Qian, am the king of Nodding Academy. My strength has already reached a realm that you can only dream of. Zhao Qian's voice, amplified by his soul power, spread loudly and widely. In less than a breath, all the fleeing students stood frozen in place. This 100-year level soul beast is actually our new boss's contracted partner. How is this possible? This is a 100-year level soul beast, and even the teachers in our academy are only around level 20. What kind of existence is a summoning type soul master? How can they possess a 100-year level soul beast with strength comparable to a level 20 soul master? Every student couldn't help but turn around, looking at Zhao Qian with awe and shock, hardly believing what he said was true. Just a guy with innate soul power at level 7. Yet he has a 100-year level soul beast partner comparable to a level 20 soul master. This is simply cheating. In that moment, many students present looked back at the little dance they initially favored, filled with regret for their lack of foresight and pity for her. Even if she has full innate soul power, what does it matter? With a gap of more than 10 levels, it's likely that even the teachers in the academy would struggle to escape unscathed in front of Zhao Qian's Desert Eagle. The newly enrolled little dance is destined to become Zhao Qian's defeated opponent. Desert Eagle, use Raging Storm. Zhao Qian held the handle of the hoe with his right hand, resting it on his shoulder, and then he waved his left hand commandingly. Buzz! In an instant, the wings of the Desert Eagle in front of Zhao Qian were suddenly filled with a pale blue wave of soul power, and a powerful aura violently spread in all directions. Boom! 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 The wings of the Desert Eagle, infused with soul power, fiercely swung towards the dazed Xiao Wu, shooting out 4 strong gusts of wind in the blink of an eye. The leaves in the surroundings and the nearby trees rustled loudly, and the swirling dust and fallen leaves nearly blocked everyone's view. Bang! Xiao Wu, knocked back by the storm, crashed into a large tree and fainted. Innate full soul power. In front of Zhao Qian's Desert Eagle, there was no room for retaliation. All the students present instantly understood that in the future, Zhao Qian would be the king of Nodding Academy. Zhao Qian was the true king. Zhao Qian smiled as he walked toward Xiao Wu, who had fallen under the big tree, amidst the awe and admiration of the crowd. He initially didn't want to summon the Desert Eagle, but the situation didn't allow for hesitation. Reluctantly, in order to be cautious, Zhao Qian had no choice but to call forth the Desert Eagle, delivering a decisive blow without any hesitation. However, Zhao Qian didn't let the Desert Eagle use its full power. After all, although Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast, everything would start anew after her transformation, and she wouldn't be able to withstand the full force of the Desert Eagle's attack. Therefore, Xiao Wu simply fainted, and this minor injury was nothing serious for a soul master. Master, you are so amazing. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu ran excitedly to Zhao Qian, who was carrying Xiao Wu, suppressing his excitement and whispering in admiration. A mere level 10 soul master is nothing to be concerned about. Zhao Qian appeared calm and unbothered, though a smile that was hard to hide played at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. Showing off is really enjoyable. Seeing Zhao Qian's demeanor of indifference to both praise and blame, Xiao Qinyu felt greatly shocked. Such a calmness in the face of overwhelming challenges he had only seen in his city lord father. Could it be, boss, you are going to be the boss of our 7th division from now on. I didn't expect that even Sister Xiao Wu, who is so powerful, couldn't match you. Boss, you are truly amazing. Wang Sheng and others from the 7th division also ran over, excitedly surrounding Zhao Qian and openly expressing their admiration and respect for him. Little Tang San looked at Zhao Qian, who was the center of attention and beloved by everyone, and he didn't know when, but he was also smiling with his eyes squinted into crescent shapes. However, when he saw Xiao Wu on Zhao Qian's back, his joyful expression gradually faded, feeling an emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost something important. Santa, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? Zhao Qian carried Xiao Wu to Tang San's side. Seeing his dazed and despondent expression, he was somewhat confused. However, Tang San ignored Zhao Qian, glanced at Xiao Wu on his back, and, feeling sulky, left the small grove directly. Zhao Qian immediately sensed that Tang San was feeling a bit emotional and quickly followed behind Xiao Wu. After most of the students in the small woods on the back mountain had left, 2 people emerged from behind the bushes in the distance of the original battle site. Xiao Gang, what do you think that kid's background is? Said a middle-aged man in gray cloth to another person with a toilet lid-shaped head. Indeed, there is no so-called spirit of communication. Yu Xiaojing pondered. This child is quite extraordinary. From what he said, that soul beast, the desert great eagle, seems to be his contracted soul beast. If I'm not mistaken, contracted soul beasts, like soul masters absorbing soul rings, have their own limitations. The reason that child can contract with a soul beast must be because of his spirit of communication, the shovel of void. However, everything in the world has its balance. Although that child can contract with soul beasts, the number will certainly not be too many, as expected of a master in the field of martial souls and soul beasts. The analysis is indeed reasonable. Nodded the principal of Nodding Academy beside Yu Xiaojing in agreement. Chapter 29, Friendship. Do you like her? In Dormitory 7, the young boy Tang San stared intently at Zhao Qian, who was continuously apologizing to him. Zhao Qian was taken aback. He didn't expect Tang San, who had been ignoring him, would suddenly ask such a question. He glanced at Xiao Wu lying on the bed next to him. Her cute and charming appearance seemed quite likable. I don't like her. San, don't think too much. Zhao Qian quickly denied. A friend's wife should not be taken lightly. He Zhao Qian would absolutely never do something like snatching his good friend's future wife. A Xiao Wu simply could not compare to Tang San's status in his heart. The two had grown up together in the same village. You can like her, but if you end up with her in the future, can you still be good friend with me? Don't distance yourself from me because of a girl. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu lying on the bed. And for some reason, when he said these words, he felt a heartache that nearly brought him to tears. It was as if he was handing over the most precious existence in his life to someone else. Why must boys like girls? Can't good friends always be together? Suppressing the burning tears of heartache, Tang San lowered his head and covered his chest, searching for answers deep within his heart. Zhao Qian is the first person to walk into his inner self. If possible, he really doesn't want to share Zhao Qian with anyone. He just wants to be Zhao Qian's only good friend and hopes Zhao Qian sees him as that one and only. Sanya, I promise you will always be my good friend. But one day, we will all have the girls we like. And I don't know if you and I will change by then. Looking at Tang San, who was lowering his little head, looking dejected, Zhao Qian couldn't help but embrace him, pressing their heads together, and softly comforted him. Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs. As if he thought of something, the originally downcast little boy Tang San suddenly turned his head to look at Zhao Qian. However, when Tang San turned his head, he accidentally kissed Zhao Qian's cheek, causing him to freeze for a moment, and then he quickly lowered his head, his heart pounding. Zhao Qian didn't think much of it and casually rubbed the back of his hand on the cheek of the little boy Tang San, who had accidentally kissed him. However, Tang San's words truly surprised him. Zhao Qian couldn't help but lean in close to his ear and seriously advised him, Sanner, never say things like women are like clothes. Brothers are like hands and feet in front of girls. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a wife in the future. Don't overthink it. No one can shake your position in my heart. If possible, I actually want to match you with Xiao Wu. By the way, do you like Xiao Wu? Zhao Qian said, unable to help but laugh as he lowered his head to examine Tang San's expression. But Tang San directly raised his hand to block and turned his head away. However, Zhao Qian still saw it. He saw a hint of secret delight and panic in Tang San's eyes, as well as his flushed face. Damn, I can't believe I'm being such a jinx. Could it be that Tang San really likes Xiao Wu and doesn't need me to play matchmaker at all? Zhao Qian was stunned. He realized that there was a disruptor in the friendship between him and Tang San. Clearly, he had been working hard to maintain their friendship. Yet Tang San still didn't know when he had been enchanted by Xiao Wu. No, from now on, I must take Sanner with me wherever I go. The charm of this young girl is simply too terrifying for Sanner, who is emotionally clueless. After solidifying this thought in his heart, Zhao Qian specifically switched positions with Tang San, moving closer to Xiao Wu to block any possible visual communication between the two. Love begins with appearance, is entangled in talent, loyal to character, infatuated with the body, enchanted by voice, and ultimately discounted by materialism, failing in reality. As for so-called love at first sight, it's merely a matter of lust. It's just craving the other's body. Right now, Zhao Qian's goal is to fundamentally weaken the growth of love between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Otherwise, who knows when they might fall madly in love with each other. At that time, where would he, as a good friend, be? When love comes, is friendship to be abandoned? At night, Zhao Qian did not forget his purpose of nurturing soul beasts. He climbed onto the beds of every boy in the 7th dormitory, draining their soul power until not a drop was left. Amidst heavy breaths, they all lay exhausted on their beds, truly with not a drop left. Back in his own bed, Zhao Qian, sensing the scenes within the colorful stone space, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The quality of these people's soul power was far inferior compared to Tang San's, both in purity and quantity. Fortunately, there were many of them, barely satisfying Zhao Qian's needs. Moreover, at this cultivation speed, Zhao Qian would only need half a month to cultivate another soul beast with 150 years of cultivation. By then, he could attempt to cultivate a soul beast at the 300-year level. However, the higher the cultivation level of the soul beast, the greater the consumption on my part. So perhaps I should try to win over the teachers in the academy. Zhao Qian had such thoughts in his heart. Because only teachers with soul power reaching over level 20 could satisfy his increasing demand for soul power. Early the next morning, the opening ceremony of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy was grandly held on the playground. Over 300 teachers and students stood in an orderly manner on the playground, listening to the speeches and earnest teachings of the school leaders. The principal gave a captivating speech for more than 40 minutes before reluctantly returning to his seat. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the opening ceremony came back to the podium and announced loudly, "Next, let us welcome the representative of this year's new students, Zhao Qian, to the podium to give a speech. Please give him a warm applause." Clap, clap. After the teacher finished speaking, he excitedly led the applause, and the teachers and students below were momentarily stunned before instinctively joining in. However, many people couldn't help but show expressions of disgust upon hearing the name Zhao Qian. Why is the Academy's new big demon here? Before it was Xiao Qinyu, and now there's an even more formidable Zhao Qian. Are we going to have a good life in the future? I heard that the new big demon even made a little lowly who just enrolled cry to establish his authority. When her parents came to reason, the big demon not only showed no remorse, but also injured them with tens of thousands of gold soul coins. I hate these bad students the most. They only know how to bully others, and yet they represent the new students in a speech. This qualification was probably snatched from someone else. I can't even imagine what his upcoming speech will be like. The speech draft was probably written by someone for a fee, and the content is definitely hypocritical and nauseatingly sincere. Suddenly, there was quite a bit of discussion on the playground, with many people whispering to each other. Chapter 30. I'm different from you all as a soul master whose soul power had already reached level 10. Zhao Qian had decent hearing. The big demon? Zhao Qian's expression was slightly awkward. Although he had subdued Zhao Qianyu, he had not considered Zhao Qianyu's bad reputation in the academy. Zhao Qianyu had previously been domineering in the academy, so it was no wonder that the students regarded him as one of the same kind. However, he couldn't explain this now, as it was his turn to represent the new students and give a speech in front of all the faculty and students. Why wasn't the Demon King saying anything? Could it be that he couldn't understand the words on the speech? Truly a second-generation rich kid, useless except for his family's wealth. Many students lowered their heads, their lips curling into sneers. Dear teachers, dear classmates, hello. Zhao Qian glanced at the speech and then set it aside. He began to take this speech seriously. He couldn't leave a false impression on most people. He wanted all the teachers and students in the school to recognize the real him. The big bad wolf is not Zhao Qian. Hey look, the new big bad wolf isn't even reading from a speech. Anyone could say the same old speech without looking at the script. Exactly. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't keep looking at the speech. Let's see what this embroidered pillow with a pack of grass can say. Some students on the playground couldn't help but look up curiously at Zhao Qian giving the speech on the podium, but most of them had their heads down, looking disgusted. They would rather stare at their shoes for over half an hour than listen to Zhao Qian's hypocritical speech. I want to thank my hometown for raising me. Even though it is not prosperous, just a quiet little village, I love it there because I am the child of farmer. Zhao Qian is now completely off script, delivering his speech with genuine emotion, reminiscing about his 6 years in Shenghan village. However, from the playground beneath the podium, a wave of boos erupted, filled with mockery and disbelief. You, the newly appointed Demon King Zhao Qian, are the child of farmer? Who would believe that? Even the son of the dignified Lord of Nottingham bowed to you, and you still have the gall to stand here and lie with your eyes wide open. Claiming to be of humble origins as a farmer's child? Haha, see? This is the ugly face of a second-generation rich kid, hypocritical and pretentious, never speaking the truth. But should you take a look? It seems the Demon King is off-script and not reading from the prepared speech. Immediately, many students raised their heads in surprise and indeed saw Zhao Qian standing on the podium, not picking up the speech to read. For a moment, they felt a slight shock. Could it be that he memorized it? But as soon as this thought arose, it was quickly silenced, as memorizing a speech would be even more impressive. I know that my classmates and teachers may have some misunderstandings about me. After all, I just enrolled, and everyone doesn't know me well yet. But I can assure you that like the vast majority of my classmates, I come from humble beginnings, with no support behind me. And I have made it to today, step by step on my own, when the quota for work-study students in the village was gone. And I couldn't go to school. How could I, with innate soul power at level 7, be content? I worked hard, coming alone from the village to the bustling Nottingham city, running around no matter how dirty or tiring it was, just to earn money. All to pay my tuition before the school year started. Many female classmates gazed at Zhao Qian on the podium, whose tone was firm yet filled with heartache, and tears welled up in their eyes. Zhao Qian is so pitiful. They didn't expect that Zhao Qian's background was like this, coming from a small village, yet working hard and enduring hardships just to earn money to go to school. This strong and diligent Zhao Qian is nothing like the so-called big devil that others talk about. He's clearly a good person with a pitiful background, handsome and wealthy. Could it be that we really misunderstood Zhao Qian? Many male students were also stunned, looking at Zhao Qian on the podium, who was expressing genuine emotions. With tears of sadness sparkling in his eyes, their impression of the big devil, Zhao Qian, began to waver. But I am different from you. Suddenly, this sentence in Zhao Qian's speech struck the fragile hearts of the students, and everyone couldn't help but stare closely at Zhao Qian. Different? How is it different? Could it be that the passionate, off-the-cuff speech before was all hypocritical acting, and this big devil is already showing his true colors? I grew up alone and lonely since I was a child. If it weren't for Grandpa, the village chief, and the uncles and aunts in the village, I would have starved to death long ago. Zhao Qian's voice became choked with emotion, and his frail body trembled a bit. I am different from you. You have parents who have been with you since childhood. I don't have that. I'm all alone. You have your parents to help pay for tuition. and you can come to school happily with good things. I don't have that. I have to work hard day and night to earn money and pay for my own tuition. I am different from you. You have parents, and I don't. Some people envy me, saying that Zhao Qian is afraid of me, calling me the new big bad wolf. All of this is what I have worked so hard for. I can give up all of this. As long as you return my parents to me, I can give you anything. At this point, Zhao Qian on the podium began to sob uncontrollably, with big tears falling from his sorrowful, tender cheeks on the ground. The entire playground fell silent. Only Zhao Qian's sad cries echoed in the air, creating a melancholic atmosphere. Zhao Qian, please stop crying. We misunderstood you. You are not the big bad wolf. Many female classmates were already sniffling, their faces streaked with tears, their big, teary eyes looking at Zhao Qian on the podium, filled with sympathy and guilt. Zhao Qian, you are not the big bad wolf. You are a good person. We were wrong about you. You are a true man. No matter how much dissatisfaction they had felt towards Zhao Qian before, with his heart-wrenching cries, every male student felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts, their noses tinged with acidity, filled with guilt and regret. They shouldn't have hastily judged whether Zhao Qian was a bully or not. He was clearly still so young. Only 6 years old. How could he possibly be the big bad wolf? They had all wrongly accused Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, please don't cry. We were wrong. We shouldn't have judged you so casually. It's all our fault for not understanding the situation properly, and we caused you to be like this. We're sorry. From now on, if you need us, just say the word and we will definitely come. Yes, that's right. Zhao Qian, please stop crying. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, we will help you and protect you. I am the leader of the second grade. Chapter 31 due to Zhao Qian's heartfelt speech. Nearly all the teachers and students in the school had a significantly changed impression of him. In fact, many students began to worship Zhao Qian like a savior because he had put an end to Zhao Qianyu's bullying, who had been relying on his family background and strength to oppress his classmates in the academy. Upon seeing this starkly different treatment, Zhao Qianyu felt bitter but dared not speak out. Zhao Qian may not know whether he comes from the countryside or whether he earned his tuition through relentless hard work, but he knows that he not only easily earned 47 gold soul coins from his father, but his father also told him to treat Zhao Qian with respect, or he'll be beaten. Truly the sect leader, he has already won the hearts of the people in the academy with just one move. Just as impressive as my dad. Now, Zhao Qianyu admires Zhao Qian to the fullest, thinking that the young master from a big family is indeed smarter than him. The young master from small town. After the opening ceremony, the teachers and students dispersed, but the gray-robed Yu Xiaojiang approached Tang San. Teacher, do you need something from me? Tang San, who originally planned to find Zhao Qian to attend class together, looked at Yu Xiaojiang in confusion. Xiao San, your soul power has already reached level 10. If you don't absorb a soul ring, it will be difficult for your strength to grow. Therefore, I plan to take you to hunt soul beasts to obtain your first soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang was very satisfied with this student, not only because he had full innate soul power, but also because he had twin martial souls. With such a student, it would be much easier for him to practice his theories. Soul beasts? Can I bring Zhao Qian along? His innate soul power is level 7, and he is already cultivated to level 10. Can you take him with us too? Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang with hopeful eyes, very eager for his teacher to agree to bring Zhao Qian along. Oh, someone else has also reached soul power level 10. Wait, Zhao Qian? Is the Zhao Qian you mentioned the student who summoned a soul beast to descend in the small forest behind the academy yesterday? Initially surprised that someone in the academy had reached level 10 soul power, Yu Xiaojiang's surprise turned into astonishment when he heard Zhao Qian's name. Because after seeing Zhao Qian's summoning martial soul, the Void Ho, and witnessing the soul beast he summoned from the void last night, he had stayed up to check Zhao Qian's student information and flipped through all the soul master data he had on hand. Yet he found that even though he was the foremost authority in the theoretical knowledge of the soul master world, he couldn't find any record regarding summoning martial souls. Zhao Qian's spiritual weapon soul, the Void Ho, is simply like the first case since the beginning of time. Tang San nodded, confirming that it was indeed that Zhao Qian. Of course, you can bring him to the academy gate to find me. I will be waiting for you there. Yu Xiaojiang, seeing this, readily agreed to Tang San's request, as he was filled with a desire to explore the mysterious student Zhao Qian. He truly wanted to personally ask Zhao Qian about what the so-called spiritual weapon soul was, what its characteristics, limitations, and future developments were. He was filled with a thirst for knowledge about this spiritual weapon soul, which had never been seen before in history. Soon after, at the entrance of Nodding Academy, Zhao Qian and Tang Sen walked out of the academy together and immediately spotted Yu Xiaojiang, who had been waiting there for a while. Teacher, this is my good friend Zhao Qian. I don't know if you attended the opening ceremony. He was the one who represented the freshmen and gave a speech there. Tang Sen smiled as he introduced Zhao Qian to Yu Xiaojiang. Hello, master. I am Zhao Qian, Tang Sen's good friend. I need to trouble you this time. Zhao Qian politely greeted Yu Xiaojiang, who was referred to as a master by many. However, he couldn't help but recall the famous golden iron triangle in the Soul Master world, of which Yu Xiaojiang was a member. Back when the golden iron triangle was still active, the three of them could use a three-person martial soul fusion technique to combine their powers into an ultimate level soul beast, the golden sacred dragon. Its strength was so formidable that it could hold its own against tidal Douluo level beings for a few rounds. It is worth noting that even Soul Douluo, who is only one level below tidal Douluo, can sometimes be crushed without any chance to fight back. The golden sacred dragon's ability to last a few rounds against tidal Douluo speaks volumes about its power. When Yu Xiaojiang saw that Tang San had brought Zhao Qian along, he didn't rush to inquire about Zhao Qian's spiritual martial soul, but instead took them to rent a carriage. Teacher, where are we going to hunt soul beasts? After leaving the city, Tang San couldn't help but ask Yu Xiaojiang from the carriage. We are heading to the soul hunting forest, which is 400 miles away in the empire, where soul beasts are raised. Soul masters usually go there to obtain soul rings, Yu Xiaojiang replied, his gaze falling on Zhao Qian, who was sitting next to Tang San. Considering that there was still a long way to the soul hunting forest, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but suppress his curiosity and said to Zhao Qian, I heard that your martial soul is a very rare spiritual martial soul called the Void Ho. I wonder if you could share some information about your martial soul with me. I have been a theoretical researcher of martial souls, soul beasts, and soul masters for many years, so I'm very interested in these topics. I hope you can understand my impolite request. Zhao Qian looked at the humble Yu Xiaojiang upon hearing his words. It must be said that Yu Xiaojiang is indeed a talented individual. Aside from emotional aspects, he is quite competent and has even proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls. These theories not only helped him accidentally deduce that Tang San had twin martial souls, but also provided significant support for Tang San's future development. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian does not intend to take him as a master. Instead, he wants to bring him into the force he plans to establish in the future. This way, he can maximize the use of Yu Xiaojiang's extensive knowledge and many valuable research achievements. Therefore, it is imperative to build a good relationship now. Master, you are Sanner's teacher, and Sanner is a good friend of mine. Although martial souls involve personal privacy, I trust your character. I am willing to share some information about my martial soul with you. Zhao Qian looked at Yu Xiaojiang sincerely with his big eyes, making Yu Xiaojiang, who felt a bit uneasy, let out a sigh of relief and show a hint of a smile. This kid was much easier to get along with than he had thought. However, in reality, Zhao Qian didn't really care whether the information about the spirit of communication leaked out or not. After all, it was all made up by him. If people found out, he could just come up with something else, right? The spirit of communication. Void Ho? Bah, where did the Void Ho come from? And where did the spirit of communication come from? It was just Zhao Qian's clever use of his host spirit, the sky-covering stone spirit, plus the colorful stones. Whoever believes it is a soul beast with 150 years of cultivation. Desert Eagle. Chapter 32. Soul Guidance Device. So that's how it is. Your spirit of communication. Void Ho has a very high demand for soul power, to the extent that you have to rely on absorbing the soul power of your classmates in the dormitory to maintain the storage contract with your soul beast in the alternate space, which is indeed a drawback. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, gently nodded, and seemed to be talking to himself. Zhao Qian's narration opened a window for him to re-understand martial souls, greatly benefiting him. If possible, Yu Xiaojiang really wanted to take Zhao Qian as a student in order to study the so-called spirit communication martial soul thoroughly. However, since Zhao Qian did not show any intention of seeking him as a teacher, he gave up on that idea. Zhao Qian, how about this? Once you and Xiao San obtain soul rings and become soul masters, I will ask the principal to organize a research session at the school. At that time, I will let over 300 teachers and students from the academy provide you with soul power to see if there will be any changes in your spirit communication martial soul, or in the unique space that stores your contracted spirit beasts. Yu Xiaojiang believed that this action would be of great significance for his research on Zhao Qian's spirit communication martial soul. Moreover, given that Zhao Qian had achieved such cultivation at his young age, he was considered an excellent student in the academy. He was confident that his friend, the principal of Nodding Academy, would not refuse his request. Zhao Qian was completely shocked. He never expected that Yu Xiaojiang, this theoretical master, was actually a research fanatic who planned to put his ideas into practice as soon as they came to mind. Of course, amidst his shock, Zhao Qian was also very pleased, because what he had always lacked the most was soul power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tempted his innocent classmates in the dormitory with a price of several copper coins each time to drain their soul power at night. However, Zhao Qian was almost afraid to expand the number of people from whom he absorbed soul power, fearing that this strange behavior would attract the attention of the Spirit Hall if it were to be spread. The Spirit Hall was an evil force, at least in Zhao Qian's impression. For those talents they couldn't recruit, the Spirit Hall always acted on the extreme notion that if you don't submit to me, then you shall die before me. Zhao Qian didn't want to be targeted by the Spirit Hall before his Soul Beast army was fully prepared. After all, the Spirit Hall's schemes were no ordinary threat. However, since it was Yu Xiaojiang who suggested using the power of the entire school to study his martial spirit, the danger should be significantly reduced. Who said this was Zhao Qian's initiative? He was being forced into it. He was wronged. Moreover, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, seemed to be Yu Xiaojiang's first love, but later Bibi Dong was raped. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a suffocating sense of happiness. Yu Xiaojiang was a golden thigh. This was definitely a golden thigh that Zhao Qian couldn't let go of. Even if he couldn't win him over, he had to hold on tightly, not because Zhao Qian was cowardly, but because he was still young and needed to cling to the big thigh to act cute and naive. By the way, Master, my contracted soul beast needs to be fed soul beast to maintain its vitality, and if I can catch powerful soul beasts, my contracted soul beast will become even stronger. After thinking about it, Zhao Qian decided to let Yu Xiaojiang do a good job and fully implement the spirit of Lei Feng. Not only would it help him meet his soul power needs, but it would also help him catch more soul beasts. Oh, your contracted soul beast actually needs to eat in a different dimension? This is indeed a new piece of knowledge. Do you know about its excretion, physiological estrus, resting, and training conditions? Yu Xiaojiang listened to Zhao Qian's account with interest and curiously looked at him, asking. However, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a headache. Excretion? Physiological estrus? This was not what he wanted. My soul beast, the desert great eagle, has a characteristic called only intake, no output. It only eats and doesn't excrete. As for the estrus period, I've had it neutered. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback. Even Tang San, who was smiling and listening to their conversation, had a stiff smile on his face. This kid is terrifyingly bold. Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit embarrassed inside. He didn't expect Zhao Qian to be so decisive at such a young age. After that, Yu Xiaojiang thought for a while and decided that once they reached the soul-hunting forest, he would not only help Zhao Qian and Tang San find soul rings, but also help Zhao Qian catch soul beasts. Although Yu Xiaojiang was only a soul master at over level 20, catching soul beasts with cultivation below 1 or 200 years was still possible. Xiao San, this is for you. On the way, immersed in discussing the spiritual martial soul with Zhao Qian, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to remember something and handed a belt to Tang San. The belt was 3 fingers wide, entirely black, adorned with dark patterns, and evenly distributed with 24 milky white circular jade stones the size of fingernails, seemingly radiating a different aura. 24 bridges, bright moon night. As soon as Zhao Qian saw this belt, he knew that what Yu Xiaojiang was giving to Tang San was the soul guide he remembered. Tang San, who had been in a state of watching the show, didn't expect Yu Xiaojiang to suddenly give him something. He was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian immediately nodded to Tang San, and only then did Tang San, coming back to his senses, respectfully thank him as he accepted the belt from Yu Xiaojiang's hands. A gift from an elder cannot be declined. Very good. This belt was something I obtained by chance 30 years ago while exploring an ancient relic with friends. After years of research, it can be considered a top-tier soul guide device. The main function of this belt's soul guide device is storage. It contains a total of 24 jade stones, each of which holds a cubic meter of storage space. It has been buried by my side for many years, and I hope it can shine brightly in your hands in the future, Yu Xiaojiang said calmly. But there was a hint of nostalgia in his expression as he recalled the past. However, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. A soul guide device, obtained from an ancient relic? If Zhao Qian remembered correctly, soul guide devices on the Douluo Continent seemed to be rather scarce. But it was clearly a high-end piece of equipment for soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang had possessed this soul guide device for 30 years and clearly understood that soul guide devices were rare items. So he immediately began to explain to Tang San and Zhao Qian. A soul guide device, as the name suggests, is a tool used with soul power. Soul guide devices are basically antiques left over from ancient times, and very few have survived to the present. Soul guide devices with offensive capabilities are even rarer. If the craftsmanship had not been lost, I believe it could have become the mainstream auxiliary equipment for soul masters in today's world. At this point, Zhao Qian finally remembered that Yu Xiaojing was right. The reason soul guide devices were so scarce on the Douluo Continent was indeed due to the loss of their manufacturing techniques. Of course, the reason for this situation seemed to be that the ancient people of the Douluo Continent did not value the development of soul guide devices, which led to their decline. However, Zhao Qian vaguely remembered that many years later, because of continental plate movements, when another continent collided with the Douluo Continent and invaded it, soul guide devices were once again vigorously developed. The continent that invaded the Douluo Continent, which even occupied at least half of its territory, had especially advanced and developed soul guide devices. It was precisely because of this that the Douluo Continent suffered a devastating defeat, losing more than half of its territory. Perhaps I should ask Yu Xiaojing where that ancient relic he explored is. Zhao Qian's heart was somewhat moved. Chapter 33. Ghost-Faced Tree Demon After a Long Journey. The carriage finally arrived near the soul hunting forest. At the entrance of the soul hunting forest, there was a bustling marketplace where many soul masters and ordinary people were trading. The transactions were mostly related to hunting soul beasts. After all, the soul hunting forest was a place where soul beasts roamed freely, and a moment of carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Therefore, the commercial activities hired by soul masters were particularly prosperous in this marketplace, and with a bit of luck, earning a dozen gold soul coins in a day was not impossible. Should I also hire a few soul masters? Zhao Qian couldn't help but think. There was no way around it. Even though Yu Xiaojing was a soul master of over level 20, his martial soul was a mutated one, clearly born in the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. But his martial soul was like that of a pig, only capable of farting. Zhao Qian felt that it was better not to have too high hopes for Yu Xiaojing's strength. But then he thought, with a mix of various soul masters in the marketplace, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't leak information about capturing large numbers of soul beasts. To reduce his troubles, Zhao Qian had no choice but to lower his head and follow Yu Xiaojing to the entrance of the soul hunting forest. As the soul hunting forest was a place where the Tiando Empire raised soul beasts outside its various cities, the entrance was built very grandly and impressively. The gate before him was at least 30 meters high, with two massive iron bars shaped like diamonds tightly closed, separating the soul hunting forest from the outside world. Hand token. As soon as they arrived at the gate, the soldiers stationed at the entrance of the soul hunting forest stopped Zhao Qian and the others. Remember, there are 6 types of hand tokens from the Spirit Hall, and each additional pattern on it indicates a higher level. The hand token I have is a level 3 token, unlike level 1 and level 2 tokens that need to be returned after use. While Yu Xiaojing handed his hand token to the stationed soldiers for inspection, he introduced it to Zhao Qian and Tang San. Once they entered the Soul Beast Forest, it was as if they had entered a whole new world, with towering trees and dense vines everywhere, all telling of the dangers inside. Sanner. Zhao Qian immediately supported the silent sleeve sword on his right forearm and gave Tang San a knowing glance, to which the latter nodded in understanding. However, Yu Xiaojing seemed oblivious, continuing to walk inside while discussing some theoretical knowledge. The main focus of the soul hunting forest is on soul beasts at the 10th and 100-year levels, with very few 1,000-year soul beasts found. Of course, with our strength, let alone encountering a 1,000-year soul beast, we would have to retreat immediately for safety even against a 400-year soul beast, as my martial soul is not good at combat. Just then, accompanied by a slight sound of breaking air, a soul beast fell from a nearby ancient tree with twisted roots. Yu Xiaojing was somewhat stunned to find that Zhao Qian had already run to the base of a large tree not far away and returned carrying a soul beast. Hee. Sorry, master. Coming to this soul hunting forest feels as familiar as returning home. The scenery here is so beautiful and the soul beasts are so cute that I can't help myself. Zhao Qian shyly smiled as he ran back, casually putting the colorful cat he had caught with his silent sleeve sword into the colorful stone space. Yu Xiaojing looked at this scene in surprise, not knowing how Zhao Qian had managed to catch this soul beast. Zhao Qian, how did you catch that soul beast so quickly? Although the colorful cat was only a 10-year level beast, its agility was very high, making it difficult even for soul masters of over 10 levels to catch it. Yu Xiaojing was filled with curiosity. He felt that if he could learn more about Zhao Qian's strength, he might be able to plan this trip better. After all, Defeating an agile 10-year level soul beast like the colorful cat in an instant was something even he, as a soul master of over 20 levels, could not do. It was the silent sleeve sword, a type of highly lethal hidden weapon that could kill many soul beasts in a surprise attack. Zhao Qian said as he tugged at the sleeve of his right forearm, revealing a silent wrist sword, a metal mechanism-like hidden weapon attached to his arm. So that's it. I didn't expect you to have such a delicate weapon on you. Perhaps we can venture deeper into the soul hunting forest. The chances of encountering suitable soul beasts for you will be much higher there. According to my years of research on martial souls, I found that most people's limit for absorbing soul rings is 423 years. With a stealthy weapon like yours, you might be able to hunt soul beasts with over 300 years of cultivation. Although the hope isn't very high, at least we have some assurance. Yu Xiaojing held the silent wrist sword on Zhao Qian's arm in high regard. For someone like him, who had little means of attack, this might be a turning point. Only over 300 years? Zhao Qian found himself overestimating Yu Xiaojing. It seems he still had to rely on himself to slowly cultivate higher-age soul beasts. Although it was slow, at least it was safe. After all, with the silent wrist sword, Yu Xiaojing only dared to take on soul beasts with over 300 years of cultivation. This was rather insufficient for the ambitious Zhao Qian. If possible, Zhao Qian even wanted to cultivate a 10,000-year soul beast and have it willingly sacrifice itself to become his first soul ring. Unfortunately, he did not have that much time. Otherwise, by the time he acquired his first soul ring, others would already be at levels 20 or 30, which would be quite embarrassing. Along the way, Zhao Qian caught a 10-year soul beast, a solitary bamboo, which many had overlooked. However, an unexpected change occurred. A large tree that had been standing not far from the solitary bamboo suddenly seemed to be enraged, its trunk twisting into a human face, and its roots pulled out from the soil, letting out a strange shriek towards Zhao Qian. Buzz! Zhao Qian immediately felt his brain buzzing, and he was almost in a brief state of distraction. It was a mental attack. The last thread of clarity in Zhao Qian's mind was horrified at this thought. Soul beasts that excel in mental attacks are extremely rare, usually possessing immense power, and with few able to resist mental attacks. This further increases the danger of mental-type soul beasts. Currently, he was disturbed by the soul-shattering shriek, leaving him completely defenseless. If no one came to rescue him, he would undoubtedly die. However, the range of the soul-impacting shriek was too vast. Even the highest-ranked soul master, Yu Xiaojing, was dizzy from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Tang San, clutching his head and enduring the soul-rending pain, activated his purple extreme magic eye to aim at the ghost-faced tree demon, launching 3 silent hidden swords. Although his purple extreme magic eye was cultivated as a dual eye, it still provided a certain amplification to his mental power. Caught off guard, the ghost-faced tree demon's main body, which released a large number of mental illusions, was directly pierced by the 3 silent hidden swords. Instantly, the injured ghost-faced tree demon unleashed an even more terrifying mental-impacting shriek. Zhao Qian, who was closest, was immediately hit hardest, a look of pain flashing across his face. And then blood began to seep from his ears and nose. Chapter 34. Unable to escape with a bang. Just as Zhao Qian's spiritual consciousness, was struck by the ghost-faced tree demon's mental shriek, the colorful stone in his dantian, which was suffused with 5-colored radiance, suddenly erupted with a dazzling light as if it were opening up the heavens. A massive amount of 5-colored radiance surged from his lower dantian straight into the upper dantian, where Zhao Qian's spiritual consciousness, was located, transforming his entire spiritual world into a brilliant spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's spirit and soul, which had been shattered by the ghost-faced tree demon, resembled cracks in the sky. And in an instant, immeasurable 5-colored divine light rushed in, filling Zhao Qian's spiritual fissures. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and powerful mental strength erupted in the upper dantian, the Naiwan Palace, making Zhao Qian feel completely rejuvenated in an instant. The negative state caused by the ghost-faced tree demon's mental assault was instantly swept away. This is actually the ghost-faced tree demon. He could hardly believe that he could encounter such a rare mental-type soul beast as the ghost-faced tree demon in such an outer area of the soul-hunting forest. What huge gain! A ghost-faced tree demon like this could drive any soul master crazy to acquire. Even selling it to the spirit hall would yield a substantial reward. Time is of the essence. Brothers, we have to abandon our employer's task today. The most pressing matter now is to capture this ghost-faced tree demon. In the distance, a team of soul hunters that had just entered the soul-hunting forest spotted the rampaging ghost-faced tree demon. The ghost-faced tree demon itself is a soul beast with a notorious reputation. If they could hunt it down and absorb its soul ring, it would result in unimaginable growth for a soul master's spirit. Furthermore, the rare, ancient vine-wrapped tree form and the grotesque twisted face on its trunk made it immediately recognizable to the soul-hunting team. For such a valuable mental-type soul beast, the hunting team immediately prepared to abandon the task they were protecting and turn their attack towards the ghost-faced tree demon. How come there's another group of people here? Could it be that this ghost-faced tree demon was discovered by them? The scout from the 5-member soul-hunting team, rushing forward, quickly spotted Zhao Qian and the others not far away. Instantly, the 5 members of the hunting team exchanged glances. Noticing that Zhao Qian was unconscious and only 2 children remained, they couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes glinting coldly. Faced with such a rare mental-type soul beast as the ghost-faced tree demon, everyone in the hunting team was unable to remain calm, as this meant unimaginable wealth. Moreover, the ones who first discovered the ghost-faced tree demon were now either collapsed on the ground or screaming while clutching their heads, and one had an unstable expression, likely having been mentally overwhelmed to the point of idiocy. Zhao Qian, standing there with an unstable expression, clearly saw the looks of the suddenly appearing soul masters. He still maintained an expressionless face, but he felt a bit anxious inside. He never expected that before the plight of the ghost-faced tree demon was resolved, another group of scheming, ambitious individuals would arrive. If these people hadn't come, Zhao Qian would have had a certain chance to compete with the ghost-faced tree demon, as he found that the stability and power of his spiritual consciousness in the ATen-Yuan palace had become exceptionally strong after being repaired by the 5-colored divine light. But the sudden appearance of the 5 soul masters changed things. It was evident they were a hunting team that frequently entered the soul-hunting forest and had collaborated for many years, likely a perfect team consisting of assault type, agility type, support type, control type, and food type soul masters. Even if they weren't a perfect match, the aggressive demeanor of these people was something Zhao Qian alone couldn't handle. However, the situation was not without a turning point. Zhao Qian had 2 silent sleeve arrows on his right forearm. As long as he caught them off guard, with the powerful assassination capability of hidden weapons, even if he couldn't kill both of them, he could still gain some opportunities for himself. At that time, combined with the soul beast in his final trump card, the colorful stone space, there might still be a glimmer of escape. Just then, the ghost-faced tree demon, which was in fierce battle with the 5-man soul-hunting team, seemed to sense its disadvantage in numbers. The overwhelming sense of crisis forced it to unleash another wave of mental shock and screeching. Due to the extreme rarity of mental-type soul beasts, the 5-man soul-hunting team, lacking experience in dealing with them, instantly fell into a state of mental daze. A good opportunity. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qian rushed forward and triggered the silent sleeve arrows on his right forearm. The first arrow aimed at their only agile attack soul master, while the second aimed at their only control-type soul master. As for the 2 strong attack-type soul beasts and the auxiliary soul master that Zhao Qian had observed during the previous battle, he let them go. The reason was simple. Zhao Qian was now in a situation where he was fighting for his life, and he needed to eliminate the greatest threats from the soul-hunting team. As long as the agile attack soul master and the control-type soul master were dealt with, Zhao Qian firmly believed that even if he had to escape, he would have a 40% chance of success. Thud! Thud! Both sleeve arrows accurately struck the agile attack soul master and the control-type soul master, but they did not hit their vital points. Zhao Qian was extremely angry. Why couldn't he have the same accuracy as Tang San? Damn it, he was fooled. He wasn't overwhelmed by the ghost-faced tree demon's mental attack and turned into an idiot. Withered Bone Snake Vine, second soul skill, Poison Bone Parasite. The pain of the arrow piercing his body brought the agility-type soul master and control-type soul master back to their senses. Among them, the control-type soul master, as the core of the team, had a strong adaptability. As soon as he regained consciousness, he unleashed his most powerful soul skill. Instantly, a large number of vine-like structures composed of white bones surged up from the ground, protruding with large white bone spikes, charging toward Zhao Qian. Under the fierce might of this powerful area of effect second soul skill, even the ghost-faced tree demon, which had excessively used its mental impact, was startled into retreating, pulling its roots and running away. That damn little thief actually shot my family heirloom between my legs. I want him dead. He can't escape. Most of his strange arrows are probably used up, and under my second soul skill, he has no chance to flee. The agility-type Soul Master and control-type Soul Master in the Soul Hunting team covered their wounds, looking at Zhao Qian with eyes cold as ice, as if they were looking at a dead person. First soul skill, Soul Beast Ascend. But at that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted and jumped up. Then, a large yellow eagle that appeared out of nowhere grabbed Zhao Qian and soared into the sky. As the leaves swirled around, slapping against the faces of the agility-type and control-type Soul Masters, they were dumbfounded to find that Zhao Qian had actually escaped, flying away with wings. However, when they caught sight of Yu Xiaojing, who had collapsed on the ground not far away, and Tang San, who was holding his head in pain, their expressions turned icy. Just as they prepared to attack the incapacitated Tang San and Yu Xiaojing, they suddenly coughed up blood, horrified to discover that a paralyzing, burning sensation was spreading throughout their bodies. You used poison? The agility-type and control-type Soul Master's eyes bulged in disbelief, staring fiercely at Zhao Qian in the sky, filled with unwillingness. Chapter 35. Continuous kills. Zhao Qian suddenly remembered that he had once poisoned the arrows of the Silent Sleeve Sword. If it weren't for the dying expressions on the faces of the two, he might have forgotten about it. However, the remaining two Soul Masters, one specializing in attack and the other in support, had already regained their consciousness. Even though there were still some arrows in Zhao Qian's colorful stone space, he simply didn't have time to replenish the Silent Sleeve Sword, which was difficult to operate. You despicable kid, how dare you ambush us? Come down and face your death. Otherwise, your two companions will die right now, shouted an attack-type Soul Master from the hunting team, his face full of anger, as they charged directly towards Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing was just starting to groggily get up from the ground, with almost no fighting ability, while Tang San, despite regaining his consciousness, was unable to withstand the three Soul Masters who were all over level 20. Wait, I'll come down, just don't hurt them. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He had to go down. He didn't care if Yu Xiaojing was gone, but Tang San absolutely could not die. No, Zhao Qian, don't come down. Run quickly. I'll stay with the teacher to hold them off for you. You must escape alive. The three of them all have over level 20 soul power, and you can't withstand them. Who would have thought that when Tang San heard Zhao Qian was willing to give up the advantage and come down from the sky to save him and Yu Xiaojing? He immediately became anxious and shouted at Zhao Qian in the sky. Zhao Qian holds immense significance for Tang San. He is the first true friend who makes Tang San feel the warmth of this world, and he will never allow Zhao Qian to take risks, even if it means exhausting all his strength. Even if it leads to his own death or that of his teacher. Tang San will never allow these three Soul Masters in front of him to harm Zhao Qian. Ghost Shadow, Mysterious Track. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Without any hesitation, Tang San immediately activated the superior martial arts techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, resolutely confronting the three approaching Soul Masters of over level 20. However, no matter how powerful the Xiantian treasure record is, Tang San's soul power level is only at level 10. His opponents, on the other hand, are three Soul Masters of over level 20, including two powerful attack-type Soul Masters and one support-type Soul Master. Faced with such formidable enemies, even with his rich combat experience from 2 lifetimes, Tang San was ultimately knocked away by a powerful attack-type Soul Master with a martial soul of a giant bear. With a bang, Tang San was sent flying and fell directly to the ground, rolling for more than 10 meters before finally stopping, his face turning pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trying to be a hero. Today, that little bastard who can fly in the sky and you both will die. No one can save you. A powerful attack-type Soul Master with a martial soul of a lion coldly glared at Tang San, who had fallen not far away, without the mental impact and shrill screams of the ghost-faced tree demon. These two mere children and an adult who had not yet recovered are simply no match for them. Zhao Qian, you must run quickly. Don't waste your effort. Tang San, lying on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, saw Zhao Qian descending from the sky and immediately struggled to push his foot to make him leave. It's impossible. Abandoning you to save myself would make me feel guilty for the rest of my life. Zhao Qian decisively refused, firmly standing in front of Tang San, staring at the incoming assault-type Soul Master, ready to fight with all his might, even if his winning odds were less than half. Zhao Qian was determined to give it his all. You little bastard, without a single soul ring, you still want to show off? Go die. The assault-type Soul Master with the lion spirit had a chilling gaze, In the state of his martial spirit, he suddenly rushed to Zhao Qian, striking down with a giant claw. A sound of sharp blades piercing flesh suddenly came out. A silver spear had appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the neck of the Lion Spirit Soul Master. The Lion Spirit Soul Master, with his neck pierced by the spear, widened his eyes looking at the azure sky, his mouth moving several times, but unable to utter a word. Only an increasing amount of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With a calm expression, Zhao Qian suddenly withdrew the silver spear, and a fountain of blood erupted from the Lion Spirit Soul Master's neck. But Zhao Qian did not end there. Withdrawing the silver spear, he swiftly thrust it repeatedly, turning the chest of the Soul Master into a mess. You probably don't know that I can perform magic. With an indifferent expression, Zhao Qian showed no reaction to the act of killing, or rather, the current situation didn't allow him any extra physiological reactions. He looked towards the two remaining Soul Masters who were overpowering Yu Xiaojiang in the distance, instinctively tightening his grip on the silver spear. But those two Soul Masters, upon seeing their fallen companion in front of Zhao Qian, revealed a momentary look of shock on their faces. They couldn't believe it. A Soul Master, especially a powerful assault-type Soul Master, actually died at the hands of a child without a single soul ring. What was even more terrifying was that their Control-type Soul Master captain and another Agility-type Soul Master had also died at the hands of this bizarre, chilling child. However, it wasn't just these two enemy Soul Masters. Even Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, who was pushing him from behind, were stunned. A one-hit kill. Who would have thought that a child without a single soul ring could ambush a Soul Master with two soul rings? What a thunderous fart, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Ro San Pao. The composed Yu Xiaojiang quickly regained his senses and immediately issued a command to his mutated martial spirit. Ro San Pao. Boom. In an instant, the Assault-type and Agility-type Soul Masters, just recovering from their shock, found a large amount of gray gas erupting from Ro San Pao's backside, the powerful force even making it hard for them to stand. Ugh! The Auxiliary Soul Master and the Assault-type Soul Master hit directly by Ro San Pao's foul gas were immediately nauseated and hurriedly ran outside. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Desert Great Eagle Violent Storm. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by the Desert Great Eagle unleashing all its power as a soul beast of 150 years of cultivation. A terrifying gust of wind was immediately shot out by its wide wings. At the same time, Zhao Qian unhesitatingly threw all the arrows from the colorful stone space into this gust of wind. Puffed, 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 like a rain of arrows piercing through the heart. The Auxiliary Soul Master and Assault-type Soul Master hadn't even escaped the foul gas smoke from Ro San Pao before being struck by the dense, poisonous arrows. Although the Soul Master with the martial spirit Giant Bear had decent defense, the dense arrows still heavily injured him, and the burning sensation of the poison made him terrified. It's over. After the Desert Great Eagle blew away the foul gas smoke, Zhao Qian approached the Auxiliary Soul Master, now riddled with arrows, and the poisoned Assault-type Soul Master, calmly looking down at the terrified person on the ground. Save me, I'll give. Before the person on the ground could struggle to say anything more, Zhao Qian directly thrust a spear through his skull. When the decisive is not cut, it must suffer its chaos. Chapter 36. I'm going to explode. Sana, are you okay? After throwing the corpses of the 5 Soul Masters into the colorful stone space, Zhao Qian rushed to Tang San's side and helped him up. This battle gave Zhao Qian a very surreal feeling. Even in games, he had never achieved such a team wipe by killing 5 people. Yet all of this had indeed happened. Apart from the initial Control-type Soul Master, the others hadn't even released their soul skills against him. So they all died. And with their blood, Zhao Qian deeply realized one truth. Without reaching the title Douluo level, anyone could be killed in the dark. Because only by reaching the level of title Douluo would one's strength undergo earth-shattering changes. Even if one couldn't win, they could still escape. But before title Douluo, any Soul Master could find themselves capsized in the gutter when facing a Soul Master weaker than themselves, or be ambushed, poisoned, or beaten to death. Become stronger. A thought arose in Zhao Qian's heart, the same thought that countless protagonists in novels had before, and it was very strong. Because only by continuously becoming stronger could he have a bit more self-protection in this world, where he could be killed at any moment. Rustle. Suddenly, accompanied by the noise of dense branches and leaves rubbing against each other, the previously fleeing ghost-faced tree demon actually returned. After such a long absence, The strength of this ghost-faced tree demon had clearly recovered significantly. Not good. Zhao Qian, hurry and take Zhao San and run. This ghost-faced tree demon, daring to return, must have gained the confidence to defeat us. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the ghost-faced tree demon. As a spirit-type plant soul beast, this soul beast was basically immune to all soul skill attacks from Ro San Pao. The only thing he could do now was hope that Zhao Qian would react quickly and take Tang San to escape. But just as Zhao Qian realized this, the ghost-faced tree demon trembled its leaves and unleashed another mental shock scream. However, Zhao Qian only slightly shook his head in response to this level of mental shock. And when he opened his eyes again, he saw Tang San in pain, clutching his head. Godi! Zhao Qian shouted angrily, raised his hand, and threw the shiny silver spear in his hand, which directly pierced into the body of the ghost-faced tree demon. Master, please take good care of Sanner for me, Zhao Qian said as he let the desert eagle grab him and soar into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the ghost-faced tree demon. Great waterfall technique. Zhao Qian raised his hand and suddenly dumped almost everything in the colorful stone space. Immediately, Yu Xiaojiang, who rushed over to pick up Tang San and escape, couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight. Countless large, ring-headed knives, shiny long spears, sharp long swords, and heavy iron stumps fell from the sky, densely packed to the point of almost overwhelming the ghost-faced tree demon below. But that wasn't the end. Following them like a waterfall were beds, cabinets, chairs, and bricks, smashing down on the ghost-faced tree demon, causing its lush branches and leaves to scatter everywhere. Leaving in a state of confusion, Zhao Qian attacked the human face on the trunk of the ghost-faced tree demon. That's its weak point. Yu Xiaojiang shouted urgently as he snapped back to reality. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qian rushed in front of the ghost-faced tree demon and swung his hoe for a decisive strike. Boom! After suffering a heavy blow, the ghost-faced tree demon erupted with a short burst of mental shock and shrieked, then staggered and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Qian did not want such a rare soul beast with mental attack abilities to die and turn into a soul ring. He immediately had the desert eagle carry him to the ghost-faced tree demon, gently touching it. The dying ghost-faced tree demon instantly appeared in Zhao Qian's colorful stone space within his dantian. Master, I don't know if you can help me with a favor. A few hours later, Zhao Qian, resting in a safe place, approached Yu Xiaojiang and said seriously, "What favor?" Yu Xiaojiang, sitting cross-legged on the ground to adjust his injuries, opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Qian, who had brought him so much shock. Even now, Yu Xiaojiang still felt a bit dazed, hardly believing that Zhao Qian, a child without a soul ring, not only wiped out a soul hunting team, but also dealt with a terrifying and spine-chilling mental-type soul beast. After the previous intense battle, I discovered that the alternate space opened by my spiritual martial soul is on the verge of collapse. If possible, I would like to ask you, Master, to inject soul power into my body to help me stabilize the alternate space. Zhao Qian's expression was serious as he spoke earnestly. However, he was eagerly anticipating the sacrifice of the 5 naked soul masters from the colorful stone space to help the dying ghost-faced tree demon gain new life and increase its cultivation. All right, Yu Xiaojing nodded without hesitation. In his view, whether it was Zhao Qian's identity as the only owner of a spiritual martial soul in the world, or his connection as a good friend of his student Tang San, or even his identity as someone who had slain 5 powerful soul masters and a spiritual-type soul beast to save himself, all warranted his assistance. Excited, Zhao Qian immediately sat cross-legged, feeling a pair of large, warm hands pressed against his back. He quickly immersed his consciousness into the colorful stone space. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang, who was behind Zhao Qian, opened his eyes in shock, his heart stirred with waves of astonishment. He could hardly believe that such a terrifying suction force could erupt from Zhao Qian's small body. In an instant, it drained all of his recently restored, nearly 30-level soul power. Once he finished, Yu Xiaojiang's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had immersed his consciousness in the colorful stone space, was pleasantly surprised to find that the only remaining ghost-faced tree demon had gained a powerful aura, reaching nearly 3,000 years of terrifying cultivation. When he sacrificed the 5 soul masters and other soul beasts within the colorful stone space, Zhao Qian had never imagined that the ghost-faced tree demon would receive such a significant boost. But now that he thought about it, this outcome didn't seem unreasonable. After all, 100-year soul beast cultivation from 100 to 999 years is roughly equivalent to the strength of a 21st level soul master to a 30 level soul master. Zhao Qian had sacrificed 5 formidable soul masters and other soul beasts he had previously stored. In this light, having cultivated a ghost-faced tree demon with nearly 3,000 years of cultivation didn't seem like the most ideal result. Yet even so, it made Zhao Qian incredibly excited. He had initially thought that the best he could hope for was a pile of 10-year level soul beasts and a few 100-year level ones. He had planned to go back and train to see if he could produce a soul beast with nearly 1,000 years of cultivation to voluntarily sacrifice and become his first soul ring. But now, he was controlling a soul beast with nearly 3,000 years of cultivation, and it was extremely rare and of the spiritual type. I can't take it anymore. I want to expand, I want to explode. Zhao Qian's face flushed red with excitement. Chapter 37. Just how strong is it? After calming down and pondering for a while, Zhao Qian felt he couldn't make up his mind to let the ghost-faced tree demon voluntarily sacrifice itself to become his first soul ring. There was no way. His whole martial soul, which could be nicely described as the void hoe, was essentially just a farming tool. Giving it a soul ring from a nearly 3,000-year-old spiritual soul beast would be a waste. Moreover, Zhao Qian had already set a clear direction for himself. A summoning-type soul master focused on explosive power. Naturally, he needed to cultivate the soul beasts under him well, both strong and numerous. It seemed he would need to think of another way to acquire his first soul ring. After resting for a while, Yu Xiaojing took Zhao Qian and Tang-San on the journey to find suitable soul beasts again. However, Zhao Qian's behavior was a bit abnormal along the way. He would raise his hand to collect any large rocks and broken branches he saw. He had been inspired during the battle with the ghost-faced tree demon that high-altitude throwing was a must-have skill. If used well, the opponent might not even know how they died. At that moment, a faint green mist suddenly spread from all directions, looking especially eerie in the shadowy forest filled with old vines and towering ancient trees. Yu Xiaojing immediately activated the 2 yellow 100-year soul rings on him, watching the spreading faint green mist with a vigilant expression. In the soul-hunting forest, such movements were usually caused by soul beasts. It's a mandragora snake. Tang-San, Zhao Qian, retreat. The mandragora snake is an extremely terrifying poison-type soul beast, not only incredibly fast, but its toxins can paralyze the entire body and cause nerve paralysis. After throwing a firecracker into the mist to get a clearer view of the mandragora snake, a hint of gloom appeared on Yu Xiaojing's usually serious face. Although he was a 20-something level soul master, when facing a fast poison-type soul beast like the mandragora snake, his only option was to flee. I hope this mandragora snake isn't too strong. If it's around the 10-year level, we might be able to fight it. Otherwise, Tang-San, Zhao Qian, we must be prepared to run at any moment. Yu Xiaojing's expression was grave, his gaze fixed on the dark shadow of the mandragora snake moving through the faint green mist. Zhao Qian, you were injured in the previous battle. If anything goes wrong, you should run first. Teacher, and I will cover for you. Tang-San saw this and drew a short sword, standing in front of Zhao Qian, activating his purple extreme demon eye. It's all right, I can help you. Zhao Qian shook his head slightly. He then summoned the desert eagle, and with a series of powerful flaps of its wings, the faint green mist was blown away in just a few breaths. Not good. This mandragora snake's cultivation has at least reached 400 years. Tang-San, Zhao Qian, you two run. The moment the mist was dispersed, Yu Xiaojing saw the mandragora snake coiled around a large tree, coldly staring at them, and his expression darkened. As the mandragora snake's cultivation increased by each year, its length would grow by 1 centimeter. The snake before them was already about 4 meters long, far beyond what he, a 29-level soul master with the weakest combat ability, could contend with. Upon hearing that the mandragora snake not far away had around 400 years of cultivation, Tang-San immediately tightened his grip on the short sword. He had to protect Zhao Qian, even if it meant fighting to the death alongside his teacher. Zhao Qian had already exhausted everything to protect Tang-San and his teacher, and the spatial dimension that stored the contract soul beast was on the verge of collapse. Now danger had reappeared in the form of a powerful mandala snake, which even his teacher could not handle. However, Tang-San would never allow Zhao Qian to take risks again. With a fart like thunder, the rose sand cannon exploded. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojing controlled his mutated martial soul, the rose sand cannon, and unleashed a soul skill. A thunderous fart erupted from the cannon's backside, and the strong airflow directly blew the mandala snake away. Run, Yu Xiaojing. having gained the opportunity to escape, hurriedly pulled Tang San beside him to flee. "No, teacher, you said the mandala snake is extremely fast. We can't escape at all. I'll hold it off. You protect Zhao Qian." Determination was written all over Tang San's face as he used Ghost Shadow mistranslation to dodge Yu Xiaojiang's attempt to pull him away. With a swift motion, Tang San, holding the short sword embedded with 7 gems that Yu Xiaojiang had given him, charged towards the mandala snake that had been knocked over by the Rosen cannon. His eyes calm and resolute. He was going to kill the mandala snake. Even if he were to die here, as long as he could win Zhao Qian a chance to escape, he would have no regrets. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists in anxiety and hastily commanded the Rosen cannon, which only had 3 strikes left. Rosen cannon, assist Xiao San. Boom! Immediately, a pig charging into the sky rolled over, and another fart knocked the mandala snake, which was just regaining its senses, over again. Ding! 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 A series of dense sounds suddenly came from around the mandala snake as Tang San, wielding his exquisite short sword, arrived in front of it. However, despite the continuous slashes, the short sword didn't even scratch a single scale of the mandala snake. The scales of the mandala snake were as tough as steel. As Tang San, utilizing Ghost Shadow mistranslation and the purple extreme demon eye, engaged in a fierce battle with the regaining mandala snake, the situation became perilous. Just then, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted, "Desert Eagle, dive attack, target the head of the mandala snake." At that moment, a robust ancient tree that had appeared nearby transformed slightly. The perceptions of Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and the mandala snake all froze at that instant. Bang! The next second, when Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San regained their senses, the mandala snake was directly blinded by the Desert Eagle, writhing in agony and crashing into the surrounding trees with loud thuds. Tang San, using Ghost Shadow mistranslation, immediately exited the combat circle, turned back to look at Zhao Qian, his expression somewhat dazed. When did Zhao Qian's Desert Eagle become so powerful? The Desert Eagle is clearly just a soul beast with about 150 years of cultivation. Meanwhile, this mandala snake has at least 400 years of cultivation. Coupled with the mandala snake's abnormal defensive power, the Desert Eagle is simply not its opponent. Yet, in a lightning-fast strike, the Desert Eagle not only hit the mandala snake, but also injured its most vulnerable eye, severely wounding it. Even the knowledgeable Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily stunned by this scene, his mind going blank. A Desert Eagle with only 150 years of cultivation actually dealt a heavy blow to a 400-year-old mandala snake with astonishing speed? If this were in the past, Yu Xiaojiang would definitely sit down and calculate how low the probability of this happening was. Yet, this situation actually occurred today. It truly happened right before his eyes. Just how strong is your Desert Eagle? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhao Qian behind him, his dazed expression seemingly questioning this. Zhao Qian shyly chuckled, but from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the ghost-faced tree demon disguised as an ordinary ancient tree, which was disturbing everyone's mental state not far away. Chapter 38. Boom, boom, boom. The current ghost-faced tree demon had nearly 3,000 years of cultivation, easily confusing people's spiritual perception. Therefore, as soon as the mandala snake appeared, Zhao Qian immediately found an opportunity to quietly release it. Although he believed that with the skills learned from the Xiantian treasure record, Tang San would have some confidence in dealing with the mandala snake, Zhao Qian resolutely released the ghost-faced tree demon to ensure Tang San had every confidence in hunting this mandala snake and absorbing its spirit ring. He didn't want the trajectory of fate to change too drastically, as that would mean the future developments would diverge significantly from what he knew. Zhao Qian, who always relied on his foresight of the future as one of his important supports, absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. If the trajectory of fate deviated too much from the established path, it would mean he lost an important support. Therefore, Zhao Qian absolutely would not allow this to happen. Sanner, deliver the final blow to this mandala snake. I think its spirit ring will suit you perfectly. Zhao Qian shouted loudly to Tang San, who was standing next to the mandala snake in the distance. That's right, Xiao San. What Zhao Qian said makes sense. Although your martial soul is a plant-type blue silvergrass, according to my martial soul mimicry theory, in the state of a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass, it has great compatibility with various soul rings. Moreover, the mandala snake's length of 1 centimeter before reaching 1,000 years represents 1 year of cultivation. I estimated that this mandala snake's cultivation is very close to the limit of what a soul master can bear for the first soul ring. For 123 years, before it decides to self-destruct, You should quickly deal it a fatal blow so that you can absorb its soul ring more easily. Yu Xiaojiang quickly walked towards Tang San, while chattering away with a bunch of theoretical knowledge. Tang San glanced at Zhao Qian and immediately nodded to Yu Xiaojiang, stabbing a short sword into the eyes of the weakened mandala snake, which was pinned down by the desert great eagle, ending its life. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring, gathering the mandala snake's soul power and spiritual energy, floated above its corpse. Use your soul power to draw the mandala snake's soul ring. Let it wash over your body and merge into you, and remember to stay clear-minded, focusing on your martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang looked a bit nervous as he provided theoretical guidance for Tang San's first soul ring absorption. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian was lost in thought, reflecting on what Yu Xiaojiang had said earlier, and couldn't help but freeze in place. A soul beast can self-destruct? I actually never thought of that. Zhao Qian instantly widened his eyes and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. With his fists clenched, his face was filled with deep speechlessness, frustration, excitement, and regret. His complexion alternated between red and white, and he could hardly contain his desire to pierce through his former self with a sword. How could he have forgotten that the most important soul beast could self-destruct? What does self-destruction represent? It represents an explosion. It represents a booming sound. It represents art. Zhao Qian once thought he was a summoner's soul master relying on overwhelming numbers to crush all enemies. But now, Zhao Qian finally realized that he was not on the path of overwhelming numbers, but on the path of explosive power. Art is an explosion, the kind that goes boom, boom, boom. He wants to send all future enemies to the sky, letting them reunite with their ancestors. What is explosive power? This is explosive power. Zhao Qian could hardly imagine how brilliant and dazzling his battles would be in the future. First, he would feign weakness to let the opponent become arrogant and crush him, while secretly having several hidden soul beasts ambush in various places. Then, at the slightest disagreement, he would have the soul beasts self-destruct and blow them up. What should I do? I'm so anxious. I'm so inflated. I feel like I'm about to explode again. Zhao Qian's heart was pounding, feeling a rush of excitement coursing through his veins, adrenaline surging, as if he were about to blow the soul-hunting forest to the sky. Master, I'm leaving the Desert Eagle here. Please help me take care of San Air for a while. Zhao Qian suppressed his excitement and said to Yu Xiaojiang with pursed lips. Without waiting for Yu Xiaojiang to respond, Zhao Qian directly took off running into the distance, like a wolf with glowing green eyes, eagerly searching for traces of soul beasts. It was a green leaf dog. Before long, while running in the soul-hunting forest, Zhao Qian was delighted to discover a small dog with ears and a tail resembling green leaves. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian released the ghost-faced tree demon with nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. The ghost-faced tree demon only needed to emit a trace of mental interference to leave the green leaf dog standing there in a daze, allowing Zhao Qian to capture it into the colorful stone space. That was a shadow snake. Soon, Zhao Qian found a black snake with blue ring patterns, about the length of an arm, slithering deep in the bushes. He used the same method again. Under the formidable mental interference of the nearly 3,000-year-old ghost-faced tree demon, Zhao Qian encountered almost no soul beast capable of resisting him around the entire perimeter of the soul-hunting forest. None were a match for him, and he easily captured 23 10th-grade soul beasts. However, the 100-year grade ones were not so easy to find. Zhao Qian speculated that the previous mandala snake had scared them away. Otherwise, this area might be the territory of that mandala snake. Otherwise, he should have encountered 100-year grade soul beasts by now. With these speculations in mind, Zhao Qian thought about how it might take Tang San several hours to completely fuse the soul ring. Immediately, Zhao Qian planned to expand his search area, eager to catch a 100-year grade soul beast. This was not only to enrich his number of summoned beasts, but also for the first soul skill of his home martial soul. He didn't know how long he had been running, but with his nerves tense and his actions reckless in wanting to attract soul beasts to attack him, Zhao Qian arrived at the outskirts of a stone forest filled with natural irregular rock pillars and small hills. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow as he surveyed the stone forest before him, contemplating whether to go around it to attract soul beasts elsewhere. But at that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly felt an extremely rare tremor from the colorful stone in his dantian, which was steaming with wisps of auspicious air and shrouded in 5-colored radiance. Could there be a treasure inside? Zhao Qian instinctively thought this way, considering that he had the powerful spirit-type soul beast, the ghost-face tree demon, With nearly 3,000 years of cultivation by his side, Zhao Qian, filled with confidence, immediately made up his mind and charged in, his eyes shining with anticipation. He especially wanted to know what had caused the seemingly unchanging colorful stone in his dantian to tremble. Undoubtedly, it had to be something extraordinarily remarkable. Gradually, Zhao Qian's sense of smell suddenly detected a wave of fragrance, and when he looked up, he saw that deep within the rocky forest, there seemed to be red clouds rising. Chapter 39. Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. As he approached the rocky forest where the red clouds were rising, Zhao Qian was astonished to discover a small basin with a diameter of no less than 100 meters, filled with rolling bright yellow lava. Upon closer inspection, he saw that at the center of this lava pool, there grew a small tree over a meter tall, its color as red as fire, with over a dozen egg-sized bright red fruits, sparkling with bright yellow sparks. This small tree, embodying the spirit and elegance of heaven and earth, was indeed the source of the red clouds Zhao Qian had seen earlier. It was also the source that had caused the seemingly unchanging colorful stone in his dantian to tremble. What a precious red flame fruit tree! As the rolling heat waves in the lava pool spread the fragrance of the tree's fruits in all directions, Zhao Qian couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He realized that the aroma of the fruits from this tree, which could tentatively be called the red flame fruit tree, filled him with vibrant vitality. In just a few breaths had restored much of the stamina he had exhausted from running. Clearly, this red flame fruit tree, rooted in the center of the lava pool, was a rare, spiritual root. Although it could not compare to the top-grade innate treasure cultivated in the ice and fire duality eyes, controlled by the title Douluo, Poison Douluo, for Zhao Qian at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most precious existence. It was almost within reach, unlike the ethereal and elusive ice and fire duality eyes, which he had no idea when he would find. Indeed, powerful beings were mostly lurking near heavenly materials and earthly treasures, hiding behind a jagged rock. Zhao Qian saw a black figure rooted in the lava beneath the red flame fruit tree. It was a flame-hoofed demon dog, as large as a calf, its muscular build giving a solid impression, with dense black fur that shone brightly. The ribs on either side of its torso even pierced through the skin, exposing its bone-white color, and its sharp, thick fangs were as intimidating as a lion's. A soul beast. This was evidently a powerful soul beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the one occupying the lava pool and guarding the red flame fruit tree. It was troublesome, hiding behind the jagged rock. Zhao Qian looked at the flame-hoofed demon dog, unable to help but clench his fists, his expression somewhat grim. The gap in strength was too great. He couldn't sense the approximate age of the flame-hoofed demon dog. How could Zhao Qian identify its cultivation based on biological characteristics? This was Zhao Qian's first time seeing a flame-hoofed demon dog. There was no way around it. He would have to rely on the color of its soul power changes when it attacked to estimate its age. Zhao Qian gazed at the flame-hoofed demon dog lying under the crimson flame fruit tree in the magma pool, clenching his fists and making a firm decision in his heart. Since he had encountered this rare, spiritual root, Zhao Qian absolutely could not let it go. Moreover, based on the feelings he gained from the fragrance of the fruit of the crimson flame fruit tree, it was clear that this spiritual root was one that enhanced the vitality of living beings. Just by smelling its fragrance, Zhao Qian already felt that his exhausted stamina had recovered significantly. What about consuming the fruit produced by the crimson flame fruit tree? Without a doubt, it would have unimaginable benefits. However, it was somewhat dangerous to provoke the flame-hoofed demon dog, which would use its soul technique to determine its cultivation level based on the color change of its soul power. If luck was on his side, the cultivation level of the flame-hoofed demon dog would not be higher than Zhao Qian's ghost-face tree demon, allowing Zhao Qian to kill it in one blow. If luck was not on his side, the moment he detected the cultivation level of the flame-hoofed demon dog would be the moment Zhao Qian faced his demise. Perhaps I should try operating as a burst-type summoner soul master. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Qian's serious face, and then he gently stepped back. After running for about 100 meters, Zhao Qian suddenly stopped and looked around. Finding nothing unusual, he took out a calico cat. The calico cat, with a white belly and blue fur all over the rest of its body, seemed to enjoy Zhao Qian's strokes, closing its eyes and making a gentle sound. Go and self-destruct in the magma pit. Zhao Qian reluctantly stroked the calico cat a couple more times and quietly instructed it. Soon after, there was a loud explosion. Following that, violent soul power fluctuations surged from the magma pool, accompanied by flickering purple light and a roar that echoed across the land spread in all directions. Zhao Qian, cautiously crouched on a jagged rock, felt a sense of fear and retreat in his heart as he listened to this roar. Sound attribute soul skill. Undoubtedly, upon sensing that its territory was being intruded upon, the powerful 1,000-year level soul beast, Flame Hoof Demon Dog, unleashed its sound attribute soul skill to intimidate other beings. This sound attribute soul skill has the effect of stunning beings, causing them to fear and retreat. This is why even from a distance, Zhao Qian still felt this way. Fortunately, Zhao Qian was not directly roared at. Although he was frozen in fear for a few seconds, he quickly recovered through deep breaths. This Flame Hoof Demon Dog is very powerful. Zhao Qian assessed the strength of the Flame Hoof Demon Dog. White corresponds to the 10-year level, yellow to the 100-year level, and purple to the 1,000-year level. And the color of soul power change when that Flame Hoof Demon Dog used its sound attribute soul skill was indeed purple. It was at the same 1,000-year level as Zhao Qian's ghost-faced tree demon. However, the range of the 1,000-year level is vast. From 1,000 to 9,999 years, Zhao Qian could not determine how strong the Flame Hoof Demon Dog truly was. If it were below 3,000 years, with his nearly 3,000-year ghost-faced tree demon, supplemented by the soul beast's self-detonation, it wouldn't be impossible to deal with it. But the key point is that Zhao Qian had no way to distinguish it. Being able to detect that the Flame Hoof Demon Dog is a 1,000-year level soul beast was almost Zhao Qian's limit. Elder, is there really a congenital treasure land in this soul-hunting forest? I heard that even the worst inferior congenital treasure land has a cultivation speed that is at least twice the norm. Of course there is, otherwise, why would I have been unwilling to transfer elsewhere for so many years, staying here? It's for this congenital treasure land. At this moment, Zhao Qian faintly heard some unfamiliar voices, and his heart tightened as he hurriedly hid quietly. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance, and for sharing the news of the congenital treasure land with us. I am truly grateful and willing to serve you with my life. I naturally understand your intentions, but the soul beast residing in that treasure land is ferocious, with over 1,800 years of cultivation. Even with my 32-level soul respect strength, I cannot say I would definitely win against it. A middle-aged man dressed in the elder's attire of the soul-hunting forest patrol law enforcement team walked toward the depths of the stone forest and the magma pool, smiling at the two young law enforcement team members behind him. However, a glint of cold light occasionally flashed in the eyes of the elder as he glanced back at the two young law enforcement team members. Chapter 40, Awu. Level 32, Soul Respect. Zhao Qian sensitively captured the key information in the elder's words from the soul-hunting forest law enforcement team, and he couldn't help but be startled. So far, the most powerful soul master he had encountered, aside from Tang San's drunkard father, was merely a great soul master in his 20s with 2 soul rings. But today, he met an even more powerful being, a soul venerable level powerhouse with 3 soul rings, which meant 3 types of soul skills. The gap between them was simply not comparable. If it were purely a competition of soul power and soul skills, the difference of 1 soul ring was extremely significant. In that moment, with no soul rings at all, Zhao Qian had no choice but to either die or kneel and call him daddy. However, he seemed to be no match for the ghost-faced tree demon, hiding behind a jagged rock, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. In this soul-hunting forest we were patrolling, millennium-level soul beasts were rarely seen, but unexpectedly, there was one in this stone forest. However, with the 2 of us here, plus the elder's powerful strength as a level 32 soul venerable, dealing with that soul beast with over 1,800 years of cultivation should be a piece of cake. The 2 young patrollers accompanying the law enforcement elders smiled confidently, even a bit impatient to experience the treasure land occupied by that soul beast. Because even if it was just a low-grade treasure land, as long as they followed the elder to eliminate the soul beast within, they could achieve unimaginable improvements in their cultivation afterwards. Inherent treasure lands usually come with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Elder, there should be some in the depths of the stone forest, right? The 2 young members of the soul-hunting forest patrol law enforcement team became excited upon thinking of this. There are. The elder of the law enforcement team squinted his eyes with a smile, but there was a dangerous glint in his narrowed eyes. About 10 minutes later, a roar that echoed in all directions erupted again from the magma pool deep within the stone forest. This roar was mixed with the power of sound attribute soul skills. And Zhao Qian, hiding behind the jagged rocks, was once again frozen in place for a few seconds due to the intimidation. However, during this time, Zhao Qian also heard some other sounds. Clearly, the three members of the patrol law enforcement team were fighting against the flame hoof demon dog. According to the elder of the law enforcement team, that flame hoof demon dog had over 1,800 years of cultivation and was also not a match for my ghost-faced tree demon. However, my ghost-faced tree demon was not good at facing enemies head-on, and it was crucial for me to secretly change the battlefield since its attributes were restrained by the flame hoof demon dog. Zhao Qian, who had been stunned by the sound, attribute soul skill of the flame hoof demon dog, took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions while contemplating with flickering eyes. Then, he pushed off with his feet and immediately ran toward the magma pool deep in the stone forest. He needed to get closer to observe the battle situation to make the best response. But before he got close to the magma pool, Zhao Qian saw the flame hoof demon dog, with its hooves swaying with red flames like clouds, leap into the air and shoot a scorching orange-red flame toward the stone forest. Boom! Instantly, the orange-red flames splashed in all directions, and the jagged rocks that were hit exploded under the high temperature. Zhao Qian was startled, his scalp tingling. He had originally planned to approach the magma pool to observe the battle situation, but with a pale face, he turned and ran. His ghost-faced tree demon was quite impressive, but he, Zhao Qian, was not. Even a stone splashed over could pierce through his skull and take his life. Not to mention that it was a battlefield where a powerful soul beast with over 1,800 years of cultivation was engaged in combat with three formidable soul masters. Among them was a level 32 soul master with 3 soul rings. Even if the ghost-faced tree demon were thrown in, it would either be heavily wounded or killed. If Zhao Qian dared to step forward, it could only be said that he was rushing to catch the bus to reincarnation. However, just as he hadn't run far, Zhao Qian suddenly heard 2 piercing screams behind him. "Elder, save me. Despicable villain, you want to monopolize it." The 2 young patrollers struggling under the attack of the flame hoof demon dog looked at the elder, who had abandoned them and was flying off on his sword to harvest the treasures, with expressions of shock and uncontrollable anger. My martial soul is the wind sword. Although it had some issues when awakened, it is still a mid to upper tier martial soul. I can fly on my sword and accelerate. If it weren't for needing someone to hold back this soul beast and create an opportunity for me, do you think I would bring you here? The elder calmly stood on a 3-foot-long green sword, looking at the raging flame hoof demon dog below and the 2 resentful soul masters, with a hint of a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It was just too unfortunate that these 2 young men were so unaware of their own limitations. They really thought they could share this treasure with him, to completely monopolize this place. He even gave up the opportunity to be reassigned to a higher position in the spirit hall, willingly staying in this soul-hunting forest just to continuously harvest the treasures. This was not only a massive wealth, but also a treasure that could help him increase his strength and expand the limit of soul power he could contain. Although he was currently at level 32, in reality, even a level 36 soul master might not gain the upper hand in a battle against him. Suddenly, the elder sensed that the battle below seemed to have ended. With his mindset of erasing all traces, he immediately flew down on his wind sword. However, just as he was about to land, the flame hoof demon dog, which had been facing away from him while devouring the bodies of the 2 young patrollers, suddenly turned to face him. Moreover, a scorching orange flame shot directly at his face. Ghost! The elder's face turned pale, almost frightened to the point of losing his mind, and he immediately controlled his wind sword to escape. But a charred corpse fell to the ground, still warm. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he forgot to inform his body to run along with him. Zhao Qian, lying on a distant jagged rock, watched the elder being sent flying by the flame hoof demon dog, his charred body crashing to the ground, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, the heavy stone in his heart finally dropping. Fortunately, this old thief didn't run off after stealing the red flame fruit. Otherwise, Zhao Qian would really have a hard time finding an opportunity for the ghost-faced tree demon to interfere with his spirit. Oh, facing the nearly 3,000-year-old ghost-faced tree demon. And with the flame hoof demon dog having exhausted much of its soul power and stamina, it humbly lay on the ground in front of Zhao Qian, rolling over and looking at him obediently while whining. Another member for the soul beast army. Zhao Qian smiled as he collected the almost dazed dog that had been mentally disturbed by the ghost-faced tree demon into the colorful stone space, feeling a wave of happiness. Chapter 41. Unfathomable after throwing the flame hoof demon dog into the colorful stone. Zhao Qian couldn't wait to collect the 3 corpses of the patrol enforcement team stationed in the soul hunting forest. After all, They had the strength of great soul masters and even a level 32 soul master when they were alive. Even if they were dead, as long as he acted quickly, sacrificing them later would provide him with considerable assistance. After all, Zhao Qian had used the bodies of 5 over 20 level great soul masters to cultivate his ghost-faced tree demon to nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. The effect of these 2 great soul masters plus 1 soul master's corpse would certainly not be far behind. Zhao Qian estimated that if he used them to enhance the desert great eagle, it would at least reach 2,000 years of cultivation. He thought he might as well make some more use of them. With a deep obsession for money, Zhao Qian began searching the 3 corpses for some gold and silver soul coins, and he immediately felt delighted when he found some. In his previous life, he couldn't inherit that over 600 million, but in this life he was determined to earn 600 million for himself. From the corpse of the 32-level soul master, Zhao Qian also discovered a small pouch seemingly woven from dark red metal threads, inside which lay about 7 egg-sized, fiery fruits that had already turned into red fruits with yellow patterns imprinted on the surface. These were the red flame fruits from the red flame tree. And it was clear that these 7 fruits were basically ripe. Otherwise, this 32-level soul master wouldn't have just stolen them in his lifetime. He sniffed a couple of times near his nose, and a fragrant aroma instantly wafted over, making him feel as though every cell in his body was about to ignite with excitement. He decided to wait until he found a safe place to eat one and see its effects. Determined, Zhao Qian quickly put away the pouch containing the red flame fruits and then looked at the red flame tree growing in the center of the lava pool, which was at least 50 meters away from the shore. Given this distance, Zhao Qian felt he could have the ghost-faced tree demon throw him over. But if the aim was off, he might end up diving perfectly into the lava. Better to have the flame-hoofed demon dog carry me over. Shaking his head, Zhao Qian released the flame-hoofed demon dog from the space of the colorful stones. Since the flame-hoofed demon dog wasn't very weak when he tamed it, Zhao Qian couldn't guarantee that it would listen to him 100% in the colorful stone space. So he had the ghost-faced tree demon give it a mental interference again. The lava pool was scorching hot, and the pungent gas rising from it made Zhao Qian hold his breath involuntarily. The lava flowing beneath the red flame tree was bright yellow, with waves of heat, and Zhao Qian didn't think he could stand on it as recklessly as the flame-hoofed demon dog. So he remained on the back of the flame-hoofed demon dog. On the more than 1 meter high red flame tree, only 5 egg-sized fruits remained, with the reddish surface sparkling with bright yellow sparks. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qian directed the flame-hoofed demon dog to jump towards the shore while quickly collecting the red flame tree along with the lava into a celestial stone martial soul. Zhao Qian believed that with a celestial crystal-like sky-repairing stone martial soul, which radiated a 5-colored brilliance and had the ability to accelerate time, it would be incredibly easy to mature the red flame fruit tree. As long as his soul power was sufficient, ripening one in a day was no problem. However, just as the flame-hoofed demon dog leaped into the air with Zhao Qian riding on it and had not yet landed, he suddenly caught sight of a large eagle flying not far away. It was a desert eagle. As his gaze moved downward, Zhao Qian immediately saw Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang in the stone forest not far away, staring blankly up at him. "Teacher, Zhao Qian is riding a soul beast, right?" Tang San asked in a daze. Yes, the knowledgeable Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly, and it's a rare soul beast known as the flame-hoofed demon dog. Judging by the colors of the flames flickering on its feet and the exposed white bones on its back, its cultivation level should be below 3,000 years. Even so, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't understand how Zhao Qian managed to tame the flame-hoofed demon dog. After all, the flame-hoofed demon dog was notorious for its fierce temper. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a demon dog. Moreover, this particular flame-hoofed demon dog had already reached the 1,000-year level, even if its cultivation was not above 3,000 years. It was definitely not something a little brat like Zhao Qian, who didn't even have a soul ring, could tame. It was baffling. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brows in deep thought, scratching his head. What fell was not hair, but his confusion and uncertainty. If I told you that I hit it off with this flame-hoofed demon dog and we share the same interests, would you believe me? Zhao Qian, sitting on the back of the flame-hoofed demon dog, approached Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, looking somewhat embarrassed. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, you hit it off with a flame-hoofed demon dog that looks fierce and brutal? Then I must be classmates with a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang San looked at Zhao Qian helplessly, feeling that his old habit of boasting was kicking in again. Wait a minute. It seems that hitting it off and sharing interests makes it even harder to tame a flame-hoofed demon dog. In an instant, Tang San couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at Zhao Qian in disbelief. But seeing that Zhao Qian was unwilling to elaborate, Tang San hid his shock in his heart and did not ask further. Yu Xiaojing noticed that his student Tang San was good friends with Zhao Qian and didn't ask much either. Everyone has their little secrets. Since Zhao Qian was unwilling to share, it was naturally not appropriate for him to pry further. However, he was puzzled. Based on the personal information he had on Zhao Qian, this kid had only stayed in Holy Soul Village for 6 years and had only been to Nodding City. This was his first time in the soul-hunting forest. How did he quietly tame a notorious flame-hoofed demon dog? Could it be that his personal charm was too strong? Or was it because of Zhao Qian's spirit communication martial soul? Yu Xiaojing thought for a moment and still felt that the possibility of it being due to the spirit communication martial soul was greater. When Yu Xiaojing and Tang San came back to their senses and realized that Zhao Qian had already left, they hurried into the depths of the stone forest and immediately spotted a pit with a diameter of about 100 meters, almost dried up like lava, looking somewhat astonished. "Ah, you guys are here. The flame-hoofed demon dog has already agreed to become my contracted soul beast. I'm preparing to move this place into a different space to settle it." Zhao Qian looked a bit dazed and said somewhat shyly. However, secretly, he shifted part of his attention to the Butian Sure martial soul, where 1/3 of it had already been submerged in scorching magma, becoming a nurturing ground for the growth of the Qi Yin fruit tree. Moreover, this magma had not spread to other areas because Zhao Qian had isolated that part of the space through his control over the Butian Sure martial soul. Otherwise, if the entire space within the Butian Sure martial soul was submerged in magma, how could he store things inside in the future? Chapter 42, Soul Power. Gone in the swaying carriage heading to Nodding City, Zhao Qian, with his eyes closed, was lost in thought as he sensed the changes in his body. He had obtained a soul ring. With his strength, this was beyond doubt. However, Zhao Qian chose a white soul ring with a cultivation age of 99 years. When Yu Xiaojing and Tang San saw this, they were both stunned, unable to imagine that Zhao Qian, who had the powerful soul beast, flame-hoofed demon dog, did not choose a 100-year soul ring, but instead a 10-year level soul ring. This was simply unbelievable. It is known that the higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the enhancement it brings to the soul master. Some level 10 soul masters can instantly increase their soul power to level 13 or even 14 by absorbing a powerful soul ring. This reduced months of hard training. Yet, Zhao Qian, who had a 1,000-year level soul beast, flame-hoofed demon dog, chose a 10-year level white soul ring. Not to mention Tang San, even Yu Xiaojing, a theoretical master in martial souls, was baffled and a bit frantic. It was too bizarre. Who would disregard a high-age soul ring to absorb a low-age one? This was simply unscientific. However, there was a reason for Zhao Qian's choice. He really could not think of any significant benefit in adding a 100-year or even a 1,000-year soul ring to his home martial soul, aside from drawing attention. And the enhancement to his physique was somewhat tempting. However, Zhao Qian was a dual martial soul user. He did not believe he needed to rush to stack the best resources onto his home martial soul for fear of losing valuable opportunities to grow stronger. He was an explosive soldier type, summoning soul master. Almost no one knew this except for a few. Concealing his strength was undoubtedly Zhao Qian's best choice. The white soul ring was crucial for hiding his strength. The moment the battle began, when he revealed his martial soul and soul ring, the disparity in strength would be apparent. A soul master with a white soul ring was undoubtedly the weakest. But Zhao Qian was not weak. He could summon a 1,000-year level soul beast to beat all present in an instant. Yet, Zhao Qian was shy and did not say anything. The whole martial soul was merely an external manifestation to show weakness to the enemy and a smokescreen to confuse everyone. Therefore, there was no need to make it too powerful. The Butian Sure martial soul hidden on his left hand was the true trump card that needed serious cultivation. However, feeling like he had accounted for everything, Zhao Qian was stunned after merging with a soul ring from a 99-year soul beast. Wind Falcon. His soul power was gone. Not a drop left. Meditating to recover? But Zhao Qian found that even if he sat down, his hemorrhoids would flare up and his soul power would not recover. There was only one answer. His soul power level had dropped. And it had dropped to 0. He had reverted to the initial state of an ordinary person who had not cultivated soul power. Such an experience was like a bolt from the blue for the ambitious Zhao Qian. Without soul power, he could no longer become a true soul master. Without soul power, it meant he had to start all over again, while others were already far ahead. But suddenly, Zhao Qian felt he could summon a soul ring. At that moment, he seemed to realize something. As a person with zero soul power, having a soul ring meant that when his soul power broke through to level 10 again, he would have 2 soul rings. His level 10 would directly equate to someone else's level 20. He could even imagine that when he reached the peak of cultivation in the future, while other titled Douluo had only 9 soul rings, Zhao Qian could pull out 10 soul rings with his hoe. Just go with the flow. Zhao Qian sighed helplessly in his heart. Thinking how good the future might be, it was of no use. His current situation could only be described as tragic. Without even soul power, he doubted whether he would be able to flirt with girls at Shrek Academy with Tang San in the future. After all, the admission standard for Shrek Academy was that the soul power level must reach above level 20 after graduating from a junior academy. Given Zhao Qian's situation where he had to recultivate his soul power using the inner strength techniques taught by Tang San, it was difficult, so difficult he felt like crying. You two have already broken through to the soul master level. Go to the Martial Soul Hall for a test. Yu Xiaojiang reminded Zhao Qian and Tang San after the carriage arrived in Notting City. If the Martial Soul Hall confirms that your soul power exceeds level 10 and reaches the soul master level, you can receive a gold soul coin subsidy every month, which is quite good. Tang San was naturally overjoyed and immediately pulled Zhao Qian off the carriage, ready to go to the Martial Soul Hall to test their soul power. A gold soul coin subsidy was worth much more than what Zhao Qian had drained from his soul power. Zhao Qian was not at all eager to go, but he had to comply as Tang San pulled him along. He thought of it as accompanying San'er to test his soul power. Zhao Qian felt quite helpless inside. The Martial Soul Hall in Notting City was the lowest-ranked level 1 Martial Soul Hall, with only a sword-shaped emblem above the 20-meter-high main entrance. Just like the hand order for entering the soul hunting forest, the number of emblems symbolized the level of the hall. Hey there, little kids. This is the Martial Soul Hall. You can't just barge in, said the 2 soul masters on duty at the entrance, their soul power fluctuations not very strong. Hello, uncles. My good friend and I are first-year students from Notting Academy. Our teacher asked us to come test our soul power levels, Tang San said politely, pointing to the school uniforms he and Zhao Qian were wearing. Go to the first floor hall to find Master Matthew. The 2 guards nodded and watched Zhao Qian and Tang San leave, showing envious expressions. If my family hadn't been poor back then, I could have gone to Notting Academy too. Who knows, I might have already become a soul master. Stop daydreaming. By the way, doesn't Notting Academy have equipment for testing soul power? Why did they come to our Martial Soul Hall? Could it be for advancement? Are you joking? Those 2 kids are so young. We're both over 20 and haven't even reached level 10. It's impossible. They probably just want to see what the Martial Soul Hall is like. Basically, those who could go to Notting Academy are all from wealthy families. The hall of the Martial Soul Hall was very large, with a 20-meter-high dome that was quite spacious, depicting numerous murals on the dome with gold powder as the base, mostly featuring various soul beasts, looking magnificent and grand. The walls on both sides were decorated with blue and green patterned crystal floor-to-ceiling windows, with a blurred sunlight shining in, adding a sense of mystery and grandeur. What are you 2 doing here? In a not very crowded Martial Soul Hall, Su Yuntao, accompanied by a pretty female companion, spotted Zhao Qian and Tang San, who left a deep impression on him and was somewhat surprised. Hello, Master Su Yuntao. Hello, Taoke. Tang San and Zhao Qian ran over politely to greet him. We actually have such young kids coming into the Martial Soul Hall. Yuntao, why don't you introduce them to me? These 2 kids can't possibly be young nobles from our city, right? The beautiful female soul master beside Su Yuntao smiled, her gaze towards Tang San and Zhao Qian filled with tenderness, resembling a kind older sister. They, Cece, are the kids from that interesting village I told you about, and they have very high innate soul power levels, Su Yuntao said, flattering the beautiful female soul master beside him. Oh, they're from the countryside? Let us go. Didn't you say you would take me shopping? What are you waiting for? The beautiful female soul master named Cece's expression instantly turned cold, appearing aloof, no longer looking at Zhao Qian and Tang San. All right, let's go. Su Yuntao nodded at Zhao Qian and Tang San in passing, immediately smiling as he led the female soul master out of the Martial Soul Hall. Chapter 43. We are no longer friends. Are you going to test your soul power too? In the room on the 2nd floor of the Martial Soul Hall, where soul power levels were tested, Master Matthew was astonished to see Tang San's soul power level of 33 and couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Zhao Qian as well. Zhao Qian's face darkened upon hearing this. Although he also had a soul ring, his soul power level had been reset. He needed to start training from scratch. So where would he get any soul power? What? Are you not here to test soul power? Well, not every child is as talented as your friend. After all, his blue-silver, grass martial soul managed to awaken with innate full soul power. Moreover, he even caught a ferocious and powerful mandra snake as his soul ring. Master Masayano, who looked quite old, glanced at Tang San, his eyes filled with admiration and affection. Awakening a useless martial soul like blue-silver grass with innate full soul power, especially capturing a fierce soul beast like the mandra snake as the first soul ring, made Master Masayano want to recruit such a talented child. He firmly believed that as long as this little guy named Tang San trained diligently in the future, he could definitely break through to level 30 and become a soul master, reaching a realm that he himself had not achieved in nearly 80 years. No, Master Masayano, my friend is also a soul master. Tang San quickly defended Zhao Qian upon noticing Master Masayano's underestimation of him, and then hurriedly said to Zhao Qian, you should test your soul power level too. That way we can both come every month to collect a gold soul coin subsidy. You're also a soul master? Come and test it. Master Masayano was surprised to find that Zhao Qian was also a child of remarkable talent. All right, Zhao Qian, feeling helpless, shot a glance at Tang San, his teeth itching with anger. He kindly accompanied you to test soul power, yet you want to embarrass me. We're not friends anymore. Of course, Zhao Qian also knew that Tang San did not mean any harm. After all, he was unaware that Zhao Qian's soul power level had dropped back to the starting state. Without releasing his soul ring, Zhao Qian directly placed his hand on a yellow soul power testing crystal ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, the soul power testing crystal ball showed no response whatsoever. Master Masayano's kind and expectant smile froze on his face, and even Tang San's expression turned blank. This isn't right. He had clearly seen Zhao Qian absorb the soul ring of a 10-year level soul beast. How could he have no soul power at all? Could it be that he lost his memory? Zhao Qian didn't absorb the soul ring? Tang San stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Ahem, Tang San, right? You're a good child. You care about your friend's dignity and think of him. But that doesn't change the fact that he is not a soul master. Master Masayano looked at the dazed little boy, Tang San, and found himself liking this child more and more. Such a child with good character is hard to come by. But Tang San wanted to argue further. Yet Zhao Qian slightly shook his head at him, and he could only silently lower his little head. However, he still couldn't understand why Zhao Qian showed no soul power fluctuations at all. Could it be that he was hiding his talents? Not wanting others to know he was very capable? Tang San, have you considered joining the Spirit Hall? Master Masayano, seeing Tang San's sorrowful expression for his friend, grew even more appreciative of this virtuous child, eager to recruit him into the Spirit Hall. No, I've already joined the force my friend established, so I want to join the Spirit Hall. Thank you for your kindness, Master Masayano. The little boy Tang San shook his head gently, lowering his head. Your friend, the one right next to you who doesn't have a shred of soul power? You joined the force he established? Master Masayano was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. And then he hurriedly advised, Tang San, you're a good child, but the future isn't just a game of house with your friend. Joining the Spirit Hall will only bring you benefits, not disadvantages. You saw that your friend has no soul power at all. Even if you're students of the Nodding Academy, it's already extraordinary for him to cultivate his soul power to level 10 before the age of 20. And you, at only 6 years old, have already become a 13th level soul master. You need to distinguish the difference between play and reality. Master Masayano, please stop talking. I will not join the Spirit Hall. Little Tang San frowned and directly pulled Zhao Qian away from the Spirit Hall. Sighing and shaking his head, Master Masayano wondered how long this good child Tang San would be delayed by his friend. Faced with the invitation from the Spirit Hall, he didn't even try to persuade Tang San to agree. This child probably wasn't a good influence. It was a waste of Tang San's kindness towards him. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Zhao Qian decided to part ways with Tang San, saying, Sinner, why don't you head back to the academy first? I have something to take care of. Not far from their departure, he planned to go to the Nodding Auction House to sell. In the soul hunting forest, Zhao Qian had caught many soul beasts. It wouldn't be right to not sell them and make good use of nature as gifts. Oh, Tang San nodded with a somewhat low mood and walked back to the academy with his head down. Seeing Tang sin like this, Zhao Qian felt it necessary to explain things to him properly when he returned. But now he needed to hurry to the auction house. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if they closed for the day. Yintao, I think this sapphire necklace is beautiful. Let us come and bid for it tomorrow, okay? In front of the exhibition case in the auction house hall, a female soul master named CC was clinging to Su Yuntao's arm and acting cute. How about we look at something else? CC. Su Yuntao, slightly blushing from CC's antics, immediately felt awkward upon seeing the starting price of the ruby necklace. His monthly salary was over 200,000 copper coins, but the starting price for that ruby necklace was at least 2 million, equivalent to half a year's income. He felt it unnecessary to spend so much money just to take CC out for a stroll. You say you like me. Yet you want to even buy me a necklace. It's not that expensive. CC knew that as long as she wanted it. Su Yintao would definitely not refuse. She immediately put on an angry act, puffing up her cheeks and turning away from him. But just then, CC suddenly noticed a familiar-looking child entering the auction hall, and she couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Qian, led by the attendant, smiled as he walked into the auction house, unexpectedly encountering Su Yuntao and the female soul master he liked, pausing for a moment. Little young master, why are you standing still? The president has been looking forward to your arrival for days. The attendant leading the way shrank his head, bending his knees and looking at Zhao Qian, his face full of flattery. Oh, it's fine. You can continue leading the way. Zhao Qian smiled and lightly nodded at Su Yuntao before following the attendant upstairs. Chapter 44. The Prince Party CC's eyes widened as she watched this scene, then turned to look at Su Yuntao, who was seeing Zhao Qian off, her eyes suddenly shining. Yuntao, who is that child? He seems to have a noble status, and it looks like he knows the president of this auction house. The president of this auction house has quite a high status in our nodding city. It seems he even has connections with the Lord's mansion. How did you get to know such a noble young master? You have to tell me. Immediately, the originally pouting and pretending to ignore Su Yuntao's CC suddenly clung to his arm and started acting cute, her big eyes blinking playfully. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, blushing as he looked at CC, who was acting cute towards him, and replied, "He is the child we saw at the spirit hall before. I was the one who held the awakening ceremony in their village. My martial soul is a Ho. I remember that clearly, but I can't quite recall his name." Village? You mean the child is from a rural area? CC, who was originally clinging to Su Yuntao's arm, frowned, but soon she giggled and said sweetly, "Brother Yuntao, you must be joking, right? That child is called young master by that little servant. Not only is he wearing the Nodding Academy uniform, but he also knows the president of this auction house. How could he possibly be from a rural area? You must be trying to give CC a surprise, so you told a cute little lie, right? Brother Yuntao, you are so bad, boo-hoo." Su Yuntao had never seen CC be so close to him, feeling both delighted and excited, his face almost turning red to his neck. "CC, I'm really not lying to you. That child really is from the countryside, and he comes from a village called Saint Spirit Village." Su Yuntao came back to his senses and couldn't help but say this to CC, who was looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Oh dear, I already know. Brother Yuntao just knows how to make me happy. Let's go. We can come back to see the auction tomorrow. Maybe that young master will come again. You must introduce him to me then." CC, looking charming and lovely, cheerfully pulled the dazed Su Yuntao out of the auction house. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the auction house, "Little brother, you finally came? I thought you weren't going to visit our auction house anymore." The white-bearded president warmly brought Zhao Qian to the main seat and personally poured him a cup of tea. "How could that be? In this nodding city, you are the person I trust the most. If I don't come to you, where else would I go?" Zhao Qian placed the iron cage covered with a black cloth on the table and smiled at the white-bearded president. "Oh my, little brother, you flatter me too much." The white-bearded president appeared quite flattered, and his gaze inevitably fell on the iron cage covered with the black cloth. I just stole a soul beast from home and plan to sell it here for some pocket money." Zhao Qian couldn't help but laugh at the president's eager gaze fixed on the covered iron cage. "Can I take a look?" The white-bearded president carefully pointed at the iron cage covered with a black cloth, looking at Zhao Qian with some anticipation. Zhao Qian nodded. The black cloth was carefully lifted by the white-bearded president, revealing a sparrow the size of a palm, with long-winged tips at the tail and a faint blue soul power flowing all over its body. It was a purple feather sparrow. The white-bearded president was taken aback. Moreover, it was a century-level purple feather sparrow. The white-bearded president's eyes widened, and he trembled with excitement. Zhao Qian chuckled lightly and nodded, lifting the teacup to take a sip. The purple feather sparrow, a type of soul beast, is not only incredibly fast but also quite intelligent. Once tamed, soul masters encounter almost no stagnation or resistance when absorbing its soul ring. It's known that most noble families keep pampered young masters, and their families usually choose tenure-level soul beasts close to 100 years of cultivation to prevent them from facing danger during the absorption process. The purple feather sparrow you brought is not only tamed, but also has tail feathers measuring 5 centimeters, with a deep color, making it a genuine 100-year level soul beast. Little brother, this is promising. The white-bearded president suddenly grabbed Zhao Qian's arm, his eyes trembling with excitement. As long as it's promising, I'm not familiar with the auction, so you can do as you please. I'm only responsible for bringing the money. While brushing off the president's grip, Zhao Qian smiled awkwardly yet politely. This old man's grip is really strong. It hurt. My apologies, my brother. I got too excited. The white-bearded president quickly withdrew his hand, smiling as he said, "Tomorrow at the auction, if you see anything you like, feel free to bid. I'll give you a 20% discount if you win. Why not just give it to me directly?" Zhao Qian thought to himself, but on the surface he maintained his composure and nodded in thanks. After sending Zhao Qian off, the white-bearded president immediately pulled over a servant who was looking longingly at Zhao Qian's departing figure and instructed, "Please deliver an invitation to tomorrow's auction to Master Matthew of the Wuhuan Hall, and let him know I would like him to be the auctioneer tomorrow." After leaving the auction house, Zhao Qian strolled around the street for a while before leisurely returning to Nodding Academy. There was no choice. Previously in the soul-hunting forest, Zhao Qian had destroyed quite a few things in the colorful stone space with the Great Waterfall technique, damaging a lot. So, he needed to replenish some new supplies, like meteor hammers and wolf-tooth clubs, which are great choices. Just as he approached Nodding Academy, he was momentarily stunned as Xiao Qinyu suddenly rushed out with 40 to 50 students from the academy. "Boss, welcome back from your triumph. Boss, welcome back from your triumph." The 40 to 50 students behind Xiao Qinyu, representing various grades, bowed to the stunned Zhao Qian in excitement. "Hey, how about that, Secmaster? During your absence, I've trained quite a few followers for you." Xiao Qinyu approached Zhao Qian, covering his mouth with his hand and speaking in a low voice to claim credit. "Not bad, Xiao Qinyu, you really have a knack for training followers. No wonder you are the young master of the city, Lord S. Mansion." Zhao Qian looked over the 40 to 50 students and nodded in satisfaction. With so many followers, he would have many more power banks to draw soul power from in the future. "By the way, Secmaster, our group needs a name. The name Retian's sect is too grand. With just me and these little fish and shrimps, we'd be beaten to death." Xiao Qinyu glanced at the group of followers and eagerly suggested to Zhao Qian, Xiao Qinyu, you're quite good. You have a brain. Let me think." After praising Xiao Qinyu, Zhao Qian began to stroke his chin, deep in thought like a philosopher. "Our Retian sect signifies the prosperity of the sect like the sun at its zenith, but we can't shout it out yet. For the time being, let us call ourselves the Crown Prince Party, symbolizing the sons of the sun, the subordinates of the Retian sect, and the heirs of the party." Chapter 45 is incredible. Let us go. Sanner, we're heading to the auction house. Early the next morning, Zhao Qian and Tang San skipped class to head to the Nodding auction house. Today was the day the purple feather sparrow would be auctioned, and it was also Zhao Qian's first time attending such an auction, so he couldn't miss it. He even considered auctioning off the Qian fruit he had worked hard to obtain, but considering that Nodding City wasn't very prosperous, Zhao Qian dismissed the idea. The night before, when Zhao Qian consumed the Qian fruit, he found that it truly lived up to its reputation as a heavenly treasure. It was sweet like tasting nectar. And within 3 breaths, a burning, tingling sensation spread throughout his body. At that moment, Zhao Qian practiced his internal martial arts for a while and realized that the Qian fruit not only had the effect of restoring physical strength, but also enhanced the body's capacity for soul power. If Zhao Qian's maximum soul power value at level 1 previously was 10, now it was 40. An increase of 30 soul power compared to ordinary soul masters means Zhao Qian would have significantly more soul power than most soul masters in the future. Of course, this increase in soul power limit is nothing to strong individuals. After all, their soul power base is in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and an extra 30 points is negligible. However, Zhao Qian has a Qian fruit tree, allowing him to continuously consume Qian fruits to increase his soul power limit until it becomes ineffective. Although having a high soul power limit may slow down his training, in terms of actual strength, he is still quite formidable. Inside the auction house hall, Master Matthew, Thank you so much for the invitation. If it weren't for you giving this invitation to me and Cece, we wouldn't know how to participate in today's auction. At the staff entrance, Su Yuntao looked gratefully at Master Matthew. No need to be polite. What does a bidding invitation mean to me as an auctioneer? Selling it for 10 gold soul coins is just a favor. Master Matthew smiled kindly. Upon hearing 10 gold soul coins, Su Yuntao couldn't help but show a little embarrassment. He lost half a month's salary for this auction invitation. Yuntao, look. Isn't that the noble young master we met yesterday? He is here with a friend. At that moment, Cece quickly tapped Su Yuntao's arm, pointing towards the entrance of the auction house. Su Yuntao focused and indeed saw that it was the child with innate soul power level 7 who awakened the home martial spirit. And the child with the full innate soul power of the blue-silver grass martial spirit had also arrived. What is wrong? Do you know those two kids? Master Matthew frowned slightly upon seeing Tang San following Zhao Qian. Do you know that noble young master, Master Matthew? Do you know his name? Cece looked at Master Matthew with surprise, almost rushing over to hug him and ask, Noble young master? Master Matthew snorted coldly. Those two kids are from Holy Soul Village. When did they become noble young masters? If you're referring to the one in front, you must have been deceived. That child is no good. Just take care of yourselves. Seeing that this was a public place, Master Matthew promptly stopped himself from saying more and turned to enter the staff passage. He was the auctioneer for today's auction. Although he had hosted a few times in the past, such opportunities were rare, and this time was no different, so he needed to prepare well and perform excellently. The service fee of 100 gold soul coins is not easy to earn. Deceived? Behind them, Cece and Su Yuntao exchanged bewildered glances, not quite understanding why Master Matthew would say such a thing. It wasn't until they saw Zhao Qian leading Tang San into the VIP passage under the respectful guidance of a servant that Cece reacted. Pinching Su Yuntao's arm in embarrassment and anger, scolding, Su Yuntao, why didn't you remind me? That young master has already entered the VIP passage. She hadn't expected that Master Matthew, who usually appeared to be highly esteemed, would actually be so shameless, speaking nonsense and causing her to miss out on the opportunity to meet high society nobles. Thinking of this, a look of rage appeared on Cece's face, and she shot Su Yuntao a fierce glare. What are you still staring for? Do you want to attend the auction or not? If you don't want to go, just give me the money and the invitation, and I'll go myself. The auction was held in a fan-shaped inner hall that could accommodate about 120 people. There were 8 rows of seats at the back, while closer to the auction stage were several elegant seats arranged in an orderly manner, complete with tea, snacks, and maids. Between the back 8 rows of seats and the orderly elegant seats in the front was a half-meter-high blue wooden card railing, seemingly to prevent people from the back from disturbing the enjoyment of the VIPs in front. Since Notting City was located at the border between the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, many traders from both countries gathered here. Therefore, after the white-bearded president released news about some of the auction's highlight treasures yesterday, many nobles and wealthy merchants were astonished and flocked to see the so-called treasures in person. However, when these wealthy merchants and nobles saw Zhao Qian and Tang San sitting in the closest elegant seats to the auction stage, they couldn't help but be surprised. Where did those two kids come from? How could they sit so far forward? Those elegant seats were reserved for the heads of high society nobles. And apart from the city lord, only the most distinguished noble families could sit there. What was going on with those two kids? Many nobles and wealthy merchants began to suspect something was amiss, their brows furrowing. These people were not local nobles, but had close ties with Notting City. And while they might not know every detail, they at least knew who the most distinguished and untouchable individuals were in the city. Yet, they had never heard of the two kids sitting in the front row elegant seats. Could it be that someone present had not kept an eye on their own children and accidentally let them run to the front? Someone wondered. The city lord has arrived. At that moment, the auction hall suddenly erupted into a hubbub, with the wealthy merchants and nobles stretching their necks to look at the city lord who had walked in. Their eyes filled with excitement as they greeted him. City lord, it's me, San. Do you remember me? City lord, it's me, Away. I didn't expect that just a few days without seeing you. Your demeanor has surpassed before. The city lord of Notting City walked straight towards the front row elegant seats with a calm expression, nodding lightly in acknowledgement of the flattery from the wealthy merchants and nobles without paying them much attention. Little brother, you came too? The city lord suddenly spotted Zhao Qian's familiar face, his expression brightening as he quickly approached. Uncle Xiao. Hello, Uncle Xiao. I didn't expect you to come today. If I had known, I would have brought Qin Yu along. Zhao Qian who was happily eating pastries and fruits with Tang San, was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly greeted the city lord politely. But those wealthy merchants and nobles were left dumbfounded. Little brother, Uncle Xiao, who is this kid? How could he be so familiar with the city lord? They knew that just moments ago, their group of distinguished wealthy merchants and nobles had approached to greet the city lord, who had only nodded in acknowledgement with a calm expression, not even glancing sideways. Yet, this unknown child had made the aloof city lord approach him with surprise. Incredible. Did you see that? The kid wearing the nodding academy uniform. Even the city lord personally went to greet him. My goodness. He must be a young master from a prominent family visiting from another place, right? Who knows? But we definitely can't offend that kid. The city lord personally greeted him, so he is clearly not someone we can provoke. Many in the auction hall witnessed the interaction between the city lord and Zhao Qian, whispering amongst themselves, both astonished and fearful. Were their guests today more distinguished than the city lord? Master Matthew, who was almost ready backstage, furrowed his brows, but then smiled broadly. Since a big shot had arrived, he needed to perform well as the auctioneer. He would definitely be the focal point of the entire event. It would also be convenient to get to know that important figure in the future. Hello everyone, I am today's auctioneer, Matthew. I believe many of you may know me. I am from the Spear Hall. Originally looking ahead with a calm demeanor, smiling as he introduced himself, his gaze suddenly dropped to see today as VIPs, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. He was in shock. What did he see? He actually saw that annoying kid who had discouraged Tang San from joining the Spirit Hall. Especially since that annoying kid was sitting there chatting happily with the city lord like a big shot. How could this be possible? Matthew widened his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing. He finally understood why CC and Su Yuntao said that this annoying kid was a young noble. But this shouldn't be the case. He clearly didn't even have a trace of soul power. Moreover, the information from the Spirit Hall indicated that he came from a rural area. Master Matthew, what are you still dawdling for? The city lord in the elegant seat below the auction stage seemed a bit angry, glancing at him with a cold expression. Matthew came back to his senses and quickly apologized to everyone in the auction hall, especially when he caught sight of the white-bearded president's furious gaze that seemed ready to kill him, causing him to shiver in fear. Now, let us present our first auction item, the 100-forged fine iron sword. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Matthew began to introduce the sword brought up by the maid. This was a sword placed diagonally on a red cloth-covered tray, with the intricately patterned black handle lifted by a stand, while the glinting sword tip rested on the covered tray, looking sharp and imposing. This 100-forged fine iron sword was forged by our top blacksmith in Notting City, Shi San. Shi San has inherited his family business, with generations of blacksmithing for nearly 100 years, and I believe everyone has heard of the weapons produced by their family. It must be said that Matthew indeed had some experience with auctions, and his words made many guests present nod in agreement. On the other hand, Tang San was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the boss of the place he worked would have such a great reputation. The 100-forged fine iron sword starts at 10 gold soul coins, with each bidding increase no less than 1 gold soul coin. Now the auction begins. 13 gold soul coins. 15 gold soul coins. As Matthew's words fell, many wealthy merchants and nobles in the auction hall raised their paddles to place bids. A fine weapon, for them, was also a form of assurance for their own safety. After all, no matter how powerful a soul master is, they are ultimately just flesh and blood. If their soul power level is not very high and they do not possess a defensive-type martial soul, they can still be easily killed by a sword. Zhao Qian examined the finely forged iron sword placed diagonally on the red cloth tray and thought that it was impossible not to want it. He wanted everything. However, Zhao Qian believed in winning by quantity, and the money to bid on this finely forged iron sword was enough for him to buy hundreds of ordinary weapons. Naturally, he was unwilling to get involved. The following auction items did not interest Zhao Qian much, until an iron cage was pushed onto the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This is a young nobleman who's been thrown out with delicate and fair skin, only 6 years old. Everyone stretched their necks to take a closer look, and indeed found that the little boy in the cage, with short black hair and timid eyes, had well-maintained skin. Not at all like one that could be raised by small farmers. A slave? Zhao Qian looked at the scene with some surprise. He did not expect to encounter such a situation, although the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire seemed to disapprove of the slave trade. It appeared that this business had never ceased. The little boy in the cage looked to be about the same age as him, curled up and trembling, with fear, panic, helplessness, and timidity filling his eyes as Matthew pinched his face and lifted his chin. Although Zhao Qian did not know why this young master from a noble family had been cast out, he still felt that if he had the means, he could try to help him. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason this young master was cast out is that he awakened a mutated martial soul. According to our predictions at the Nodding Auction House, this young master should be from a noble family in the Barak Kingdom, and his inherited martial soul is the Bright Sword, which is a high-quality martial soul. Matthew said, and as everyone leaned in with eager anticipation, he tapped on the cage holding the noble young master. If you don't want to get beaten, quickly release your martial soul. If a kind-hearted person bids on you, you can live a little less painfully in the future. Matthew admonished the trembling little boy in the cage in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the shivering boy seemed to find some hope, timidly raising his head slightly, but looking at the adults below who were staring at him with wide eyes and intense gazes. He became even more frightened. Zhao Qian, if we have the means, let's help him, shall we? Tang San felt that if they had the ability, they should try to protect the weak as much as possible. Zhao Qian nodded, but noticed that the little boy in the iron cage suddenly looked over at him, his timid eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Clap. Seeing the impatient expressions of the distinguished guests below, Matthew slammed his hand on the iron cage and, gritting his teeth, lowered his voice to scold. Hurry up and unleash your martial soul. Do you want to be dragged back and beaten every day? Perhaps the appearance of peers eased the little boy's fear and gave him hope. He cautiously extended his slightly trembling right hand. Buzz, accompanied by a wave of soul power. A pitch-black dagger, as dark as the endless night, floated above his palm. We will tentatively refer to this type of weapon martial soul as the shadow dagger at our auction. Although it is a mutated martial soul of the Bright Sword and have been cast aside, its quality should still be around the medium grade. Moreover, this child has a natural soul power level of 4. If he is carefully nurtured in the future, he might also become a good fighter. Just as Zhao Qian was attentively listening to Matthew's introduction, Tang San, who was using the purple extreme magic eye, suddenly punched his leg and whispered, Zhao Qian, bid for him. His martial soul seems a bit unusual. Chapter 47. 1,000 gold soul coins shadow dagger. This martial soul looks quite good. Listening to Matthew's introduction, the vast majority of wealthy merchants and nobles present developed a significant interest and began to bid. 60 gold soul coins. 75 gold soul coins. I bid 250 gold soul coins. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell into silence. Almost everyone looked in disbelief at a fat, wealthy merchant lounging in a VIP seat with a smug smile. 250 gold soul coins. That's a whopping 250 gold soul coins. To spend such a huge amount for a boy with a natural soul power level of 4 and a medium-grade martial soul. The extravagance of this bid was simply unbelievable. Hee, if no one wants this child, he will be mine. Just what I need for a pet. This little boy is quite nice, the plump merchant, enjoying the shoulder rubs from his female companion, confidently sipped his tea. 300 gold soul coins. Just as everyone was shaking their heads helplessly, a powerful and commanding voice suddenly rang out. What? 300 gold soul coins. The crowd could hardly believe their ears and quickly looked up to find the source of the voice, only to see that it was the Lord of Nodding City. In Nodding City, if the Lord of Nodding City is the second most distinguished person, who else would dare claim a background as prestigious and noble? The Lord of Nodding City is the king of this city. Even the previously confident, reclining fat merchant who enjoyed the shoulder rubs widened his eyes in shock, quickly sitting up straight, dripping with tea, and cautiously glancing at the tall figure of the Lord of Nodding City. Who would dare to go against the Lord of Nodding City's bid? Not to mention the wealth they possess, just the noble status alone could crush almost everyone present, let alone those merchants who most wanted to curry favor with the Lord of Nodding City. Even the nobles present did not dare to easily provoke the Lord. It seems this boy with the mutated martial soul is the property of the Lord. The wealthy merchants and nobles present sighed helplessly in their hearts. Uncle Shao, can you give him to me? Unexpectedly, at this moment, a tender voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was Zhao Qian, who looked innocently and merrily at the Lord of Nodding City, but his small figure suddenly appeared incredibly mysterious and tall in the eyes of the wealthy merchants and nobles. How could the Lord agree? Just the fact that the Lord was willing to bid a full 300 gold soul coins shows his intent. This identity-mysterious young master is still too arrogant. No matter how noble the status, daring to snatch something the Lord has set his eyes on. Doesn't he know his own weight? After a brief shock, many wealthy merchants and nobles began to laugh coldly in their hearts. not believing that a child could make the Lord give up on bidding. If the child's family were present, there might be some possibility, but without family, humph. Everyone could already imagine how gloomy the Lord's expression would be and how panicked the child would be. All right, I just wanted to buy him to accompany Qian to school. Since you like him, I'll let him go to you. The Lord of Nodding City smiled gently. Instantly, the wealthy merchants and nobles present were left speechless in shock. What did they just see? The imposing and aloof Lord actually agreed to let the auction item he had his eyes on go to that child. This was simply unbelievable. What background does that child have? A strong desire for knowledge arose in everyone's hearts as they looked at Zhao Qian's back, breathing heavily. I've got him. Zhao Qian did not notice these things. His heart was filled with joy and excitement at capturing the image of the boy in the cage. According to the investigation of Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, the boy's mutated martial soul, the shadow dagger, was not as ordinary as it appeared. On the pitch-black blade of the shadow dagger, which resembled an endless night, there was hidden a mysterious, deep eye pattern. If Zhao Qian's guess was correct, that was the powerful mystery of the mutated martial soul, the shadow dagger. The shadow dagger martial soul was definitely not just an ordinary mid-grade martial soul. Before long, today's auction gradually approached its climax. Next, let us present our final auction item, a treasure prepared with utmost sincerity by our nodding auction house. As a luxurious, intricately carved metal cage, partially covered by smooth red silk, was brought to the auction stage by two beautiful maidens. Matthew's emotions suddenly soared. The final auction item was a century-old soul beast, the purple-winged sparrow. Boom! Matthew's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating in the minds of everyone present, buzzing, making them hardly believe their ears. A century-old soul beast, the purple-winged sparrow? That was an extremely rare soul beast. Once it appeared, it was a hot commodity, and I had seen people bid over 1,000 gold soul coins to purchase one. My God! No wonder the nodding auction house announced that there was a precious treasure for auction. It turned out to be the highly spirited soul beast, the purple-winged sparrow. As the smooth, shiny red silk was gently pulled back, everyone present couldn't help but fix their gaze on the ornate cage. As the palm-sized figure of the purple-winged sparrow emerged, the faint blue soul power rippled throughout its body, and its slender purple tail feathers came into view. Hiss! Every wealthy merchant and noble present gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. It really was the purple-winged sparrow. Watching the purple-winged sparrow quietly standing in the cage, eating food and hopping around, everyone's faces showed fervor and desire after the initial shock. This purple-winged sparrow had a cultivation level just over 100 years and had already been tamed. I believe I don't need to say much more, right? Having such a soul beast to bring home and absorb as a soul ring is basically foolproof. It would almost never encounter any danger. Matthew smiled slightly and then announced loudly, the century-old soul beast, the purple-winged sparrow, starting bid of 300 gold soul coins. With each subsequent bid not less than 50 gold soul coins. The auction starts now. The auction hall fell into a brief silence, but in an instant, it erupted with the bidding and shouting of the flushed-faced nobles and wealthy merchants, like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. 350 gold soul coins, 430 gold soul coins, 560 gold soul coins. Even the Lord of Nodding City, after taking a deep look at Zhao Qian, boldly raised his voice to bid. 800 gold soul coins. You think 800 gold soul coins can scare me? 850 gold soul coins. If you don't have money, why are you at this auction? Go home and farm. I'm bidding 930 gold soul coins. You guys have gone too far. Who can lend me some money? Let us work together to bid for the purple-winged sparrow. 1,100 gold soul coins. Who would have thought that this time no one would give the Lord of Nodding City face? It seemed everyone was already red-eyed, frantically shouting bids. Zhao Qian, you're hurting me. At this moment, the excited Zhao Qian realized he had been gripping Tang San's arm tightly, and he quickly apologized. However, Zhao Qian's heart was filled with excitement and joy. He could hardly believe that the price of the purple-winged sparrow had already risen to over 1,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 48. Little Brother Qian. In the end, the purple-winged sparrow was jointly purchased by several wealthy merchants for 1,400 gold soul coins. Undoubtedly, as businessmen, they would find a way to take the purple-winged sparrow elsewhere to sell it at a higher price. However, Zhao Qian did not care about this. He had plenty of ways to make money, and after deducting the auction house's 5 commission, he ended up with a whopping 1,330 gold soul coins. What huge profit! Zhao Qian happily grabbed a handful of gold soul coins, shook them vigorously in his hand, and the clinking sound of money filled the air. Young master, this is the child with the mutated martial soul that you bid on. In the reception room of the auction house, a servant respectfully pushed in a cage containing a little boy with a shadow, dagger, martial soul. After settling the payment, Zhao Qian noticed that his gold soul coins had decreased by quite a bit, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. However, thinking about how this mutated martial soul boy was now his, Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile as he pulled Tang-san over to the iron cage. "What's your name?" After the boy in the cage was released, Zhao Qian looked at him with a naive and friendly expression. "I am ATen-Yuan." The boy was somewhat timid, standing there with his head down and feet turned inward, his small hands nervously clutching the corners of his clothes. "Don't be afraid. Come and have some water." Zhao Qian lovingly helped Qi Zishuan sit down and personally brought him a cup of water. Thank you." Qi Zishuan suddenly trembled, biting the rim of the cup, tears welling up in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. There won't be anyone to bully you anymore." Seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly pulled Qi Zishuan into his arms, gently patting his back to comfort him. Wow, who knew that Qi Zishuan would start crying loudly in Zhao Qian's embrace, sobbing heartbreakingly, his little body shaking with every cry. It seemed that all the grievances, sadness, and fear he had bottled up for so long erupted at that moment. He cried for more than half an hour before his emotions gradually calmed down. Why are kids so good at crying? Zhao Qian felt a bit embarrassed as he noticed his clothes were soaked from Qi Zishuan's tears. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Qian suddenly felt Qi Zishuan, who was quietly sobbing in his arms, cautiously lift his head and look at him with big, red, swollen eyes. Thank you, big brother. I will listen to you from now on. You are a good person. You gave me water. I will be very good from now on. Qi Zishuan, blushing, looked down at Zhao Qian's clothes that were wet with his tears and mumbled shyly. "Zishuan is really a good child." Zhao Qian patted Qi Zishuan's little head and smiled as he praised. "You could just call me Brother Qian from now on. No one will hit or scold you again." Really? Qi Zishuan's little face, which looked like a crying kitten, lifted up in anticipation, but also a bit of fear. "Can I really call you Brother Qian?" Of course you can call me Brother Qian, Zishuan. From now on, you are mine, and I will always protect you." Zhao Qian replied with a naive and carefree demeanor. However, in his heart, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel speechless. How long was he going to keep talking like this? But thinking about how the older men from his past life also spoke to their children in this tone, Zhao Qian felt a bit more balanced. Forget it. Let's just treat it as raising a son. Letting out a slight sigh, Zhao Qian's smile became even gentler as he gently stroked Qi Zishuan's little head resting on his chest. Qi Zishuan hugged Zhao Qian, resting in his embrace, his happy eyes squinting in his slits, a sweet smile on his lips. However, seeing that Zhao Qian's left shoulder was soaked from his tears, Qi Zishuan immediately buried his little head into Zhao Qian's right shoulder, then cautiously looked up at Zhao Qian, wanting to see if he was angry. Seeing this, Zhao Qian smiled helplessly, and then suddenly noticed Tang-san standing motionless beside him, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Come here, Qian. Let me introduce you. This is Big Hammer Brother, and you can also call him Sange. He is a good friend of little Qinge." Zhao Qian quickly introduced Tang-san to Qi Zishuan. He was afraid that if he neglected his good friend Tang-san would hit him on the head with a hammer on the way back. "Be Big Hammer Brother." Qi Zishuan timidly stood in front of Tang-san and called out, then cautiously lowered his head to glance at Zhao Qian behind him, wanting to know if it was really okay to use such a strange title. Zhao Qian smiled brightly and nodded, giving encouragement and support to Qi Zishuan. However, Tang-san felt a headache from it, but he did indeed feel pity for this child, who had been expelled from his family at such a young age and had become a slave. If it weren't for meeting Zhao Qian and him, Tang-san couldn't imagine what kind of childhood and life this innocent and lovely child would have had. "Hello, Qian. My name is Tang-san. I'm your brother Qian's good friend. You can also call me Brother Hammer, because my dad is a blacksmith." "Huh," Tang-san said while patting Qi Zishuan's little head, and he couldn't help but laugh at the end. "By the way, Sanner, you take Qian back to the academy first and help him with the enrollment procedures. I have some things to take care of, and I'll return later." Zhao Qian was preparing to discuss business cooperation with Chairman Whitebeard. He immediately grabbed a handful of gold soul coins from the box beside him and stuffed them into Tang-san's hands. "Take this money and spend it. If it's not enough, just ask me for more." "Zhao Qian, don't worry. I will take good care of Qian." Tang-san was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, putting the gold soul coins into his soul tool and pulling Qian away from the auction house. Wait, Zhao Qian? Zhao Qian suddenly felt a bit confused. What was going on with Tang-san? He didn't remember allowing Tang-san to call him that. Forget it. The important matter comes first. Shaking his head slightly to disperse the cluttered thoughts in his mind, Zhao Qian put the gold soul coins along with the iron cage used for carrying people into the colorful stone space. Knock knock, Chairman, are you there? I have something I want to discuss. While knocking on the door, Zhao Qian quietly inquired. Creak. The office door of Chairman Whitebeard immediately swung open. Little brother, congratulations, congratulations. As soon as the door opened, Chairman Whitebeard excitedly grabbed Zhao Qian's hands. Same to you, Zhao Qian said awkwardly, feeling his hands being shaken like waves. Chairman Whitebeard, can we go in and talk? Oh, look at my memory. I totally forgot to invite you in to sit. Please come in. Hearing that Zhao Qian had something to discuss, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chairman Whitebeard's eyes, and he quickly invited Zhao Qian in warmly. As for what they were going to discuss, it was actually quite simple. Zhao Qian wants to invest in this auction house and expand it to the Barak Kingdom. If possible, Zhao Qian hopes to make his auction house spread across the entire Douluo Continent like the Spear Hall. By then, the enormous profits from selling soul beasts would be substantial. Chapter 49. The Prince's Parties Branch at Nodding Academy. In the following year, in addition to providing 10th grade soul beasts to the Nodding Auction House, he helped it expand to the Barak Kingdom next to the Fast Nuo Province. Zhao Qian also studied Qi Zishuan's Shadow Dagger Martial Soul. It turned out that the eye pattern on Qi Zishuan's Shadow Dagger Martial Soul was not just a decoration, but a hidden ability. This ability, called Dark Vision, allows one to perceive everything around them in darkness or when their eyes are closed. Qi Zishuan carefully felt his martial soul and then articulated it. Clearly, with the Shadow Dagger Martial Soul and the Dark Vision ability, Qi Zishuan had the potential to become an assassin. Chen Yu, when you go to Tsanghui Academy, remember to tread carefully and establish the Prince's faction branch there. This day marked the graduation of most 6th-year students from Nodding Academy, and Zhao Qian was at the school gate to see them off. Rest assured, Your Highness, with your meticulous training, my subordinate with a soul power of level 14 will definitely establish the Prince's faction branch in the intermediate department of Tsanghui Academy. Zhao Qian looked serious and earnest. Over the past year, he had felt Zhao Qian's meticulous care for him, and his strength had greatly improved. The miraculous effect of the Crimson Flame Fruit had raised his soul power limit to a level comparable to that of a level 19 Soul Master. Although this was not much for the elite students gathered at Tsanghui Academy, a level 19 freshman's combat power still ranked above average. As for the other members of the Prince's faction, they did not receive such favorable treatment as Zhao Qian, because most of them, regardless of talent or background, were not worth Zhao Qian investing effort in. Nevertheless, this batch of graduates had the fortune to consume the Crimson Flame Fruit, which could be seen as a small means for Zhao Qian to stabilize people's hearts. There are actually many hidden resources on the Douluo Continent, and treasures like the Crimson Flame Fruit belong to only a small part of them. After tens of thousands of years on the Douluo Continent, many cultivation resources gradually appeared in the public eye. On one hand, the development of the times compelled some treasures and precious mineral deposits to be utilized. And on the other hand, the Tang sect established by Tang-san played a guiding role in the predetermined trajectory of fate. After all, Tang-san not only knew how to forge, but also had considerable abilities in identifying treasures. Compared to the future, today's Douluo Continent can be said to still be in a primitive state, with many precious resources not being effectively utilized. Even the most powerful overlord-level force, the Spirit Hall, has somewhat stagnated in its development philosophy. For example, if the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls proposed by Yu Xiaojing were promoted by the Spirit Hall and recognized by the world, the progress of the entire era would not be insignificant. Unfortunately, this did not happen. The Spirit Hall loved to eliminate dissent and prefer to monopolize valuable resources. Just like many martial soul theories proposed by Yu Xiaojing, while the Spirit Hall publicly denounced and suppressed them, they secretly studied them more diligently than anyone else. It was reminiscent of Zhao Qian's student days in his previous life, where as exams approached, he would ask everyone if they were studying, and a bunch of people would say they weren't. But in reality, once they got home, each one studied more seriously than anyone else. Zhao Qian firmly believes that there are many treasures of heaven and earth like the Qian fruit tree, although they are scattered across the vast Douluo Continent. He believes that one day he will gather all kinds of these treasures. By then, he will transform into a true farmer, wielding the void hoe to diligently cultivate the land and sow seeds everywhere for planting and nurturing. Zhao Qian, with his group gone, The chairman of the Prince's Party at the Nodding Academy branch needs to be re-elected, Tang San said, looking at the departing figures of Zhao Qian and the others, bringing up an urgent matter at hand. Zhao Qian's face darkened upon hearing this. How many times have I said it? Don't call me Zhao Qian. Why can't I call you Zhao Qian if you call me San? Tang San smiled slightly. Calling me Qian Gu or Tian Gu is better than calling me Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian is what Xian calls me when she refers to me as her brother. Zhao Qian was somewhat speechless. He reached out and flicked the finger of Qi Zishuan, who was snickering beside him. The latter immediately covered his forehead in pain, pouting unhappily. Qiangu? Tiangu? Not bad, Tang San said, savoring it, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Subsequently, Zhao Qian gathered Tang San and Qi Zishuan on the school playground to hold a selection activity for the management of the Prince Party's branch at Nodding Academy. After studying and arranging, Zhao Qian planned to expand the Prince Party's influence to every academy and establish a system. However, it was still somewhat rudimentary at the moment. The management personnel consisted only of the most powerful chairman, followed by counselors to guide Prince Party members in cultivation, physical education committee members to train their bodies, discipline inspection committee members to check conduct, and a class leader of the hidden weapon class responsible for logistics, assassination, and reconnaissance. Generally speaking, the class leader of the hidden weapon class was an outstanding talent personally trained by Tang San. However, since Tang San was still far from graduation, he was currently serving as the class leader of the hidden weapon class at Nodding Academy. As for Tsanghui Academy, they would have to wait until Tang San trained a qualified Tang sect disciple to send there. After all, as the class leader of the hidden weapon class, one must possess essential skills such as crafting, assembling hidden weapons, and preparing poisons to effectively guide their subordinates. Now, the selection of candidates for the counselor of the Prince Party's branch at Nodding Academy would begin. The top 10 candidates, based on votes, would publicly give speeches and undergo a second round of voting to elect a new counselor. Members of the Prince Party at Nodding Academy, please write the name of the counselor you support on the paper in your hands anonymously, fold it, and drop it into any voting box in front of the podium. On the podium of the Nodding Academy playground, Wang Sheng, the former leader of Dormitory 7, was giving a speech in his capacity as the current physical education committee member of the Prince Party at Nodding Academy. Below the podium, the members of the Prince Party, who accounted for more than 90% of the Nodding Academy students, stood in an orderly manner, over 280 people. Not far away, many faculty members were curiously leaning over the railing, watching the commotion on the playground. Honestly, this student, Zhao Qian, gives me a heart-pounding feeling from the bottom of my heart, said the dean of Nodding Academy, looking at the scene on the playground with a complex expression toward Yu Xiaojiang beside him. Indeed, although Zhao Qian did not call himself a prince, the students had already gotten used to it. It might not matter within Nodding Academy, but spreading it outside would inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. Yu Xiaojiang looked calmly at the lively selection scene on the playground. Honestly, sometimes Zhao Qian gives me the feeling of facing an old monster. If it weren't for the city lord personally talking to me, I might have kicked him out. Look, what has he done to my academy? The entire Nodding Academy is almost becoming the Prince Party. At this point, the dean of Nodding Academy couldn't help but get angry, slamming his fist on the railing with a bang. It's no use being angry. This child Zhao Qian is destined for greatness. As far as I know, he already has 2 soul rings. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Zhao Qian, who was standing beside the podium, his eyes flickering slightly. Chapter 50. The Big Bad Guy. What? 2 soul rings. He is only 7 years old this year. The dean of Nodding Academy's eyes widened in shock, looking incredulously at Yu Xiaojiang beside him. Yes, and it seems Zhao Qian has never undergone testing and registration at the Spirit Hall. He doesn't want the Spirit Hall to discover his talent. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang gazed at the white clouds on the horizon, his eyes gradually deepening as if he recalled his ex-girlfriend, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Then he won't be able to graduate. The dean of Nodding Academy laughed. Our Nodding Academy requires a soul power level certificate issued by the Spirit Hall to graduate. Even if Zhao Qian can find a way to graduate, he will still need the Spirit Hall certificate to advance to the Intermediate Academy. Do you think these restrictions can stop him? Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the dean of Nodding Academy. Moreover, I have a friend who also runs an academy that doesn't require a Spirit Hall certificate to enroll. The dean of Nodding Academy. And just as Yu Xiaojiang said, after a year, Zhao Qian had indeed recultivated his soul power back to level 10 and obtained a 2nd soul ring. In particular, this time Zhao Qian chose the 999-year-old soul beast, the green grass dog, which he had painstakingly cultivated. Of course, after Zhao Qian upgraded the green grass dog's cultivation to 1,000 years, it could hardly still be described as a dog. Its size was simply too large, almost like a calf. However, after the green grass dog voluntarily sacrificed itself to become Zhao Qian's soul ring, Zhao Qian was stunned to discover a fact. His soul power level had actually reverted to its initial state. A person without a trace of soul power had 2 soul rings. How could this be so outrageous? This left Zhao Qian's mind buzzing, and he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Would I have to absorb a soul ring and my soul power level would drop back to the initial state every time? Zhao Qian swallowed hard. If that were the case, he would be destined to never become a titled Douluo in this lifetime. Not to mention becoming a god. Wait, it seems I've discovered something incredible. Level 0 reverting to level 0. How many level 0s are there? I was born at level 0, and the soul rings become spinning tops? At this thought, Zhao Qian suddenly couldn't help but feel excited, a gleam of brilliance shining in his eyes. If he really would revert to level 0 every time he absorbed a soul ring, wouldn't that mean he could absorb soul rings infinitely? Zhao Qian could hardly imagine what kind of scene would unfold during his battle in the future. As the battle began, everyone activated their martial souls. Just as the enemy was about to charge in with fierce moves, Zhao Qian raised his hand to stop them and said, "Wait, let me release my soul rings before we fight." Go ahead. After you finish releasing your soul rings, I'll make you my little brother." The enemy retorted disdainfully. 2 hours later, the enemy's face turned pale, frightened, and bloodless, as they trembled and asked Zhao Qian, who was still releasing his soul rings, "How many soul rings do you have left?" Zhao Qian became shy and bashful, stretching out 2 fingers. The enemy across immediately breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chest in gratitude, thinking that there were only 2 left. Thank goodness, it was finally coming to an end. No, there were actually over 200. Zhao Qian gave a slightly embarrassed smile. The enemy across, along with the entire audience and the referee, all kicked their feet and rolled their eyes, dying on the spot. Zhao Qian, this is a very nice vision, but truly possessing so many soul rings is quite difficult. Because after absorbing soul rings, his physical constitution is enhanced, and due to Zhao Qian taking rare treasures, his body's tolerance for soul power has been consistently increasing. This also means that in the future, it will become increasingly difficult for Zhao Qian to fully cultivate his soul power to level 10. However, the growth of his strength has been on an upward trend. The more soul power he possesses and the higher its quality, the faster Zhao Qian can cultivate powerful soul beasts, and that tender green sapling in the colorful stone space. After absorbing the second soul ring and having his soul power level reset to 0, Zhao Qian immediately sensed the changes in his colorful stone space. Sure enough, the drop in his soul power level was intricately related to that little sapling, which had grown to over 30 centimeters tall. Its straight trunk resembled a miniature pillar reaching the sky, and its lush leaves were as vibrant as jade, with tiny 9-colored divine rays swirling around it, exuding a mysterious and captivating aura. It seemed to be the most eye-catching treasure in the world, even among all realms. Time and again, my soul power level dropped. "Just wait until you grow up, and I'll dig you up with one stroke." Zhao Qian felt quite indignant at that moment. Of course, if it really came to digging, he definitely wouldn't dig up this sapling. It was clearly a treasure that needed to be cherished with utmost care. 5 years passed quickly. During these 5 years, Zhao Qian acquired a 999-year yellow soul ring, leaving just 3 levels to reach soul power level 10 and absorb the 4th soul ring. As for Tang San, Zhao Qian did not interfere much, allowing him to smoothly raise his soul power to over 20 levels. He also successfully hunted a ghost vine with over 600 years of cultivation to obtain the 2nd soul ring, with the skill of parasitism, and with the mutated martial soul shadow dagger. Zishuan was naturally the focus of Zhao Qian's experiments. Zishuan was about the same age as Zhao Qian and Tang San, and after 6 years of cultivation, although his achievements were not as high as Tang San's with the Xiantian treasure record, he had reached soul power level 24. Therefore, during this time, Zhao Qian secretly provided Zishuan with extra resources, allowing 2,000-year level soul beasts to willingly sacrifice themselves to become his 1st and 2nd soul rings. To be honest, being able to cultivate so many 1,000-year level soul beasts was largely thanks to Yu Xiaojiang persuading the dean to rally all faculty and students to experiment on Zhao Qian. During those days, Zhao Qian was completely immersed in the sea of joy from extracting the happiness of others, especially since there were girls involved. Brother Zhao Qian, I don't want to be apart from you. I don't want to go to Tsanghui Academy. I want to be with you and Brother Dezhu. On the day of graduation, when heading to the intermediate academy, Qi Zishuan's little face was crying like a little flower cat, tightly gripping Zhao Qian's arm, refusing to let go. Qian, be good. Didn't you say you were the most obedient? Why won't you listen now that Brother Zhao Qian wants you to go to Tsanghui Academy? Zhao Qian tugged at Qi Zishuan, who was holding onto his small hand tightly, and couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and helplessness. You don't want Qian anymore. Woo, little Qian Gij. You big bad guy, you don't want Qian anymore. Qi Zishuan began to cry loudly, gripping Zhao Qian's arm even tighter, causing Zhao Qian to gasp in pain. Get away from me. Go wherever I tell you to go. Why so much nonsense? Get lost. Zhao Qian glared, lifted his foot, and kicked Qi Zishuan, who was holding onto his arm, down to the ground. Qi Zishuan, who was kicked to the ground, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Zhao Qian, seemingly not expecting Zhao Qian to be so fierce with him. His small mouth pouted in grievance, and tears immediately welled up in his big, fluttering eyes. Splash! Splash! Scalding tears streamed down Qi Zishuan's sad, tear-streaked little face, falling to the ground in despair. Heartbroken, Qi Zishuan began to wail. Big bad guy, little Qian Gij. Big bad guy, woo, big bad guy. Remember your own identity. If it weren't for me bringing you back, you'd be a slave, doing whatever I tell you. Why so much nonsense? Get to Tsanghui Academy. Zhao Qian kicked Qi Zishuan down to the ground again and pulled Tang San away, while Qi Zishuan, who was crying loudly, had his mouth filled with dirt after being kicked down. He cried even more heartbreakingly. Big bad guy. Zhao Qian. You're a big bad guy. Woo, I won't like you anymore, big bad guy. Woo woo. Zhao Qian. Don't want Qian anymore. Chapter 51. The Kingdom of Balak. Brother Qian, is this really okay? In the carriage heading to the Kingdom of Balak, Tang San looked at Zhao Qian. He felt a bit heartbroken just thinking about Qi Zishuan's sad crying. We need to believe in Qian. We've been together for 6 years. And you should know that although he seems timid, he has a stubborn character deep down. When I secretly told him about merging the 1,000-year soul ring, he wasn't scared at all. Even when it was pouring rain on the playground, he was still running with a heavy load to train his body, just so I wouldn't worry. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, placed his hand on Tang San's shoulder, and looked at him seriously as he continued. Xuan's first and second soul rings are both purple at the millennium level. This can't be hidden. Although I sent him to Tsanghui Academy, once this astonishing news spreads, the Spirit Hall will definitely not let go of such talent. Qian will be much more useful in the Spirit Hall than following us around. In the training he receives, there will not be inferior to what we can offer here. So why have you gradually started to show dissatisfaction with Qian over the past 6 years, and even publicly treated him poorly during the school selection for the Intermediate Academy? Tang San lowered his head, not looking at Zhao Qian. There was no other way. Otherwise, with the Spirit Hall's extensive influence, it would inevitably put Qian in danger. Only by doing this could the risks Qian faced in the future be reduced, allowing the Spirit Hall to accept him and help us train him well. After patting Tang San's shoulder to comfort him, Zhao Qian recalled Qi Zishuan's heart-wrenching cries of sadness and despair from earlier, feeling somewhat upset himself. But this was something he had to do. Otherwise, as his future strength grew, it would undoubtedly provoke the Spirit Hall's jealousy and suppression. The Spirit Hall's influence spans every empire, kingdom, principality, and even small towns and villages across the Douluo Continent, making it a force to be reckoned with, especially with such a terrifying existence. The Spirit Hall has been continuously recruiting talented experts from all over the Douluo Continent, while never ceasing to eliminate those talented individuals who do not submit to them. This is also one of the factors that allow the Spirit Hall to remain at the pinnacle of the continent. Therefore, Zhao Qian had to prepare early for the Spirit Hall style of recruiting talent and finding opportunities to eliminate those they could not win over. Balak Kingdom, one of the vassal states of the Tiando Empire, is located to the south of the Tiando Empire, bordering the Fasno province. Its king, Kandera, is a cousin of the current king of the Tiando Empire, Ocula. Although it is called a kingdom, the land area of Balak Kingdom is only 3/4 the size of Fasno province. However, because it guards the Star Luo Empire, Balak Kingdom is considered the strongest in military power among the numerous vassal states of the Star Luo Empire. Unfortunately, within a kingdom, there are bound to be troubles. Zhao Qian, contemplating the layout of the Douluo Continent, understood all of this clearly. The four kingdoms and one principality under the rule of the Tiando Empire appear to be the wings of a monarch state. But in reality, aside from the necessary annual tributes, they manage their own affairs, and the monarch state cannot intervene at all. For the king of the Tiando Empire, one of the two great empires on the Douluo Continent, this is evidently a very troublesome and helpless matter. However, this seemingly unstable situation is greatly beneficial to me. With his focus on developing the auction house and the prince's party, Zhao Qian couldn't help but show a reassuring smile. A few days later, the carriage finally arrived at the only city in Balak Kingdom that could rival its royal city, Soto City. Finally here, clearly, we have many intermediate academies to choose from. So why did your teacher insist on bringing you so far to enroll in that Shrek Academy? Little Wu, who had been as present as air along the way, stretched her arms and yawned as she got off the carriage, looking at Tang San with a bit of complaint in her eyes. Actually, you could have gone to the intermediate department of Sanghui Academy or other intermediate Soul Master academies. Since you wanted to come along, you shouldn't complain about this and that. Tang San surveyed Soto City before him, his tone very calm. Stinky little San, wooden-headed, iron lump. Little Wu huffed angrily, then suddenly smiled and hopped over to Zhao Qian, hugging his arm. Brother Qian, can we go eat something delicious? I've been on the road for so many days, and it's been exhausting. Little Wu looked at him with a pitiful expression, her big eyes blinking. Zhao Qian felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, and directly shook off Xiao Wu's hand that was holding onto him. You want money, right? Here. Saying this, Zhao Qian grabbed a handful of gold soul coins and stuffed them into Xiao Wu's hand while instructing. Take this money and find a place to stay with Sanner first. I'll come to find you later. How are you going to find us? Soto City is so big. Tang San frowned. Just follow Xiao Wu's arrangements. Otherwise, I really won't be able to find you, Zhao Qian said, waving his hand to say goodbye. As long as the trajectory of fate didn't change significantly. Zhao Qian estimated that Xiao Wu would definitely pull Tang San into a hotel called the Rose. However, Tang San was a bit confused and didn't quite understand what Zhao Qian meant. It wasn't until Xiao Wu actually pulled him into the Rose Hotel that Tang San couldn't figure out how Zhao Qian would find them later. Book a room. As soon as they entered the hotel filled with the scent of roses, Xiao Wu excitedly shouted at the front desk. The waiter glanced at Xiao Wu and Tang San with a hint of ambiguity and smiled, asking, Miss, there's only one room left. Do you still want it? After speaking, the waiter even winked at Xiao Wu, as if to say, you don't need to be polite. I understand. Well, why is there only one room left? Xiao Wu immediately blushed and covered her face, her tone somewhat incredulous. And we have 3 people. Thinking of this, the originally rosy-cheeked Xiao Wu pouted unhappily. However, the waiter did not notice Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction regarding the third person. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and continued with a flirtatious smile. Don't worry. This is a high-end couples hotel with complete facilities, and the room is quite spacious. A couples hotel? Tang San glanced at the shy Xiao Wu, who was covering her flushed face, and calmly said, one room is fine. We used to live in the same dorm anyway. Wait, that last room should be reserved for me, right? At this moment, a somewhat aloof and indifferent voice came over. Following the sound, Tang San and Xiao Wu saw a blonde, blue-eyed man walking over, surrounded by a pair of beautiful twin girls. You must be new here. Don't you know that the empty room here has been saved for me? Dai Mubai, surrounded by the twin girls, didn't even look at Tang San and directly approached the front desk with an unfriendly expression towards the waiter. Get your manager out here. Seeing the waiter frozen, Dai Mubai immediately grew impatient. Excuse me, it seems we arrived first, so you cut in line, Tang San said, looking at Dai Mubai with a calm gaze. You arrived first? What does that have to do with me? Dai Mubai, who was 8 meters tall, coldly glanced at the obviously younger Tang San, disdainful of arguing with anyone. As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, he also didn't think anyone in this small Balak kingdom was worth his time. But you're blocking me from renting a room. How can that not concern you? Tang San was a gentle person, but that didn't mean he would let others bully him, and his expression grew slightly cold. Oh, you still have a temper. I see you have soul power fluctuations. You must also be a soul master, right? Let's have a fight. If you could defeat me, I'll leave. Dai Mubai said with a smirk, otherwise, please take your little girlfriend and get out of here, lest you disturb my enjoyment. With his innate evil eye and twin pupils, Dai Mubai wore a slight contemptuous smile, looking very pleased with himself, as if he was certain of victory. The pair of beautiful twin companions beside him giggled, gracefully stepping aside. It seemed they had seen Dai Mubai like this before and had absolute confidence in him. All right, I accept, but the girl next to me is not my girlfriend. You have misunderstood. Tang Sen walked forward calmly. He needed to rent a room in this hotel. Otherwise, Zhao Qian might find it difficult to locate him in Xiao Wu, as this was a hotel he had heard Xiao Wu arrange to come to. Not your girlfriend? Dai Mubai seemed to find this amusing. Do you think my evil eye is glaucoma or cataracts? A man and a woman come to a couple's hotel to rent a room. If you're not a couple, then I'll throw my eyes on the ground for you to step on. I don't like stepping on other people's eyes. That's not good. There are 3 of us. We are roommates. Tang Sen shook his head gently. Stop wasting words. You're the first nameless person to be so arrogant in front of my evil eye white tiger. Dai Mubai, show me your martial soul, and let me see how capable you are. Dai Mubai shouted, stepping down, and instantly, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose beneath him, releasing a powerful aura from a soul sovereign that directly overturned the sofas and tables in the hotel lobby. A muscular white tiger phantom suddenly appeared behind the cold-eyed Dai Mubai. He was from the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, and although his martial soul, the white tiger, was slightly less renowned than the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which was known to be the strongest attack-type martial soul on the continent, it was still a top-notch martial soul. Moreover, he was a soul sovereign with a soul power level of 37. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Before long, Tang San and Dai Mubai began to fight in the lobby of the Rose Hotel, with powerful soul power fluctuations shattering the surrounding windows. Tang San frowned slightly. Facing Dai Mubai, who had 1 more soul ring than him, and it was a 1,000-year soul ring, he had very little room to resist, especially since Dai Mubai's soul power level was far higher than his. Even with the blue-silver grass entangling and parasitizing skills, he couldn't stop Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul. Damn it, why is this damned evil eye tiger so strong? If Xiao San loses, we really have to roll out of here. Xiao Wu, with her pink fists clenched, had a worried expression on her face. What you 2 doing? At that moment, a voice came from the entrance of the Rose Hotel lobby. Xiao Wu's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Dai Mubai, in his martial soul possession state, scanned over with vigilance and saw a guy whose soul power fluctuation was even weaker than Tang San's. He immediately sneered, "What? Are you the 3rd roommate of this waste martial soul, blue silver grass? Just right, you 3 can come at me together, and I'll make you all lose convincingly today." Snap! Just then, Zhao Qian, who had just arrived from the auction house he had opened in Soto City, stood at the door, snapped his fingers, and slightly shook his right index finger, saying, "You can't fight, at least not here." Why not? Because everyone who has seen me make a move is dead. I'm a kind person and don't want to harm the innocent. You understand what I mean, right? Zhao Qian smiled gently. Dai Mubai was instantly enraged by Zhao Qian's nonchalant demeanor. He had seen arrogant people, but never someone as arrogant as this. A soul master with a soul power level barely over 10 dared to act tough in front of him, saying that everyone who had seen him fight had died. Too arrogant. He was simply more arrogant than Dai Mubai, the evil eye white tiger. No, I have to use this line in the future. This line suits my temperament. But this guy with a soul power of at most a dozen levels, what is he worthy of? Dai Mubai, whose chest was violently heaving, fixed his dual-colored eyes on Zhao Qian and then nodded in agreement. All right, let's find a more open place to fight. Shortly after, in a small grove near the Rose Hotel, release your martial soul and soul rings. Otherwise, once I make my move, you probably won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Zhao Qian gave Tang San a reassuring look and smiled at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was instantly enraged. His forehead, veins bulging, glaring at Zhao Qian with his deep blue eyes, his fists clenched tightly like sandbags. This was way too arrogant. Even more so than when they were at the Rose Hotel. This was unbearable for Dai Mubai, who came from the noble royal family of the Star Luo Empire and had always been proud of his status. He simply couldn't stand it. White Tiger possess. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. 1st soul skill, White Tiger shield. In an instant, Dai Mubai's aura surged dramatically. Not only was he enveloped in a powerful presence, but even the entire small forest shook under the pressure amplified by his 3rd soul skill. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were watching from the sidelines, were astonished to find that Dai Mubai's erupting aura had actually doubled under the amplification of his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Feeling a bit startled, both Tang San and Xiao Wu looked worriedly at Zhao Qian, as Zhao Qian seemed to be just a weakling except for his summoned beast. However, facing this stranger, Zhao Qian clearly wouldn't easily reveal his trump card, which was a bit dangerous. Let me tell you my 1st soul skill White Tiger Shield. Under the amplification of my third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation would even require considerable effort for a soul master above level 40 to break through. Not to mention that you are at most just a soul master of a few levels. Dai Mubai's deep blue evil eyes stared at Zhao Qian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Snap! Just then, Zhao Qian suddenly snapped his fingers, looking relaxed and content. But at that moment, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed by a chilling sensation, every hair on his body standing on end. Boom, boom, boom! Before Dai Mubai could react, a series of soul power explosions completely engulfed him, who was pale and wide-eyed in disbelief. The entire small forest was almost obliterated, with debris and dirt flying everywhere. And charred, broken wooden stumps toppled over. After 2 breaths, a mushroom cloud rose slowly in the park's small forest. Many people were stunned by this scene, hardly believing that such a huge commotion could erupt in Soto City. Could it be that a Soul Emperor-level expert was in a fierce battle? Many people swallowed hard, their hearts racing as they thought this. Chapter 53. Technique Martial Souls. The sky was filled with dirt and with chips falling like a sudden rain, making a crashing sound. In the distance, Tang San and Xiao Wu stared blankly at the scene, as if their souls had been shaken apart by that explosion. Is this still human? Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces turned pale, looking at Zhao Qian in disbelief. In their impression, Zhao Qian had never displayed such astonishing abilities. He had merely snapped his fingers. The enemy had exploded on the spot and spiraled into the sky. The terrifying power completely crushed even powerful soul masters with 3 or 4 soul rings. This could no longer be explained by the theory of martial souls. This was theology, right? Or perhaps Zhao Qian had another martial soul called Snap Fingers? Cough, cough. Accompanied by a muffled bang, a disheveled figure crawled out from the center of the explosion, stretching out a blackened hand, his eyes nearly unable to open, almost on the verge of fainting. Thud! Just a few centimeters out, Dai Mubai's vision blacked out, and he fell face down to the ground, losing consciousness. But his blackened index finger still pointed at Zhao Qian, as if he had something left to say. Brother Qian, are you being too heavy-handed? Tang Sen looked at the pitiful Dai Mubai and did not ask Zhao Qian why a single snap of his fingers had caused Dai Mubai to explode on the spot. Because he knew that if Zhao Qian wanted to tell him, he would directly say so. No need to rush. There is nothing that cannot be solved with a shovel. Zhao Qian said, summoning the home martial soul in his right hand, and raised it high, ready to smash it down on Dai Mubai lying on the ground. It was too bloody. Xiao Wu covered her little face in fear, unable to believe that Zhao Qian was actually going to kill that evil eye tiger with a single strike of the hoe. Second soul skill, a hoe revives all things. Who would have thought that at that moment? 2 soul rings rose up beneath Zhao Qian's feet. He gently tapped the back of the hoe against the back of Dai Mubai's head, and a circle of white light quickly spread out from the back of the hoe. Since Dai Mubai was in the White Tiger transformation state at the time, using the defensive soul skill White Tiger armor, his injuries were not too severe. Under Zhao Qian's second soul skill, his injuries were effectively healed in a matter of breaths. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai could not avoid falling into a deep sleep for a while. Brother Qian, you are too amazing. A soul master over level 30 was knocked down by a single snap of your fingers. Zhao Qian quickly left the scene with Dai Mubai on his back, while Xiao Wu excitedly waved her small fists, looking at him with a mix of excitement and admiration. Zhao Qian smiled on the surface, displaying the demeanor of a master who is indifferent to fame and fortune, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. However, deep down, Zhao Qian felt a bit bitter. To shock Dai Mubai, Zhao Qian had expended quite a few of the soul beasts he had cultivated over the years. Among them were not a few 100-year-old soul beasts skilled in stealth, like the shadow snake, and those adept at speed, like the wind falcon, although it wasn't enough to cause him serious injury. Losing so many soul beasts at once still pained Zhao Qian greatly. Nonetheless, thinking about the possibility of easily defeating the proud Dai Mubai and potentially recruiting him made Zhao Qian feel a bit better. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Dai Mubai was the second prince of the Star Luo Empire was enough for Zhao Qian to put in the effort to befriend him. Moreover, Dai Mubai was a natural talent with an evil eye and a dual pupil, possessing the exceptional White Tiger martial soul. That's right, a genius. Even a bit prouder than a mere talent. Because Dai Mubai's individual combat power lies not only in his exceptional White Tiger martial soul, but also in his innate evil eye and dual pupil. Dai Mubai was a natural dual pupil individual, with 2 deep blue, eerie eyes, each containing two pupils. Zhao Qian vaguely remembered that Dai Mubai had once relied on his evil eyes with dual pupils to almost shatter the souls of others. However, Dai Mubai had never deeply studied or developed his evil eyes, and their power had only been displayed a few times. Zhao Qian initially did not know why, until he suddenly remembered that, up to now, the number of twin martial souls throughout the ancient and modern times of Douluo Continent was limited, let alone the even rarer technique martial souls. Yes, technique martial souls. Zhao Qian believes that Dai Mubai's evil eye and can be categorized as a type of martial soul that can be developed. This is not impossible, because a child with a three-life martial soul will be born on Douluo Continent 10,000 years later. A person's martial soul can exist not only in the left and right hands and as an attachment, but also in the eyes. However, this type of martial soul is extremely rare. It is even rarer than the historically few dual martial souls. Even if Zhao Qian did not have the colorful stone in his dantian, he would be just like everyone else, a person with a single martial soul. Moreover, martial souls are deeply hidden, making it extremely difficult to identify and utilize them without any knowledge. But Zhao Qian is different. He knows of the existence of martial souls, and that child with the three-life martial soul in 10,000 years successfully cultivated the martial soul. Although Zhao Qian does not understand how to awaken and cultivate martial souls, he is at least currently the only person on Douluo Continent who knows that martial souls indeed exist and can be cultivated. Therefore, Zhao Qian firmly believes that even if he does not know much information about martial souls, as long as he perseveres in developing and experimenting, success will come one day. Before that, Zhao Qian must find a way to win over Dai Mubai and make him his ally. Otherwise, the one he cultivates will only become a powerful enemy in the future. Meanwhile, at Songhui Academy, Lord Doyle, as a level 5 martial soul hall bishop. Why are you here at Songhui Academy instead of handling your busy affairs? The director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Senior Department of Songhui Academy stared warily at the uninvited white-haired bishop, filled with vigilance and apprehension. Is there still a place in this world that our martial soul hall cannot go? Bishop Doyle of the level 5 martial soul hall chuckled, and suddenly 7 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. A terrifying aura belonging to a soul saint level powerhouse suddenly spread in all directions. Bishop, please do not deceive yourself. Our Songhui Academy has no intention of becoming enemies with the martial soul hall, but if you insist on coming here alone to cause trouble, our principal and vice principal will not agree. As he spoke, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Senior Department of Songhui Academy manifested 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, barely holding up against the pressure brought by Bishop Doyle with the aura of a soul emperor. Don't use those 2 old fellows from your academy to intimidate me. I came here because I heard that your academy has a little guy whose first and second soul rings are both at the 1,000-year level. I want to meet him. Songhui Academy should not refuse, right? Let me tell you, I've already reported this news to the Pope. You Songhui Academy better be sensible, or next time I come, it won't be just a soul saint. The middle-aged Bishop Doyle, with a white fringe covering one eye, smiled faintly, his hands clasped behind his back, showing no signs of being intimidated by the 2 soul Douluo powerhouses mentioned by the other party. Damn it, the news is leaked. The director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Senior Department of Songhui Academy turned pale with anger, clenching his fists tightly. In the initial school entrance examination, Qi Zixuan's astonishing scene of possessing 2,000-year soul rings with a soul power level of 24 nearly shocked all the senior leaders of Songhui Academy. Even the principal and another vice principal, both over 80-level soul Douluo, showed expressions of surprise. However, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Senior Department vaguely remembered seeing regret and sorrow in the eyes of the principal and vice principal at that time. Sure enough, the principal and vice principal had long anticipated that the Martial Soul Hall would get the news and come to poach students. Damn Martial Soul Hall. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was furious, with veins popping on his forehead. He clenched his fists but dared not voice his anger, only helplessly watching the child with the first and second soul rings being taken away. This was because the other party was the Martial Soul Hall. The Martial Soul Hall, which dominated both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Just the level 5 bishop who came today already had the strength of over 70 level soul saint. Not to mention the level 6 Martial Soul Hall and even the Pope. Even though the principal of Tsanghui Academy was a soul de law, and there was also a vice principal in front of the Martial Soul Hall, which had influence across the continent, they were no different from ants. Their principal, who was over 80 level soul de law, was merely equivalent to a level 6 Martial Soul Hall bishop. Child, what is your name? Holding Qi Zishuan's small hand and walking outside, Bishop Doyle smiled gently. I am Qi Zishuan. Qi Zishuan said somewhat timidly, Grandpa, can I still go back to Tsanghui Academy in the future? There are many classmates and seniors I know here. Originally, Bishop Doyle was still smiling gently at such a little genius like Qi Zishuan, but upon hearing the words Grandpa, even he could not help but darken his expression. He was only in his 40s. How did he become a grandpa? Still an old grandpa. However, being a soul saint-level powerhouse stationed at the level 5 Martial Soul Hall, he did not take the words of a child to heart and continued to ask gently. As long as you study and cultivate well in our Martial Soul Hall's Academy for nurturing talents, there will certainly be opportunities to come back and see your former classmates. But I heard that your first and second soul rings are both of the 1,000-year level, yet your soul power is only at level 24. Can you tell Grandpa why that is? Regarding this, Qi Zishuan, who had previously used the rare treasure that increases the body's soul power limit, the Qian fruit, as ordinary fruit under Zhao Qian's guidance, had already rehearsed such a dialogue with Zhao Qian. I don't know, I just feel like cultivation is slow, but Xuanzhuan is not weak. When I just came to Tsanghui Academy, those older brothers and sisters with higher soul power levels couldn't beat me. Having practiced similar scenes countless times with Zhao Qian, Qi Zishuan's actions and expressions were quite perfect, appearing timid and innocent. Oh, those with higher levels than you're not your opponents? Did he use soul skills? Bishop Doyle's expression showed slight surprise as he looked down at Qi Zishuan. I use soul skills, but I have only used the first soul skill at most. Sometimes I can win without using the first soul skill. Qi Zishuan nodded earnestly. Hearing this, Bishop Doyle's face immediately lit up with joy. Initially, he had some doubts about whether Qi Zishuan was relying on the 1,000-year soul ring level soul skills to defeat those opponents with higher soul power levels than him. But unexpectedly, Qi Zishuan had only used the first soul skill at most. Sometimes he could win even without using it. Bishop Doyle was both delighted and excited at this moment. This was a little genius he had discovered. If Qi Zishuan grew up, it would undoubtedly elevate his status among the many bishops of the Martial Soul Hall. Qi Zishuan, can I call you Zishuan? Can you release your soul power fully so Grandpa can feel it? Bishop Doyle, with his right eye covered by a white fringe, squatted down warmly and enthusiastically in front of Qi Zishuan. That's fine, Grandpa. Qi Zishuan nodded seriously. Soon, 2 incredibly stunning purple soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, slowly rising around his body. In an instant, a wave of soul power that was no less than that of a level 30 Great Soul Master erupted without any restraint. Bishop Doyle's pupils suddenly constricted. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face as his eyes heatedly fixed on Qi Zishuan. Good child, I didn't expect you to be truly gifted. Your body can actually withstand such astonishing soul power. No wonder you could safely absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Let's go back to the Spirit Hall with Grandpa and play for a while. Once I report your information to the Pope, I will personally take you to study at our academy in the Spirit Hall. Su Zishuan listens to Grandpa. Qi Zishuan lowered his head and cautiously glanced at Bishop Doyle, timidly saying. Bishop Doyle smiled and patted Qi Zishuan's little head, finding the child even more adorable and worth his effort to cultivate. It is something everyone in the Spirit Hall is happy to do to befriend a prodigy destined for an extraordinary future. After all, once the other party grows up, as long as they consider the old friendship, it may not be an intimate relationship, but they can still become friends in the vast Spirit Hall. Not long after, in the city of Soto, Barak Kingdom, Zhao Qian brought Tang San and Xiao Wu to the entrance of a shop with a peculiar sign. As the patterns on the sign were particularly similar to the tokens of the Spirit Hall, it depicted 3 patterns, a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, Zhao Qian knew that these were actually the symbols of the 3 most prominent sects on Douluo Continent, representing the martial souls: 7 killing sword, Haoyan hammer, and blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The reason for bringing Tang San here was that this shop had the raw materials for the Dragon Whiskers needle, ranked 8th in the catalog of hidden weapons from the Xiantian treasure record. The Dragon Whiskers needle is an extremely powerful hidden weapon with a size so small that it is harder to see than a hair. Once activated by soul power, it transforms from a coiled state into thin, hair-like golden needles, which after piercing the human body, will coil back up in an instant, twisting the muscles into a mess. To extract such a hidden weapon embedded in one's body usually requires cutting out the entire piece of flesh. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to remove. But the dragon whisker's needle is even thinner than a hair, and most of the time, when it is shot into the body, at least 800 needles, if not 1,000, are released, making it almost impossible to survive regardless of whether it can be dug out or not. Just as they entered and hadn't taken much of a look around, Tang San, who was following Zhao Qian, was immediately captivated by a crystal on a table at the entrance. It was a crystal the size of a human head, looking clear and transparent, but with quite a few dark yellow impurities inside, giving it a feeling of being a defective product. Zhao San, why are you staring at it? You look like you've been enchanted. Amethyst and blue crystal are both more precious and beautiful than this. Xiao Wu glanced at the crystal with a lot of dark yellow impurities on the table, her face showing a look of dislike, and then turned her attention to the other goods in the shop. Xiao Wu, don't interrupt. Tang San shot a blank look at Xiao Wu. Carrying the Xiantian treasure record, he was not a person with shallow knowledge. The crystal in front of him was clearly nurturing a type of golden crystal, especially when he touched it and examined its quality. Tang San discovered that its age had reached an astonishing 100,000 years. The quality was so high that it could be called a bored crystal, and the golden strands it nurtured could be estimated to be no less than 10,000. Boss, how much is this crystal? Zhao Qian walked up to Flender, who was lazily lounging in a reclining chair. Flender was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. Not expensive. 100 gold soul coins. Flender did not even open his eyes, lazily raising a hand. He was very annoyed to be disturbed while resting, so he quoted a high price, hoping these three kids would take the hint and leave quickly. All right, I'll buy it. Zhao Qian, however, showed no hesitation and began to stack piles of shiny gold soul coins on the table beside him. This commotion instantly opened Flender's eyes, which were now fixed on the shining coins Zhao Qian was pulling out, almost sparkling with a wolf-like green light. Gold soul coins. Piles of gold soul coins. Staring wide-eyed at the mound of gold soul coins, Flender felt all his lazy emotions vanish in an instant, replaced by a surge of excitement in his chest. Oh no, it seems I took out too much. I need to take some back. Who would have thought that Zhao Qian, who was initially pulling out piles of shiny gold soul coins, suddenly started grabbing them back from the table? No, Flender's eyes widened, bloodshot. He desperately lunged toward the table, shielding all the dazzling gold soul coins with his body, as if he were protecting the most precious treasure in the world. Flender was a man who valued wealth above all else, and letting so much money slip away right under his nose made him feel like he might be in a daze and lose sleep for an entire year. Zhao Qian was well aware of Flander's character and knew that Flander was a member of the Golden Triangle, a close friend of Yu Xiaojing. Therefore, Zhao Qian quickly smiled and looked around the antiques and various oddities in the shop, turning to Flander and said, "Boss, what are you doing? How much is that? Please give me a good introduction to the treasures in your store. I have plenty of money." Zhao Qian waved his hand, and a cascade of shimmering golden soul coins fell to the ground like a small waterfall, making a clattering sound. Bang, 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 bang. Flander felt his heart suddenly start to race violently, as if thunder was rumbling and it was about to leap out of his throat. Oh no, this is the feeling of being moved. Flander, breathing heavily, looked at the golden soul coins flowing down from the void, their golden light almost melting him away. And he rushed forward without a second thought. Take them. Take them all. This store is yours. Wow, so many soul coins, so many soul coins. He blinked at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were staring blankly at this scene. And Zhao Qian immediately swept up all the treasures in the store into his colorful stone space like a whirlwind. Flander is one of the golden iron triangles and a friend of Yu Xiaojing, but this was completely unimportant to Zhao Qian. What really mattered to Zhao Qian was that they had once gone on an adventure together to ancient ruins. When he first entered, Zhao Qian sensed a wave of soul power emanating from an unowned soul guide in this place, and looking around, it was all antiques and strange knickknacks. It was needless to say that there were definitely soul guides hidden inside. Woo woo woo. I'm rich. I, Flander, am finally rich. The heavens have opened their eyes. Flander collapsed onto the pile of golden soul coins, tears streaming down his face, clearly overwhelmed by the fear of poverty. Phew, after finally clearing out the store, Zhao Qian couldn't help but look at Flander, who was sprawled on the pile of coins, a shy smile appearing on his face. San or Xiao Wu, we should go. Master still wants us to go enroll in Shrek Academy. Zhao Qian gave Tang San and Xiao Wu a discreet wink and seriously pulled them both to leave. Master? Flander's silly smile in the sea of money instantly changed when he heard this. Master is Zhao Qian's nickname, and also an old friend he hadn't contacted in many years. That's right, Master's soul guide. Turning his head to look, Flander's sharp gaze immediately spotted the storage soul guide wrapped around Tang San's waist. On the night of the bright moon at the 24 bridges, his pupils involuntarily constricted sharply. You are Master students? Flander instantly blocked the door, looking somewhat flustered and excited as he gazed at Zhao Qian and the others. Yeah, what's wrong? It really is. Flander was so pleasantly surprised that he could hardly contain himself. After all these years, he never expected that Zhao Qian would finally be willing to contact him again. Decades of friendship, still salvageable. It hasn't been cut off. These coins, Flander turned to look at the 2 piles of golden soul coins on the table. Wanted to say, let Zhao Qian and the others take them all, but his heart ached painfully, and he had to change his words. You can take half. Don't ask me why. Master is my cousin. Flander told a lie. He wanted to quietly observe these 3 disciples sent by Master to his Shrek Academy. Who would have thought that Tang San and Xiao Wu would exchange wide-eyed glances? It wasn't out of surprise at the cousin relationship between Flander and Zhao Qian, but because they finally understood why Zhao Qian had just winked at them. Zhao Qian is up to no good again. He instantly got back half of the money he spent to buy the entire store. That's really terrible. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu were shocked and couldn't understand the principle behind it for a moment, all they wanted to say was, that's impressive. Seeing this, Zhao Qian didn't hesitate and quickly took back half of the gold soul coins, making Flander shut one eye in pain. He didn't even dare to see how much his money had shrunk. Thank you so much. Truly worthy of being the Master's cousin. Such cultivation and quality. Unlike the principal of Shrek Academy, Flander, who is both poor and unsuccessful, and even needs the Master to support him. Zhao Qian looked at Flander with a grateful and excited expression. I am Flander. Hearing this, Flander's heart was filled with rage. However, he did not reveal his identity. Instead, he maintained an unpredictable expression and asked lightly with a glint in his eyes. Oh? Flander is a poor and unsuccessful person? Who said that? I didn't know this was the case. I have heard that Flander is a handsome and charming man, wealthy and adored by countless young girls. Chapter 56. Even if I die poor and hungry, Looking at Flander's lazy and desolate appearance like an old uncle, Zhao Qian silently expressed his disdain. However, on the surface, Zhao Qian remained unmoved, instead putting on a look of indignation and said, Master cousin, you don't need to say more. I know you and the Master are relatives, both kind-hearted people who like to help the weak and support the poor, unlike the Master's good friend Flander, who has made the Master worry for so many years but has never come to visit him. If it weren't for the Master considering that without his wise and intelligent self by Flander's side, he might have ended up poor and starving. He wouldn't have sent us to give him money, and the Master doesn't lack money at all. He thinks money should go to those who need it. No more talking. Flander's eyes burned with fury. His tightly clenched fist showed that he was far more enraged than he appeared. Damn you, Zhao Qian. You claim to be a gentleman. If I hadn't let go out of kindness back then, could you have pursued the beautiful ere long? As a result, you not only took away the ere long I loved deeply, trampling on my dignity, but now you even use money to insult my character. Get lost. Take this money and get out. Go back and tell Zhao Qian that I, Flander, will never take even a penny from him, even if I die poor and hungry. Flander possessed a powerful strength close to level 81 Soul Douluo, being a real 7-ring soul sage. How could Zhao Qian let his anger fall on him? He had to reveal the advantage of being a child. So, looking at Flander, who resembled a raging beast, Zhao Qian immediately pouted his little face and pretended to be on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Flander was momentarily taken aback and unconsciously restrained his anger. Forget it. This is my grudge with Zhao Qian. The child is innocent. Flander sighed slightly in his heart. Then, with an indifferent expression, he casually waved his hand and ordered, Take Zhao Qian's filthy money and leave here. Zhao Qian was unwilling to stay here any longer. Immediately took away the gold soul coins and pulled Xiao Wu and Tang San to run. Flander shook his head helplessly, feeling both angry and confused as he prepared to return to his lounge chair to ponder how Zhao Qian could have given him money. Where's my lounge chair? Flander was stunned. He then looked around the entire shop, and Flander was dumbfounded, his eyes trembling and almost welling up with tears. My collection. Where are my treasures? Why is everything gone? Oh no, I can't live anymore. On the way, running away. Tang San looked a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Zhao Qian's profile and cautiously said, "Brother Qian, won't it be a bit inappropriate for us to do this? We cleared out the entire shop without spending a single cent. Moreover, that middle-aged uncle seems to be the principal flander of Shrek Academy, where we're going to sign up. Won't this be a bit?" Hearing these words, Zhao Qian, who was dragging Tang San and Xiao Wu, gradually slowed down. He turned his head to look at Tang San and suddenly smiled brightly. "Don't worry, Sanner. When we sign up, we will definitely have to pay the registration and tuition fees. At that time, I'll directly give them 30,000 gold soul coins, which can be considered as compensating Principal Flanders' losses. Isn't that a bit too much?" Tang San was somewhat taken aback. As a level 29 soul master, his monthly allowance was only 10 gold soul coins. 30,000 gold soul coins would be enough for him to receive for 3,000 months. Haha, it's not too much. Don't forget that top-grade gem in that crystal, the board crystal. Its value to us is at least 20,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, do you think I'm just taking things randomly? Among those antiques and strange items, there are more than one soul guide device. Once we try them out one by one and find them, their value will definitely not be low. Looking at Zhao Qian's confident smile, Tang San's gaze became slightly dazed, because after hearing Zhao Qian say this, he did indeed feel the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the unknown soul guide devices while they were in that shop, which was knowledge he had learned from Yu Xiaojing before. There are many types of soul guide devices, which are very important auxiliary tools for soul masters, generally including storage types, weapon types, amplification types, consumption types, and various other soul guide devices. However, since the craftsmanship of soul guide devices has been lost for a long time, very few exist, making it difficult to obtain them without special means. As a result, Zhao Qian had actually looted more than one soul guide device. How could this not astonish Tang San? Even Xiao Wu beside him was wide-eyed in surprise. "Let's go. First sign up at Shrek Academy. When we have time, we can try them out one by one and find all the soul guide devices." Zhao Qian smiled. They left Soto City through the southern city gate, following the official road, with vast fields of golden wheat on both sides. This scene perfectly matched Soto City's reputation as the food capital of the Ballot Kingdom. "Xiao San, do you think that with both of us at level 29 soul power, we are almost at the graduation standard even for a high-level Soul Master Academy? If Shrek Academy is just a middle-level Soul Master Academy, should we disregard your teacher's advice and go directly to Tsanghui Academy?" On the road, Xiao Wu was waving a stalk of rice in her hand, reminiscing about the classmates who had advanced to the intermediate level of Tsanghui Academy. In the past at Nodding Academy, they always respectfully called her sister Xiao Wu, but now no one was calling her that anymore, and she felt a bit unaccustomed. As for having Tang San and Zhao Qian call her Xiao Wu, she just wanted to say that those two were both freaks. She simply couldn't compete with them. Tang San was covered in hidden weapons, as if he had an endless supply, making him look like a prickly hedgehog that was also poisonous. And Zhao Qian, with a snap of his fingers, sent a soul venerable over level 30 flying into the sky. Was this still a normal person? If he wasn't a freak, then who was? Especially since Xiao Wu realized that her status in the prince's party was no match for the two of them. She suddenly found that, after leaving Nodding Academy, she was the most humble and weakest one, and couldn't help but feel a bit tearful and miserable. Tang San completely ignored Xiao Wu. He found this girl quite troublesome, always clinging to him and talking too much. His teacher was such a mature and stable person, and since he let him come to Shrek Academy, it must have been a well-considered decision. Moreover, since Zhao Qian didn't say anything, it was naturally not a problem. Ever since the end of his first year at Nodding Academy, when he returned home for the break and found that his father was gone, Tang San had regarded Zhao Qian as his only support and the most important person in his life. Zhao Qian is to Tang San what a close friend is, like a gentle brother. Chapter 57, Monster. Looking at the village in front of him, Zhao Qian's expression was somewhat astonished. He saw that it was a small village surrounded by a circle of fences, and a sign with the 5 big characters Shrek Academy hung on the wooden archway at the entrance, which was already worn out. Zhao Qian had long known that Shrek Academy was in a terrible state, but seeing it with his own eyes still left him speechless. This place looked even smaller than Holy Soul Village. This is the academy where one can graduate and become a viscount in the Empire? How shabby is that? The news from a spirit hall must be accurate. The graduation requirements are likely quite strict, but my son is an excellent student at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Mom, can I not go to this academy? It looks so run down, I won't be able to hold my head up when I meet my old classmates. A line of students was forming at a table at the village entrance, seemingly waiting to register. But everyone looked displeased at the sight of this academy hidden in a shabby village. You're too old. You can leave now. Next, the elder at the table, resting his head on his hand, casually waved his hand to dismiss the child in front of him. But my child is only 13. Could you please make an exception? The parent behind the child looked anxious. The elder glanced at the parent and then said to the cool-looking man leaning against a nearby tree, Mubai, someone wants to stay and not leave. It's up to you to handle it. A golden-haired young man with deep blue eyes and 4 pupils, Dai Mubai, immediately looked over, walking over with an aloof demeanor while releasing his soul rings. Thousand-year soul rings. The parents in a line gasped at the sight of the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings slowly rising beneath Dai Mubai's feet. Anyone over 12 years old is disqualified, and the registration fee is non-refundable. Do you have any objections? Dai Mubai approached coolly, a faint white light radiating from his body, forming the fierce silhouette of a standing white tiger. The child's parent turned pale with fear, then sighed helplessly and prepared to leave with their child. Wait. At that moment, Zhao Qian ran over. Here, take these 10 gold soul coins. Next time, make sure to check the requirements before registering your child. This money is not a small amount, and you must consider carefully before handing it over. Zhao Qian said as he pressed the 10 gold soul coins into the parent's hand, ignoring the stunned expression of the parent. Zhao Qian quickly turned to the children and their parents in line and said, everyone must understand the registration rules before coming to enroll. Otherwise, this academy does not refund registration fees. 10 gold soul coins is not a small sum. I see many people came here confused. So let me clarify the rules of this academy. Only children under 12 years old and with soul power reaching the level of a great soul master can successfully enroll. If you do not meet the requirements, it's better not to waste your money. As soon as Zhao Qian's voice rang out, over 100 parents who had brought their children to register exchanged glances, some unable to believe what they heard. To reach the great soul master before the age of 12 is a requirement only a monster could meet. Little brother, you're not trying to scare us away to reduce the competition, are you? Someone looked at Zhao Qian with suspicion. Immediately, both the adults and children present directed skeptical and wary gazes toward Zhao Qian. They had come all this way and didn't he want to leave so easily. They were unwilling to believe Zhao Qian's absurd claims that were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Buzz. The air trembled lightly, and with Zhao Qian's smile, 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, rose from his feet, the dazzling brilliance nearly blinding them. How is this possible? You clearly look about the same age as my child. How could you already be a soul master over level 30? A freak. So abnormal. My son's soul power is only in the teens. Yet he is already in his 30s. Many people rubbed their eyes, staring wide-eyed, hardly believing that the 3 soul rings rising beneath Zhao Qian were real. Exclamations echoing around them. Even the elderly man, lazily leaning on the table, couldn't help but stand up in shock, his eyes fixed on the 3 soul rings around Zhao Qian. Child, come here, let me check your bone age. The old man's voice trembled with excitement. Phew. Finally no more waiting in line. With a sigh of relief in his heart, Zhao Qian immediately stepped forward and extended his hand. 12 years old. Exactly 12, Mubai. Hurry and take him directly to the 4th round. If Flander knew we had a once-in-a-century genius in our academy, he would be over the moon. The old man clenched his fist in excitement, instructing the stunned Dai Mubai beside him. But Dai Mubai stared blankly at Zhao Qian's familiar smile, recalling the despair of being blasted into the air by his snap of fingers. His gaze fell to the 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, around Zhao Qian. And a chilling sensation suddenly rose in Dai Mubai's heart. A monster. A huge monster. This kid, who is only 12, actually defeated him without even releasing his soul rings. If he unleashed the soul skills from those 3 soul rings, Dai Mubai would be utterly crushed. Gulp. Dai Mubai's eyes trembled as he looked at Zhao Qian, unable to suppress a difficult swallow, then awkwardly made a gesture of invitation. Little Bai, why you look so pale? Zhao Qian smiled as he patted his arm. Originally, Zhao Qian intended to pat Dai Mubai on the shoulder. But since Dai Mubai was 2 or 3 years older than him and taller, it felt quite awkward. And no, it's nothing. Thank you for being merciful and carrying me back to the hotel to help me recover last time. Dai Mubai forced out a smile, his legs trembling slightly under Zhao Qian's touch. Thinking back, Zhao Qian had once blasted him half to death with just a snap of his fingers. And now, if Zhao Qian directly patted him, what if he exploded like popcorn? Dai Mubai's heart was filled with fear. What? Mubai, You mean this genius who registered had previously fought with you and won? The old man's pupils suddenly constricted, his face filled with shock. Even the remaining dozen or so parents and children were left dumbfounded by the revelation. Because Dai Mu Bai, judging by both soul power level and battle experience, appeared to be far superior to Zhao Qian, and his martial soul, the white tiger, was incredibly fierce. Yet the result was that he was not a match for Zhao Qian, a child of the same level. Could it be that geniuses not only train quickly, but also gain battle experience effortlessly? Chapter 58, Lick. Due to Zhao Qian's earlier performance and those words, over 100 parents and children who knew they did not meet the standards began to leave, and now, only a few remained, including the last ones, Xiao Wu and Tang San. This made Zhao Qian feel a slight sense of relief. Finally, he wouldn't have to wait for half a day. The old man who was checking bone age also recovered from shock, inhaling deeply as he looked at the next tester. It was a very beautiful girl, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a white dress that highlighted her graceful figure, her skin so fair it seemed delicate enough to break, but her large, watery eyes held a mischievous glint. "May I ask, can I pass the preliminary test?" The girl in the white dress asked with a sweet voice that was soft and melting, like the warm sunshine of spring that could almost melt one's heart. "Hey, little Bai, stop staring at me, and look at the beauty." Zhao Qian punched Dai Mu Bai, who was lost in thought, on the arm, causing him to snap back to reality and follow Zhao Qian's gaze, his eyes widening in amazement. Hee hee. The girl in the white dress immediately raised a delicate white hand to cover her mouth, letting out a clear, tinkling laugh that sounded like pearls dropping on a plate. Very pleasing to the ears. However, the girl in the white dress didn't linger on Dai Mu Bai, but curiously examined the sunny, smiling Zhao Qian. As the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the 3 major sects in Douluo Continent, her soul power at the age of 12 was only over level 20. Yet this boy, who was the same age as her, had already reached over level 30, especially considering that even the handsome, seemingly aloof boy next to her couldn't defeat him. The girl in the white dress was filled with curiosity about Zhao Qian. "Did your family know you came here?" The old man suddenly frowned, sensing the girl's identity. "Don't tell me I don't meet the standards? Isn't the academy supposed to accept students?" The girl in the white dress asked with a smile. "All right, come here. There is no reason for the academy to not accept students." Zhao Qian smiled and waved at the girl in the white dress, Ning Rongrong. Indeed, this girl in the white dress was named Ning Rongrong, the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the first auxiliary system soul master sect in Douluo Continent. This sect is known for its top-notch martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, renowned as the best auxiliary martial soul in Douluo Continent. It would be impossible for Zhao Qian not to want to recruit such a beautiful girl with a strong background. Auxiliary system soul masters are like a bug-level existence. Zhao Qian could already imagine what a spectacular scene it would be when he rules the world, unleashing the army of soul beasts to sweep across the entire realm. With thousands of soul masters from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School providing support and enhancement behind him. The image is too beautiful to contemplate. And Ning Rongrong, the only daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, is the crucial breakthrough point for Zhao Qian to establish friendly relations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, build a community of shared destiny, and develop together in harmony. Therefore, he must curry favor with her. It's the right thing to do. Of course, he can't neglect Dai Mu Bai by his side. After all, he is the second prince of the Star Luo Empire. Zhao Qian felt that coming to Shrek Academy was like returning home, warm everywhere, and full of talents, making one intoxicated. "My name is Ning Rongrong. You can call me Rongrong from now on. What's your name?" Ning Rongrong walked over, standing beside him a bit cautiously, turning her head to look at Zhao Qian with curiosity in her eyes. Zhao Qian, the leader of the Prince Party, possesses the spiritual martial soul Void Plow, a summoning system soul master of the explosive soldier type, with a soul power level of 37. Zhao Qian smiled slightly, introduced himself seriously, and extended a hand. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Qian in surprise. Although she didn't understand what he was saying, she felt that he seemed impressive. A bit shy, she glanced at Zhao Qian's outstretched hand and cautiously extended her delicate, tender hand while holding her other hand against her chest. "Hello, hello." Zhao Qian grabbed Ning Rongrong's small hand and shook it up and down, feeling very excited. This is a great day and will surely be a day etched in history. The leader of the royal faction and the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had their first meeting. After friendly discussions, they shook hands in salute, establishing an indelible relationship of mutual love, common development, and peaceful progress. Although Ning Rongrong, who was opposite him, was being shaken up and down by Zhao Qian's grip on her small hand, she had no idea what it meant. By the way, did you forget to pay the registration fee just now? The old bone-reading man suddenly looked at Zhao Qian, who was holding hands with the shy, blushing Ning Rongrong. It seems he really did forget. Zhao Qian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately apologized to Ning Rongrong and ran over to the small box where the registration fee was kept. It's too small. Zhao Qian frowned. What? Too small? The old man looked a bit confused, then glanced at the box containing the registration fee. How big are your 10 gold spirit coins? You call this big box small? Zhao Qian gently shook his head. Then he calmly extended 3 fingers and said, I won't pay 10 gold soul coins. I'll pay 30,000. Immediately, Dai Mubai, who had been secretly glancing at Ning Rongrong's beauty, turned to look at Zhao Qian, his eyes filled with disbelief. 30,000. Such a large sum of money was not a small amount for him. A prince of an empire who had fallen on hard times. After all, this was not copper coins or silver soul coins, but gold soul coins. Even Ning Rongrong couldn't help but glance over, somewhat surprised that this boy Zhao Qian could have so much money. As for the parents and children in line, they were even more shocked, their mouths agape, unable to believe that Zhao Qian could produce 30,000 gold soul coins. Such a large amount of money would even tempt a 7-ring soul sage who was short on cash. It wasn't until Zhao Qian waved his hand, and the gold soul coins cascaded down to the ground like a small waterfall, creating an incessant clattering sound, that the stunned crowd finally believed this once-in-a-century genius not only could fight and cultivate it quickly, but was also incredibly wealthy. In Ning Rongrong's sparkling eyes, Zhao Qian became even more mysterious, as if he were infinitely powerful, always able to do astonishing things, which was very appealing. The total of 30,000 gold soul coins includes the registration fees for me and those 2 tuition fees, and a sponsorship and support for Shrek Academy from someone named Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang has been a good friend of Dean Flender for many years. If you don't believe it, you can ask him later. Zhao Qian pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu as he spoke, then squatted down to quickly count the number of gold soul coins. After confirming the amount was correct, he walked away. The bone-guessing elder stared in astonishment at this scene, then shifted his gaze to the pile of shiny gold soul coins on the ground. Damn, so glaring. Chapter 59. Talents join the party. Hello, can I test with him? When it was Tang San's turn, Xiao Wu, who was standing behind him, suddenly blinked and stepped forward to look at the bone-guessing elder who concealed his soul emperor strength. All right, you can start. The elder glanced at Zhao Qian, who was standing aside, and nodded. Immediately, without even looking at Xiao Wu, Tang San released his soul rings, and 2 deep-colored yellow soul rings rose up from beneath his feet. A purple-blue silver grass with snake-like patterns then appeared in Tang San's jade-like right hand. Tang San, Control System Level 29 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Tang San's expression was calm. And me, Xiao Wu. Assault System Level 29 Beast Martial Soul Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit. Xiao Wu hurriedly released her 200-year soul rings, her aura changing dramatically. Her long and straight legs were enveloped in a pink glow, and the whole person radiated an alluring charm. Xiao Bai, stop peeking at Rongrong. Quick, look. The beautiful girl has transformed. Zhao Qian punched Dai Mubai's arm. Dai Mubai, somewhat unwillingly covering his arm, glanced over and widened his eyes again. There was no way around it. The release of the soft-boned, charming rabbit martial soul was like an explosion of beauty, exuding an alluring aura that was impossible to ignore. Especially for Dai Mubai, the evil-eyed tiger, beauty was justice. Teacher, I should have passed, right? Tang San's expression was calm, and the purple light swirling in his eyes showed he was not at all affected by Xiao Wu. You passed. You passed. I didn't expect so many little monsters to come this year. The elder, after checking the bone ages of Tang San and Xiao Wu, had an excited expression written all over his face. Seeing this, Zhao Qian immediately waved for Tang San and Xiao Wu to come over. Let me officially introduce you. This is the beautiful girl Xiao Wu, former disciplinary committee member of the royal party stationed at Nodding Academy, a level 29 assault system soul master. And her martial soul is well known to you, the little white rabbit. Zhao Qian smiled as he pulled Xiao Wu over to introduce her to Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. It's a soft-boned charm rabbit, not just any little white rabbit. She's a very powerful and beautiful kind of rabbit. Okay, Xiao Wu glared at Zhao Qian in anger, clenching her little pink fist and waving it as if she wanted to hit Zhao Qian. One by one, Zhao Qian smiled and came to Tang San's side. Continuing the introduction. This is Tang San, the leader of the Tang sect within the royal party, overseeing all the hidden weapon members of the royal party stationed in the Douluo Continent, with a martial soul of blue silvergrass, and a level 29 control system soul master. The royal party? What kind of force is that? I've never heard of it before. Dai Mubai nodded to Xiao Wu and Tang San, suddenly furrowing his brows. Especially the title of prince made Dai Mubai quite sensitive, as he is the second prince of the Star Luo Empire. Yes, Zhao Qian, what kind of force is the royal party? It sounds quite powerful. Aren't you the leader of the royal party? Can you tell us about it? Ning Rongrong crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking at Zhao Qian with some curiosity. Zhao Qian smiled slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu beside him, before beginning to introduce himself in an engaging manner. The Prince Party is a newly emerging faction in the Douluo Continent in recent years. It does not seek dominance, nor does it disrupt the interests of various parties. It embodies beauty and justice, and is a leader in peace and common prosperity. As of the 6th year since the establishment of the Prince Party, it has developed 362 branches on the Douluo Continent, with over 70,000 organizational members. Among them, there are 38,562 Soul Master Level members, 22,073 Soul Master Level members, and Soul Grandmaster Level members, as well as Soul Sec Level members. The above data is naturally inflated. After all, bragging doesn't cost money and isn't illegal, so Zhao Qian certainly wouldn't hold back on the momentum. You have so many members, but your highest cultivation level is only at the Soul Sect level. That seems pretty average. Dai Mubai was initially surprised, but then downplayed it. However, when he sensed Zhao Qian's squinting smile, he couldn't help but shiver and quickly change his tone. Wow. My goodness. That's amazing. Is this the Prince Party? Such a powerful force. I really want to join. All right, new member of the Prince Party, Dai Mubai, Martial Soul White Tiger, Soul Grandmaster level. Zhao Qian patted Dai Mubai's arm, looking at him deeply, as if to say, I satisfy your wish. Dai Mubai's expression immediately stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he realized that he had really overstepped. Next to him, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, then cautiously looked at Zhao Qian with an expectant gaze. Can I also join your Prince Party? It seems very interesting. Of course. There are plenty of interesting things in our Prince Party, and we can discuss them in depth later. Zhao Qian smiled and nodded, excitedly shaking hands with Ning Rongrong. This is an inspiring great progress, since the heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile school has joined the Prince Party. How far can it be from the entire sect joining? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at this scene somewhat stunned, and somehow they suddenly felt that Zhao Qian was quite strange and terrifying. He had effortlessly recruited 2 genius-level members for the Prince Party during their conversation. Although the loyalty of these two to the party still needs to be tested and strengthened, this is already an impressive gain. At this moment, Dai Mubai suddenly glanced to the side instinctively and saw a girl who made his heart race approaching. Zhao Qian followed his gaze and saw a girl whose appearance was no less than that of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. She cast a faint glance at this direction and then began her preliminary test at the wooden table. If he had to describe this enchanting girl walking with a catwalk in 8 words, Zhao Qian could only say, youthful face, stunning figure. Although her figure was partly determined by innate factors, it was also influenced by her martial spirit and soul power level. Zhao Qian knew that this youthful girl was a great soul master with a soul power level also reaching over 20, and her martial spirit was the nether spirit cat. Not to mention, this girl looked quite like Zhao Qian's girlfriend from his previous life. That's right, just like this. Hello everyone. May we proceed to the next stage? The youthful girl Zhu Zhuqing walked over gracefully, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. She didn't know who among them was the guide. Xiao Bai, lead the way. Zhao Qian nudged Dai Mubai to bring him back to his senses. However, even so, Dai Mubai couldn't help but steal glances at Zhu Zhuqing along the way, as he felt a mutual attraction between their martial spirits. This meant that he likely had a decent martial spirit affinity with this youthful girl, and if they teamed up, there was a chance they could cultivate a martial spirit fusion skill. The martial spirit fusion skill was an extremely powerful enhancement method that could boost both their strengths enough to rival opponents several levels higher, even up to 20 levels. Chapter 60. Tasty come. Look here, sausage specialty, Oscar's Big Sausage, delicious and affordable. Not long after entering the village, A boy with a full beard and mature physical development stood in front of a cart shouting loudly. Zhao Qian immediately recognized him. Oscar, a genius with a top-tier food-type martial soul, sausage. Food-type soul masters are already rare, let alone someone like Oscar whose martial soul is of the highest quality among food types. Capture him. A flash of determination appeared in Zhao Qian's eyes. For him, the greatest usefulness of Shrek Academy was that it provided a platform for him to make friends and recruit talents. If possible, the teachers and the dean in Shrek Academy could also be a considerable support, which he could try to win over when his own strength grew in the future. Oscar, how many times have I told you? Selling your sausages outside? Don't disgust me here. Dai Mubai walked over, looking somewhat speechless. Huh? Is there something wrong with the sausages I sell? I think they look pretty good. Ning Rongrong glanced at the shiny grilled sausages on the cart and looked at Dai Mubai with some confusion. Oscar, produce a sausage for the new students to see where your product come from. Dai Mubai said, somewhat disdainfully, as he rubbed his forehead. Boss Dai, you can't be this harsh on me, right? Have you forgotten our agreement from that moonlit night? Oscar, who had a full beard at the back of the cart, said with a mournful face. He was just trying to earn some pocket money by selling sausages, each costing only 5 copper coins. Yet he always seemed to be targeted by Dai Mubai. He was so sad. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Otherwise, if someone gets disgusted, I won't be able to help you. Dai Mubai said coldly, cautiously glancing at Zhao Qian beside him. Seeing this, Oscar was shocked, his mouth agape. He couldn't believe that this cheerful and sunny newcomer made the proud and powerful Dai Mubai feel inferior. Over the years, Dai Mubai had always been the strongest student in Shrek Academy, although there were only 3 students. But Dai Mubai's top-tier, white tiger, martial soul and his battle power close to the 30th level of the Soul Master realm were genuine. Was it possible that this newcomer had already reached over the 30th level, or even the 40th level, before he even enrolled? Oscar thought to himself, and then couldn't help but shiver. Such a strong person could easily send him flying with a punch. Knowing his own insignificance, Oscar reluctantly cast a spell to unleash his soul skill. Super Invincible Big Sausage. Accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath Oscar's feet. A sausage identical to the one on the grill appeared in the palm of his right hand. In an instant, everyone except Zhao Qian and Dai Mubai looked at Oscar with strange expressions. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a freak. This is my soul skill. It can't be performed without chanting, Oscar said awkwardly. But then he suddenly looked at Zhao Qian with a sad face and complained, but the sausage is innocent. This new boss, please don't be deceived by appearances. It's not easy for my little brother to sell some sausages. Glancing at everyone's strange or disdainful looks, Zhao Qian directly picked up a sausage and stuffed it into his mouth, much to Oscar's astonishment. You. Oscar's eyes widened. He could hardly believe that this newcomer was so terrifying. The sausage that everyone else feared and disliked, he actually ate without a change in expression. His decisive actions and sharp vision were simply a blessing for Oscar, a great savior. It tastes good and has some special effects. From now on, your sausages are mine. Zhao Qian smiled and stuffed a handful of gold soul coins into Oscar's arms. Brother Qianyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu both looked at Zhao Qian, their eyes filled with disbelief. To eat food made by such a disgusting chant and a perverted person, Zhao Qian actually ate it without a change in expression. He even said it tasted good. He gave the perverted Oscar a handful of gold soul coins and said he would take care of it from now on. How ruthless can that be? So cool. Oscar looked at Zhao Qian's sunny smile, feeling as if he was about to fall for him, staring at Zhao Qian's peach blossom eyes filled with little stars. Zhao Qian smiled at Oscar's praise. For a poor guy like Oscar, a wealthy man was always handsome. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Zhao Qian, the leader of the Prince Party, a 37th level Soul Master. I wonder if you are interested in becoming a member of the Prince Party? Zhao Qian's ever-present smile lingered on his lips as he extended a hand to Oscar. Oscar was taken aback, looking somewhat confused at his former boss Dai Mubai. Don't look at me. I'm also part of the Prince Party, Dai Mubai said with annoyance, casting a sideways glance at Oscar and crossing his arms. I am too. Me too. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu also revealed their identities. For some reason, it seemed that they had been infected by Zhao Qian, and they all smiled at the perverted young Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing did not expect that the people she had walked with all this way were all members of the Prince Party, and her expression changed. However, she quickly turned her head away, maintaining her cold demeanor. If she didn't fit in, so be it, Then, I'll join too. After all, there are not many people who are as wealthy and generous as you, the new boss. The perverted young Oscar agreed. Zhao Qian's lips curled slightly. Indeed, every effort put in was worth it. As for the disgusting sausage, Zhao Qian didn't care at all, as long as he could attract talent. What was just a mere sausage? Even if it meant stripping, Zhao Qian would be willing to do it. Sigh, starting a business is always tough. Once the foundation of the prince's party is established, I should be able to relax a bit, Zhao Qian thought, shaking his head lightly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Qian with admiration in his eyes. As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, he could easily see that this once-in-a-century genius, Zhao Qian, indeed had something special. No wonder Zhao Qian could establish a force that spread across the Douluo Continent. And no wonder his prince's party had no less than 70,000 members. This truly made Dai Mubai feel respect. What shocked Dai Mubai even more upon reflection was that Zhao Qian had already achieved this at the young age of 12, which was astonishing. What achievements Zhao Qian would have in the future, Dai Mubai could hardly imagine. He just hoped that such a remarkable talent, with immense backing and extraordinary personal combat power, would not pose a threat to his father's empire. Chapter 61. The muscular uncle teacher Zhao. I brought the new students to participate in the fourth round of the assessment. Under Dai Mubai's lead, everyone arrived at a spacious open area in the village, and in the middle of the open space sat a middle-aged man with explosive muscles, eyes closed in meditation. Judging by appearance, this middle-aged man's height was only about 1.60 meters, but he had a large waist and broad shoulders, with a pair of arms that were highly muscular and almost bigger than his head. Oh, today there are actually new students who can reach the fourth round. Zhao Wujia opened his eyes in surprise, only to suddenly widen them in shock. 5? What's going on this year? 5 little monsters popped up all at once. Zhao Wuji looked at Zhao Qian and the others in disbelief. The number of students who could reach the fourth round was almost equivalent to the total from the past few years. Teacher Zhao. They are all freshmen exempt from the second and third round exams, with soul power levels exceeding level 25. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to defeat the 5 of them working together, so I think they should pass the fourth round exam. What do you think, Teacher Zhao? As the practical assessment officer for the fourth round, Dai Mubai instinctively glanced at Zhao Qian. Considering his own reputation, he didn't mention that Zhao Qian could easily defeat him with a snap of his fingers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened, and he stood up with great interest and walked over. With each step, a sense of remarkable pressure followed, as if a mighty magical bear with the strength to uproot mountains was approaching. Tang San and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. All 5 of them were over level 25. Moreover, even the usually proud and confident Dai Mubai believed they could pass the challenge. Very good. Zhao Wujia looked at Zhao Qian and the others, his face filled with admiration. My name is Zhao Wujia, and I am the Vice President of Shrek Academy. Since all 5 of you are exceptionally talented little monsters, and even Mubai admits that he cannot defeat you when you attack together, then today I will personally join you in some fun. Zhao Wuji's fierce face revealed a hint of eager excitement as he rubbed his fists and looked at Zhao Qian and the others, seemingly eager to test the mettle of this year's new students. Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Dai Mubai said hesitantly, but after glancing at the sunny smile of Zhao Qian beside him, he suddenly found himself looking forward to Zhao Wuji, firmly rejecting his words. No need to say more. When the dean is not here, I am the highest authority. The assessment for the fourth round will be for the 5 of you to work together and withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 incense stick. But don't worry, I will use at most 1 soul ring. All right, now I will give you another incense stick of time to get to know each other and discuss your strategy. Zhao Wujia said as he took out an incense stick from his pants, lit it, and casually inserted it into the ground. The smoke curled up, and as he turned around, returned to his chair, closed his eyes again, and sat down with a thunderous breath and his hands crossed over his chest. Dai Mubai felt a bit delighted. However, Dai Mubai did not show it and instead appeared helpless, shaking his head and saying to the crowd, I didn't expect Teacher Zhao to take action personally. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Is this Zhao Wujia really that powerful? We have 4 soul masters close to level 30, and with Zhao Qian, who is even stronger than you, it shouldn't be too difficult to just hold out for the duration of an incense stick, right? Ning Rongrong glanced at the sunny and cheerful Zhao Qian, her expression somewhat smug as she said to Dai Mubai. Rongrong is right. That muscular uncle may seem a bit formidable, but we are not made of clay. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Moreover, we only need to hold out for the time of an incense stick. We don't need to defeat him. Xiao Wu also voiced her disagreement, tilting her little head. You are too nave. Teacher Zhao is a strong, attack-type soul saint at over level 70, and his beast martial soul, the mighty golden bear, makes him nearly flawless. Truly impeccable. He is a powerful existence known as the immovable king in the Soul Master world. Even if Teacher Zhao promises to only use the soul skills from his first soul ring, his soul power quality at over level 70, coupled with the enhanced physical attributes from absorbing 7 soul rings, is something you cannot contend with. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he shook his head helplessly. Everyone was stunned. Just the fact that he was a soul saint over level 70 already revealed Teacher Zhao's strength. Moreover, he was also a powerful attack-type beast martial soul saint. The mighty golden bear martial soul made his defenses impeccable. Hopefully, Teacher Zhao won't take it too seriously. Casting a cautious glance at the shocked expressions of the crowd, Dai Mubai sighed slightly. However, when he saw Zhao Qian's face, which seemed to have an ever-present confident and sunny smile, Dai Mubai couldn't help but frown slightly, because he did not see the tension and worry he expected on Zhao Qian's face. Could it be that Zhao Qian was confident he could last for the duration of an incense stick under Teacher Zhao's hand? Dai Mubai suspected in his heart, but he quickly denied this idea. The combat power of Teacher Zhao, a soul saint over level 70, was definitely not something a mere 37-level soul master like Zhao Qian could withstand. He was most likely maintaining his composure as a leader of the Prince faction, while internally he was already in a state of chaos. Looking deeply at Zhao Qian, a trace of mischievous laughter flashed in Dai Mubai's enchanting eyes. He had seen through the panic hidden beneath Zhao Qian's calm facade. Just then, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a pure and charming white dress, suddenly exclaimed, "Immovable King? Could it be that Teacher Zhao is the renowned immovable king Zhao Wujia in the Soul Master world?" It is said that Zhao Wujia once had conflicts with the Spirit Hall and was besieged by 16-level 4 Spirit Hall Master-level Soul Emperors. Yet he not only survived, but also broke through the siege and escaped safely. At that time, Zhao Wujia's strength was only at the Soul Emperor level. The eyes of everyone sparkled. When Zhao Wujia was a Soul Emperor, he was able to break through the encirclement of 16 Soul Emperors from the Spirit Hall. Now that he is already a Soul Sage, how powerful must his combat strength be? Don't worry, Teacher Zhao is probably just joking with you. There is no need to feel too much pressure, just do your best. Dai Mubai sensed the heavy atmosphere and chuckled. However, upon seeing the unchanged, sunny, and confident smile on Zhao Qian's face, Dai Mubai couldn't help but snort in his heart. He had long seen through Zhao Qian's stubbornness and panic hidden beneath his forced calmness, although he had to admit that Zhao Qian's strength was indeed impressive. But Zhao Qian's opponent today is the fearsome Soul Sage, known far and wide in the Spirit Master world, the over 70-level immovable king Zhao Wujia. Chapter 62. Bone-chilling surprise regarding Dai Mubai's skeptical gaze. Zhao Qian had already noticed it all. He indeed couldn't defeat Zhao Wujia, but so what? What of it? At worst, Zhao Qian would kneel down and hug Zhao Wujia's thigh in front of him, tears in his eyes, calling him daddy. What is the big deal? There is nothing in this world that can't be solved by kneeling down and calling someone daddy. If there is, then just add, "Daddy, I was wrong." However, glancing secretly at Tang San and the others beside him, Zhao Qian felt a bit bitter in his mouth. Even the aloof Zhu Zhuqing, who usually kept her distance, had coldly snorted in acknowledgement of joining his prince party on the way to the 4th round. This secret technique of kneeling down and calling someone daddy was obviously not suitable to be used openly in front of them. Otherwise, as the leader of the prince party, he would lose all face. I can't panic. I can't panic. I still have colorful stones, I still have spirit beasts, and I still have Sanner. Zhao Qian kept comforting himself in his heart. But my spirit beast's highest cultivation is only over 3,000 years, which is simply not enough to withstand a beating from Zhao Wujia. Even Sanner, the golden hair in the board crystal, hasn't even been taken out yet, making it difficult to weaken Zhao Wujia's strength. As for the other teammates, once Zhao Wujia's first soul skill is activated, they're all easily taken out. Zhao Qian held his forehead, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. If it really came down to it, he could only let Zhao Wuji explode on the spot and spiral into the sky, as long as he, Zhao Qian, commanded properly. After the first time launching Zhao Wuji into the air, he could make the soul beast explode right beneath Zhao Wuji's rear end each time thereafter. This way, Zhao Wuji would continue soaring in that free and carefree sky, competing for height with the heavens. Enduring through a stick of incense's time seemed very reasonable. The more Zhao Qian thought about it, the more reasonable and promising it seemed, and he nodded to himself in agreement. Tang San glanced at Zhao Qian, who appeared to be in deep thought, then turned to the others and introduced himself first. My name is Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, seeing Tang San speak, hurriedly followed suit. My name is Xiao Wu. The dance in my name means dancing. My martial soul is the soft bone charm rabbit, and I am a level 29 attack system soul master. I am Zhu Zhuqing. My martial soul is the nether cat, and I am a level 27 agility attack system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Ning Rongrong noticed that everyone had almost finished introducing themselves, smiled gently, glanced at Zhao Qian, who was staring straight ahead, and said, My name is Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 support system soul master. The name 7 treasure glazed tile immediately drew astonished looks from almost everyone present towards Ning Rongrong, who was smiling faintly. This was because the 7 treasure glazed tile was the most renowned support martial soul on the Douluo Continent, known as the #1 support martial soul in the world. Moreover, during the first round, Ning Rongrong had not revealed her martial soul, and now that the truth was out, it was inevitable that people would be surprised. After all, the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul was a lineage passed down within the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and no one else in the entire continent possessed it. Coupled with its astonishing support enhancement ability, whenever the 7 treasure glazed tile appeared in battle, it was often the primary target to be eliminated first. Seeing everyone staring at her in surprise and not speaking, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a bit shy and lowered her head, saying, You guys don't look at me like that. I ran away from home. Just treat me as an ordinary support system soul master. I currently have 2 soul rings, which can enhance everyone's strength and speed by 30%, but my control isn't strong enough, so I can only assist up to 3 people at a time. As she said this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit ashamed, cautiously raising her eyes to gauge everyone's expressions, fearing they might look down on her. However, no one did. After all, disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were highly sought after and rare, so most people were not very familiar with the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. Moreover, enhancing by 30% for 3 people at once was already quite impressive. Rongrong, you assist me later. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, I will control Teacher Zhao and assist you. Xiao will be responsible for the frontal assault, and Zhu Zhuqing will handle side interference and sneak attacks. As for Brother Qian, unless he calls for you, Rongrong, just focus on assisting us. After glancing at the still contemplative Zhao Qian, Tang San said this to the 3 girls. Why not assist Zhao Qian? Ning Rongrong asked, somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, assisting a stronger person should yield better results. After all, 30% of 10 is completely different from 30% of 100. Because Brother Qian doesn't need to be at the front, we can take the front line, Tang San replied calmly. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were all a bit confused. The strongest combat power is hiding in the back, and even more so than Ning Rongrong. The support soul master, who should be protected the most? What kind of rule is this? They were all girls, after all, quite delicate. They actually had to protect a boy. Ning Rongrong felt like she was going to crack. However, Xiao Wu seemed to remember something and suddenly looked excitedly at Tang San, saying, Little San, could it be that we are to protect Brother Qian at the back so he can snap his fingers? Snap his fingers? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were puzzled again. What kind of rule is this? Could it be that this Zhao Qian, who could defeat even the level 30 soul master Dai Mu Bai, has a martial soul that involves snapping fingers? How can this be so astonishing and unbelievable? Just then, Dai Mu Bai, who had been standing with his arms crossed and listening to the discussion, stiffened at the mention of snapping fingers. He would never forget that moment. Zhao Qian took him down with just a snap of his fingers from a distance. Dai Mu Bai expressed that if possible, he never wanted to recall even a bit of this humiliation and despair for the rest of his life. Glancing calmly at Xiao Wu, who was excitedly waving her little pink fists, Tang San said again, It's not just us, it's the 4 of us. Time is almost up when we go on stage. The 4 of us must give it our all. We cannot let teacher Zhao harm Qiangu even a little. Although Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were a bit confused about the situation, they still nodded in agreement with this strategy. At least Tang San's arrangements were very much in line with their martial soul application direction. Have you discussed it? Then let's go. Zhao Wuji stood up again. The corners of his mouth slightly curled as he faced Tang San and the others. He twisted his neck, and with both hands clenched in a fist like a fan, A series of crisp cracking sounds, reminiscent of firecrackers, erupted from his dark, strong body like a mighty golden bear. It was time for him to perform. Author's note: 1. About the author. It's really hard for me to write 10 updates as requested. I type slowly, and if I write too fast, the quality will definitely suffer. But that's not the main point. The key is that I am an author with strict professional ethics and generally would never write filler content unless I can't help it. 2. Regarding the cover. A reader claimed that the cover of my book was stolen, and I was furious. Anyone who has ever wanted to write a novel and is part of the Uedu group can find this image in the assistant. It is a cover that thousands of authors can use for free. Can we not casually hurt people like this? Especially when you gave a bad review. I'm so mad. Moreover, the author of that book even came to my review section to thank a reader for voting for him, and he didn't say I stole his image. Could it be that he said it behind my back? But this lie is easily debunked. The free cover provided by the Uedu group is what poor authors like me use. Additionally, to avoid being scolded again, I have personally taken action and completed the cover after a round of tracing. The beige cover is inscribed with the title of the book and my true name as an author, like a dragon and snake in motion. And calling on mortals brings forth thunder and storm. Most importantly, beige is beneficial for everyone's physical and mental health and relieves eye strain. It truly is a fine work with both roughness and detail. Everyone must spread the word and invite friends and family to admire the extraordinary style of this book's cover. Good things must be shared with everyone, right? 3. No gay. No gay. I just wanted to write about a kind of genuine friendship that many people can't express. Some portrayals are too fake, while mine is more real, yet you don't believe it and even slander me. Do you want to see me cry or what? In short, there is true affection in the world. Friends walk together for life, never abandoning or giving up on each other. Some people find it unbelievable for boys to behave this way, but I have a friend who is a two-dimensional otaku who calls himself old lady every day, saying things like I'm so mad, and I'm really handsome, and he's about 20 years old. It's not fake at all. Moreover, your chaotic comments have scared away many readers. Before they left, they even gave bad reviews. Oh heavens, oh earth, oh Avalokiteshvara, why am I so miserable? Why am I so pitiful? Promote the purity and righteousness of this book. The novel is innocent. Don't let the readers who are scared away harm it anymore. If you have the guts, come at me. Let go of that novel. 4. Some people in the review section say I'm a robot because my replies are everywhere. A master even said I'm using a voice changer and am a fujoshi. None of that is true. I am your good friend, Agen. Don't blame me for talking too much. What can I do? I'm not from the same world as you. To be honest, I am currently in the Douluo Continent writing this novel, and I don't know how, but I can still establish contact with Earth. I can feel it. Once you all become loyal readers of this book, I can summon you over to battle in the Douluo Continent. But I think you don't need to. It's too dangerous. Let me bear it alone. You just need to subscribe and let me speed up and bravely move forward. With your love for this book, I feel my soul power continuously increasing, and when I reach the divine realm, I will bestow it upon you. Just wait until I ascend to that supreme realm, and I will return to Earth. At that time, whatever you want, I will bring it to you. 10,000-year soul beasts, million-year soul beasts, soul bones, external soul bones, martial souls, divine weapons, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, handsome guys, strong men, Shoda, princesses, saintesses, cat girls, whatever you want, I will bring it. Dongfeng Express, worldwide free shipping. If it's fake, 10 times compensation, and if it's not enough, I'll send more. Remember to subscribe. Meow. Chapter 63. Protect Brother Qian, the 7 treasure glazed tile school emerged. First, strength. Second, speed. As soon as she appeared, the pure and lovely Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white dress, smiled and twirled around, like an otherworldly fairy. Her fair hands held a 30-centimeter tall, 7-layered, glazed pagoda, with 2 bright yellow soul rings rising from her lightly lifted feet. Both rings enveloped the 7 treasure glazed tower she gently held, radiating brilliant colors like a rainbow. With her jade-like fingers lightly tapping on the 7-colored light surrounding the 7 treasure glazed tower, 3 dazzling beams of light instantly descended from the sky, illuminating Tang, San, and the others. Immediately, a warm current surged into their limbs, making every cell in their bodies feel as if they were about to leap joyously in comfort at that moment. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be a disciple from the 7 treasure glazed tile school among this year's newcomers, Zhao Wuji observed, his face revealing a look of interest. Then, 3 brilliant colored beams descended upon Tang San and the others, and a lightness of breath surprised them with this powerful supportive ability. With such a strong support, Coupled with my Tang sect martial arts hidden weapons, it should be no problem to withstand teacher Zhao's attacks. Tang San's eyes sparkled. In an instant, two bright yellow soul rings rose from Tang San's feet. Without hesitation, he slammed his palms onto the ground. In no time, the venue became chaotic as dark purple vines, thick as arms, surged with poisonous thorns, directly sweeping toward Zhao Wujia in the field. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Tang San quickly reminded. In fact, even before Tang San could remind them, Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu had already charged forward according to their previous discussed strategy. As they ran, the bright yellow soul rings rose beneath their feet, and in an instant, they had reached Zhao Wujia's side. This is interesting, coming in with such fierce attacks. A smile appeared on Zhao Wujia's fierce face. Buzz, just as Xiao Wu rushed forward, skillfully wrapping around Zhao Wujia's strong body to prepare to unleash her first soul skill. Waist bow, 7 soul rings suddenly rose beneath Zhao Wujia's feet. The quality of the soul rings was astonishing. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Roar! An angry, roaring phantom of a mighty golden bear emerged behind Zhao Wujia, instantly enveloping his entire body. Bang! Zhao Waoqi had a calm and content expression. Xiao Wu's strike, akin to a kick against an unbreakable giant rock, only caused Zhao Waoqi's robust body to slide back a short distance. At that moment, Zhu Qing, who had been lurking like a ghost since the beginning, suddenly activated her martial soul, the Dark Cat Spirit, and launched a surprise attack. Her pitch-black eyes instantly turned one deep green and the other azure, as if they were all-seeing eyes. The sharp, dark claws, a foot long, rained down a flurry of attacks on Zhao Waoqi's back like a tempest. In just a few seconds, dozens of attacks landed on Zhao Waoqi's back. Instantly, under Zhu Qing's second soul skill ambush, Zhao Waoqi couldn't help but grunt and took a step forward. Not bad, not bad. Coming out so fiercely right from the start shows some skill. But the assessment requires you to withstand my attacks for a stick of incense's time. Do you think a flurry of attacks can suppress me and prevent me from counterattacking? Zhao Waoqi, standing firm with arms crossed like an immortal monument, had a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. After the first wave of fierce attacks from Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing, he surprisingly looked completely unscathed, not even out of breath. The outcome was still undecided. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. Tang San remained calm and composed. As the soul rings flickered beneath his feet, large dark purple, grotesque vines suddenly sprouted from Zhao Waoqi's explosive, bear-like muscles, rapidly enveloping his entire body. At the very start, although Tang San unleashed a massive amount of blue-silver grass vines toward Zhao Waoqi, appearing to only cover for Xiao Wu, he had secretly embedded his second soul skill, parasitic, by planting seeds on him without his knowledge. Now, when it erupted, it directly restricted Zhao Waoqi's movements. Furthermore, the second soul ring Tang San absorbed came from a ghost vine over 600 years old. Its actual toughness was comparable to that of a 1,000-year-old. Thus, it was no easy task for Zhao Waoqi to break free, riding the wind and stepping through the universe. Tang San's ghostly figure suddenly began to run around the ensnared Zhao Waoqi. A pair of jade-like hands shot out a barrage of hidden weapons, piercing through the gaps in the blue-silver grass vines with storm-like precision, targeting Zhao Waoqi. Clang, clang, clang. Under the enhancement of his martial soul and 7 soul rings, Zhao Waoqi's powerful physique made the numerous hidden weapons seem as if they were striking against solid iron, sparking and bouncing off. Bone-piercing nails. Testing the strength of Zhao Waoqi's defense, Tang San's eyes shimmered with purple light as he suddenly unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of bone-piercing nails. Moving so quickly it seemed like a phantom, with 10 icy beams piercing towards Zhao Waoqi's major acupoints. The 10 bone-piercing nails easily penetrated Zhao Waoqi's body, causing him to grunt in pain, his facial muscles twitching in agony. What the hell is this that hurts so much? It seems like I really need to show some real skills. The piercing of the bone-piercing nails into his skin, along with the burning sting of the poison-like wounds, made Zhao Waoqi's breathing slightly heavier. Lacking experience in dealing with hidden weapons, he never imagined that these 20-something level kids could actually hurt him. In fact, Tang San's hidden weapons were far more powerful than this. If it weren't for the lack of materials, he could even create the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Such terrifying consumable hidden weapons, let alone Zhao Waoqi, even dozens of soul saints would be instantly killed. Although he couldn't produce top-tier hidden weapons, Tang, since still had a wide variety of hidden weapons. Zhao Qian, who hadn't even used his soul skills, was foolish to think he could withstand them with his physical body. It was like an egg hitting a rock. Oh no, Teacher Zhao is getting serious. Dai Mubai outside the arena noticed a yellow soul ring rising from Zhao Qian's feet and merging into his body, and his expression changed immediately. Although Zhao Qian promised to only use one soul skill, it was not something Tang San and the others could withstand. In terms of the quality of soul power and familiarity with soul skills, Tang San and the others had no chance of resisting. First soul skill, immovable king body. Zhao Wujia's muscles suddenly bulged, and his figure surged to over 2 meters tall, standing like an undefeated iron tower giant, his gaze like lightning, almost making it impossible to look directly at him. Boom! Following this, the powerful aura of the soul sage Zhao Wujia erupted, sweeping in all directions, causing the hard yellow earth of the arena to disintegrate and spread like waves at that moment. The intensity of the aura making people tremble. Bang bang! 2 figures were sent flying out at that moment, unable to resist even a bit, directly crashing outside the arena, losing their combat ability. Teacher Zhao's first soul skill was actually this terrifying. Xiaowu and Zhu Qing were eliminated after just one encounter. Kanai and Tang San hold on. Ning Rongrong was astonished by the terrifying power Zhao Wujia unleashed, glancing at the only person guarding in front of her, Tang San, and she couldn't help but feel anxious and worried about the upcoming battle. Protect Brother Qian, I'll stand at the front. Suddenly, a cold and undeniable voice from Tang San came from ahead. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, instinctively turning to look behind her. Chapter 64. Douluo, don't panic. I'll protect you. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who had turned around with a dazed expression, Zhao Qian smiled brightly, revealing a row of white teeth. Ning Rongrong immediately rolled her eyes in speechlessness. Clearly, it was me protecting you, okay? Just look at your positioning. You're hiding further back than a support-type soul master. If it weren't for Tang San's reminder, she would have almost forgotten there was someone like Zhao Qian on the field. You little brat, are you a hedgehog or something? At this moment, Zhao Wujia's furious shout suddenly echoed in the middle of the arena. Under the dense attacks of Tang San's hidden weapons, even with the use of his first soul skill, the immovable king body, enhancing his physical attributes, Zhao Wujia had already turned into a hedgehog. His entire body was covered with willow leaf blades, bone-piercing nails, money darts, and various hidden weapons. And there were also marks on his face from being hit by the flying locust stones. Zhao Qian was enraged by this set of hidden weapons, his 3 souls in a furious uproar. He was determined to teach Tang San, this little hedgehog, a lesson, but he soon realized he couldn't catch him at all. This guy was so agile and his movements were so strange that he seemed almost superhuman. Even Zhao Qian's soul sage-level close combat skills couldn't land a hit on him. This infuriated the tough-skinned, powerful Zhao Qian. He felt utterly humiliated, as if he were being toyed with a powerful King Kong palm. His eyes bulging as he watched Tang San darting around like a loach on the ground. A second yellow soul ring suddenly appeared beneath Zhao Qian's feet, merging into his body. Instantly, a huge palm-shaped phantom enveloped Zhao Qian's right hand, radiating brilliant golden light, and with a bang, he pushed it towards the ground. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The entire earth trembled, as if even the village where Shrek Academy was located shook 3 times. The space that Tang San had relied on for his evasive maneuvers was shattered by Zhao Qian's thunderous strike, and he was sent flying by the overwhelming pressure. Bang! The flying Tang San crashed into the rooftop attic of a nearby 2-story building, splintering wood everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Teacher, you've broken the rules, right? You promised to only use the first soul skill. Zhao Qian frowned as he watched Tang San being blown away. This Zhao Qian was even more ruthless than expected. Although he hadn't used his later soul skills, the power of this second soul skill was clearly beyond the standard. With the ground in ruins and Tang San sent flying, it was uncertain how badly he was injured. What? Do you have a problem with that? Now the 4 of them, including the little girl from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had all passed the assessment. But what about you? A boy who hid behind a support-type soul master the whole time? What kind of ability is that? Come out. Let the teacher practice with you alone. You had a problem with me, right? Then I'll just use my second soul skill, powerful King Kong palm, to fight you. And if I use anything else, just consider it me fighting alone without you. Zhao Wujia glanced at Zhao Qian, who was hiding behind Ning Rongrong, and directly raised his thick arm, which bulged with veins like a giant python, pointing at Zhao Qian. His tone was filled with suppression and a lesson. What to do now? Zhao Qian had angered the wrong person, provoking the hot-tempered teacher Zhao. Under the force of the great strength diamond palm, even I would be killed in an instant. Dai Mubai supported the injured Zhu Zhuqing, looking anxious and distressed. But secretly, he stared intently at Zhao Qian's back, wanting to see Zhao Qian cry for being beaten by Zhao Wujia. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Wujia's fierce appearance, with muscles bulging like an iron tower and an undeniable beast-like gaze, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. When a soul sage gets angry, the consequences are severe, especially since this individual had once been a terrifying existence capable of breaking through the siege of 16 soul emperors of the same level. Zhao Qian, I'm sorry. Ning Rongrong turned around with some apology in her eyes, as she could no longer protect Zhao Qian with her almost weak combat skills, let alone a soul sage. Even a soul master could chase her and scare her to tears. But suddenly, slap, a light sound echoed. Everyone looked over in astonishment. They saw Zhao Qian calmly snapping his fingers. Dai Mubai, who was watching this unfold, instantly changed his expression. Boom, boom, boom. Then, just as almost everyone was confused, staring at Zhao Qian, who was inexplicably snapping his fingers, a series of deafening explosions suddenly erupted from Zhao Wujia's side. Brilliant light, blue soul power twisted and unleashed terrifying spherical explosions, as if divine judgment was descending from above. In an instant, dust rose, and the yellow earth on the surface was reduced to powder in the blink of an eye. A figure soared into the sky. Everyone stood there, staring blankly at this scene. The one who exploded upwards in a spiral seemed to be the mighty and invincible immovable king, teacher Zhao Wujia. Flying in the sky, feeling the sensation of weightlessness beneath him and the fresh air above, Zhao Wujia was still in a daze. He turned his head to look at the little brat hiding behind the support-type soul master who had snapped his fingers, still unable to figure out whether it was a provocation or mockery. When he realized he was already flying, a supernatural event, the wind gently brushed against Zhao Wujia's bewildered face. Boom! But at that moment, accompanied by the sound of the air bursting and some unknown explosion, Zhao Wuji suddenly felt a tightness in his lower back. His face turned pale. He realized that he seemed to be flying higher. Huh? Zhao Wuji. How'd he fly up into the sky? What a refined interest. Even during the new student assessment, he didn't forget to have some fun. Smiling, Teacher Li, a soul emperor who was reading bones outside the village, leisurely sat back down. Wait, just as Teacher Li sat down, he suddenly stood up again, his eyes wide open. It seemed Zhao Wuji couldn't fly in the sky. At first, Zhao Wuji was a bit dazed, feeling the repeated explosions below him. He was confused. Then, realizing he was continuously being propelled upwards and unable to fall, Zhao Wuji's face twisted in rage as he roared. He wanted to come down. He didn't want to fly. He didn't want to fly anymore. By now, Zhao Wuji had completely lost hope. Apart from the occasional sharp pain from below that made his face twitch slightly, despair was etched all over his face. Then he began to feel numb. He felt like his lower back was about to be ruined. Gulping, looking up at the pale blue fireworks occasionally bursting in the sky, and the scene of Zhao Wuji continuously ascending, the 3 soul emperor-level experts in the village, including Teacher Li, found it difficult to swallow. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Wuji. They also didn't know whom Zhao Wuji had offended, but they vaguely sensed a terrifying profundity of pain and suffering, making their spines chill and instilling a sense of weakness. Zhao Wuji. Could it be that he offended the titled law of the Spirit Hall, the Chrysanthemum Douluo? Chapter 65. I want to eat big sausage. Everyone stared in disbelief as Zhao Qian calmly turned around and walked into the wooden building where Tang San had been thrown in. They felt as if there was something stuck in their throats. Looking up at the still, unfallen Zhao Wuji in the sky, they exchanged glances, their eyes trembling with shock. Soul Sage. A soul sage over level 70. He was actually sent flying up into the sky with a snap of Zhao Qian's fingers. He still hadn't come down. This kind of incomprehensible, terrifying power could hardly be called human. Even when facing another soul sage-level expert, Zhao Wuji would not be so helpless. After all, back when he was at the soul emperor level, he could break through the encirclement of 16 soul emperor-level experts. Zhao Wuqi's strength is definitely extraordinary. But today, he was defeated. He was thoroughly defeated. Without any dignity, he even lost his pride. Who defeated him? A soul master. Just a soul master at over level 30 managed to take down Zhao Wuqi, who is at the soul sage level. Dai Mubai could hardly bear to watch, covering his face, feeling distressed. Even Zhu Qian, who comes from the noble family of the Star Luo Empire, and Ning Rongrong, who hails from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the three major sects, were buzzing in their heads at this scene. They could hardly believe this incredible moment. Having received a high-level education for so long, they simply could not comprehend this out-of-syllabus question. It was too abnormal. "Sana, are you okay?" Zhao Qian asked with concern while carrying Tang San as he walked out. "I'm fine, Brother Qian. You hit me on the head with a shovel. And I feel much better now," Tang San said with a faint smile on his tired face. Zhao Qian felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. There was no way around it. His farming tool spirit's second soul skill, One Ho Revives All, could only take effect if he struck someone on the head. Fortunately, it didn't require too much force. Otherwise, if he lightly injured someone, and then Zhao Qian gave him a healing boost, he would immediately turn into a serious injury. "Xiaobai, where's the dormitory?" Stepping outside into the open space, Zhao Qian glanced at Zhao Wujia, who was still in the air, and looked at Dai Mubai. "Please, follow me this way." Upon being called by Zhao Qian, Dai Mubai suddenly jolted, instinctively standing up to lead Zhao Qian. Slap! As a result, Zhu Qian, who had been supported by Dai Mubai, unexpectedly fell to the ground, her eyes glinting coldly as she looked at Dai Mubai, almost as if she wanted to kill him. Dai Mubai, however, was completely unaware, anxiously leading Zhao Qian to the new student dormitory, fearing that Zhao Qian had seen his ill intentions and would settle the score later. Dai Mubai had realized that Zhao Qian was not a human at all. He was a true monster. It was one thing to be killed instantly by a snap of his fingers back then, but now even the vice president of Shrek Academy, the 76th level soul sage Zhao Wujia, had been blown away into the sky by a single snap of his fingers. No way, no way. Dai Mubai, with his scalp tingling, had completely surrendered, convinced and in awe. A snapping finger spirit? Amazing, amazing. You just focus on recovering. I'll go get teacher Zhao down from the sky. After placing Tang San in the dormitory to rest, Zhao Qian left with Dai Mubai. Watching Zhao Qian's departing figure, Tang San couldn't help but smile contentedly, then closed his eyes and lay quietly there. It was all because of me that teacher Zhao was blasted into the sky. I wonder if Qian Ji's finger hurts. After all, snapping fingers can be quite painful. Maybe I should teach Qian Yu to Qian Ge. After all, both I and the Tang sect belong to him. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Tang San's mind was filled with countless thoughts, yet his lips remained curled in a smile. The feeling of mutual protection and support among friends filled Tang San's heart with satisfaction. In his previous life, he had devoted all his energy to studying hidden weapons and cultivation. Although he created the ultimate hidden weapon of the Tang sect, he had hardly ventured into human relationships and emotions. In this life, he intended to prioritize feelings. Meanwhile, in the sky, amidst the sounds of short bursts of soul power explosions, Zhao Wujia's descending figure crashed down to the ground with a loud bang, raising clouds of dust. "I'm sorry. Teacher Zhao, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect a careless snap of my fingers would turn you into this." Glancing cautiously at the disheveled Zhao Wujia lying on the ground, Zhao Qian stood respectfully with his head lowered, apologizing. If it weren't for the consideration of how difficult it was to cultivate soul beasts, Zhao Qian would have intended to make Zhao Wujia doubt his life before letting him down. Tang San was his right-hand man. He absolutely couldn't afford any mishaps. Yet, Zhao Wujia had violated his own rules by using his second soul skill to injure Tang San. How could Zhao Qian not vent his anger? However, he still had to maintain appearances and let Zhao Wujia lose gracefully to avoid Zhao Wujia coming back for a rematch later when he healed up, or else Zhao Qian would be doomed. After all, he had caught Zhao Wujia off guard, using a soul beast to blast him into the sky without Zhao Wujia having any understanding of him. But next time, there wouldn't be such good luck. Zhao Wujia would definitely be cautious, wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground to eliminate all threats. After all, this time his rear end had been hurt badly. It would probably become a painful memory that Zhao Wujia would find hard to forget for the rest of his life. Juju Douluo, terrifying indeed. All right, you're good. Once I recover, we'll find a place to train in real combat. Zhao Wujia, who was lying on the ground, mustered the strength to glare at Zhao Qian before suddenly yelling, "Oscar, get over here. I want to eat your big sausage." Oscar, who was selling sausages to the new students participating in the assessment, trembled at the sound of the furious shout that echoed throughout Shrek Academy. Without saying much, Oscar hurriedly grabbed the few remaining grilled sausages from his cart and rushed towards the 4th assessment area. "Teacher, my sausage is coming." Oscar, panting as he ran, glanced around, and suddenly became confused. Huh? Where's the teacher? I'm right here, Zhao Wujia shouted, his eyes wide with anger. Only then did Oscar notice that Zhao Wujia was covered in dust, lying on the ground, motionless, which seemed quite strange. However, he didn't hesitate and quickly handed the recovery sausages to Zhao Wujia. As a food-type soul master with a top-tier spirit, Oscar's recovery sausages had a noticeable effect. After eating 3 big sausages, Zhao Wujia, who was lying on the ground, slightly shifted his buttocks and realized it didn't hurt as much. He immediately got up from the ground, snorted coldly at the respectfully standing Zhao Qian, and walked away, leaving behind a sturdy figure limping away. Chapter 66. Go play with eggs. Who made teacher Zhao suffer so badly? This is a major event I've never seen in my years since enrolling. Could it be that some title Douluo passed by our academy and gave teacher Zhao a good beating? Watching Zhao Wujia's limping figure gradually walk away, Oscar's eyes suddenly lit up as he excitedly asked those around him, "Do you think that's possible?" Dai Mubai shot Oscar a look of annoyance and then glanced at Zhao Qian beside him, his meaning unspoken. What? Oscar instantly covered his face in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Is it you, the new boss, who made teacher Zhao look so miserable? My God, this is too explosive. Aren't you only in your 30s? How could you beat up a 70th level soul sage like that? Oscar, with his hands on his face, approached Zhao Qian, his eyes sparkling with admiration. It's fine. Teacher Zhao was deliberately going easy on me, Zhao Qian said with a gentle smile, showing humility. But Oscar, who had originally looked at Zhao Qian with admiration, instantly changed to a look of skepticism and disbelief. Zhao Qian smiled slightly and said with a hint of helplessness, "All right, I'll be straightforward. I just snapped my fingers." And Zhao Laosher became like that. After saying this, he ignored Oscar's stunned expression and turned to walk toward Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, let me take you back to the dormitory to rest," Zhao Qian said as he helped Xiao Wu, who was sitting on the ground, to her feet. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong quickly ran to Zhu Zhuqing to help her up and walked over to Zhao Qian's side. "By the way, Xiao Bai, where's the girls' dormitory?" Zhao Qian suddenly remembered this crucial question while supporting Xiao Wu and turned to Dai Mubai. To his surprise, when he looked over, both Dai Mubai and Oscar were looking at him with expressions that were hard to describe. "Forward, backward, left, right, and you'll get there," Dai Mubai said with a complicated expression. Zhao Qian was so enraged by the words that he almost kicked Dai Mubai away. What is the difference between this and standing still? Boss, let me lead the way for you. If there are any pretty girls in the future, don't forget to save some soup for your little brother, okay? Oscar said with a suggestive look, winking at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was immediately filled with frustration. He didn't want to talk about love at all. It was a shackle that trapped ambitious men, a poison that corroded a man's iron will. What he wanted was to conquer the world. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing saw Oscar's lewd expression and coldly snorted, turning her face away. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, were so angry that they waved their small fists, looking like they wanted to knock Oscar away. As night fell, Shrek Academy, which occupied 1/3 of the entire outskirts village, had basically quieted down, no longer bustling as it was during the day. True to the founding principle of Shrek Academy, they only accepted monsters, so apart from Zhao Qian and the other 4 new students, no one else had successfully passed all 4 tests. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin, as the vice president, was in his cozy little room, lying on the bed, lost in thought and feeling dejected. He didn't know how he ended up like this. He still couldn't quite understand it. He was stunned by the explosion, and his lower back still ached faintly. Zhao Wuji felt deeply hurt, not just physically, but also mentally. Who could tell him that he was just a 12-year-old newcomer? How could a mere snap of the fingers cause him to explode and spiral into the sky? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Zhao Wuji suddenly lay on the bed, gasping for air, his rear end hurt again. Damn it, where did this little monster come from? It's simply more monstrous than a monster. If Flander knew that such a perverse monster had come to the academy, he would probably be so happy he'd give me a raise. Thinking back, Zhao Wuji suddenly started to appreciate that little guy, Zhao Qian. At such a young age, to possess such bizarre and terrifying power, what would he become in the future? It seems I need to take good care of this perverse little monster from now on. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. He grinned wickedly while lying on the bed. At that moment, a deep and clear voice suddenly came, startling Zhao Wuji and causing him to tense up, the grin on his face freezing in place. Although he was bullied by the perverse little monster during the day, he hadn't taken it seriously. It was just like playing with a child. However, now, with his powerful perception as a level 76 soul saint, he couldn't detect where the voice was coming from at all, especially with the voice's appearance. It felt as if it was whispering right in his ear. Who? Zhao Wuji, still lying on the bed, had a serious expression. The tension in his rear made him realize that the situation was not simple. Show yourself. The same deep, indifferent voice whispered again, its profoundness making it impossible to discern its source. Go play somewhere else. I'm not coming out. With a glance at his injured rear, Zhao Wuji angrily shouted out the window. It seemed that the voice was frightened by his imposing manner, as it didn't appear again. And Zhao Wuji let out a slight sigh of relief. You're big, but is injured. However, a shadow suddenly appeared at his bedside. Zhao Wuji was immediately startled by the voice that was so close, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He turned his head and saw a figure by the bedside, shrouded in a coarse cloth hooded cloak. Who are you? Sweat like beans rolled down Zhao Wuji's forehead, and his face was filled with apprehension and tension. The fact that this mysterious strong person could approach him so quietly and yet did not kill him right away left Zhao Wuji feeling uncertain, not knowing what hidden secrets this powerful figure had come to his room for. Your butt is injured, hurt by that kid named Zhao Qian. Are you angry? The mysterious strong person hidden under the gray coarse cloth hooded cloak did not answer Zhao Wuji's question, only said this. Zhao Wuji was furious when he heard that the mysterious strong man kept harassing his injured backside. He shouted angrily, "What is your intention, sir? A warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. If you want to kill me, do it now. Why do you have to humiliate me, a wounded man like this? Forget it. I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. You brought the old after beating the young. You understand the meaning of this phrase, right?" As he spoke, the mysterious strong man's gray coarse cloth hooded cloak suddenly began to move on its own without wind. Immediately after, Zhao Wuji was shocked and widened his eyes at the unbelievable scene before him. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, actually rose up from the feet of this perverted mysterious strongman by his bedside. Titled Douluo, Zhao Wuji, who was lying on the bed with his buttocks raised, turned his head to look at this scene and was almost brought to tears. Chapter 67. Uncle Hammer. Let us talk it out. Why am I always the one getting hurt? On the disheveled bed, Zhao Wuji's swollen backside was sticking out, and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his miserable cheeks. That titled Douluo just now was a pervert, wielding a hammer and relentlessly pounding his big butt. What was even more humiliating was that the titled Douluo wanted him, Zhao Wuji, to activate his 7th soul ring's soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, and endure the humiliation of being pounded on the butt. Fortunately, no one saw what had happened earlier. Otherwise, his reputation as the immovable king, who had killed countless in the Soul Master world, would be completely shattered. Alas, I am so unlucky to have beaten the son of titled Douluo. But what about that perverted little monster, Zhao Qian, who blew up my rear? He shares my surname, Zhao, and possesses such terrifying talent. Could it be that I, Zhao Wuji, have some romantic debt from years ago in the Soul Master world? Now that his son has grown up, is he here to seek revenge on me? Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, lying on the bed with his chin resting on his hand, lost in thought as he realized that things were not simple. On the other side, Zhao Qian had just returned from the girls' dormitory. Stepping into the cool night air, he felt light and joyful as he walked. But suddenly, his vision went dark, and he felt a sensation of weightlessness. When he regained his sight and felt solid ground beneath his feet, Zhao Qian was bewildered to discover that he was no longer at Shrek Academy. Instead, he found himself in a forest. Zhao Qian, can I call you that? A figure hidden beneath a hooded cloak suddenly appeared not far away. Zhao Qian, whose heart was racing from earlier tension, immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing Tang Hao, Tang San's father, someone he was familiar with. He remembered pointing at Tang Hao and scolding him for being useless, and he had not faced any consequences for it. Clearly, Tang Hao was a person very friendly to children. Who are you? Despite feeling relaxed and happy inside, Zhao Qian still wore a puzzled expression on the outside. Do you remember the words you said back in the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village? Tang Hao, still concealed under his cloak, slowly walked over step by step, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, rose around him. Buzz! The air trembled violently as Tang San, who was walking slowly, suddenly pulled out a giant hammer that was even larger than Zhao Qian himself. The Haotian hammer, the top of all attack-type martial souls, the inherited martial soul of the Haotian sect, the #1 sect in the world, and the most destructive weapon martial soul under heaven. Gulp! Zhao Qian's scalp tingled as he took a step back, trembling as he looked at the scene before him, struggling to swallow. This was completely different from the script he had deduced, given that he had taken care of Tang San for so many years. Shouldn't Tang Hao be grateful and kind of thank him? Now he had brought out the Haotian hammer and released 9 soul rings. What the hell was going on? It seems you can't remember clearly anymore. Well, 6 years have passed. It looks like I need to help you recall. Tang Hao dragged the giant Haotian hammer on the ground, producing a thunderous sound as he approached Zhao Qian step by step, his tone very calm. The thunderous sound of the massive Haotian hammer being dragged on the ground was like a series of thunderclaps in Zhao Qian's ears, causing him to retreat in panic. I remember now. Uncle Hao, please don't be angry. I'm still a child, Zhao Qian said with a mournful face, watching Tang Hao approach step by step, feeling like his mentality was collapsing. Who knew that this guy Tang Hao would actually hold a grudge? Didn't he just say back then that Tang Hao was useless? Grandpa Jack also said that why was it he, the grandson, who had to face Tang Hao's beating? You're 12 years old, not a child anymore. It's time for you to face the hammer. Tang Hao dragged the Haotian hammer with a booming sound, and the 9 soul rings surrounding him glowed brighter and more dazzling. Uncle Hammer. No, Uncle Liao. Can we talk things out? Can you not make such a big deal of it? I promise I'll change and start over. Zhao Qian felt like crying without tears. He was in a state of panic. He even missed the days when he was 6, pointing out injustices and passionately denouncing the title Douluo with his spirit and vigor. I saw how you enjoyed bullying Zhao Wujia during the day. You thought it was fun, right? Now give it a try. As Tang Hao spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, like a storm that swept through the surrounding trees, making them rustle, and leaves flew across the starry night sky. At this moment, Zhao Qian only felt a mouthful of bitterness. The finger snap martial soul? It's all the power generated by the self-detonation of soul beasts. From Tang Hao's tone, it was clear he had been observing everything in the shadows during the day. After all, he wasn't a weakling like Zhao Wujia, and he wasn't facing tactics like attention diversion and line-of-sight obstruction. Seeing Zhao Qian release his soul beast was inevitable. Come on, I can let you go first, and I won't use my soul rings. Show me the courage you had back then when you said I was useless and didn't let the mistress learn to forge with me. The title Douluo. I have high hopes for you. Tang Hao's mouth slightly curled, and the 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, revolved around him, radiating brilliant light, without any of them merging into his body. This made Tang Hao at this moment look just as ordinary as Zhao Wujia, who was blown into the sky by Zhao Qian during the day. But in reality, the difference was enormous. Title Douluo is the peak realm that almost all soul masters dream of. Once one steps into this level, they are immediately worlds apart from before. Whether it's the quality of soul power or the difference in soul rings, the sudden explosive terrifying power is not something a mere soul Douluo can withstand. In fact, some soul Douluos above level 80 can be crushed without a chance to fight back in front of a title Douluo. This illustrates the terrifying level of title Douluo. Additionally, the average lifespan of ordinary soul masters is around 100 to 200 years, but once they break through to title Douluo, their lifespan skyrockets to 300. Moreover, every small level up from then on increases their lifespan by another 100 years. Thus, the realm of title Douluo cannot be measured by common sense. Anyone who reaches this pinnacle of the pyramid is not an easy opponent, even if they don't use soul rings. Since that's the case, I ask Uncle how to show mercy. I have offended you. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qian's gaze slightly sharpened, and he began to summon all his determination. Title Douluo is generally divided into 3 major tiers: ordinary title Douluo, super Douluo, and limit Douluo or peerless Douluo. And now, Tang Hao very likely has already reached the realm of super Douluo, the second major tier. Facing this unprecedented huge challenge, Zhao Qian dared not hide his skills. Although he knew that Tang Hao wouldn't beat him to death, he also wanted to take this rare opportunity to hone himself well. At worst, he would just get beaten until his head was swollen and bruised. Chapter 68. The fiery hoofed demon dog that makes my blood boil, spitting flames. Quickly letting the desert eagle carry him high into the sky, Zhao Qian summoned the fiery hoofed demon dog, which had already cultivated for 3,000 years. Against the title Douluo, he had to bring out his trump card to decide the outcome. Boom! The fiery hoofed demon dog, with its hooves flickering like red clouds, just landed, its fierce form and brutal gaze holding orange flames in its mouth, which it suddenly shot toward Tang Hao, who was not far away. The massive orange flame surged like a scorching pillar, shaking the air and illuminating the dim forest in an instant. Bang! Tang Hao raised the massive Haotian hammer in his right hand, and the high-temperature flames shot out by the fiery hoof demon dog were directly dispersed to the sides. It didn't cause Tang Hao any harm at all. It seems your so-called spirit martial soul is quite extraordinary. You can even subdue such a fierce soul beast. What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them. Under his gray hooded cloak, Tang Hao held the massive Haotian hammer with a calm voice. Fiery hoof demon dog, guerrilla tactics, proceed with flame-spitting attacks, Zhao Qian quickly commanded. Then in the sky, Zhao Qian ordered the desert eagle to dive resolutely toward Tang Hao in the forest, his gaze resolute and determined. Seeing Zhao Qian's actions, Tang Hao was slightly surprised. However, he remained unperturbed. A mere 30-something level soul master, even with a spirit martial soul that can subdue soul beasts, could not threaten him in the slightest. Water style, great flood technique. Just then, Zhao Qian, diving from the sky, suddenly waved his hand. With a loud rumble, a torrent like a waterfall surged forth. In the 6 years since becoming a soul master, Zhao Qian had been constantly devising ways to develop and tap into the potential of the colorful stone in his ATen-Yuan. This overwhelming torrent was one of his greatest masterpieces over the past 6 years. It absorbed the waters of rivers and streams into the colorful stone space. But when faced with a strong enemy, it would erupt with a thunderous strike, catching them off guard. This torrent, carrying mud and sand, continuously cascaded down from the sky, rushing toward Tang Hao in the forest. At this moment, even as a title Douluo, he was somewhat astonished by Zhao Qian's inhuman strength. However, as a title Douluo, how could he possibly be suppressed by such a minor force? Boom! A powerful aura exclusive to title Douluo suddenly erupted, like thunder in the night sky, directly dispersing the torrent around Tang Hao, sending water splashes like darts shooting toward the surrounding trees and shattering them to pieces. Meanwhile, the dean of Shrek Academy, who had just returned to school, felt the terrifying pressure from the forest outside the academy and couldn't help but look in that direction. Even the teacher Li, who had been examining bones during the day, looked horrified as he gazed over. The immense pressure of the title Douluo could not be ignored. Teacher Li, I know that our Shrek Academy is facing economic difficulties right now, but you must return those 30,000 gold soul coins to that kid named Zhao Qian. I would rather beg for money to keep the academy running than take a single penny from you, Xiaojiang. Go return the gold soul coins. I need to go out and see why there is such a commotion outside our Shrek Academy. Flinder's tone was firm, and as he spoke, he directly summoned his martial soul, the four-eyed cat eagle, with an illusory pair of wings carrying him out of the window. However, before he could get close to the place where the terrifying pressure erupted, Flinder was shocked to find that there was actually a violent explosion happening there. Boom, boom, boom. In the wet forest, one after another, light blue soul power fluctuations erupted, twisting into spherical shapes, releasing extraordinarily terrifying power. Any trees and dust caught in the moment were reduced to fine powder. Interesting. Hiding your little soul beasts in the flood to wash over and wait for the thunder to erupt. Tang Hao smiled. Although Zhao Qian's clever scheme only made him tear a piece of his clothing, achieving this with a soul power of over 30 levels was indeed commendable. Military path, 1,000 soldiers hell. With flickering eyes, Zhao Qian remained unmoved, soaring into the sky and releasing a dense array of cold, shining weapons that sparkled like stars. Swish, swish, swish. The air seemed to be torn apart at that moment as countless knives, guns, swords, halberds, and axes fell from the sky, becoming more ferocious under the acceleration of gravity, the piercing cold light almost piercing the earth into a honeycomb. First, it was the water style. Now it was the military path. Interesting. Looking at the hundreds of weapons falling like stars in the night sky, Tang Hao's expression remained calm, with only a gleam of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, Tang Hao lifted the Haotian hammer above his head, as if using it as an umbrella to block all the attacks from weapons, with countless sparks flying, showcasing the hardness and invincibility of the Haotian hammer. In the distance, Flinder, who was astonished by this scene, couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a violent and overwhelming attack, even for a soul sage like him, would require considerable effort to evade. Yet that Haotian Douluo, who had seemingly disappeared from the soul master world for a long time, simply used his hammer like an umbrella to block it. Title Douluo, terrifying indeed. In the sky, Zhao Qian's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly dove down again. With a lift of his left hand, the colorful crystal-like healing stone martial soul was summoned. The healing stone martial soul was one of Zhao Qian's most powerful trump cards, which he would never reveal lightly. But in front of Tang San's father, Tang Hao, Zhao Qian had no reservations. Heavenly Tao, wrath of heaven's punishment. Boom! As if the heavenly Tao was enraged, a loud explosion echoed from the sky, and the healing stone martial soul, glowing with five-color divine light, shot up into the sky. A circle of ripples spread across the high altitude in an instant. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the apocalypse was descending. The void was dyed red by the crimson light, and the air twisted from the scorching heat, resembling a river of magma pouring down with unmatched momentum, like a tsunami roaring from the heavens. Flinder, standing atop a large tree and watching the scene from a distance, was now dumbfounded. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. With his soul sage strength at level 78, he immediately recognized that the terrifying force in the sky, which had triggered an attack akin to divine wrath, was the same little guy with level 7 soul power he had encountered before. Flinder was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Why was he, a mere level 7 soul master, able to make him feel so excited? As if rolling his eyes, Tang Hao, who was gazing up at the torrential flow of bright yellow magma pouring from the heavens, suddenly had a soul ring merge into his body. He raised the hammer and struck decisively. Chapter 69, Soul Guidance Device. Uncle Hammer, I was wrong, don't hit me. Uncle Hao, Uncle Hao. In the forest splattered with bright yellow magma, Zhao Qian's screams echoed. Zhao Qian was puzzled. How did Tang Hao manage to talk big and yet hold a hammer to hit him? The chaotic hammering left Zhao Qian feeling like a rising star. After watching for so long, was anyone planning to come out and chat? In the devastated forest, Tang Hao looked at Zhao Qian, who was walking away while hitting his own head with a hoe, and suddenly spoke calmly. A shadow with illusory wings fluttered behind him and immediately descended not far from Tang Hao. Flander respectfully bowed his head and said, I have met your highness, Hao. Keep my matters private, and don't let anyone know about that child's hidden strength. Otherwise, I might do something bad. You understand what I mean, right? Tang Hao said calmly, approaching Flander step by step with the large Hao hammer in his right hand. No problem, no problem. It is my lifelong honor to keep secrets for your highness, Hao. I am willing to serve. Flander, feeling a chill down his spine, quickly bent down to agree. This your highness, Hao, is a tough guy who even dares to hit the Pope of the Spirit Hall. He, a mere soul sage, wouldn't he dare to refuse, or he might get hammered to death. Thinking of Zhao Qian being beaten before, Flander couldn't help but tremble slightly. Brother Qian, why are you so late coming back? Are you hurt? After returning, Tang San, who was in the dormitory, saw Zhao Qian's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but get out of bed to help him. I'm fine, just met a blacksmith on the way and sparred a bit. Got beaten up, Zhao Qian said tiredly, resting his head on the table. His gaze somewhat dazed. A blacksmith? Tang San was puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. While pouring water for Zhao Qian, he tapped his belt's soul guide, and a pile of gold soul coins appeared on the ground. Brother Qian, these 30,000 gold soul coins were returned to us by Teacher Li. Do you think what we did was a bit wrong? We not only didn't spend a single penny, but also cleared out the principal's shop without spending anything to enter Shrek Academy. Looking at the pile of shiny gold soul coins on the ground, Zhao Qian's gloomy mood for being beaten by Tang Hao was immediately alleviated. Since they don't want it, we can't force it. By the way, have you extracted the golden hair from the board crystal? Not yet. I've been waiting for you to come back, so we can open that board crystal together, Tang San smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately perked up, excitedly closing the doors and windows, breathing a bit heavily. Sanner, let us start. Tang San nodded and took out a transparent crystal the size of a human head, sedimented with dark yellow impurities from the storage soul guide. Swish, swish, swish. First, he used the blue-silver grass martial spirit to reinforce the table and the entire room. Then Tang San summoned the Hao hammer in his left hand with a focused gaze. Bang! A loud thud suddenly echoed from the dormitory, startling those who were about to sleep, making them widen their eyes in confusion as they looked at each other. In Zhao Qian and Tang San's dormitory, the room was suddenly filled with flickering golden lights, and when they reached out to grab it, they found their palms quietly holding a mass of tightly coiled golden hair the size of rice grains. Great! This board crystal, which is at least 100,000 years old, actually contains over 20,000 strands of golden hair. Tang San's expression was excited. Seeing so many golden hairs burst out from the board crystal, Zhao Qian was equally thrilled, as this meant he now had another means of self-preservation. After all, Golden hair is the only raw material for the dragon whisker needle, ranked as the top hidden weapon in the Xianbao record, dark weapons. Such a hidden weapon focused on breaking defenses and having a wide attack range could even trouble Zhao Wuji, who has a strong attack type beast martial spirit soul sage, let alone those weaklings like soul emperors and soul kings. Flipping a rice-sized dragon whisker needle would be almost equivalent to instantly killing the opponent. However, the dragon whisker needle consumes too much soul power, and even with Tang San's current soul power quality, it's hard to use too many at once. This left Zhao Qian feeling somewhat helpless. San, help me find those soul guides among the antiques we cleared out from the principal shop. After collecting the golden hair scattered all over the room, Zhao Qian raised his hand and took out a pile of odd items. Standing next to these odd items, Zhao Qian and Tang San exchanged helpless smiles and began to try one by one. Although the fluctuations of unowned soul guides could be perceived, it was too easy to find them accurately, so trying them one by one was inevitable. Brother Qian, look at this wine pot. It seems like it's a soul guide. It can store liquid and has about 10 cubic meters of space. Suddenly, Tang San brought an ancient pot with black patterns to Zhao Qian, smiling. Isn't this a urinal? Zhao Qian said instinctively. Tang San's smile instantly froze on his face. Keep going. San, you're amazing. Although it's a urinal, it's still a soul guide. I need to speed up and find more soul guides. With an awkward smile, Zhao Qian threw himself back into the search for soul guides. Brother Qian, look at this plate. It seems to be a soul guide too. When activated with soul power, it can generate a soul power shield to lock in the internal soul power and prevent it from interacting with the air outside. Tang San discovered another soul guide and excitedly shared it with Zhao Qian. This seems to be a soul guide tray used in ancient auction houses to hold materials and treasures, Zhao Qian said helplessly as he took the tray. But Brother Qian, don't you think this tray is very attractive? In the auction house that you had White Beard manage, using this tray would definitely draw attention, Tang San suggested. Zhao Qian was picking up the loose change, and at the same time, he understood why Flander hadn't found all these soul tools and sold them at a clear price. What exactly are these soul tools? It is estimated that Flander was also infuriated when he was searching for them back then. Qinggu, look at this finger ring. It seems to be an amplification-type soul tool that can enhance the intensity of the soul power we release by about 10, making our soul skills stronger. Suddenly, Tang San made a discovery, slightly trying it out before handing over a red, rusted metal finger ring. Why haven't I found a single soul tool? Zhao Qian glanced at the finger ring Tang San handed over, feeling somewhat speechless. How about we switch places? You come here to search, and I'll go over there. Tang San smiled. Sure. Zhao Qian excitedly switched places with Tang San immediately. However, by the time they finished checking all the antiques, Zhao Qian had only found 2 soul tools, while Tang San found 6. There was only one amplification-type soul tool, like the red rusty finger ring, and Zhao Qian gave it to Tang San since he didn't rely on soul skills anyway. Besides that, there was a dark purple metal bracelet embedded with 6 black diamond crystals, which, when activated by soul power, could generate a soul power shield to withstand a full force attack from a level 30 Great Soul Master. Although its defensive power wasn't ideal, it was still a rare treasure for Zhao Qian, who lacked protective capabilities. The next morning, as Zhao Qian and Tang San were groggily heading out to find the cafeteria, they heard Xiao Wu's strong and angry voice. Knowing Xiao Wu's temper well, Zhao Qian and Tang San exchanged glances and helplessly walked towards the source of the sound. This is between me and my girlfriend. You two should mind your own business. Of course, if you want to be my girlfriend, that's a different story. I'm breaking up with Suohua right now. How about that? The chubby Ma Hongjun, with short hair, was sizing up the graceful and good-looking Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, his small eyes gleaming with mischief. You bastard. Xiao Wu was furious, glaring at the lecherous little chubby guy in front of her and wanting to teach him a lesson. Oh, so you're also a soul master. Let's see what you've got. Ma Hongjun smirked disdainfully, stepping forward as 2 deep yellow soul rings rose from the ground. A fiery red phoenix, engulfed in flames, instantly appeared behind Ma Hongjun, and he soared to the sky to avoid Xiao Wu's close combat. My martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, one of the top martial souls on the continent. You think a little girl like you can compete with me? Ma Hongjun looked down at Xiao Wu from the sky with disdain. He then opened his mouth and shot a burst of red flames towards Xiao Wu on the ground. If you have the ability, come down and fight me. Flying around up there is nothing impressive. Xiao Wu was a close combat soul master, and this kite-flying battle completely restrained her, forcing her to glare at Ma Hongjun in anger while dodging and jumping around. Suddenly, a light sound reached their ears. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were shocked to see Ma Hongjun, who was flying like a big fat chicken, suddenly blasted away. A distorted light blue spherical soul power exploded, sending Ma Hongjun crashing to the ground, covered in dirt. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Zhao Qian, still half asleep and leaning on Tang San's shoulder, asked weakly. Qiange. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces lit up with joy when they saw Zhao Qian. I knew it was you. No one else can do something like that with just a snap. Let me tell you, Qiange, that fat guy is really bad. He keeps pestering the girl who doesn't even want to be with him. Xiao Wu angrily recounted, and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, her clear eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhao Qian. Although she had already witnessed Zhao Qian's incredible ability to blast Zhao Wujin into the sky with a single snap, seeing it again today still left her astonished and curious. She had pondered all night about how it was possible for someone to make their enemies explode just by snapping their fingers. Even her two-titled Douluo grandfathers had never told her such unbelievable stories. In her heart, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white dress like a pure fairy, was extremely curious about Zhao Qian. Who did that? Who dares to sneak attack me? Ma Hongjun, who hadn't been too injured, got up from the ground, his small eyes bursting with anger. He then fixed his furious gaze on Zhao Qian, who was still half asleep and almost leaning on someone, and stormed over. Was it you who sneak attacked me? Ma Hongjun approached angrily, fists clenched, with two soul rings rising from his feet and merging into his body, releasing a scorching fire aura that left scorched marks on the ground. Ma Hongjun, what do you want? Stop right there. Dai Mubai, who had come to find someone, rushed forward to block him, his face filled with anger. Oh, why is Boss Dai still hanging around the academy today? Aren't you busy dating 5 or 6 girls? Ma Hongjun's nude. Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, these 4 are all new students from our academy, so mind your image. Seeing Ma Hongjun expose his ugly side, Dai Mubai quickly signaled while sternly scolding him. Fine then, Ma Hongjun smirked, then turned to Zhao Qian and the others since you're new students. I won't hold it against you, but don't interfere in my business with my woman. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. However, before he finished speaking, the delicate rural girl, who had been quietly sobbing beside him, shook her head and refused. Let's break up, Ma Hongjun. I really can't take it anymore. For the sake of your classmates today, just let me go and don't come looking for me again. What are you saying, Suehua? Haven't I treated you well enough? Ma Hongjun's expression darkened immediately. But you're too strong. You want it so many times every day, and I'm only 15, 2 or 3 years older than you. You should find someone else. I really can't take it anymore. The pretty rural girl shook her head, crying. Humph. After glancing at Dai Mubai and Zhao Qian, Ma Hongjun, rejected, angrily sat on the ground, resting his head on his hands, looking displeased. Sorry to let you see this. Ma Hongjun was the 3rd student in the school before you came. His martial soul is the mutated martial soul evil fire phoenix with a special physique. Therefore, he often needs to vent his evil fire to relieve the drawbacks of this martial soul. Otherwise, it can be dangerous to his life. But obviously, it's hard for ordinary people to bear his evil fire, which is why such a situation arose today. Dai Mubai walked in front of Zhao Qian and the others to explain the situation regarding Ma Hongjun. Zhao Qian, who had long been aware of the flaws in Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, understood everything clearly and knew that only a celestial-grade treasure like the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower could help Ma Hongjun wash away his flaws. However, since it was a celestial-grade item, it was naturally hard to find, and Zhao Qian couldn't obtain it in the short term. When Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu heard about the nature of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit flaw, they couldn't help but blush and exchange shy glances, lowering their heads in embarrassment. Let's go, it's time for breakfast. Later, we'll also hold a party membership ceremony in the cafeteria, so memorize the party oath. After all, you guys are basically part of my Prince Party, just pretending one tea do. You should understand the goals and ideals of your organization. Zhao Qian yawned, still sleepy after a night spent working with the soul guide, and called out to everyone. Huh, Prince Party? Dai Lauda, you've joined this strangely named organization too? Ma Hongjun asked curiously, standing up to look at Dai Mubai. You're the strange one. I'll tell you. Everyone in the academy has joined the Prince Party except for you. Be careful you won't be taken along when going out to chase girls. Dai Mubai said coolly, crossing his arms. Chasing girls? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm in. Dai Lauda. Take me with you. Chapter 71. Party Oath. Hey Dai Lauda. I heard that teacher Zhao was ambushed by the freshmen yesterday. Who did it? On the way to the cafeteria, Ma Hongjun poked Dai Mubai with his elbow. His expression a mix of excitement and curiosity. Who else could it be? The guy in front who is all sleepy and leaning on someone else, Dai Mubai replied casually. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he felt a tightening in his rear, becoming cautious. He recalled how he felt like he had been blasted down from the sky, and miraculously, he was unhurt except for being covered in dust. So he immediately knew that Zhao Qian had held back. Otherwise, he thought he might end up like Teacher Zhao, with a cannon going off. All right, now everyone. Right fist raised at head level, eyes forward with a firm and fearless gaze. After breakfast, in the square of Shrek Academy, Zhao Qian looked at the row of boys and girls in front of him, directing them to take the party oath. Everyone had either witnessed Zhao Qian's monstrous combat power or had heard of it, and strong individuals were always worthy of respect. Thus, despite feeling a bit strange, everyone lined up in front of Zhao Qian, exchanged glances, and complied. Next, repeat the party oath after me. Winter is coming, and I will watch over it until death. I volunteer to join the Prince Party, to uphold the Party S program, abide by the Party S constitution, fulfill the Party S obligations, execute the Party S decisions, strictly observe the Party S discipline, and keep the Party S secrets. I will abandon personal honor and disgrace, taking it upon myself to maintain the fairness, justice, and stability of the community under the leadership of the Prince Party. I am a sword of dawn piercing the night sky, standing as a member of the Prince Party amidst a chaotic world, regardless of cold or flame, pain or glory, light or darkness. I dedicate everything I am to the Prince Party today and every day. After finishing, Zhao Qian looked at everyone. Everyone, is this the party oath? This completely refreshed their worldview. Everyone, including Tang San, was stunned. They could hardly believe that such a well-crafted, inspiring oath could belong to an organization of just over 70,000 people. Listen to how every word and sentence in this oath is powerful and resonant, almost igniting a person's passion. Even Tang San didn't expect that Zhao Qian had quietly crafted such a moving and high-quality party oath, which was even better than the general outline of the Shantian treasure record. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile proudly. Years of study in his previous life were not in vain. A mere party oath was nothing to him. If he wanted, he could even be a poetic sage on the Douluo Continent. Now, everyone repeat the party oath loudly as I just did, and then you will officially be members of the Prince Party, Zhao Qian instructed, clapping his hands. Then, with hearts stirred, everyone followed Zhao Qian's lead and recited the party oath, the solemn and serious atmosphere greatly enhancing their sense of identity and belonging to the organization. I dedicate everything I am to the Prince Party, today and every day. After the oath, everyone exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of closeness, as if they were part of a warm, orderly family. Soon after, Dean Flender approached. This year is great. We set a record for the highest number of enrollments. I, Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome the arrival of you 5 little monsters, he said with a smile, looking at everyone with satisfaction. Your first class will be in the evening, except for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who will be doing long-distance training around the village as auxiliary system soul masters. The rest of you can go rest. After speaking, Flender turned to leave, and everyone looked at each other before going about their own business. Sanya, go deliver the letter to Dean Flender for the master. I'll go check out the auction house in Soto City. Zhao Qian said to Tang San, watching the increasingly distant figure of Dean Flender. As the only disciple of Yu Shaojing, Tang San knew he needed to deliver the letter to his teacher's close friend, Flender, and nodded. Then I'll go ahead, Brother Qian. If I have time, I'll look for you in the city. No need. Let us go together tonight after I come back. With a smile and a wave goodbye, Zhao Qian turned and walked towards the outside of Shrek Academy. 6 years ago, when Zhao Qian was still in Nodding City of the Fastno province, he had already been planning to open an auction house in the Ballot Kingdom. Not only did Zhao Qian know that he would come to the Ballot Kingdom, but he also understood that for the auction house to develop, it must expand its branches. With the 10-year spirit beast provided by Zhao Qian, the auction activities for spirit beasts, ranging from 10 years to 99 years of cultivation, greatly supported the development of the auction house. After 6 years of growth and accumulation, the spirit beast auction activities had almost become a golden signboard for the auction house, which was entirely owned by Zhao Qian. After all, spirit beasts are particularly proud creatures, and their magical and powerful abilities make them very difficult to capture and tame. Therefore, it would be hard for any auction house with spirit beast auctions not to thrive. As for the 100-year spirit beasts, and even 1,000-year spirit beasts, Zhao Qian had almost never allowed the auction house to auction them. The only 400- or 500-year spirit beast auctions that took place in 6 years were only held with Zhao Qian's careful consideration. Wealth can entice people, and Zhao Qian did not want to expose too much and attract attention before he was ready to protect his property. The few hundred-year auctions were also intended to dispel the views of the nobles and officials from various cities about the auction house, letting them know that capturing these spirit beasts was a difficult and hard-earned process. On the way to the Junlin auction house, upon entering Soto City, Zhao Qian directly hired a carriage for 2 silver soul coins. Soto City, unlike Nodding City, is one of the only 2 major cities in the Baloch Kingdom and is home to a level 3 martial soul palace, making it naturally large in scale. Without hiring a carriage, Zhao Qian would have to walk for most of the day to get around the city. Junlin, on the other hand, is the brand name of the auction houses owned by Zhao Qian, symbolizing the idea of ruling the world and being unstoppable. Chapter 72. Junlin Auction House, sir. You're not going to the Junlin Auction House for today's auction, are you? On the way, the carriage driver couldn't help but chat with Zhao Qian in the carriage with a smile. You, a carriage driver, are so familiar with the Junlin Auction House. Is it that famous? Zhao Qian chuckled in the carriage. Anyone can tell you're from afar. The Junlin Auction House is not just famous here in Soto City. Not to mention me as a carriage driver, even the shoe shiners on the street know about it. Even while sitting in the carriage and listening to the excited words of the driver, Zhao Qian could imagine the animated expression on his face as he spoke. It seems that the old man has managed this place quite well. Zhao Qian was very satisfied. Although he had visited the King's Landing auction house during his last trip to Soto City, his second visit made a deeper impression on him. After all, the words of the old coachman who drove the carriage around the city were authoritative and representative. According to insider information leaked from the King's Landing auction house, they would auction a tamed soul beast of 100 years today, and many dignitaries in Soto City would be attending. A guest that is a 100-year-old soul beast, and it has already been tamed by the beast tamers of the King's Landing auction house, greatly reducing the danger involved in killing it and absorbing its soul ring. If it weren't for the lack of money in my pocket, I would have planned to bid for it for my son, to spare him the anxiety of hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings in the future. The coachman's words revealed his longing for the 100-year soul beast being auctioned today without any concealment. This was likely the sentiment of many in Soto City, and even outsiders, as almost everyone wanted to avoid the dangers of hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings. Moreover, this auction featured a very rare 100-year soul beast. Wow, the girl looks pretty good. Come here. Let me take you into the King's Landing auction house to see the auction of the 100-year soul beast. As soon as the carriage stopped near the roadside, not far from the King's Landing auction house, Zhao Qian heard a teasing voice coming from that direction. Who wants to come to you, you filthy rogue? Don't disturb my enjoyment of coming out to play. Ning Rongrong looked at the frivolous person who dared to offend her and waved her small pink fist in anger as a warning. It turned out she was a noble lady, and indeed her temperament was extraordinary. Brother, I am from the largest noble family, the chief family in Soto City. Little sister, since you just called me a rogue, don't you owe me attending the auction as compensation? A noble young man in elegant attire with a jade belt around his waist swallowed hard, his eyes greedily fixed on Ning Rongrong, who looked like a celestial fairy in a white dress, and reached out to grab her. What should we do? The lady is being harassed. Should we intervene? The sect leader said to protect the lady secretly unless the situation was urgent, so they could not reveal their whereabouts. Let's just watch. The lady is quite the little witch in the sect. She can handle herself. In a dim alley in the distance, 2 men were discussing and ultimately decided not to intervene. What do you want? How dare you bully me, a weak woman, in broad daylight? Is there no law anymore? However, as the party involved, Ning Rongrong felt a little flustered looking at the 2 imposing soul masters approaching her behind the lecherous, noble young man. She was just an auxiliary soul master. Even though she was over level 20, she had no combat power at all. Not to mention the 2 rugged and strong soul masters in front of her. Just the pressure of their released soul power made her unable to withstand it, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with fear. Rongrong, why aren't you staying in the academy to run with Oscar, but instead came to the city? At that moment, Zhao Qian walked across the road. Brother Qian. Ning Rongrong turned her head and immediately saw Zhao Qian's familiar face, her beautiful clear eyes brimming with tears of joy. Kid, do you know this little fairy? Introduce her to me, will you? I'll give you a gold soul coin as a reward. The noble young man, with greedy eyes shining, stared at Ning Rongrong and casually tossed Zhao Qian a gold soul coin. Clink! Zhao Qian did not go to pick it up. The golden soul coin fell directly to the ground. What do you mean, kid? Do you think the money is too little, or are you trying to cause trouble? The noble young man immediately shifted his gaze from Ning Rongrong to Zhao Qian upon hearing the sound of the coin hitting the ground. His face filled with anger and his tone arrogant. At the same time, the two soul respect level guards beside the noble young man, upon seeing this, immediately approached with unfriendly expressions, using their strong bodies to close in and releasing powerful soul pressure. It's over. That Qi Ziming is causing trouble again. Those two kids are in big trouble. Qi Ziming was known for his arrogant and overbearing behavior, and the two by his side were rumored to be around level 38 soul respect. Those two kids simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a pity. Why did those kids have to provoke him? Of all people, they had to cross paths with Qi Ziming. It's strange if they don't suffer. Bystanders watched everything, shaking their heads and sighing. Suddenly, a light sound of a snap echoed. Then, the onlookers watched in disbelief as a distorted light blue spherical soul power wave suddenly erupted from beneath the two soul respect guards standing in front of Qi Ziming. Boom! Boom! Two explosion sounds suddenly rang out, instantly attracting the attention of nearly everyone on the street. Thud! Thud! The two burly men with wide eyes fell heavily to the ground not far away, clutching their lower regions. They were indeed Qi Ziming's two soul respect level guards. Everyone watching was stunned. These were high-level soul respect beings. How could they suddenly be blown away and fall to the ground? They didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Cough, cough, cough. You two scoundrels, you're dead. How dare you plot against this young master? Qi Ziming, covered in dust and sitting on the ground, coughed while covering his chest, glaring at Zhao Qian with eyes full of anger and resentment. Qi Ziming knew he had humiliated himself today and would be laughed at for a long time to come. But he would never let the person who ambushed him go. As a noble young master who had long been arrogant in Suatawa City, his dignity did not allow some nameless person to trample on and humiliate him. Let go of me. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been worried about the soul explosion and had been pulled close to Zhao Qian, suddenly blushed and pushed him away. Zhao Qian, seeing the situation, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He didn't mean to. Oomph. Ning Rongrong adorably made a face at Zhao Qian and then proudly turned away, tilting her head and ignoring him. You two, you dog couple have made me furious. Qi Ziming looked at the ambiguous actions of Zhao Qian and Ning Rongrong, his eyes wide open, angrily pointing at them with trembling arms. Chapter 73, The President. What brings you here? A voice of disbelief suddenly came, and then a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious satin clothing walked out of the Junlin auction house, excitedly extending his hand to Zhao Qian. Manager Ma, you need to strictly oversee the security at the entrance of the auction house. I don't want our distinguished guests disturbed by some low-quality ruffians. Zhao Qian calmly glanced at the newcomer. Instantly, Manager Ma became silent and nodded repeatedly in agreement. By the way, President, please come in, carefully glancing at Qi Ziming, who was sitting on the ground like a silly child with a dirty face. Manager Ma was anxious but knew that Zhao Qian was his true master. Onlookers, watching Zhao Qian being respectfully led into the auction house by Manager Ma, were all stunned. How is this possible? That young man is actually the president of the Junlin auction house. It's unbelievable. The Junlin auction house has no less than 15 branches in our Balik kingdom, not to mention in the Facino province of the empire. Yet their president is a young boy. Not to mention the onlookers, even Qi Ziming, who was sitting on the ground, was dumbfounded as he watched Zhao Qian enter the auction house. Others may not know how enormous the Junlin auction house is, but as the son of the largest noble family in the city, Qi Ziming was well aware. The Junlin auction house, with branches everywhere, not only has astonishing financial power, but also cultivates a large number of great soul masters and soul venerables, especially since this auction house possesses a rare and mysterious weapon. Even Soul Sect and Soul King experts are said to have suffered great losses beneath the Junlin auction house. Over the years, the nobles and officials in Soto City have tried more than once to get a share of the astonishing profits from the Junlin auction house, but have all returned empty-handed. This shows that the Junlin auction house is not something to be trifled with. Now, Qi Ziming had seen the legendary president of the Junlin auction house, who is said to be elusive, and he was even younger than himself. His gaze was blank, and he felt completely overwhelmed. President, the one who offended you outside is the young master of the noble chief family in Soto City. His father is the current head of the chief family, and his brother is a genius at the Balak Royal Academy. If we act this way, it may provoke dissatisfaction from the noble families led by the chief family and could impact the development of our auction house. After entering the auction house, Manager Ma, feeling somewhat anxious, cautiously looked at Zhao Qian, whose expression was unpredictable. Do you think I'm looking for trouble for my own auction house? Zhao Qian smiled at Manager Ma. Not at all. I absolutely have no such intention, President. Manager Ma was so frightened that he nearly fell to his knees. You don't need to be afraid. I know your loyalty. I'm here to solve problems this time. It's not the difficulties that are scary, but not being able to find them. Zhao Qian smiled as he supported Manager Ma, which immediately caused a wave of anxiety and gratitude from him. He did not expect the president to be so approachable. It must be said that President Whitebeard has indeed been quite skilled in developing the auction house steadily to its current state within just 6 years, thanks to his support. One can see from the character of this manager, promoted by President Whitebeard, that he is genuinely considering the auction house's interests. Following Zhao Qian, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white dress and moving gracefully like a celestial fairy, bowed her head with her arms crossed in front of her, curiously and cautiously observing Zhao Qian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with different colors. She suddenly realized that Zhao Qian was like someone shrouded in a fog. The more she interacted with him, the more mysterious he seemed. Back at the academy, Zhao Qian could defeat Teacher Zhao, who was at the Soul Sage level, with just a snap of his fingers. He also led them in solemnly reciting powerful oaths to join the Prince Party. And now he was the recently famous president of the Junlin auction house. The more Ning Rongrong thought about it, the more incredible it seemed, and the more she felt Zhao Qian was mysterious and attractive, making her involuntarily want to learn more about him. Is it in the office or the auction hall? Stopping in the elegantly arranged auction house illuminated by crystal lights, Zhao Qian looked at Manager Ma. In the number 1 rose gold auction hall, since a soul beast with approximately 780 years of cultivation would be auctioned off in half an hour, all the guests we invited are wealthy merchants and nobles. Manager Ma said, politely leading the way. After arriving at the rose gold auction hall, Zhao Qian noticed that it was filled with golden light, with crystal chandeliers hanging from the dome and elegantly arranged seating, with beautiful and poised female attendants serving at each seat, breathing in the faint scent of roses. Zhao Qian turned and saw some elegant seats on the second floor behind him. However, they were somewhat distant from the high auction platform in the hall, and there weren't many seats, as extending the second floor forward would inevitably block the view of the first floor VIPs, which was inappropriate. At this moment, the hall was already filled with guests, with charming noble young ladies and ladies exchanging smiles like flowers, while noble gentlemen and wealthy merchants dressed in formal attire were also engaging in elegant conversations. It had clearly become a high-end social venue, rather than just an auction hall. Ning Rongrong, who rarely left her sect to see the outside world, was almost captivated by this magnificent scene. Come, let's go sit at the front. Zhao Qian smiled as he took Ning Rongrong's wrist and led her through the crowd to the front seats. Zhao Qian had naturally provided quite a bit of design inspiration for the arrangement of the rose gold auction hall, so he wasn't too surprised. After all, the Douluo Continent can be said to be a world that is half technology and half magic, sharing some elegant architecture and interior layouts he had seen in his previous life with the designers here. The result would certainly not be too shabby. Why did this pair of young people go straight to the front row seats? And it was Manager Ma personally leading them. The noble merchants present showed a hint of surprise in their eyes upon noticing Zhao Qian and Ning Rongrong's arrival. Although the seating in the rose gold auction hall was arranged uniformly to give all guests a sense of equality, people couldn't help but pay attention to the presence in the front row based on proximity. Ning Rongrong, feeling the curious and surprised gazes from the crowd on her fair wrist held by Zhao Qian, couldn't help but lower her head slightly, her delicate face turning a bit red. It was her first time being so close to a boy in front of so many people. You go ahead and get busy. Zhao Qian waved to let Manager Ma leave, then smiled at the shy and quiet Ning Rongrong sitting beside him. Rongrong, what do you think of the Junlin auction house? How does it compare to the auction house in the imperial capital? The auction house in the imperial capital looks magnificent from the outside, but its interior decorations and furnishings are not as exquisite and elegant as here. Why do you ask this? Ning Rongrong replied in a soft voice, curiosity sparking in her gaze towards Zhao Qian. I plan to collaborate with your 7-treasure glazed tile school to expand my Junlin auction house throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Zhao Qian's lips curved slightly as he looked at the auction platform, revealing his ambitions without any concealment. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. It will take some time. I sneaked out of my home. Ning Rongrong, staring at Zhao Qian's side profile, suddenly averted her gaze, flustered as she lowered her head. It's okay, no rush, no rush. I'm already very happy that you're willing to help me. Zhao Qian immediately poured a cup of tea for Ning Rongrong with enthusiasm, smiling as he handed it to her. Chapter 74. The blacksmith Rongrong. Look, Xiaobai is here too, and he brought two beautiful ladies. As the number of guests in the rose gold auction hall increased, Zhao Qian, looking back, spotted a familiar figure and couldn't help but share with Ning Rongrong. Doesn't he like Zhu Qing? Why is he flirting with others outside? I have to tell Zhu Qing when I go back. Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mu Bai, who was lounging in the elegant seats with two enchanting beauties in his arms. Her arms crossed angrily in front of her chest, tilting her head up. With a slight smile, Zhao Qian realized that this Ning Rongrong was indeed a proud little princess. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai seemed to have noticed Zhao Qian sitting in the front row, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhao Qian meaningfully glanced to the side, and in the distance, Dai Mu Bai, who saw this scene, immediately recoiled, clutching the beauty in his arms, desperately waving at Zhao Qian. His anxious expression seemed to say, "It's not like that. Let me explain." Through the vast crowd of guests, Zhao Qian helplessly spread his hands towards Dai Mu Bai and pointed at Ning Rongrong beside him. The meaning was self-evident. Instantly, Dai Mu Bai, with a face full of despair, slumped back in his seat, holding his forehead, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. He had finally come out to flirt with a girl and to witness today's grand auction, but unexpectedly ran into a classmate. Feeling utterly unlucky, Dai Mu Bai could almost foresee the cold gaze Zhu Qing would have for him in the future. No, perhaps Zhu Qing wouldn't even glance at him again. Please, guests, quiet down. The auction is about to begin. At this moment, a young and gentle female host walked onto the auction stage, her voice sounding soft and pleasant. The hall was filled with cultured and prominent wealthy merchants and nobles, who, upon hearing this, straightened their clothes and settled into their seats. This auction featured two exquisite items, and the first one up for bid was the 1,000-forged black iron spear from Gongxin City, the capital of metal and the headquarters of the Craftsmen's Guild. As the host's introduction rang out, a long spear, as black as ink and adorned with silver patterns like a dragon, was brought onto the auction stage by two soul masters of over level 30. The spear's tip glimmered coldly, resembling a coiled python ready to strike. Once unleashed, it would deliver a thunderous blow. Immediately, the wealthy merchants and nobles in the hall couldn't help but cast astonished and eager glances at the 1,000-forged black iron spear displayed on the stand. Not only because it was a 1,000-forged weapon, and not just because it was made of expensive black iron. The main reason was that it came from Gongxin City. Gongxin City, a sacred place that all craftsmen yearn for, is said to be home to masters of extraordinary forging skills. These master craftsmen are capable of transforming decay into the extraordinary, forging legendary artifacts with astonishing craftsmanship. It seems everyone has heard of the great name of Gongxin City, and surely they know that for a blacksmith, refining metal through hundreds of forges and imbuing life into it through thousands of forges is crucial. This spear, made from precious black iron, was forged through the 1,000-forge refinement of a master blacksmith from Gongxin City. In terms of its attack power and soul guide capabilities, even a soul king of over level 50 would find it more than sufficient. The gentle and charming female host smiled as she detailed the auction item for everyone in the hall. In an instant, almost everyone in the hall displayed signs of interest. After all, this high-end auction only had two items, and this 1,000-forged black iron spear was not only of incredible quality, but also crafted by a master blacksmith from Gongxin City. Following the host's introduction, wealthy merchants and nobles with Soul King-level experts in their families or around them couldn't help but want to bid, their eyes sparkling. Okay, now for the first auction item, the 1,000-forged black iron spear. Starting bid is 3,500 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid must not be lower than 200 gold soul coins. Now the auction begins. In an instant, the auction hall erupted with intense, bidding voices. Many wealthy merchants, nobles, and soul masters gazed fervently at the 1,000-forged black iron spear on the stage. For soul masters, even though they possess martial souls, the presence of a weapon is also a measure of their combat strength. If they could acquire such a 1,000-forged weapon, even a Soul King could hold their ground against 2 or 3 opponents of the same level. 4,200 gold soul coins, 4,800 gold soul coins, 5,500 gold soul coins. listening to the bidding voices echoing in his ears. Zhao Qian couldn't help but get lost in thought. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten some key matters and had been neglecting the existence of this group of blacksmith talents. Tang San, who was right beside him, was the son of a master craftsman. Zhao Qian clenched his fists, widened his eyes, and took deep breaths to adjust his emotions. This predicament of feeling like he was playing a game and forgetting to use his ultimate move was too frustrating. As for these craftsmen, regardless of their forging experience, their mastery of precious minerals alone was enough to make Zhao Qian's heart race. The development of the hidden weapon class relies on material support, and the manufacturing of hidden weapons naturally depends on material resources. Due to a lack of materials, many of Tang San's hidden weapons took a long time to produce or could not be made at all. Moreover, Zhao Qian vaguely remembered that the president of the Gongxin City Blacksmith Guild was a master craftsman and had reached the Soul Sage level. Without the support of this individual, it would have been difficult for Tang San, following the established trajectory, to forge ultimate hidden weapons like the Buddha's Rage Tang Lotus. It seems that after the auction, I need to have a good discussion with the old man, Zhao Qian thought to himself. Meanwhile, the auction for the 1,000 forged black iron spear was nearing its end. Amidst the excited bidding from the crowd, the 1,000 forged black iron spear, crafted by a master blacksmith from Gongxin City, was finally sold for 12,300 gold soul coins. Undoubtedly, the emergence of this Soul King-level weapon would greatly enhance the power of a Soul King, and even low-level Soul Emperor experts could use it. At this moment, the emotions of the crowd in the Rose Gold auction hall had been ignited, with many people breaking out in fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, eagerly watching the auction stage, anticipating the appearance of the final auction item. Suddenly, before the auction item had appeared, the crowd in the hall was surprised to hear a beastly howl. Instantly, all the noble merchants and even the soul masters with considerable cultivation couldn't help but brighten their eyes as they looked towards the source of the sound. A 2-meter-high black iron cage covered with black cloth was pushed onto the auction stage under the serious guard of 4 soul masters of the Third Ring. Chapter 75. The Qi Family. The Netherwolf, a soul beast of the animal type, excels in stealth, speed, burst, and strength. And according to our years of research at the Junlin Auction House, even weapon martial souls can absorb soul rings from animal-type soul beasts. Furthermore, this netherwolf has been tamed by our auction house's beast trainer at great expense and is nearly 1,000 years old. As the gentle and charming female host unveiled the black cloth on the iron cage, she eloquently stirred the emotions of the crowd. Isn't the soul beast's age around 780 years? Why does the host say it's nearly 1,000 years? Below, recalling the earlier words of Manager Ma, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at Zhao Qian with confusion. Isn't 780 years close to 1,000? Which sounds better, 100 years or 1,000 years? Sneaking a glance at Ning Rongrong beside him, Zhao Qian smiled and took a gentle sip from his teacup. You are so bad. Realizing it, Ning Rongrong suddenly blushed and waved her little pink fists, playfully punching Zhao Qian's arm. Ouch, that hurts. Zhao Qian put the teacup back on the table and immediately made a hurt expression, holding his arm. The charming and cute Ning Rongrong giggled softly, lowering her head and covering her mouth upon seeing this. The gentle and captivating female host continued to guide the auction without changing her expression as she quickly glanced at Zhao Qian and Ning Rongrong, who seemed like a young couple playfully teasing each other. As an auctioneer trained at the Junlin Auction House, she had already been informed that the young man sitting below was the president, so there could be no mistakes in the auction, and she had to sell the auction items beautifully and at a high price. 6,000 gold soul coins. 6,500 gold soul coins. 8,000 gold soul coins. This was already the last auction item, and it was the one that almost everyone present had been looking forward to. At this moment, they all did their best, eagerly bidding. After all, most of the attendees were wealthy merchants and nobles with many wives and children, all wanted to buy a tamed soul beast that had lived for nearly 1,000 years for their favorite son or daughter to absorb. This not only eliminated the dangers of hunting soul beasts, but also significantly reduced the risks involved in absorbing soul rings, especially since the higher the age of the first and second soul rings absorbed by Soul Master, the higher their potential future limit. After all, an 80-year soul beast soul ring is nothing compared to an 800-year soul beast soul ring. The enhancement to physical quality is simply worlds apart. Indeed, a 780-year-old netherwolf was auctioned off for a high price of 23,000 gold soul coins. It seems this auctioneer has some skills. listening to the gentle and captivating female auctioneer's final hammer strike. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhao Qian's face. Making money at the auction house means Zhao Qian is making money, earning over 30,000 gold soul coins in just a short time. If Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy, knew about this, he would probably be shocked to the point of having his jaw drop to the ground. After all, once a soul master reaches the four-ring soul sect, they can no longer receive subsidies provided by the Empire at the Spirit Hall. Therefore, once their cultivation surpasses that of a soul respect, everyone must rely on their own abilities to make money. Otherwise, if subsidies continue to exist, some powerful soul masters would do nothing and simply go collect hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins every month, and the Empire's finances would explode. I have something to do. Are you planning to run back to Shrek Academy by yourself or stroll around the auction house? Zhao Qian looked at Ning Rongrong beside him as he prepared to leave the gradually thinning rose gold auction hall. Will you accompany me shopping later? Running is so boring. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Qian with some anticipation. All right, the auction hall has exhibition cabinets, and you can also sit in some of the halls that are still auctioning. I'll find you after I'm done. Also, Xiao Bai is coming over. You should have a good chat with him. Zhao Qian chuckled lightly and left the rose gold auction hall under the guidance of the gentle and captivating female auctioneer. Rongrong, can I trouble you not to tell Zhu Qing about my matters? Dai Mubai approached with a complex expression, pleading. What Xiao Wu said is right. You're just a wicked-eyed tiger. A big tiger. I won't keep your secret. I'm gonna play. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Dai Mubai, snorted, and walked away. Dai Mubai was unwilling to give up and hurriedly chased after her, constantly apologizing and begging. At this moment, Zhao Qian had already arrived in the office of the white-bearded president. President, little brother. The two greeted each other, maintaining the titles from years ago, and laughed heartily. You know, I'm currently studying at Shrek Academy not far outside the city, and I'll be around Soto City for a while. So you don't need to hold back on the auction house's development. I'm here to solve the problem. After sitting at the desk, Zhao Qian looked at the white-bearded president with a serious expression. Isn't this a bit impulsive? From my investigations over the years, many noble families in the city are hiding soul emperor-level powerhouses. Moreover, Soto City, as the grain capital of the Baloch Kingdom, is of great significance to the militaristic Baloch Kingdom. The city lord guarding this place may very well be hiding soul, sage-level powerhouses. The white-bearded president knew Zhao Qian was not one to act recklessly, but he still couldn't help but feel a bit worried, fully aware of the situation in Soto City. Don't worry, this Junlin auction house in Soto City is our highest-end auction house at the moment. I won't let it be in danger. Even if problems arise, as long as the money is in place, I can bring in soul sage-level powerhouses to assist. Zhao Qian smiled lightly, nonchalantly picking up a cup of tea served by a waiter and taking a small sip. Little brother, don't tease me. Soul emperors and soul sages aren't cabbages. How about you just bring them over? The white-bearded president chuckled awkwardly, somewhat skeptical of Zhao Qian's capabilities. Otherwise, the development of the Junlin auction house over the years would not have only reached this level. Not wanting to explain further, Zhao Qian smiled and shifted the topic. How's the investigation into that noble family called the Qi family in Soto City going? Have you found any information about Qi Zishuan still being in that family? Little brother, how could I slack off on what you've entrusted me with? So far, I have found the most basic information, which says that Qi Zishuan is a member of a branch of the Qi family, and his parents unfortunately died while helping the clan's young master hunt soul beasts. However, based on the information I currently have, Qi Zishuan is not a member of the Qi family's branch, but rather a member of the main family. How exactly he was abandoned by the family and became a slave is somewhat difficult to investigate. While answering, the white-bearded president pushed a stack of documents in front of Zhao Qian, continuing, this is a death list I investigated from the Qi family. 17 members of the Qi family, including Qi Zishuan's parents, lost contact with the outside world on the same day and were subsequently declared dead. Zhao Qian immediately opened the stack of documents and began to examine them. Chapter 76, Wealth Beyond Reason. Looking at the information of the 17 deceased recorded in these documents, Zhao Qian fell into deep thought. He wasn't very familiar with the Qi family, but from the information investigated by the white-bearded president, their strengths were all at the Soul King level. But why did 17 Soul King-level powerhouses die at once? That was quite intriguing. Sacrifice? Zhao Qian couldn't help but think of this possibility he was most familiar with. Apart from that, he found it hard to come up with any other answers. After all, those were 17 Soul King-level powerhouses in Soto City. Soul Kings were not as common as cabbages. Such powerful beings were basically the foundation of noble families. Even for a noble family like the Qi family, which was one of the top families in Soto City, losing so many Seoul king-level powerhouses at once would be a severe blow. Yet, such a thing indeed happened. Clearly, something prompted all of this, compelling the rulers of the Qi family to make the decision to sacrifice 17 precious Seoul king-level powerhouses. If it wasn't a sacrificial act of interest exchange, Zhao Qian could only temporarily speculate that those people might have died from the assassination of a powerful enemy. Had similar incidents occurred in the Qi family before? With a furrowed brow, Zhao Qian couldn't help but look at the white-bearded president. The white-bearded president shook his head, but it seemed he remembered something and suddenly said, "However, when I was conducting a secret investigation, I heard that there seems to be an ancient relic hidden beneath the ancestral hall of the Qi family, which is the key to the Qi family's prosperity. But such news, if there is no evidence, is no different from fabrication and street rumors." Zhao Qian's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. Having news is better than having none, and at least it provided him with a direction for investigation. From now on, regarding the Qi family's matters and the auction house, I'll trouble you to take care of them. If there are difficulties, remember to send someone to Shrek Academy to find me. I'm here to solve problems. After discussing some matters about blacksmiths with President Whitebeard, Zhao Qian thought that Ning Rongrong might still be waiting for him, so he stood up to bid farewell to President Whitebeard. "Why did you take so long to come out? I was about to die of boredom here alone." As soon as he found Ning Rongrong, Zhao Qian was immediately met with her complaints and a little temper. Yes, it's all my fault. How about we go shopping, and I'll cover all your expenses." Zhao Qian quickly apologized sincerely. "I forgive you. Let's go shopping." With a proud little huff, the smiling Ning Rongrong immediately grabbed Zhao Qian and ran outside. I have to say, when girls go shopping, it's like they've activated a cheat. They don't get tired. They don't get hungry. They don't stop. Initially, Zhao Qian was quite interested in accompanying Ning Rongrong on her shopping spree, but he quickly became exhausted and felt like he was on the verge of breaking down, nearly crying into his hands. How did I end up agreeing to accompany a girl shopping? My legs, my money, sitting on a bench by the roadside. Zhao Qian pounded his legs in frustration, feeling like he could cry without tears. He vowed never to casually accompany someone shopping again. It was too exhausting, and there was no fun in it all. All that money spent was his. Fortunately, Zhao Qian had the colorful stone space to store all the things Ning Rongrong bought. Otherwise, Zhao Qian could hardly imagine how many things he had to help this Ning Rongrong with. Forget it. Let us treat it as an investment. Sooner or later, I will earn all of this back from her father. With this thought, Zhao Qian's mood immediately improved a lot. After all, whether it's the tamed soul beasts or the excellent defensive hidden weapons, they are all irresistible temptations for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is almost entirely composed of support-type soul masters. Moreover, any soul master who asks the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for assistance usually pays a considerable reward. So the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School far exceeds ordinary imagination. Besides, the inherited martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, is not just a support-type martial soul. It also possesses the powerful ability to identify treasures. This is why many people call the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wealthy enough to rival a nation, especially since the nations it rivals are not mere principalities or kingdoms, but the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Brother Qian, why are you sitting down to rest again? I'm just a girl, and I'm not tired. Are you having kidney deficiency? Not long after resting on the bench, Ning Rongrong, with her beautiful figure resembling a pure white fairy, rushed out of the dessert shop, pulling Zhao Qian, who was in tears inside. When night fell, the two returned to Shrek Academy. However, Ning Rongrong looked quite unhappy, pouting her lips and humming, while Zhao Qian appeared liberated, walking cheerfully and joyfully. Ning Rongrong, did you finish your 20 laps? Suddenly, everyone gathered in the square of the academy heard the deep, angry voice of Dean Flander. I should have finished, right? Flustered, Ning Rongrong lowered her head and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qian, who was not participating. What are you looking at me for? I'm not Oscar who ran laps with you. Seeing Ning Rongrong's pleading gaze, Zhao Qian was genuinely taken aback by her foolishness and rubbed his forehead, but he didn't say it out loud. Should have run. Running is running. Not running is not running. Do you think I didn't see you running around Soto City, eating and drinking and shopping for most of the day? Flander was very serious and angry. You were following me. Ning Rongrong glared at Flander with her beautiful eyes, furious. As the dean of Shrek Academy, It is my duty to supervise every student to complete their assignments. Ning Rongrong, do you still want to quibble? Flander said, listening to the dean's reprimand and feeling the strange gazes of her classmates. Ning Rongrong felt both angry and inexplicably wronged. Dean, how about you let me explain? Zhao Qian said, feeling a bit sorry for her, glancing hesitantly at Flander. You explain? What are you going to explain? You think having money makes you great? Huh? Just because you have money, you could take a truant student to the Junlin auction house to gain experience. And just because you have money, you could take a truant student to wander around the commercial street in Soto City. The thought of Zhao Qian being so extravagant and taking Ning Rongrong everywhere to shop made the impoverished Flander furious. I'll tell you, Zhao Qian, the thing I hate most in my life is those who are wealthy but unkind, those who are extravagantly rich. How about I take you shopping next time? Zhao Qian tentatively asked. Well, but I think I've wronged you a bit by saying that. You're still young, so you must be kind and innocent. Flander changed his tone without showing any emotion on his face, but inside, he was overjoyed. A high-end place like the Junlin auction house, even as a Seoul sage-level powerhouse, he wouldn't dare to step in easily without money, fearing being laughed at for being a poor guy. Otherwise, his reputation as a 78th level Seoul sage, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flander, will be ruined. Now, it's great that this little tycoon Zhao Qian actually agreed to take him shopping next time. Flander felt so happy, he could almost fly. Chapter 77. Actually, you're all wrong, but Ning Rongrong, your behavior of skipping class today and not completing your assignments must be punished. You will run 40 laps around the village tomorrow. Quickly regaining his composure, Flander asserted his authority as the dean and announced the punishment for Ning Rongrong. How about, Dean, you let me explain? Otherwise, 40 laps is too much for Rongrong. Zhao Qian couldn't help but speak up. What explanation? The number of steps Ning Rongrong took today, while shopping, seems to be more than the steps taken in 20 laps around the village. After saying this, Zhao Qian cautiously observed Flander's expression, not knowing if he would accept this explanation. When Dai Mubai and the others heard this, they all had strange expressions. Girls do indeed walk and run a lot while shopping. For Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who often flirt with girls, they deeply agreed. Even Tang San, recalling the rare occasions he accompanied Xiao Wu to buy things, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Is this your reason for being extravagantly rich? Flander looked at Zhao Qian, somewhat speechless. He wanted to shout again. Having money is impressive. However, after Zhao Qian's plea, although Flander did not cancel the punishment, he did reduce the requirements for Ning Rongrong's punishment. Thank you. On the way to the evening class location in Soto City, Ning Rongrong suddenly approached Zhao Qian, feeling a bit shy and lowering her head to thank him. Just a small matter. Don't forget to mention my cooperation intentions to your father in the future. Zhao Qian, who was hesitating about whether to summon the flame-hoofed demon dog to ride to Soto City, smiled easily. Then, without further hesitation, Zhao Qian, who had accompanied Ning Rongrong shopping all day and was tired, directly summoned the flame-hoofed demon dog and mounted it. Amidst the surging and violent wind and dust, Zhao Qian, sitting comfortably on the back of the flame-hoofed demon dog, directly surpassed Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and others who were running ahead. Even Flander, who initially planned to test everyone's speed and endurance by flying ahead with his martial soul, was unexpectedly surpassed. What's going on? Looking at Zhao Qian, who was galloping away on the back of the flame-hoofed demon dog, almost everyone except Tang San was stunned. They couldn't understand why Zhao Qian, who had just looked exhausted and was falling behind, suddenly had such a majestic mount. Moreover, sensing the powerful soul power fluctuations emitted by the flame-hoofed demon dog as it passed by them, they realized its cultivation level had astonishingly reached the level of 2,000 to 3,000 years. Even Flander, who had previously seen Zhao Qian commanding the flame-hoofed demon dog to fight back and forth with the Haotian Douluo, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes as he watched the flame-hoofed demon dog gallop away. He didn't know how Zhao Qian had tamed that 1,000-year level soul beast. Or rather, almost all soul masters do not know how to tame soul beasts. They can only kill or raise them, because soul beasts are beings that understand cultivation and are extremely proud. They either get killed or self-destruct, and they would never willingly submit to humans. Otherwise, the Junlin auction house, which occasionally tames a few soul beasts, wouldn't be so famous and astonishing. Zhao Qian had long anticipated that Flander and Dai Mubai would show surprised expressions. After all, being able to use a soul beast as a mount, especially a ferocious and brutal one with a cultivation level of 3,000 years, was bound to astonish everyone. However, Zhao Qian had long regarded Dai Mubai, Flanders, and the others as his own, and he would inevitably reveal this trump card in the future. Moreover, the outskirts were vast and sparsely populated, and Zhao Qian was exhausted. Taking it out for a ride for a while was not out of the question. Even if a passerby saw it, he could just retract it into the colorful stone space. Without evidence, what could they say? Who would believe them anyway? The most important thing was whether they could leave safely. With Principal Flanders around, Zhao Qian felt quite confident as a student. Since Soto City, known as the capital of grain, is located in the heart of the Baloch Kingdom, is not threatened by enemy nations, so its city gates are generally open around the clock. Under the chilly night sky, Soto City, illuminated with lights, donned the cloak of night, appearing even more prosperous and lively than during the day. Soon after, the group entering the city suddenly noticed a massive building towering over 100 meters in the distance, resembling a black giant beast lying in wait under the night sky, occasionally flashing lights. Soto Great Soul Arena. Seeing the tall building in the distance, Dai Mubai's expression changed. Principal, you're not planning to send them there on the first day, are you? You're all monsters. What difference does it make whether you come early or late? You might as well try this monster-esque way of training sooner, Flanders said with a faint smile. Looking relaxed. The Soto Great Soul Arena? What is that for? Is it dangerous? Xiao Wu asked innocently, seemingly clueless. Dai Mubai explained. The Soul Arena is a place specifically for battles and competitions between soul masters. There is a saying among the people that the Soul Arena determines the rise and fall of nations. Only cities of significant size like Soto can have a Soul Arena, and its scale determines the strength of a city, named after the city itself. Oh, so it's a fighting place? That sounds quite interesting. Xiao Wu said, her big, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Interesting? I've been in the Soto Great Soul Arena for so long, and my record is only 29 wins and 27 losses, accumulating just 2 points. Dai Mubai revealed a helpless expression. But you're a soul master above level 30, and with your top-notch beast martial spirit, the White Tiger, how could you be doing so poorly in the Soul Arena? Tang Sen was slightly surprised. The battles in the Soul Arena are tiered. Soul Masters fight at one level, and Grand Soul Masters at another. When Big Brother Dai just broke through to Soul Master, he faced seasoned opponents among the Soul Masters, so of course, he couldn't win, Ma Hongjun explained from his side. Then it shouldn't be hard for me. I'm a Grand Soul Master at level 29. At this level, unless it's a freak like Qian Ge who doesn't even need a martial spirit, almost no one can defeat me, Xiao Wu said confidently, lightly tapping her pink lips with her slender index finger. Qian Ge seems to be a Soul Master above level 30, which is a completely different tier from you. Xiao Wu, Oscar corrected quietly. You. Xiao Wu raised her little pink fist in anger, looking as if she was about to hit him, causing Oscar to quickly hide behind Dai Mubai. Actually, you're all wrong. I might have to participate in the Soul Master tier of the Soul Arena competition, Zhao Qian suddenly said with an awkward smile. Soul Master? How is that possible? The group was incredibly shocked, but they quickly reacted with looks as if they thought Zhao Qian was joking. They hadn't forgotten the scene of Zhao Qian snapping his fingers and causing the infamous Soul Master Zhao Wujin to explode and spiral into the sky. Moreover, when registering, Dai Mubai had personally seen 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, floating beneath Zhao Qian's feet. That clearly indicated he was a Soul Master above level 30. You're actually saying you're a Soul Master? Dai Mubai exclaimed. Though he was born with twin pupils, he did not see things with a double vision or cataracts. I really am a Soul Master, a level 7 Soul Master, Zhao Qian said, awkward yet polite, smiling. The group fell silent. Even Flanders felt that Zhao Qian was being a bit excessive. A Soul Master claiming to be a Soul Master. Hadn't he considered the feelings of the other students? Now Zhao Qian really felt a bit helpless and could only walk toward the Soto Great Soul Arena by himself. Since they didn't believe him, he had no other way. Everything would be revealed when he registered and took the test at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Level 7 Soul Power next. Staff at the Soto Great Soul Arena glanced at the fluctuations on the Soul Power crystal ball, then lowered his head to record it. Level 7. But those following Zhao Qian, including Dai Mubai, couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Their first reaction was that it was impossible. Zhao Qian being a Soul Master is something they all know. It's impossible for him to only have level 7 soul power. Are you questioning the fairness and justice of our Soto Great Soul Arena? Coldly glancing at the crowd, the staff member in charge of the test signaled to the nearby security personnel. No, no, no. I'm just a bit surprised that my student hasn't made any progress in his soul power. Feeling the unfriendly gaze from the security personnel, Flanders quickly adopted an apologetic attitude. Next, the security personnel withdrew their unfriendly gaze, and the soul power test continued. However, when everyone looked at Zhao Qian again, their expressions were filled with strange looks. Zhao Qian, did you cheat? Leading the crowd to a secluded corner, Flanders' expression was serious and solemn. The Great Soul Arena is a well-known enterprise supported by the top 3 sects and the bottom 4 sects in the world, with a strong foundation and no less than 5 titled law. If you cheat in an organization backed by such a powerful force, even I, as a soul saint, won't be able to save you if you get caught. Speak honestly with me. Why did your soul power test show only level 7? Not just Flanders, but almost everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on Zhao Qian, wanting to know if he had cheated. Otherwise, with Zhao Qian's abnormal strength possessing 3 soul rings, it was impossible for him to only have level 7 soul power. I didn't cheat. It's all because of my martial soul. Shaking his head slightly, Zhao Qian revealed a sad expression. Your martial soul? Flanders frowned, and even Dai Mubai and the others became curious. Except for Tang San and Xiaoyu. Everyone present had never understood Zhao Qian's martial soul, leaving them puzzled about the connection between low soul power level and a martial soul. My martial soul is the Void Ho, a type of spiritual martial soul that can help me open a different dimension and store the soul beasts I have contracted into it. The renowned teacher Yu Shaojiang once told me that I might be the first person in history to possess a spiritual martial soul. So my situation is special and different from yours. Looking at the crowd, Zhao Qian put on a sad expression and said, a spiritual martial soul? What a strange type. The Void Ho. Could it be that your martial soul belongs to the extremely rare space-type martial souls? Ning Rongrong became puzzled. You can contract soul beasts? No wonder I saw you riding a 1,000-year-old soul beast before. It turns out that is how it is. Ma Hongjun stroked his chin, recalling past events and suddenly realizing. I see you look very sad. Could it be that your martial soul has some flaws, which is why your soul power level is only 7? Frowning slightly, Flanders stared at Zhao Qian and asked. Yes, Dean Flanders. Zhao Qian nodded sadly. My spiritual martial soul requires a large amount of soul power to maintain. Otherwise, the open different dimension will collapse and the contracted soul beast will escape my control. Your martial soul actually has such a significant flaw. Flanders was slightly taken aback. I can vouch for this, Dean Flanders. Once, the teacher mobilized all the faculty and students to provide soul power for Brother Qian to study his martial soul. At this moment, Tang San suddenly spoke up. Xiao San is right. Xiao Wu quickly echoed. Now everyone finally understood why Zhao Qian's soul power level was 7. Most of his soul power was used to maintain his martial soul, so naturally, there wasn't much left to release for the soul power test. Since even Xiao Gang couldn't solve the flaw in your martial soul, I estimate it will be difficult for me to help you. However, when we return to the academy, I can organize an event to have everyone provide soul power to you to help maintain your martial soul. A spiritual martial soul. Xiao Gang said it was the first of its kind, so you must be the first of its kind. Who knows, you might even become famous throughout history. Flanders' expression was somewhat excited, almost imagining a scene in the future where people from all over the continent would come to Shrek Academy to enroll with longing and curiosity. Is it really possible, Dean Flanders? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Flanders and asked, You must know that within Shrek Academy, including Dean Flanders, there are currently 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints. If I could absorb all their soul power, Zhao Qian could hardly imagine how powerful a soul beast he could cultivate. But without a doubt, it would definitely be a 10,000-year level powerful soul beast. Of course, it's my duty as the dean to take care of the students, Flanders said lightly, then suddenly leaned down to whisper in Zhao Qian's ear. The school is currently tight on funds, so I suggest we lead others to provide you with soul power, and you can pay back the academy. This way, it won't be a waste of the academy's cultivation of you. Okay, no problem. Zhao Qian, who originally thought he could get it for free, suddenly felt a mix of emotions and nodded. After all, he wasn't really short on money, and being able to have 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints provide him with soul power just by spending money was an opportunity that was hard to come by. After all, just as the president with the white beard said, soul emperors and soul saints are not cabbages that can be found everywhere. The chance to meet and even buy their services with money was too slim. Now that this opportunity was right in front of Zhao Qian, he naturally couldn't miss it. A 10,000-year-soul beast was just around the corner. Chapter 79. Zhao Qian, by the way, you should pair up into small teams of 2. That way, you can score points faster. After everyone registered their identities and received the lowest level Black Iron Soul badge, Flandra reminded them. In the Soul Arena, the Soul badges are divided into Black Iron, Bronze, and Silver levels. And one of the graduation requirements for Shrek Academy is to obtain a Silver Soul badge in the Soul Arena. Since each person can only participate in one type of match per day, and it takes 100 points to upgrade from Black Iron to Bronze, Flanders suggested that everyone participate in matches of different types. This way, even with wins and losses, they could score points a bit faster. After all, it takes a full 100 points to upgrade from Black Iron to Bronze, and 1,000 points to upgrade from Bronze to Silver. Even the powerful seniors Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in Shrek Academy only had a few points, maybe a dozen. Therefore, this was not an easy task. Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the graduation standards. Brother Qian, shall we team up for a 2v2 match? Tang Sen looked at Zhao Qian with some anticipation. Immediately, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong became a bit unhappy because Xiao Wu really wanted to team up with Tang San, while Ning Rongrong was only familiar with Zhao Qian among the group and instinctively wanted to team up with someone she knew. How about Saner teams up with Ma Hongjun or Rongrong? I'll take Oscar. He's a support-type soul master, and it's harder for him to score points. Glancing at Oscar, who was looking at him with a pleading expression, Zhao Qian spoke to Tang San in a negotiating tone. Then, I'll team up with Rongrong. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San made his decision. Why? Why won't you let me team up with Saner, Brother Qian? I don't care. I want to team up with Saner. Xiao Wu immediately became angry, stomping her foot in defiance. But I don't want to team up with you. Before Zhao Qian could explain, Tang San coldly refused. And Brother Qian's arrangement is very reasonable. We should prioritize helping the weaker students. You, a level 29 Great Soul Master, teaming up with me is just wasting resources. How about you team up with Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu? Zhu Qing is also fine. She's an agility attack type soul master, and you're a strength attack type soul master. That pairing is pretty good. Seeing Xiao Wu's eyes redden with anger, Zhao Qian hurriedly tried to divert her attention. Okay. Xiao Wu, you can team up with me. With your big brother Ma here, I'll make sure to take you to new heights in this soul arena. Ma Hongjun, who was drooling over Xiao Wu's beauty, said excitedly. Who wants to team up with you, you evil fire chicken? Zhu Qing and I will team up. After giving Ma Hongjun a fierce glare, Xiao Wu immediately took small steps to Zhu Qing and linked her arm with hers. The aloof Zhu Qing did not refuse and gently nodded. Dai Mubai, with a complex expression, watched this scene and helplessly shook his head. He could only team up with the evil fire chicken Ma Hongjun. Please give your combination a name. After paying the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, the staff looked at Zhao Qian and Oscar. Double egg ham combination. Zhao Qian said directly, having thought of it long ago. Boss Qian, I can understand the ham. It's similar to my sausage martial soul, but what about the double egg? Oscar, who was beside Zhao Qian, looked a bit confused. The others in line, including Tang San, also looked over, curious about the meaning of this combination name. But just then, a voice came from the broadcast. Please Soul Master Zhao Qian report to Soul Arena 23 for check-in. Sorry, it's my turn. See you later. Apologizing to the confused crowd with a nod, Zhao Qian turned and left. Zhao Qian? Everyone was still a bit confused. In the Fighting Spirit Arena, they could use code names. But what the hell was the name Zhao Qian? Why did it sound so arrogant and conceited, almost making people want to admire and worship him? Unlike others, Tang San and Xiao Wu knew that Zhao Qian had founded the Ritian sect when he was at the Nodding Academy. So when they heard this name, they just paused for a moment before regaining their composure. We haven't had our match yet. How about we go watch Brother Qian's fight first? Tang San suggested. Glancing around at everyone, there was no objection from the others. They were also curious to see how Zhao Qian, who could crush even Soul Kings, shamelessly racked up points in a soul fighting competition where the participants didn't even have soul rings. However, just as they arrived at the entrance of the audience area for Arena 23, everyone suddenly froze. A voice came from inside. Offensive System Soul Master Zhao Qian wins. Record: 1 win, 0 losses. Ning Rongrong was instantly petrified upon hearing this. Offensive System Soul Master? During the entrance exam, Zhao Qian was clearly a frail guy who had to hide behind her, a support-type Soul Master. Yet now, in the lowest tier of Soul Master fighting competitions, he had somehow transformed into an offensive system Soul Master. How shameless could he be? The others present also began to understand Zhao Qian's situation. and their expressions turned strange when they heard he had categorized himself as an offensive systems soul master. What are you doing here? What a coincidence. As Zhao Qian came out, ready to settle his points and collect his 10 gold soul coins as a prize, he saw Tang San and the others, and he couldn't help but walk over with a smile. However, he felt that the way everyone looked at him was a bit off. Could it be that I've become more handsome? Thinking this, Zhao Qian immediately scrutinized his outfit to embody the saying one must maintain a low profile while wandering the martial world. Zhao Qian not only changed his codename and soul master classification, but also switched up his outfit. He was wearing a loose black hooded cloak, with his face concealed in the shadows under the hood, covered by a triangular black cloth resembling a red scarf, tied at the back of his head with a bow. From a distance, he looked quite mysterious and profound. Brother Qian, are you planning to become a thief? Tang San said, looking at Zhao Qian's outfit with a strange expression. Zhao Qian was almost driven to roll his eyes in frustration. What thief? His outfit was carefully modeled after Tang San's father, Tang Hao, and it looked quite dignified, especially the black mask on his face, which was the finishing touch of his disguise. Even during a fierce fight, no one would be able to see his face. Brother Qian, you're a big shot who can easily crush soul masters in soul fighting competitions. Is it really necessary to disguise yourself so cautiously? Xiao Wu wrinkled her small nose and huffed. Zhao Qian, listening to Xiao Wu, it seems there's a bit of truth to it. Chapter 80, The Stormy Current Technique. Let us go, Xiao Ao. We're going to sign up for the 2v2 soul battle. Since Oscar is a food-type support soul master with almost no combat power, he can't fight alone at all. Therefore, after finishing a personal match, Zhao Qian immediately called Oscar to sign up for the 2v2. The others, seeing this, also dispersed, either to compete in singles or to sign up for the 2v2 soul battle. Boss Qian, I'll be relying on you to carry me later. Oscar flattered Zhao Qian with a grin. All right, but I still need to create a new account. Zhao Qian smiled and nodded, then went to the registration area to spend 10 gold soul coins to receive a black iron badge, which recorded his identity information on the back, Chutian. A secondary account? Oscar was a bit confused. Is creating multiple identities called a secondary account? Yes. Secondary accounts help in dealing with danger and protecting oneself. Zhao Qian nodded as he took Oscar to sign up for the 2v2 match. Although he still didn't quite understand, Oscar began to ponder thoughtfully, feeling that Zhao Qian's words contained profound truths about the world. In the 2v2 match of the 18th Soul Fighting Arena, the 6th match, it was the double egg ham combination against the Tiger Bull combination. At this moment, a loud voice from the host suddenly echoed from the Soul Fighting Arena behind Zhao Qian and Oscar's registration area. Boss Qian, it seems the opponents are two powerful attack-type soul masters. As soon as they appeared, Oscar saw two strong and robust soul masters with large waists and arms on the opposite side, which made him feel a bit intimidated. As a food-type support soul master, he had hardly ever been to a soul fighting arena, and now facing these two strong attack-type soul masters in such a competitive environment, he couldn't help but feel nervous even with Zhao Qian by his side. Look, it's the Tiger Bull combination. They are back, Oscar exclaimed. It turns out it's them. Both of the Tiger Bull combination are soul venerates at level 38. They have won 4 matches in a row these past few days. That's right. Both of them are formidable attack-type beast martial soul venerates. Their combat power is unquestionable. The audience, consisting of hundreds of spectators, eagerly discussed amongst themselves, and many even rushed out to place bets as soon as they saw the Tiger Bull combination appear. After all, betting was one of the features of the soul fighting arena. Otherwise, why would so many spectators spend their days idly at the arena? Aside from a portion of normal spectators and soul masters, most of the audience in the soul fighting arena were gamblers who made money through betting. Roar! As the host announced the start of the match, the Tiger Bull combination on the opposite side instantly had their muscles bulging and soul power rippling around them as they summoned their beast martial souls. I am Fat Cow. The robust man with the bull martial soul arrogantly pointed to himself with his thumb. I am Fat Tiger. The stout man with the saber-toothed tiger martial soul also arrogantly pointed to himself. We are the Tiger Bull combination that has won 4 matches in a row. If you two little shorties know what's good for you, just admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, once I, Fat Tiger, come out, I will show no mercy. The Tiger Bull combination arrogantly declared, and beneath their feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose. Oh my! The Tiger Bull combination actually both have 1,000-year soul rings, and their first 2 soul rings are 100-year level. This configuration is too powerful. Of course, this is a combination that has won 4 matches in a row. Brother, I advise you to bet on the Tiger Bull combination to win. Today, they are definitely going to win. Thanks, big brother. I will bet all my money on them. And when the results come out, I'll treat you to a feast. The spectators became excited as they watched the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rise beneath the Tiger Bull combination. Such a soul ring configuration was top-notch for soul masters, and their strength was undoubtedly powerful. I am Qian, and he is Oscar. We will not surrender. On the other side of the soul fighting arena, Zhao Qian said as 2 yellow and 1 white soul rings suddenly rose beneath his feet. Oscar's feet rose with 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. When he registered under the identity of Qian, Zhao Qian had taken the risk of releasing his ghost-faced tree demon to distract the staff to be recognized as a level 30-something soul venerate. But even with 3 soul rings released, the audience clearly did not have high hopes for Zhao Qian and Oscar. I can't be seeing this wrong. This double egg ham combination only has 1 soul venerate, and the other is merely a great soul master. My goodness, are these 2 inexperienced little shorties idiots? They really dare to bring someone to compete in a 2v2 battle at the soul venerate level. This is simply looking for death. Stop talking. Let me go place a double bet. This soul venerate of the double egg ham combination only has a white and double yellow soul ring configuration, and they dare to bring someone to compete. Isn't that just giving away points and money? I can't take it anymore. This is hilarious. Today, I feel like I've opened my eyes. Let's go. Hurry and place bets. I can't let this opportunity to make money slip away. Almost everyone in the audience was shocked by Zhao Qian and Oscar's strength. Some laughed, some were surprised, and many excitedly rushed out to place bets. A low config soul venerate and a high config great soul master dare to compete with our 2 top config soul venerate? The 2 members of the Tiger Bull combination laughed mockingly. Today, let you 2 inexperienced little shorties see how cruel reality can be. Come back with a better teammate next time. Second soul skill, Bull Charge. Third soul skill, Tiger King Roar. The 2 members of the Tiger Bull combination fully activated their martial souls, and a powerful, soul-shocking sound wave swept over as the soul venerate using Bull Charge charged forward, brimming with aggressive momentum. Qian, Boss Qian, Oscar, who was stunned into immobility by the Tiger King Roar, looked panicked at the charging bull martial soul, his face turning pale. Spirit of the water elements that permeate the void. Please heed my call. Showcase your proud power to the world with your might. StoneBecomes rapide technique. As the 3rd 100-year yellow soul ring merged into his home martial soul, Zhao Qian suddenly unleashed the torrent from the colorful stone space while swinging the hoe. His 3rd soul skill, which absorbed the wind attribute from the wind falcon, was Storm. Now, with the support of this 3rd soul skill, the surging river released by Zhao Qian from the colorful stone space surged like an unstoppable flood, directly suppressing the charging soul skill of the bull martial soul venerate. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed tiger martial soul venerate hiding behind, using a soul skill that could restrain and intimidate, was nearly swept off the arena by the storming rapids. Smack! It was over. Zhao Qian suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, a distorted ball-shaped, light blue soul power explosion erupted beside the fat cow and fat tiger, who were desperately resisting the raging storm. Chapter 81, Strolling with the Dean. Bang, bang, accompanied by 2 muffled sounds. The soul masters of the barbarian bull and saber-toothed tiger martial souls were blown away and crashed to the ground. As the phantom of their beast, martial souls dissipated behind them, they fainted. In an instant, the entire soul fighting arena fell into a brief silence, and all the spectators who witnessed this scene were almost frozen in place. My God, what kind of soul skill did our Qian use to instantly defeat the tiger and cow combination, which was about to achieve 5 consecutive victories? The host widened his eyes, his expression excited and incredulous. Not only the host, but the audience in the stand was also shocked by this unbelievable scene. How is this possible? The soul power levels of the fat cow combination were as high as level 38, with top-notch soul ring configurations of 2 yellow and 1 purple. This is simply unbelievable. A soul master with a trash configuration of 1 white and 2 yellow actually killed 2 top-tier soul masters with just 1 soul skill. Is this a joke? This is too incredible. What kind of soul skill did that Qian use? Logically speaking, a soul skill with a 100-year level soul ring should not be able to instantly kill 2 top-level soul masters who were about to reach the soul master realm. The spectators outside were almost completely shocked by the scene in the soul fighting arena. But soon, a large group of people happily returned to the stands, their faces full of excitement. They were the ones who had just gone out to place bets. Huh, the battle is over? The tiger and cow combination was defeated so quickly, many of those who had just returned to the stands, feeling the silent atmosphere and the strange gazes from other spectators, were stunned. What the hell? What's going on? How did the tiger and cow combination fall down? The gamblers who had just placed their bets were nearly shocked to the point of collapsing on the ground, completely dazed. Can someone tell me what is going on? Why did I just place my bet and come back to find the match over? Why did the ferocious and invincible tiger and cow combination fall? Then, a chorus of wailing echoed in the air of the soul fighting arena. My golden soul coins! My private money! My God! Looking at the gamblers crying out in despair, the handsome host in a suit immediately excitedly announced, in the sixth match of the 2v2 at the 18th Soul Fighting Arena, the double egg ham combination wins. Record: 1 win, 0 losses. If I had known, I would have bet 2, directly betting on myself to win. Seeing so many bettors in the audience breaking down in tears, Zhao Qian felt a bit regretful. Qian Lauda, you're amazing. Oscar jogged to Zhao Qian's side, looking at him with admiration, his face cradled in his hands, his eyes full of stars. Don't exaggerate. I promise to help you rank up, and I definitely want to go back on my word. Smiling, Zhao Qian lightly punched Oscar and left the venue with him. The Soto Great Soul Arena, as the only soul arena in the Barak Kingdom outside the royal city, not only attracts talented powerhouses from various places, but is also quite large. Overall, centered around the main arena of the Soto Great Soul Arena, there are a total of 24 soul arenas arranged in a circular pattern. Therefore, after circling around the passage of the 18th Soul Arena, Zhao Qian and Oscar quickly found Flander and the others. This was a resting area, neatly arranged with exquisite tables and chairs for guests to rest and eat. And at this moment, Flander was savoring a cup of plain water. You're done? Did you win? Looking up at Zhao Qian and Oscar, Flander asked. Dean, if you say that, you're underestimating Qian Lauda. Don't you know his strength? What about the fat tiger and fat cow we faced, with their 2 yellow and 1 purple level 38 soul masters? They were still instantly killed by Qian Lauda. Oscar, looking very pleased, stood in front of Flander and the others, smiling brightly. Ning Rongrong, who was sitting nearby drinking juice, and Zhu Zhuqing, hearing this, couldn't he help but look at Oscar and Zhao Qian with some surprise. It seemed they didn't expect them to encounter such strong opponents in their first match and win so easily. Level 38 Soul Masters, 2 yellow and 1 purple? Flander frowned. Zhao Qian, come out with me for a moment. I have something to ask you. Zhao Qian nodded. He could probably guess what Flanders wanted to ask him, which was nothing more than why he and Oscar were able to participate in a competition of the Soul Master rank. Oscar was a more than 20-level Soul Master with 2 rings, while Zhao Qian had 3 soul rings, so the problem clearly lay with Zhao Qian. It was because I took the risk of using my contracted soul beast, which has the ability to interfere with others' minds, that I made some adjustments during the registration process. Looking at the colorful fountains on both sides of the main road outside the Soto Great Soul Arena, Zhao Qian smiled and took the initiative to explain to Flanders. You little rascal are quite clever. Glancing at Zhao Qian, Flanders turned his back and looked towards the bustling street in the distance. It should still take some time for our single and double matches to finish. Didn't you say you wanted to take me shopping? How about we go now? Seeing Flanders bend down and look at him with some expectation and excitement, Zhao Qian revealed an awkward yet polite smile. He had just been courteous to the director, Flanders, and didn't he expect him to take it seriously? All right, let's go. Observing the darkening sky, Zhao Qian suddenly recalled the information he had received from the white-bearded president about the Qi family. Since Flanders, who had the strength of a level 78 soul saint and a flying-type martial soul, was here, wouldn't it be perfect to sneak a look at the Qi family under the cover of the night? Even if something unexpected happened. With Flanders' 4-eyed cat hawk martial soul, they could still escape. I heard that the Junlin auction house in the city is famous far and wide. Let's go check it out first. Unaware of Zhao Qian's intentions, Flanders' face showed satisfaction and anticipation as he strode towards their destination. He had long yearned for that astonishingly expensive place. Usually he felt embarrassed to go there without money, but now with Zhao Qian, a little treasury, he felt emboldened. Boom! Just as they arrived at the street where the Junlin auction house was located, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from the direction of the auction house, accompanied by a fierce wind sweeping in all directions. Whitebeard, come out! The angry voice of Qi Ziming, the father of Qi Ziming, echoed. My son has the potential of a soul king, yet he was publicly humiliated at the entrance of your auction house during the day. Do you not regard my Qi family, or even the entire noble families of Soto City, at all? I demand an explanation. The furious voice resonated from the entrance of the Junlin auction house, amplified by a robust soul power that swept through several streets. As this angry voice sounded, more than a dozen waves of powerful soul power at the Soul King level erupted at the entrance of the Junlin auction house. Chapter 82. Superior Martial Soul, Bright Sword Director. Let's hurry over and take a look. Sensing something was wrong from the powerful soul power waves, Zhao Qian immediately pulled Flanders and ran over quickly. The Junlin auction house was one of Zhao Qian's hard work and an important pillar for him, and the one in Soto City was the largest among them. After finally achieving such success today, Zhao Qian absolutely could not allow anything to happen to it. Whitebeard, are you planning to be a turtle with your head pulled in? If you don't come out and give me a reasonable explanation, do you believe I will tear down your auction house? Qi Ziming, the current head of the Qi family, was surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings spinning and glowing around him. His rage surged, and the bluestone floor beneath him cracked under the pressure. Xi Jinping, don't bully people with your power. The white-bearded president, who had long arranged for someone to seek help from Shrek Academy but had not received any news, had no choice but to step out of the auction house under the protection of 2 long-term hired soul kings, glaring angrily at the troublemaker. Bullying with power? I merely came to seek justice today. On your territory, people from your Junlin auction house actually dared to publicly humiliate my son, Xi Jinping, as the current head of the long-standing noble Qi family in Soto City, even if I do not wish to pursue this matter. The other noble families in Soto City will not agree. Xi Jinping declared, if your Junlin auction house does not give an explanation today, do not blame us noble families for driving you out of the city. This action had long been premeditated by Xi Jinping, his gaze firm and composed. And beside him were more than a dozen soul kings representing the other noble families in the city, ready to force the white-bearded president to yield. They had long coveted the methods of taming soul beasts and the powerful money-making ability of the Junlin auction house. Moreover, they had already investigated the so-called president's information and learned that the boy named Zhao Qian came from the countryside, leaving them without scruples. Even if Zhao Qian had connections and background, Xi Jinping did not believe it could withstand the combined pressure of these noble families within a major city. In the face of great profit, all reasonable risks are worth trying. The white-bearded president was both shocked and angry. After years of doing business, how could he not see that these people had come prepared? He was extremely anxious inside, thinking about why the person he sent to seek help from Shrek Academy had not yet brought back reinforcements. If there was still no support, regardless of whether the 2 soul kings he had long employed would flee at a critical moment. Just the more than a dozen soul kings brought by Xi Jinping could almost destroy the Junlin auction house. How dare you be so arrogant? Does the city lord not face the severe situation before him? The white-bearded president suddenly widened his eyes in shock as he gripped his cane tightly. Naturally, as you think, the wealth gathered by your Junlin auction house is coveted by everyone in Soto City. Now that it's fattened up, it's time to take it home and manage it yourself. Xi Jinping coldly laughed, his 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings flashing. A sword with a hilt carved in gold and a silver sword body adorned with twisting and winding golden patterns resembling a spirit snake suddenly appeared in his hand. The Qi family superior martial soul, Bright Sword. This time, the Junlin auction house was in big trouble, as it was being targeted by the noble families in the city. These noble families were ruthless and could devour a person without leaving a bone behind. Even the royal family of the Balak Kingdom found it difficult to shake their local foundation. What a pity. It was rare for such a high-end auction house to appear in Soto City, yet it would ultimately turn to dust in history, vanishing without a trace. This was unavoidable. With more than a dozen Soul King-level experts pressuring the Junlin auction house, even if the city lord's mansion had a good relationship with the auction house, they could not come to help, unless he wanted to tear his face with the noble families and no longer wanted to remain stable in his position. The commotion at the Junlin auction house attracted the attention of many soul masters in Soto City. After all, the Junlin auction house was a well-known auction house for soul beasts both domestically and internationally, and many soul masters were already familiar with it. Now seeing the Junlin auction house facing such a disaster, it was inevitable that they felt a sense of regret and emotion. Nothing more to say, huh? Then let's go. How much longer do you want to stay in Soto City? With a sudden chill in his expression, Xi Jinping swiftly shook his Mingguang sword, and 2 beams of sword light shot towards the 2 Soul King guards beside the white-bearded man. This was a form of coercion, and the 2 guards blocked the attack. President, why don't we leave? Once we're out of the city, we will buy you time to escape. You will definitely have another chance to rise again. The two Soul King guards, who had followed the white-bearded man for some time, urged him out of old sentiment. The white-bearded man shook his head and fell silent. At this point, no matter what he said, the aristocratic families represented by Xi Jinping would not let him go. Their offer to let him leave was merely a pretext to kill him outside the city to maintain their public image within. He had no chance of surviving under the pressure of so many aristocratic families. "Little brother, where are you?" The white-bearded man, lost in thought, felt a deep sorrow. He was content with how far he had developed the auction house. But the thought that his hard-earned establishment would become a tool for the aristocratic families to profit from made him unwilling to accept it. He was unwilling. "Little brother, where are you?" Leaning on his cane, the hunched figure of the white-bearded man looked up at the sky and cried out sadly once more. "I'm here, President Whitebeard. Thank you for your concern." At that moment, Zhao Qian's voice came through. Then, everyone saw a slender young figure with a hooded figure following behind him. Walking steadily from the lonely end of the distant street, his gaze resolute. "Do you think you can turn the tide?" Xi Jinping sneered and subtly signaled to the dozen or so Soul King-level experts around him. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from the end of the street behind Zhao Qian, where a Soul Emperor, surrounded by 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul rings, stood coldly with crossed arms, blocking the path. "Clap! You are too naive." Shaking his head slightly, Zhao Qian suddenly snapped his fingers. Boom! As everyone watched in astonishment, the mysterious figure behind Zhao Qian, cloaked in a black hood, unleashed a torrent of soul power, suddenly rising to reveal 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, totaling 7. Soul Sage. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. But this was not the end. Clap! Zhao Qian suddenly snapped his fingers again. Behind Xi Jinping and the others, at the end of the street on the other side, a powerful wave of soul power erupted again, and a soul sage hidden under a black hooded cloak walked out, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rising from the feet of this mysterious individual. The faces of Xi Jinping and the other Soul Kings turned pale as they felt a chill rush from their backs to the top of their heads, causing their scalps to tingle and rendering them speechless. 2 soul sages. Everyone trembled in fear. Chapter 83. Chairman Zhao, please stay. Xi Jinping's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. With his eyes wide open, he looked at everything, and even the Mingguang sword he held was shaking. Soul sages. And there were 2 of them. Such high-level powerhouses are considered distinguished guests even in the royal family of the Baloch Kingdom. It is known that a soul sage-level powerhouse on the battlefield is equivalent to 10,000 enemies. Just one can hold back an army of tens of thousands. Not to mention some powerful soul sages, whose lethality is unmatched. But what did he see? 2 soul sage-level powerhouses. And they were both fully equipped soul sages with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings. Gulp. Xi Jinping's face was completely pale as he struggled to swallow, feeling as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds, and his legs were starting to soften and tremble under the pressure. The other 10 or so Soul Kings from various noble families in Soto City were also trembling in fear, with beads of sweat as big as beans rolling down their foreheads, and they didn't dare to wipe them away. In fact, it wasn't just the Soul Kings from the noble families in Soto City. Even the Soul Masters watching from a distance were startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 Soul Sages, their eyes wide open. Soul Sages. How could there possibly be Soul Sages in Soto City? It is known that even the most powerful guest elder in the City Lordess Mansion is only a Soul Emperor. The Bishop of the Level 3 Martial Soul Hall in the city is merely a newly promoted Soul Emperor. How could such a place suddenly have 2 Soul Sages? It's unbelievable. Of course, it's unbelievable because these 2 soul sages were brought over by Zhao Qian from Shrek Academy to prevent any accidents. Zhao Qian even specially sent Flander back to Shrek Academy to bring Zhao Wujia over. Clearly, this thorough preparation yielded results far beyond Zhao Qian's expectations. These noble family Soul Kings were not only stunned, but their fighting spirit was also shattered by the appearance of the 2 soul sages. As for how Zhao Wujia is big but recovered so quickly, the answer is that there's also a low-level food-type soul sage at Shrek Academy. It's just that Flander and Zhao Wujia's appearance fees were a bit high. Zhao Qian had to pay 500 gold soul coins to arrange everything. Does your Qi family have a soul sage? Zhao Qian asked, sizing up the now demoralized Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping numbly shook his head, secretly relieved. Zhao Qian felt this was good news. At least he had the strength to suppress the Qi family, if absolutely necessary. After all, Flander and Zhao Wujia were still hidden under black hooded cloaks, merely releasing their soul rings and unleashing strong waves of soul power. But they had not released their martial souls. Because once their martial souls were released, being associated with Shrek Academy would not be good, as it would cause some unnecessary trouble. More importantly, it would cost more money. Zhao Qian had to pay more gold soul coins to make Flander, the guy who was as greedy as a corpse under the coffin, fight for him without caring about the consequences. Pay up. 1,000 gold soul coins for a soul king, 5,000 for a soul emperor. Once you pay, you can leave. I forgive you. Glancing around at the trembling soul kings who barely dared to lift their heads, and the soul emperor not far away, Zhao Qian suddenly smiled brightly and said to everyone. Flander, hidden under his black hooded cloak, widened his eyes in shock, almost gasping for air, his heart pounding like a giant drum. With more than a dozen soul kings and a soul emperor present, the total ransom amounted to over 20,000 gold soul coins. What a huge sum. Zhao Qian could instantly earn back the money spent to invite him, and Zhao Wujia. No wonder he could develop the renowned Junlin auction house. This kid Zhao Qian really had some capability. I can't let this go. I need to think of more ways to earn money from him to maintain the academy's operations and pay the teachers. This Zhao Qian is simply my little lucky star. Flander's eyes sparkled under the black hooded cloak, revealing just how excited and joyful he was at that moment. No problem. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhongpin and many other soul kings from noble families, along with the soul emperor, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For those from wealthy, noble families, if money could solve the problem, it was not an issue at all. Losing a mere 1,000 gold soul coins was much better than being beaten up by a soul saint or getting seriously hurt. Thud! Just then, Zhao Wujia, at the end of the street, suddenly kicked a soul emperor out of a dark alley, sending him crashing to the ground. It felt so good to hit someone without using soul skills. Stretching his neck, Zhao Wujia, hidden under his black hooded cloak, smiled as he reminisced about that night of chaos and injuries. Didn't he expect there to be another soul emperor? Not bad, bring them all out. With a glimmer in his eyes, Zhao Qian looked excitedly at Qi Zhongpin. No more, I'll pay. Qi Zhongpin hurriedly shook his head while frantically taking out several bags of gold soul coins from his ring. Clearly, his ring was a storage soul guide. However, the other soul kings and the two soul emperors were rummaging around and had blank expressions. They didn't have enough money. Lend me some money. I'll pay you back in 2 days. Don't lend it to him. Lend it to me first. Don't you remember that last time you got drunk? I carried you home and helped you to bed? I still have 3 extra gold soul coins on me. Who wants to borrow them? We're brothers in hardship. Just pay me back 30 gold soul coins next time. After a noisy commotion, many people borrowed some from Qi Zhongpin, finally gathering enough ransom money. Take care. Don't bother seeing us off. Remember to come visit Junlin Auction House more often. Zhao Qian smiled warmly and waved goodbye to the departing soul kings and soul emperors. Definitely. President Zhao, please stay. The departing soul kings and soul emperors responded with sincere trepidation, as if afraid Zhao Qian would follow them home. Meanwhile, the onlooking soul masters, watching all this unfold, were dumbfounded. Is this really happening? These people clearly came to cause trouble, right? Yet not only did they fail to do so, but the strong figures from these noble families also paid the ransom and left so politely. The onlooking soul masters were somewhat bewildered. This completely overturned their perception of the noble families in Soto City and their understanding of the Junlin auction house. An auction house protected by 2 soul saints? Not to be trifled with. Let us get out of here. Looking at the retreating figures, Zhao Qian felt a mix of emotions and helplessness. Without powerful strength, it was impossible to protect vast wealth. If it weren't for Flander and Zhao Wujia, 2 soul saints, he might have had to reveal many of his trump cards today. As for why he didn't extort a hefty sum, it was because Zhao Qian didn't want to offend these deeply rooted noble families. If he couldn't handle even the royal family of the Bala Kingdom, how would he deal with them? Sooner or later, he would leave Soto City, and the Junlin auction house would eventually open in more and more cities. If he always had conflicts with the local noble families, unless Zhao Qian could teleport and create clones to appear in any city to suppress the locals, the development of the Junlin auction house would inevitably be limited and affected. This was clearly not a good deal. Zhao Qian had no intention of making enemies. He just wanted to quietly and slowly reap profits, taking advantage of opportunities to make big money. Chapter 84. The Qi Family Ancestral Hall. Little brother, you finally made it. Seeing that the danger was finally averted, the white-bearded president excitedly approached Zhao Qian and grabbed his arm. "Don't get too excited," Zhao Qian said with a helpless smile, shaking off the president's grip. Now that the danger was resolved, the development of the auction house should not encounter any obstacles for a while from now on. It all depended on you. "No problem. You can leave these matters to your big brother," the white-bearded president readily agreed, then couldn't help but curiously glance at Flander and Zhao Wujian, who were shrouded in a black hooded cloak. Buzz. Seeing this, Zhao Qian immediately activated the protective soul guide on his wrist, and a layer of light blue soul power shield enveloped him and the old man with white beard in an instant. This was to prevent anyone from secretly eavesdropping through soul skills or martial souls. What Zhao Qian said was nothing more than that if they encountered danger again and could not find him, they should send 2 boxes of gold soul coins to the Shrek Academy outside the city, and strong individuals would come forward to resolve the crisis. I understand. The old man with the white beard also knew that such significant matters could not be leaked, and although he was surprised in his heart, he nodded without showing any expression on his face. After that, Zhao Qian took Flandra for a casual stroll around the Junlin auction house, where the luxurious scenes almost dazzled his eyes. Flandra, who was immersed in the fragrance of wealth, directly chased away Zhao Wujia, asking him to go to the Soto Great Soul Arena to pick up the children and return to the academy, while he continued to wander around with Zhao Qian. After returning to the family, Qi Zhangpin would likely gather family members to discuss what just happened. This was a good time for me to sneak in. Late at night, on the brightly lit commercial street of Soto City, Zhao Qian looked at Flandra, who had transformed into a shopping maniac, with a smile on his face. "Dean Flandra, are you interested in taking a midnight business deal?" Zhao Qian said as he approached Flandra, who was reporting the address to the shopkeeper for delivery convenience. "Business? What business?" Flandra turned to look at Zhao Qian, puzzled. But just as Zhao Qian was about to state his purpose, Flandra suddenly interrupted. "All right, stop right there. I know. Your business must not be anything good. Besides, isn't it nice to shop here? I don't even have to spend my money. Taking your business would be unnecessary." Looking at Flandra's cunning smile, Zhao Qian was left speechless. "If you don't want to take it, then don't. I'm not accompanying you on your shopping anymore. You can go by yourself." Zhao Qian feigned anger, rudely stuffed 2 gold soul coins into Flandra's hands, and turned to leave. Considering how good he had been to him, Zhao Qian thought Flandra would reconsider and chase after him to agree to help. But in the end, until Zhao Qian reached a sparsely populated area outside the large Qi family mansion, Flandra still hadn't caught up. "I misjudged you, Flandra." Zhao Qian felt a chill in his heart. Although he wanted to give up and come back another time, since he was already here, he felt uneasy if he didn't go in to investigate. Moreover, Zhao Qian had some confidence in himself. Whether it was the soul beasts or weapons in the colorful stone space, or the river water, they could help him retreat unscathed in a crisis when caught off guard. The Qi family's mansion was quite large, with lawns, forests, gardens, and ponds, appearing very tranquil in the thick night. "Have you heard? It seems the patriarch just suffered a loss outside, encountering 2 soul, sage-level powerhouses. Those are formidable opponents." "No. I was sleeping before the shift change and didn't pay much attention, but I find it strange. This ancestral hall has been patrolled for decades. How come there are still problems?" Hiding behind the bushes, Zhao Qian's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly released the ghost face tree demon, a wave of mental disturbance power spreading out in an instant. Zhao Qian needed the 2 patrolling soul masters to continue discussing matters related to the ancestral hall, because the unreliable rumor he received from the old man with the white beard stated that there might be an ancient relic hidden beneath the Qi family's ancestral hall. He wanted to see how much truth there was to the rumor and whether it could reveal the reason behind the sudden deaths of 17 soul kings from the Qi family. Who's to say otherwise? Everywhere else doesn't require patrols, yet the ancestral hall is patrolled both day and night, making it impossible for me to sleep well. Ever since the last clan leader secretly leaked to the outside world that there was an ancient relic containing countless treasures beneath our ancestral hall, numerous and scrupulous soul masters have fallen victim over the past 50 years. All being slaughtered in the gardens near the ancestral hall. What you said makes me feel a bit uneasy. Could there be some malevolent soul master or undying spirit nearby, looking to settle score with us? Impossible. With the ancestral hall suppressing our Qi family for over 100 years, how could there be any malevolent remnants? If there were, they would have been eliminated by the last clan leader. As they talked, the 2 gradually walked away, completely unaware that their minds had just been interfered with. Reflecting on their words, Zhao Qian suddenly realized that there was a reason why the Qi family could become the most prosperous noble family in Soto City. It seems the last head of the Qi family was quite capable. I just wonder if he is still alive. Zhao Qian pondered. He didn't dare to go too far, as this was his first time using the ghost-faced tree demon to interfere with someone's mind to extract the information he wanted. Otherwise, he would have liked to learn more about the matter of the Qi family secretly losing 17 Soul Kings all at once. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Qian suddenly noticed that the seemingly unchanging multicolored stone in his dantian actually trembled again. The last time the multicolored stone trembled was when Zhao Qian discovered the rare treasure, the red flame fruit tree. Clearly, within the vast estate of the Qi family, there was likely something extremely precious, either a rare treasure or some other valuable existence. Sensing the movement of the multicolored stone within him, Zhao Qian, hidden beneath a black hooded cloak, approached the Qi family's ancestral hall like a stealthy black cat lurking in the night. However, he didn't get too close to the ancestral hall. Instead, he stopped behind a 6-meter-tall, sword-shaped stone monument that seemed to symbolize the bright sword martial soul. About 30 meters away from the ancestral hall, Zhao Qian could vaguely sense that the source causing the tremor of the multicolored stone in his dantian was right here. Not long after, the thick night gradually faded, but Zhao Qian found nothing. Forget it, I'll come back another time. After all, such a big stone monument, one grow legs and run away. Despite feeling a bit regretful, Zhao Qian quickly took advantage of the remaining darkness to leave the Qi family estate quietly. Behind an ancient tree entwined with old vines in the distant garden, Flinder's figure appeared silently. He didn't expect that Zhao Qian would be attracted by such a vague rumor from over 50 years ago. Truly foolish of him. When I came to Swoto City to establish Shrek Academy more than 20 years ago, I didn't gain anything and even got beaten up. Shaking his head slightly, before leaving, Flinder turned back to take a deep look at the sword-shaped stone monument over 30 meters away from the Qi family ancestral hall, and his figure suddenly vanished into the darkness. Chapter 85. Squeeze the Soul Sage as a Soul Master. One can generally replace sleep with cultivation. Therefore, after returning to the academy, Zhao Qian did not hesitate to find Flinder directly, intending to absorb his soul power. According to Zhao Qian's calculations, Oscar, the food-type soul master with innate full soul power, would likely reach level 30 in a few hours. At that time, the academy would definitely arrange for everyone to accompany Oscar to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings, while also training along the way. As for the location for hunting soul beasts, it would most likely be in the perilous and infamous Douluo Forest. The Douluo Forest is known as the largest habitat for soul beasts on Douluo Continent, with towering mountains and ancient trees covering a vast area. The Barak Kingdom has part of its territory bordering the Douluo Forest, and Swoto City, located in the southern part of the kingdom, is quite close to it. So, unless something unexpected happens, the Academy will surely arrange for everyone to head to the legendary Douluo Forest, which is said to be home to soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. Unfortunately, the 100,000-year soul beasts are not mere legends. Zhao Qian sighed slightly in his heart. The Douluo Forest, being the largest habitat for soul beasts on Douluo Continent, is filled with mysteries and vastness that are unimaginable. The outskirts of the core restricted area are not lacking in soul beasts with cultivation of 100,000 years. 100,000-year soul beasts are terrifying existences comparable to tidal Douluo. But that's not all. As you go deeper, you'll find a plethora of soul beasts approaching or exceeding 100,000 years of tribulation. Even deeper, there are ferocious beasts that have successfully survived tribulations for over 200,000 years. As for million-year soul beasts, they also exist. Yes, indeed, million-year soul beasts. More authentic than the nearly 100,999-year deep-sea demon whale, king hidden in the vast ocean that Zhao Qian knows. However, that million-year soul beast is too weak. It seems even soul kings can chase after it and beat it. Right now, those 100,000-year soul beasts, tribulation soul beasts, and ferocious beasts are probably all gathered deep in the core restricted area, using it as a power source for cultivation. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhao Qian felt that the million-year soul beast deep in the core restricted area of the Douluo Forest was a disgrace to soul beasts. Clearly possessing a million years of cultivation, yet its combat power is so pathetic that it's being exploited for its soul power by a group of soul beasts. Unless something unexpected happens, it will take about 10,000 years for the Shrek's 7 monsters to achieve godhood. And only then will that million-year soul beast be able to think of a way to escape its miserable fate of being exploited, not to think about it anymore. I should first squeeze the dean and the others to enhance my strength, so I have some self-defense when encountering danger. Clearing his chaotic thoughts, Zhao Qian knocked on the door outside the dean's room. "Come in," Flinder said, looking at Zhao Qian, who pushed the door and walked in. "What brings you here at this time instead of resting?" "Dean, do you think we can start now?" Zhao Qian rubbed his hands excitedly, yet a bit nervously. "You said you would rally all the faculty and students to provide me with soul power to help me solve the shortcomings of my psychic martial soul." Upon hearing this, Flinder, who was originally calculating how much gold soul coins he had earned from Zhao Qian that night, was immediately stunned. It has seemed like there was such a thing. Last time, Zhao Qian had mentioned in front of him and the other students that his psychic martial soul needed a large amount of soul power to maintain. Otherwise, there would be a risk of collapse. However, it was still gray outside, not yet bright, and Zhao Qian had come to find him. This was a bit too anxious, wasn't he? Upon thinking it over carefully, the cunning Flinder realized that things were not that simple. He immediately tested Zhao Qian, saying, "Starting now wouldn't be impossible, but you need to pay at least 15 gold soul coins. You know the Academy's funds are tight, and I'm also forced into this." "All right, stop right there." Zhao Qian interrupted Flinder with an exasperated look. "I even took you shopping and gave you some gold soul coins before I left. But when a student needs you, you disregard their soul power cultivation and safety. You have such a cruel heart. You're heartless, cold, and unfeeling." As Zhao Qian spoke, he was almost in tears, his eyes blurred with emotion as he pointed at Flinder, his body trembling, looking completely heartbroken. There was no way he couldn't see that Flinder was trying to scam him for money. Although 50 gold soul coins was not much to him. What about tomorrow? 500 coins? The day after, 5,000 coins? Zhao Qian's money didn't come from thin air. He couldn't squander it recklessly. The development of Junlin Auction House also required funds at every turn. Therefore, Zhao Qian absolutely could not allow Flinder to think of him as an easy mark to exploit for money. Otherwise, Flinder's appetite would only grow. He hadn't inherited his 600 million fortune yet. "All right, don't cry. As the dean, it is my duty to help the students. I was just joking with you." Looking at Zhao Qian, who had been brought to tears by his words, Flinder felt a deep sense of helplessness and guilt in his heart. He also realized that he had gone a bit too far. Zhao Qianming is such a good child, wealthy and powerful. Yet Flinder not only failed to properly nurture him, but also thought about making money off him. This is truly a violation of teacher ethics and undermines the dignity and grace of the dean. Therefore, I will make a form for you with my signature on it. There are a total of 5 teachers, including me, in the school. When you go to seek their help, just show them the form and make a check mark at the back. However, providing you with soul power ultimately affects the teacher's personal time and cultivation progress. So the first time can be free, but every time after that will require payment. I hope Zhao Qian can understand and empathize with the difficulties of the academy. Secretly regretting in his heart, Flinder quickly prepared a form marked for Zhao Qian. Upon receiving the form, Zhao Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though he would have to pay later, getting a freebie the first time was already a great outcome. After all, this involved 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints who could allow Zhao Qian to have a freebie. "Dean, let's get started." Zhao Qian sat down on a nearby bed and gestured for Flinder to come over. Looking at Zhao Qian suspiciously, Flinder walked over. "You just need to provide some soul power. Why are you sitting cross-legged on the bed?" Flinder couldn't help but ask, copying Zhao Qian's pose and sitting cross-legged behind him. "Hee, I'm just afraid that your body can't keep up. In case you get drained, I could just lie down and sleep." Zhao Qian said with a shy smile. "You little brat, what are you thinking? I'm a level 78 soul saint. How could you, a mere level 37 soul master, drain me so easily? That's common sense." It would be strange for Flinder to believe that Zhao Qian could drain him, a soul saint-level powerhouse. "You're going to guide my soul power into your body, right? Just connect me. I'm coming," Flinder said as he sat cross-legged behind Zhao Qian, his hands pressed against Zhao Qian's back. As 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rose from Flinder's body. A solid wave of soul power belonging to a soul saint was cautiously directed into Zhao Qian's body. He was afraid that Zhao Qian wouldn't be able to handle it. If he accidentally hurt this wealthy little guy, that would be a serious issue. But suddenly, as Flinder carefully directed the soul power into Zhao Qian's body, he widened his eyes in shock, his face filled with horror. He discovered that Zhao Qian's body seemed to have a bottomless appetite, like a deep-sea magic whale, unleashing a terrifying suction that frantically drew out his soul power. No matter what he did, He couldn't escape this terrifying suction and could only watch helplessly as his soul power was completely drained. Thud! Suddenly, Flander felt his vision darken and exhausted. He fell back onto his own bed. So comfortable. Chapter 86. 10,000-Year Soul Beast, 50,000-Year Soul Beast. Desert Great Eagle, successfully cultivated. Feeling the desert great eagle, which was lying on the ground and sleeping in the colorful stone space, Zhao Qian was filled with joy and excitement. Long before coming to find Flander, Zhao Qian had transferred everything in the colorful stone space except for the desert great eagle to the sky-breaking stone martial soul. Now, the once empty colorful stone space had only a small tree, glowing with spiritual light and surrounded by a green aura like jade, and the desert great eagle, whose cultivation had skyrocketed to 10,000 years. The current desert great eagle was enormous, with a wingspan of at least 10 meters when it spread its wings. Its earthy yellow feathers arranged in a way that resembled clearly patterned soil and stone, as if it contained terrifying power. Next up, Zhao Wujia. After helping Flander cover the quilt, Zhao Qian left the room in a good mood, his steps light. At this point, he was eager to drain all the teachers in the academy and cultivate a bunch of 10,000-year soul beasts. When the time comes with a wave, Zhao Qian would have not only a large batch of cannon fodder self-destructing soul beasts, but also a group of elite soul beasts with extraordinary combat power. Provide what soul power? Busu. Upon hearing Zhao Qian's intentions, Zhao Wujia immediately lost his temper and tried to kick him out. With a loud bang, Zhao Wujia slammed the door shut again. Zhao Qian, who had come to find Zhao Wujia with joy, suddenly had his smile freeze on his face. This was not the outcome he wanted. Zhao Qian was on the verge of tears. How could Zhao Wujing refuse him when there was clearly no grievance between them? Could it be that he still couldn't let go of that episode during the school opening when the aerial chrysanthemum bloomed? Shaking his head helplessly, Zhao Qian could only turn to find other teachers. However, he soon discovered with a sinking heart that, apart from Teacher Li, the Soul Emperor with the dragon pattern martial soul at the management school's finance department, the other two teachers were not in the academy at all. The dean had cut costs, and since there was almost no coursework requiring their assistance, they often weren't at the academy. If you have urgent business, you can go to Suotawa City to find them. They have opened a dessert shop on the East City Commercial Street called Sweet Star Dessert Shop. Teacher Li Yusong, who looked over 60 with a full head of white hair but still stood tall and spirited, explained to Zhao Qian. However, the East City in Suotawa City was not close to Shrek Academy, and Zhao Qian clearly didn't have enough time to rush over there now. Teacher Li, actually I came to find you. Handing over the form given by Flandra, Zhao Qian looked hopefully at Li Yusong. Now, apart from the hot-tempered Zhao Wujing, only Li Yusong could provide him with abundant soul power, and Zhao Qian certainly did not want any accidents that would prevent him from nurturing a powerful soul beast. I see. You are actually a first-generation martial soul awakener, needing to continuously supply soul power to maintain the martial soul without issues. Looking at the notes on the form, Li Yusong turned to Zhao Qian with some surprise. A first-generation martial soul awakener is the first to awaken a certain martial soul, usually possessing extremely strong potential. Especially with a completely unprecedented new martial soul, it typically allows soul masters to achieve surprising victories in battle. Come on, I'll provide you with soul power. But from now on, each time I provide you with soul power, it will have to follow the standards on the form. You need to pay me 10 times the soul power level in gold soul coins. Li Yusong said, casually placing a hand on Zhao Qian's shoulder, slowly channeling soul power into Zhao Qian's body. After a few breaths, Li Yusong collapsed weakly to the ground, while Zhao Qian felt refreshed and let out a sigh of relief. 10,000-year soul beast, flame hoof demon dog successfully cultivated. At this moment, lying quietly in the colorful stone space was the flame hoof demon dog, with sharp bone blades growing from its limbs and cloud-like blood-red flames flickering on its hoofs. Its white ribs had completely split apart, exposing the dark flesh and hair, and the originally fierce dog head of the flame hoof demon dog had grown another ferocious head. Double-headed flame hoof demon dog. Zhao Qian gave this aptly named creature that had crossed the 10,000-year soul beast threshold. However, reflecting on the soul power provided by Flandra and Li Yusong, Zhao Qian felt that quite a bit had been consumed during the soul beast cultivation. Because, according to Li Yusong's soul power level, it was roughly equivalent to a 20,000-year cultivation level soul beast, yet only helped Zhao Qian cultivate a 10,000-year soul beast. Especially when recalling past experiences cultivating lower-level soul beasts, it seemed this situation had occurred before, though he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time due to the small consumption. But now it was different. The disappearance of an entire amount equivalent to 10,000-year soul power was something Zhao Qian could not ignore. Could it be that the colorful stone swallowed it? Zhao Qian couldn't help but speculate while sensing the colorful stone in his dantian and the mysterious little sapling within. After all, it was the colorful stone that absorbed the soul power and also helped him cultivate the soul beast. The problem must lie with it. Forget it. Let us gather after breakfast. This issue clearly couldn't be resolved at the moment, so Zhao Qian had to give up, helping Li Yusong to a recliner before turning to leave. After breakfast, the sun shone brightly, and the sky appeared very clear and blue. On the Shrek Academy playground, Zhao Qian and Tang San were lined up waiting for today's course arrangements. Where's Oscar? Why hasn't he come yet? Flandre glanced at Zhao Qian and questioned the group. He wouldn't still be sleeping in, would he? Dean, should I go call him? Dai Mubai joked, glancing at the cool Zhu Qing. You go call him. And also tell him that if he is late, he'll have to run 10 laps. Flandre nodded. Wait, Xiao Bai, you don't need to call Oscar. I think he might have had a breakthrough in his soul power and is late because of that. Let us wait a bit. Zhao Qian called out to stop Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai exchanged incredulous looks with Flandre and the others. Oscar is breaking through? How could it be so fast? He is a food system soul master. And if Oscar breaks through, he'll be a great soul master at level 30. Just one soul ring away from advancing to soul respect. Feeling the strange gazes from the dean and others, Zhao Qian smiled slightly without explaining, as he saw Oscar running over with a somewhat lewd expression. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Oscar said, looking at Flandre. Dean, I've broken through to level 30 in soul power. You 1T penalized me with laps for being late, right? However, before Oscar could finish speaking, everyone's expressions turned odd. What is wrong with you all? Oscar awkwardly laughed, suddenly realizing that everyone's attention was on Zhao Qian. Brother Qian, did you sleep with Oscar last night? Is that why you knew he was going to break through this morning? Tang San couldn't help but ask, frowning slightly. Upon seeing this, Oscar immediately shook his head, indicating that Zhao Qian hadn't slept with him. I guessed. Zhao Qian grinned. Everyone, all right, today's classes are suspended. Later, teacher Zhao Wujing will take you out for practice to help Oscar hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Glancing at Zhao Qian, Flandre said this. However, he increasingly felt that this kid was getting more and more mysterious. Not only did he completely drain his soul power, but he also knew about Oscar's breakthrough. It's worth noting that Flandre was not like Tang San and the others. He clearly knew that Zhao Qian hadn't returned to the dormitory at all that night. The accuracy of this blind guess was too high and too coincidental. Could it be that Zhao Qian was a prophet? Flandre felt a bit dazed. Chapter 87. A bite to break at little monsters, and that perverted Qian, the dean has already told me to lead you to the Douluo Forest for practice. Shortly after Flandre left, Zhao Wujing, who was as robust as an iron tower, arrived at the square, crossing his arms and surveying everyone, his gaze pausing particularly on Zhao Qian. You all did well. I didn't expect someone among you to reach level 30 so quickly in soul power. However, I need to clarify some precautions. All expenses after leaving the academy will be your own responsibility. The academy won't reimburse you. Of course, I won't let you pay for my expenses either. Besides, this outing is mainly to help Oscar hunt soul beasts for soul rings. But it's also a test and training for you, so I hope you can take it seriously. I think you all know the notorious reputation of the Douluo Forest. Unless you encounter a 1,000-year soul beast, I won't help. The reputation of the Douluo Forest is well known among those in the Soul Master community, as it is the most basic knowledge. It is the most dangerous place where soul beasts inhabit in large numbers, and also the place with the highest casualties among soul masters. Teacher Zhao, what do we set off? After glancing at everyone, Zhao Qian was the first to ask. You have the whole morning to prepare. We will set off for the Douluo Forest after lunch. Although the Douluo Forest is not far from Soto City, it still requires a journey of 500 miles, so you should prepare thoroughly and adjust your physical condition. Zhao Wujia said this as he looked up at the sun in the sky, then turned and left. Everyone, don't leave yet. I have something to say to you. Watching Zhao Wujia's departing figure, Zhao Qian suddenly turned to the crowd. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the other 6 looked at Zhao Qian curiously, wanted to know what he had to say. Xiao Ao, transform your sausage. Walking over to Oscar, Zhao Qian patted him on the shoulder and said seriously. Oscar was immediately confused, looking left and right, unable to understand why Zhao Qian was asking him to transform sausage. He knew that everyone found his spell and the sausage he produced quite disgusting. Boss Qian, you're not trying to humiliate me, are you? With a face more sorrowful than crying, Oscar looked at Zhao Qian with pleading eyes. He didn't want to be shunned and ridiculed by everyone. Enchanting the spell to produce a sausage in public was quite embarrassing for him. Where do all these messy thoughts come from? As a member of the royal faction, what should you do when given a command by your leader? Obey. Hurry up. Stop being so wishy-washy. What is wrong with transforming a sausage? That's your martial soul, your root, your life. As a soul master, you should take pride in it. Zhao Qian patted Oscar's shoulder again with force, giving him a look of affirmation and encouragement. Well, okay then, Oscar said dejectedly as he lowered his head and chanted the spell to produce the sausage. Seeing Oscar like this, Zhao Qian felt a bit helpless. This awkward boy still lacked the love of his classmates. Otherwise, how could he be embarrassed to use his own martial soul in front of others? Come on. Before we leave the academy for the Douluo Forest, everyone must eat at least one of the sausages Oscar produces. Holding the sausage Oscar had transformed in his right hand, Zhao Qian surveyed the crowd with a serious tone. Isn't that too much, Boss Qian? That thing is so disgusting. Who besides you could possibly eat it? Ma Hongjun looked at the sausage with a pained expression. I will. At this moment, Tang Xin suddenly seemed to understand something and resolutely walked up to Zhao Qian, grabbed the sausage, and put it in his mouth. After finishing it without hesitation, he asked Oscar for another small sausage and ate that too. In an instant, those watching were left dumbfounded. Not only Ma Hongjun, but even Oscar, who had produced the sausage, was stunned. They never expected someone would actually be willing to eat the disgusting sausage, and without any hesitation, he ate both kinds. Seeing Tang Xin standing back in line, Zhao Qian revealed a satisfied smile. As expected of his longtime good friend, and as expected of Tang San, who had lived 2 lifetimes, he was able to grasp the intention of uniting everyone immediately. After all, Oscar's martial soul is a top-grade food type, and he is also a support-type soul master. If everyone couldn't overcome their disgust and aversion to the sausage, it would inevitably lead to flaws and weaknesses during future cooperative battles, essentially wasting the resource of a top food-type soul master. Zhao Qian would not allow such a situation to happen. He needed everyone to overcome themselves, to trust and cooperate with each other to form a team. Does anyone else want to eat? Zhao Qian asked as he took 2 more sausages from Oscar. I'll do it. The oldest among them, Dai Mubai, reluctantly picked up a sausage and began to eat it slowly. You all should eat too. Xiao Ao is a powerful food-type soul master. We are a team, and we can't just disregard the help his martial soul brings in the future. After finishing the sausage, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhao Qian and then advised the others. But that's just too disgusting, Ning Rongrong said with a grim expression, clearly reluctant as she looked at Zhao Qian's sausage. I hope you can overcome yourselves and conquer your fears. We are a collective, part of the royal faction family, and mutual trust and cooperation are essential. The large sausage Xiao Ao transformed has the effect of restoring stamina, while the small sausage can detoxify. In the future, we will inevitably need Xiao Ao's support. So it's better to make a firm decision now than to hesitate when the time comes. Saying this, Zhao Qian placed the large sausage and small sausage in front of Ning Rongrong. The meaning was clear. Glancing at Zhao Qian, Ning Rongrong blushed in embarrassment and turned her head to the side. Covering her small mouth, she reluctantly reached for the large sausage. Just eat it, as if a little demon inside her had awakened. Ning Rongrong suddenly grabbed the large sausage, brought it to her mouth, and bit down fiercely, chewing vigorously while glaring at Zhao Qian with her big eyes. Seeing this, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the other boys couldn't help but feel a chill. Taking a half step back in white-faced shock, the scene was a bit scary. Why are you staring at me while eating the sausage? Zhao Qian thought to himself, feeling speechless at Ning Rongrong's fierce little demon-like demeanor. Chapter 88. Steel-armored Tyrannosaurus set off for the Douluo Forest. After everyone reluctantly ate 2 sausages transformed by Oscar before noon, Zhao Wujia appeared in the square at the appointed time. Everyone had been eagerly anticipating this and immediately followed Zhao Wujia's lead as they left the academy. However, once they exited the academy, everyone began to run. Otherwise, they wouldn't know when they would finish the 500-mile journey. 7 treasures turn out to be glass. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. As an auxiliary system soul master, Ning Rongrong naturally wasn't fast. She enhanced herself, Oscar, and Zhao Qian. That's right, Zhao Qian also received an enhancement. Since Zhao Qian excelled in endurance, but not in sprinting, his martial soul didn't give him much of a boost in physical fitness. So, it was essential for him to have an enhancement. Otherwise, as a leader of the royal faction, he would be left behind. On this journey, With Oscar's food marshal soul assisting them. Everyone was basically at full stamina, continuously moving at high intensity, expecting to reach Douluo Forest within 30 hours. Feeling the recovery effect brought by Oscar's martial soul, everyone gradually eliminated much of their psychological discomfort toward the sausage martial soul. However, it seemed they had developed a peculiar habit. Every time Ning Rongrong ate a sausage, she would viciously bite it in half while glaring fiercely at Zhao Qian. This made Zhao Qian feel a bit uneasy. As night fell, the group, which had set off in the afternoon, had to sleep outdoors since there were no nearby villages. After all, the closer they got to Douluo Forest, the more likely they were to be attacked by soul beasts. Unless it was a gathering place for soul masters. Ordinary villages wouldn't be established nearby. The crackling campfire dispelled the darkness, and the yellow flames appeared quite bright in the forest. Seeing Tang San and the others quietly sitting nearby in meditation, Zhao Qian quietly slipped away, his eyes shining as he went to hunt for soul beasts. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were hiding in the tent, secretly whispering to each other, their little faces flushed with a hint of red and their words shy. Rongrong, why do you always glare at Brother Qian when you're eating sausages during the day? You don't have a crush on him, do you? And no, I was just trying to distract myself. After all, he's the one I'm most familiar with among this group. But you, Xiao Wu, have been following Tang San the whole way, and your eyes hardly have anyone else in them. Ning Rongrong, who was initially embarrassed by Xiao Wu's comment, suddenly shifted the topic to Xiao Wu and stared at her, making Xiao Wu feel shy and turn her body away. He's just a blockhead. I wouldn't like a cold and hard blockhead. Zhu Zhuqing is the lucky one. That Dai Mubai has secretly looked at her countless times. Dai Mubai is indeed quite handsome. But why does he like Zhu Zhuqing so much? Is it because of her hot figure? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but evaluate her own figure, feeling a bit angry and frustrated that she didn't have a body as good as Zhu Zhuqing's. What? Rongrong, do you have feelings for that Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu teased as she looked at Ning Rongrong, but then suddenly became serious and advised, Rongrong, you must not develop feelings for him. That guy's a notorious playboy. Don't get taken in by him and end up confused. He won't take responsibility. Impossible, Ning Rongrong denied directly. Even though he's handsome, I've seen plenty of handsome guys in the sect. I have no feelings for him. But Xiao Wu, have you noticed that Zhu Zhuqing sometimes seems to be secretly watching Brother Qian? She couldn't possibly have a crush on him, could she? Her figure is so good. What if Zhao Qian can't hold himself back? With a slight furrow of her brows, Ning Rongrong felt an inexplicable sense of hostility towards Zhu Zhuqing. No way. That guy only has eyes for soul beasts and making money, all sorts of strange things. I've never seen him like any girl. Plus, we're still young. Holding on to Ning Rongrong's slim waist, Xiao Wu rested her chin on Ning Rongrong's shoulder and comforted her softly. Young? I heard Oscar say his dad is only in his 20s. His parents got married when they were 12 or 13. Ning Rongrong still felt a bit anxious and countered. Now that you mention it, soul masters do develop faster. Xiao Wu feigned a look of surprise and then teased. But how did you notice Zhu Zhuqing secretly watching Brother Qian? Even if she likes him, it has nothing to do with you, unless you are. It's not what you think. I just saw it by accident. Zhu Zhuqing is so competitive and works so hard on her cultivation. Brother Qian and she really aren't a match. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, Ning Rongrong directly pinched Xiao Wu's pert bottom, causing Xiao Wu to yelp in surprise. Her face flushed as she tackled Ning Rongrong onto the bedding to playfully wrestle. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian was extremely excited. After leaving the temporary campsite, he summoned his desert giant eagle and began searching for soul beasts in the wilderness. After a while, he indeed made a discovery. He saw a steel-armored Tyrannosaurus over 6 stories tall, rubbing its body against a rock wall. The rumbling sound echoed far away, and one could vaguely see bright sparks flying as the silver armor on the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus rubbed against the rocks. With a roar resembling that of a T-Rex, the massive head and short forelimbs covered in silver armor of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus began to breathe heavily, the sound growing more urgent. A 1,000-year soul beast, standing alone on the back of the desert giant eagle in the sky. Zhao Qian sensed the aura emanating from the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus. However, Zhao Qian couldn't specifically discern its cultivation level, which was the helplessness of being human. It seemed he would have to increase his favorability with Xiao Wu in the future. She could sense the precise cultivation level of soul beasts, making her a valuable ally to have around. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian gently stomped his foot on the desert giant eagle, as if receiving a command. The desert giant eagle immediately folded its large wings made of numerous, clearly patterned feathers and dove sharply towards the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus that was still frantically rubbing against the rock wall. However, for some reason, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus seemed completely oblivious, continuing to rub against the wall, causing rocks to scatter and the mountain to shake. Boom! The desert giant eagle pounced on the arrogant steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, shaking the ground and toppling trees. The steel-armored Tyrannosaurus struggled madly beneath the desert giant eagle, its forepaws covered in silver armor clawing at the ground and feathers. The desert giant eagle let out an angry cry, and had it not been for Zhao Qian's restraint, it would have torn the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus apart in an instant. All right, let's go. After capturing the rare and large type attacking soul beast, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, into the colorful stone space, Zhao Qian comfortingly patted the head of the desert giant eagle. After running around on the desert giant eagle at night, he needed to quickly locate the campsite, which had long since become invisible. Chapter 89. The Bright Left Protector. Newton, where am I? Looking at the towering trees all around and hearing the intermittent roars of soul beasts, Zhao Qian was bewildered. In the distance were rolling mountains, and further away was the scene of the rising sun, with purple chi coming from the east. It was dawn, but Zhao Qian still hadn't returned to the campsite. He was lost. What should I do now? I haven't gone back yet. Won't they be worried sick? Zhao Qian felt a bit anxious. Meanwhile, back at the original campsite. Teacher Zhao, have you seen Brother Qian? I haven't seen him all night. Tang San, who had searched nearby for a long time without finding him, couldn't help but ask Zhao Wujia. The others also realized Zhao Qian was missing and looked at Zhao Wujia, wanting to know what had happened. Why are you all looking at me? That kid flew off alone on his contracted soul beast last night. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourselves. It is estimated that that perverted kid Zhao Qian is currently sleeping soundly in a hotel in the town on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. So there's no need for you all to worry. Zhao Wujia, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, glanced at everyone with annoyance and immediately urged everyone to pack their bags and continue on their way. Most people were unaware that Zhao Qian had a flying-type contract soul beast, and for a moment, they couldn't help but feel astonished and disbelieving. So it turns out Brother Qian took off first on his sand sculpture. No wonder we can't find him anywhere. How sneaky. Xiao Wu, who had known Zhao Qian for 6 years, was quite familiar with him and pouted, looking a bit unhappy. Don't criticize Brother Qian. He must have some important matter to attend to that made him leave early, Tang San said coldly, casting a warning glance at Xiao Wu. Slightly intimidated by Tang San, Xiao Wu immediately stuck out her pink tongue at him in a provocative manner. As if they had a telepathic connection, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exchanged glances. Their pretty faces slightly flushed, and they quickly averted their eyes. First, let's find someone to ask for directions. Lost, Zhao Qian had no choice but to search for signs of human presence among the towering ancient trees of the forest. It was his first time wandering alone outside, and Zhao Qian realized the downside of not having a map. He felt a bitter frustration. Hey, someone, Zhao Qian, lounging on a sofa on the back of the desert giant eagle with his legs crossed, suddenly noticed something, and his eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately prepared to instruct the desert giant eagle to approach. Just instinctively assessing his clothing, Zhao Qian quickly pulled out a black hooded cloak from his colorful stone space and draped it over himself, covering his face with a black cloth that left only his eyes exposed. Old man, look up at the sky. It's a 10,000-year level soul beast. The snake lady, who was originally accompanying her granddaughter to hunt soul beasts in the Douluo Forest, seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky, her heart suddenly startled. According to the norms, they were in a place where even a 1,000-year level soul beast was not easily encountered. How could a 10,000-year level soul beast suddenly appear? Moreover, the snake lady was horrified to discover that the cultivation level of this avian 10,000-year soul beast was extremely powerful, far beyond what an ordinary soul emperor could withstand. You protect yourself well. This is a soul beast with about 50,000 years of cultivation. The tall and slender white-haired old man, full of spirit and energy, gazed at the desert giant eagle in the sky, and suddenly 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, appeared beneath his feet. This was unmistakably a rare soul master at over level 80, with the strength to challenge the title Douluo realm. It should be known that on the Douluo Continent, the number of known title Douluo is only about 100. Although Zhao Qian knew this data was not reliable, as many forces hid their power, it still illustrated how formidable the title Douluo was. Without a title, the title Douluo is at the pinnacle of the soul master world. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had been lounging with his legs crossed on the sofa, quickly recognized the three people below and suddenly stood up as he was reminded of the legendary couple, the dragon and snake, who were well known in the soul master world. There was no way to mistake them. Both were in their 60s or 70s and brought their granddaughter with them, and the old man was a title Douluo. Apart from the legendary dragon and snake couple, Zhao Qian could not associate them with anyone else. Is it the legendary dragon and snake couple who are renowned in the soul master world? He commanded the desert giant eagle to stop in midair, and as he walked to the head of the giant eagle, Zhao Qian tried his best to keep his tone calm. As for changing his voice, Zhao Qian wouldn't do that. Is it possible that someone is here? Seeing a person emerge from the back of the astonishing 50,000-year avian soul beast, both Long Gong and Shi Po were shocked, their pupils narrowing. That was a 50,000-year soul beast, a powerful existence comparable to some moderately strong soul saints. No one could tame such a high-level soul beast. Even a title Douluo would find it impossible. The pride of soul beasts is not to be trifled with. It is a real form of dignity. If they can't win, they escape. If they can't escape, they self-destruct. If they can't self-destruct, they die. Regardless, they will never submit to humans. Soul beasts will never become slaves. But the person before them had done it. This mysterious figure draped in a black hooded cloak and with a slightly youthful voice had actually done it. I am the one. May I ask who you are? Long Gong asked curiously while summoning his dragon's staff martial soul, holding the silvery, 3-meter-long dragon-headed staff. I am Newton, the left protector of the Crown Prince Party. Zhao Qian calmly introduced himself after a moment of thought. Crown Prince Party? Left protector of light? Newton? How impressive. Long Gong and Shi Po exchanged glances, seeing confusion and lack of understanding in each other's eyes. They were completely unaware of what this young, mysterious person was talking about. Crown Prince Party? Grandpa, Grandma, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. At that moment, the beautiful girl behind Long Gong and Shi Po, with short hair and dressed in dark green attire, blinked her deep brown eyes as if she had remembered something. Iran, do you know? Tell Grandma. Shi Po exclaimed in surprise, looking eagerly at Meng Iran. Let me think. It seems like when I was at the Exotic Beast Academy, some seniors said that the members of the Crown Prince Party's hidden weapon class are all monsters, like porcupines. Even though there might be a difference of 10 or 20 levels in strength, the members of the Crown Prince Party's hidden weapon class always manage to turn the tables, even making them feel the danger of death. Meng Iran recalled what she had heard during her time at the Exotic Beast Academy and shared the rumors with Long Gong and Shi Po. To her surprise, this beautiful girl had also heard of the Crown Prince Party. What a coincidence. Zhao Qian, standing on the head of the desert giant eagle, spoke with a hint of amusement in his tone. After all, he was the leader of the Crown Prince Party. Nowadays, the reputation of the Crown Prince Party was spreading even in the Exotic Beast Academy, an institution whose strength was on par with its Songhui Academy. Doesn't this indicate that the development of the Crown Prince Party is getting better and better, and its fame is brewing in various academies? Once the time is ripe, the expansion of the Crown Prince Party's branches will likely happen naturally, facing almost no obstacles. Chapter 90. I really got lost. May I ask what brings you here? Although Long Gong was filled with curiosity about this unknown existence called the Crown Prince Party, he did not let his guard down, keeping his eyes fixed on Zhao Qian in the sky. After all, they were in the Stardow Forest, known for being the most competitive place in the Soul Master world, with the highest death toll. Even though Long Gong was an 8-ring title Douluo and was confident he could slay the 50,000-year avian soul beast, he was unwilling to take risks. After all, his granddaughter mentioned that the members of the Crown Prince Party's hidden weapon class could defeat enemies across a gap of 10 or 20 levels. Long Gong did not trust the young man who claimed to be Newton, the left protector of the Crown Prince Party, but he trusted his precious granddaughter. Therefore, he had to be cautious, in case this mysterious young man had ill intentions. Sensing her old man's vigilance and tension, Shi Po, gripping her snake staff martial soul, discreetly scanned the surroundings, and soul rings rose beneath her feet, revealing a configuration of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Though not top tier, it was still high tier. A soul Douluo with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black spirit rings, and a soul emperor with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black spirit ring. Combined with the martial soul fusion technique of the formidable couple, even a title Douluo would have to fight seriously. Actually, I just came to ask for directions. I got lost. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhao Qian said to them, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The formidable couple, Meng Yiran, meow meow meow. Then, the formidable couple simultaneously glanced at Zhao Qian, with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Cough. I'm not joking. I really am lost. Could you please tell me which direction the area where the Barak Kingdom borders the Douluo Forest is? Zhao Qian asked a bit shyly with an awkward smile. We came from the Fasno province, and as for the area where the Barak Kingdom borders the Douluo Forest, if you fly northwest, you should soon see a few small towns that provide supplies for soul masters. Cross them, and you'll reach the Barak Kingdom. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady exchanged glances. And then the Snake Lady replied to Zhao Qian, I see. Thank you both for the information. If we meet again in the future, I will surely repay you generously. Nodding, Zhao Qian lay back on the sofa on the back of the desert giant eagle and immediately instructed it to fly northwest. If I don't hurry to find Zhao Wujia and the others, who knows how worried they must be. Old man, what do you think? Looking at the figure of the desert giant eagle flying away, the Snake Lady couldn't help but glance at the Dragon Lord beside her. This child is unfathomable, with limitless potential. After gazing deeply at the departing desert giant eagle, the Dragon Lord said with a serious expression. Hearing this, the Snake Lady was immediately shocked, her pupils contracting. To be praised by her husband, a soul, Douluo, clearly indicated that the mysterious young man just now indeed possessed astonishing talent. Grandpa, Grandma, what are you talking about? That mysterious person must be an old monster, right? They just used some sound-altering technique to sound young, right? Seeing her grandparents' serious expressions, Meng Yiran couldn't help but want to break the atmosphere. Yiran, you're mistaken. That is a child younger than you, not some old monster. Shaking his head gently, the Dragon Lord stated the fact he perceived as a soul, Douluo. How is that possible? Meng Yiran looked incredulous. That is a soul beast with 50,000 years of cultivation. How could a child younger than me possibly subdue it? With wide eyes, Meng Yiran couldn't believe her grandfather's words were true. Do not speak of this. The Dragon Lord ignored his granddaughter's disbelief and sternly instructed. I can faintly sense that in the near future, there will be great turmoil across the continent. No one has ever been able to subdue a soul beast, let alone one with 50,000 years of cultivation and intelligence comparable to humans. Such a situation is indeed unfolding before our eyes, and the existing pattern on the continent will inevitably face upheaval in the future. Although our Meng family holds a significant position and is one of the controllers of the exotic beast academy in the vast pattern of the continent, we are merely pawns. Self-preservation is what we should do. Seeing her grandfather, who had always doted on her, speak so seriously, Meng Yiran couldn't help but feel a bit lost and wronged. Yiran, Grandpa and Grandma are doing this for your own good. Your talent is good, but the world is vast, and there are many geniuses. After returning to the academy, you can try to learn more about the so-called Prince Party, and if you discover anything, tell Grandpa and Grandma. Just don't conflict with them, okay? Gently patting the face of the lost and sad Meng Yiran, the Snake Lady said lovingly. Not long after, in a small town in the southern part of the Barak Kingdom, near the Douluo Forest, Zhao Wujia sprinted all the way to the small town without any rest, reaching the hotel where Dai Mubai and the others were waiting. Waiter, take our order. As a teacher, Zhao Wujia couldn't just eat off his students' plates, so he left on his own. Oscar and the others, feeling exhausted, slumped over the table, watching Dai Mubai place the order. Boss Dai, you're too abnormal. After running all this way, you're not tired at all? You still have the energy to order food. Ma Hongjun, resting his head on his arms, looked at Dai Mubai with a tired expression. Abnormal? You should reserve that term for Zhao Qian. I'm tired too, but after eating a sausage from Xiao Ao, I regained some energy, Dai Mubai replied with a faint smile. Oscar, do you still have any soul power left to transform into sausages? Quick, give me a big one. Ma Hongjun weakly reached out towards Oscar, who was slumped over next to him. None, not a bit left, Oscar replied sleepily, almost dozing off. The others also said little, mostly resting their heads on the dining table, completely worn out. It wasn't until the food arrived that they regained some energy. Huh, who are those people? They seem to be students from another academy. Their uniforms look very neat and uniform. Suddenly, Xiao Wu looked towards the entrance of the hotel's restaurant, where 8 people walked in from outside. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his hair slicked back and a smug expression on his face. Behind him were 6 boys and 1 girl, who appeared to be his students. So it's from Sanghui Academy. They don't seem that strong. Dai Mubai said dismissively after glancing at the students in light blue uniforms. Immediately, everyone at the table felt 8 unfriendly gazes directed at them, especially the middle-aged man, whose stare was particularly imposing. The dean once said that students who don't dare to cause trouble aren't good students. When encountering students from other academies, they should provoke them. With a wicked smile, Dai Mubai stood up, straightened his clothes, and confidently approached the 8 from Tsanghui Academy. Ma Hongjun, who had been munching on a chicken leg, also stood up, puffing out his chest to follow. But at that moment, one of the boys among the 6 males and 1 female from Tsanghui Academy suddenly widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Xiao Wu at the table. His voice trembling as he said, "Sister Xiao Wu?" Chapter 91. Tang sect leader, who are you? Xiao Wu turned her head, looking curiously at the student from Tsanghui Academy, puzzled as she didn't remember knowing him. "It's me, Zhao Qian, from Nodding Academy. Do you remember? You even beat me up back then." The boy, who looked around 17 or 18, exclaimed excitedly, "You're from the Royal Faction S branch at Tsanghui Academy." Xiao Wu suddenly realized, pointing at the young man. "Yes, yes, yes." The young man named Zhao Qian nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice. "I never expected to meet you here. I'm so lucky. It's been so long, Sister Xiao Wu. You become even prettier. TCH, just sweet talk." Although she pretended to be indifferent, Xiao Wu felt pleased inside from being complimented and instinctively glanced at Tang San. However, she saw that Tang San, who was resting his eyes on the table, showed no change in expression and didn't even look at her, which instantly made her furious. What a pity some people are blind. After being together for over 6 years, they still can't see a girl as beautiful as a flower, as lovely as a goddess. I wonder where their eyes went. You know each other? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had been ready to provoke, were stunned and looked at the scene in confusion. Provocation was usually aimed at strangers. If it was someone from their own side, how could they fight? That wouldn't work at all. Sister Xiao Wu, the only female student among the Tsanghui Academy group, who was also the strongest, frowned. "Are you saying this little girl is a veteran figure in our royal faction?" "Yes, Senior Sister Han. Sister Xiao Wu is only about 12 this year, but she was once regarded as one of the most valued people beside Chairman Chenyu." The previously introduced student, Zhao Qian, answered obediently. "Then it seems the rumors are true. Our formidable royal faction leader is mostly just a little kid, while Sister Xiao Wu, whom a bunch of big boys in the academy fear, is indeed just a little girl." The female student smiled self-deprecatingly, but her expression suddenly turned a bit cold. "What? Do you have an opinion about the royal faction? Do you want to betray the royal faction?" At that moment, Tang San, who had been resting his eyes on the table, suddenly stood up. His eyes shimmered with purple light, and his calm demeanor was somewhat frightening. Before Senior Sister Han could frown and ask, the young student named Zhao Qian, upon seeing Tang San stand up after having been quietly resting with his face hidden, immediately turned pale with fear. Vice Class Leader Zhao Qian of the Dark Weapon Class, branch of the Royal Faction at Tsanghui Academy, pays respects to the leader of the Tang sect. He quickly tugged at the 2 classmates behind him, and kneeling on one knee before Tang San, he clasped his fists above his head, speaking clearly and powerfully. This was the etiquette within the sect. As for how Zhao Qian recognized Tang San, it was because of the special nature of the Dark Weapon Class, where the leader and vice leader had to periodically go to Nodding Academy to summarize and learn from Tang San. Now that it had only been a little over a month since Tang San graduated, Zhao Qian naturally wouldn't forget what he looked like. The 2 classmates behind Zhao Qian were members of his Dark Weapon Class. Every member had heard of the legend and myth of the leader of the Tang sect, and for them, the mastery of hidden weapons was the idol in their hearts. Thus, after instinctively kneeling on one knee, the 2 members of the Dark Weapon Class behind Zhao Qian couldn't help but slightly lift their heads to see the true demeanor of the leader of the Tang sect. The moment they looked, they were immediately struck by Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, causing cold sweat to break out on their foreheads, their hearts racing. And they no longer dared to be disrespectful. "You are the leader of the Tang sect, who is highly esteemed even by Chairman Chenyu." Senior Sister Han instinctively felt 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rise beneath her, furrowing her brows as she looked at Tang San. "That's right," Tang San, expressionless, nodded. "I see you harbor resentment and seem to be unconvinced. Do you want to challenge me to see if I'm qualified to sit in the position of the leader of the Tang sect?" As he spoke, 200-year level yellow soul rings rose beneath Tang San's feet. Although he was not as strong as Senior Sister Han, he showed no fear, his face devoid of expression, merely calm. "You're just a mere 2-ring Great Soul Master." Senior Sister Han scoffed, a light blue staff floating in her right hand. "Unfortunately, the leader of the Tang sect has just broken through to level 30, only one soul ring away from becoming a soul sovereign. Tang San said lightly, raising his right hand, revealing his blue-silver grass martial soul. Seeing Tang San's rapid cultivation speed, senior sister Han quickly composed herself and sneered. Han Ruyue, 17 years old, martial soul, cold moon staff, 37 level control system, soul sovereign. Tang San, calm in demeanor, introduced himself. Tang San, 12 years old, leader of the dark weapon class of the royal faction, leader of the Tang sect, martial soul, blue silver grass, 30 level control system, great soul master. 12 years old. How is this possible? The Tang sect's leader actually reached level 30 at the age of 12, so after absorbing a soul ring. Wouldn't he soar to level 34 or 35? Truly deserving of being the head of all the hidden weapon classes within our prince party. His talent is simply monstrous. Additionally, the three ordinary members of the prince party from Songhue Academy couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. Han Ruyue seemed surprised that Zhao Qian was such a monster, reaching level 30 at just 12 years old, which made her expression somewhat ugly. If he absorbs another soul ring, wouldn't the gap between her and Tang San become even smaller, while she is 5 years older than him? It should be known that Han Ruyue is also regarded as a genius in Songhue Academy, akin to being the center of attention. Yet now, she feels a sense of humiliation, resentment, and anger, as if being trampled by a prodigy. After the battle, I hope you correct your arrogant attitude, know your place, and see your own position clearly. After saying this, Tang San, with a blank expression, walked out of the hotel. Han Ruyue, furious, clenched her cold moon staff tightly and turned to follow him out. She had to admit that Tang San, the legendary leader of the Tang sect, indeed had some weight. But today she wanted him to see just how significant the gap of a soul ring is, especially the gap of a 1,000-year soul ring. The middle-aged Yi Zhiqiu, in his 40s and the leader of these people, quietly watched the scene unfold, his eyes flickering as he did not interfere. The Prince Party is his benefactor, and Zhao Qian, the chairman of the Prince Party's Songhue Academy branch, has a good personal relationship with him. This is an internal matter of the Prince Party, and it also involves the nearly deified leader of the Tang sect at Songhue Academy, so naturally, he wouldn't meddle. By the way, he also wanted to see for himself what kind of person this Tang sect leader of the Prince Party truly is. Chapter 92. Meeting the Prince. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to watch Little San fight. That nasty woman actually dared to look down on the Tang sect leader. We must make her pay. While saying this, they pulled Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing and ran outside. Seeing this, Dai Mubai and the others also followed suit. After all, they were facing a level 37 soul master, who was higher than Dai Mubai, while Tang San had just broken through to level 30, one soul ring behind the opponent, making the battle potentially dangerous. Thud. However, as soon as Dai Mubai and the others stepped out of the hotel, they saw Han Ryue's soul rings dissipate, and she fell to the ground with a purple face. Ha ha! It was as if something was stuck in her throat. Hanra, who fell to the ground, clutched her throat, her eyes wide open as she stared at Tang San, reaching out toward him with a look of fear and pleading in her eyes. Meanwhile, Tang San, standing across from her, maintained an expressionless demeanor, calm and composed, without even activating his soul rings. Is it over? Everyone looked in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. It should be known that Han Ruyue was a top-tier soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. A full 1,000-year soul ring more than Tang San. Yet, she suddenly fell to the ground, and the fear and pleading in her gaze made it clear that Han Ruyue had lost. Is this the power of the leader? The 3 members of the hidden weapon class from the Prince Party stationed at Songhue Academy were dumbfounded by the shocking scene. They hardly saw Tang San do anything. And suddenly Han Ruyue had a purple face, as if poisoned, and collapsed. This terrifying mastery of hidden weapons had reached a realm of perfection. Truly, he is the leader of the Tang sect. The 3 members of the hidden weapon class were all shaken, and their gazes toward Tang San were filled with fervor and admiration. What the heck happened? Why did Han Ruyue suddenly fall? Yi Zhiqiu, who had the strength of a Soul King, looked at this scene with some astonishment, but he immediately furrowed his brows and began to think. This Tang sect leader of the Prince Party is a bit dangerous. I fear that I might accidentally fall into his trap. Moreover, he achieved such accomplishments at only 12 years old. It seems I need to have a good talk with Zhao Qian when I get back, and submit an application to join the Prince Party. As a member of the Prince Party, you should be among the most knowledgeable about the Tang sect. In this situation, if you were to lose to me, how could you survive as an enemy? Looking at Han Ruiyue, who was on the ground, tears streaming down her face in a plea, Tang San's voice was cold and filled with reprimand. After saying this, Tang San approached Han Ruiyue, secretly using his Xianyu to retrieve a small poison needle that had pierced her Tian 2 point, and then stuffed a pill into her mouth before standing up and leaving. Now, who still has objections to me as the Tang sect leader? Who still has objections to the Prince Party? Coldly scanning the students of Tsanghui Academy, a purple light began to swirl in Tang San's emotionless eyes. No, no, no. The students of Tsanghui Academy who were swept by Tang San's gaze couldn't help but feel it chill down their spines, their bodies trembling as they desperately shook their heads, their eyes filled with fear. They had already found the hidden weapon class to be as terrifying as a venomous snake or a hedgehog. But this Tang sect leader was simply a nightmare that made them tremble. Even Yi Zhiqiu, who was glanced at by Tang San, awkwardly grinned and shook his head to express he had no objections, not daring to express any dissent. Although he was a soul king, even a soul de law could be taken out by hidden means, so he naturally did not dare to act arrogantly. Otherwise, Yi Zhiqiu feared that as soon as he left this place, he would bleed from all 7 orifices and collapse in a pool of blood, not even knowing how he died. Wow, I finally found you guys. So you were here. At this moment, Zhao Qian, with an excited expression, ran over and gave Tang San an enthusiastic hug. Brother Qian. The moment Zhao Qian embraced Tang San, the cold expression on Tang San's face instantly melted away like snow, replaced by a squinting smile. Are these people from Tsanghui Academy? With Zhao Qian's arm around him, he turned to look at these seemingly familiar faces. Lightly nodding, Tang San's expression suddenly turned cold as he glared at these people, scolding. Why aren't you quickly greeting the prince? In a state of panic, the students of Tsanghui Academy suddenly felt their legs go weak, and with a thud, they all knelt on one knee, raising their fists above their heads and saying in a terrified whisper, Member Zhang San of the Prince Party stationed at Tsanghui Academy, paying respects to the prince. Member Li Si of the Prince Party stationed at Tsanghui Academy, paying respects to the prince. Member Wang Wu of the Prince Party stationed at Tsanghui Academy, paying respects to the prince. Sister, are you also from the Prince Party? Looking at Han Ruiyue, whose long legs were exposed and who spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood, Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask. Han Ruiyue, paying respects to the prince. Glancing at Tang San, Han Ruiyue also began to pay her respects. Then you must be their team leader, Yi Zhiqiu, right? Gently helping everyone up, Zhao Qian smiled at the awkwardly standing Yi Zhiqiu. Indeed, it's me. Your Highness, have you heard of me? Yi Zhiqiu cautiously looked at Zhao Qian, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. Of course, Xiao Qinyu has been at Tsanghui Academy for over 5 years. He would definitely have mentioned your name as the head of the External Affairs Department in his letters to me. At this point, Zhao Qian's smile grew even brighter. Brother Qinyu is indeed a talent. Nodding with a forced smile, Yi Zhiqiu felt a bit flustered and the feeling of unease intensified. He often sends you money. How could Xiao Qinyu not be a talent? You have quite an appetite, wanting money every day, right? You just want money without doing anything, right? Zhao Qian, with a slight squint and a smile on his face, suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap! A soft sound echoed. Yi Zhiqiu was stunned, not knowing what Zhao Qian's action meant. However, Dai Mu Bai, who was nearby, instinctively felt a chill and immediately hid far away. Boom! A distorted ball of light blue soul power exploded, suddenly bursting beneath Yi Zhiqiu. As Yi Zhiqiu's face turned pale and his eyes widened in shock, he realized in horror that his pants were actually wet. Gulping, the nearly everyone present stared at the suddenly exploding Yi Zhiqiu, and when they turned to look at the smiling Zhao Qian, they couldn't help but swallow hard. A simple snap of the fingers sent Yi Zhiqiu, a teacher with soul power over level 50, flying. This was simply something that normal people couldn't do. Even if a soul emperor were to beat a soul king, it wouldn't be possible to defeat the opponent with just a snap of the fingers. The prince can't be a monster, can he? Everyone couldn't help but think in shock. Now, they finally understood why someone like Chairman Xiao Qinyu, who could easily defeat most soul sect experts, would be so loyal to the prince. This is simply not human, with just a snap of the fingers. Who would dare to betray him? If both snapped their fingers together, wouldn't the whole body be blown to pieces? Chapter 93. The Hidden Weapon Class Yi Zhiqiu. Are you okay? With a dull thud, Yi Zhiqiu's body crashed heavily to the ground, and Zhao Qian looked at him with concern, filled with resentment and anger. Yi Zhiqiu lay on the dusty ground, feeling a burning pain in his lower back that made it almost impossible for him to stand up. his chest filled with killing intent. As the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanhui Academy, being humiliated like this in front of his students was something he couldn't endure. Although his martial soul was the Xiangui, it didn't mean he was a coward. One day, he would make this strange prince pay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. He raised his head and forced a smile, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. It's good to hear that. Smiling at Yi Zhiqiu, Zhao Qian knew he couldn't just submit like that. As the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanhui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu must have some exceptional qualities, and Zhao Qian had reason to suspect he harbored resentment and was waiting for revenge. Over the past 5 years at Tsanhui Academy, Zhao Qian had shared with Zhao Qian many of Yi Zhiqiu's disgusting deeds. He was cheerful when taking money, but after getting it, he seemed to forget he ever received it and wouldn't respond when asked for help. But if a month went by without giving him money, Yi Zhiqiu remembered better than anyone, insidiously setting obstacle for the prince's faction in the academy. What are you all doing on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? Hunting soul bees for soul rings, or just training? Shifting his gaze from Yi Zhiqiu, Zhao Qian looked at the members of Tsanhui Academy's prince faction. Reporting to Your Highness. It was my subordinate's soul power that reached level 30, which allowed this operation. The member named Zhao Qian from the hidden weapon class respectfully replied. What is your martial soul? During the earlier introduction, Zhao Qian learned that this Zhao Qian was the vice captain of the 12th class of the Tang Sect's hidden weapon class at Tsanhui Academy, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation and wanted to learn more. Reporting to Your Highness. My martial soul is the demon pattern antelope. After joining the hidden weapon class at Nodding Academy, I've been developing towards the path of agility attack and control type soul masters. My first soul skill is Shadow Clone, and my second soul skill is Eye of Fear. Without any reservations, Zhao Qian stated everything. Not bad, come with me. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Qian took Zhao Qian and left the hotel entrance. This left the members of Tsanhui Academy and Shrek Academy staring at each other, unsure of what to do. If they were to provoke a fight, it seemed they were all on the same side, and a random brawl could easily damage their camaraderie. If they were to spar, the current situation didn't seem appropriate, as the leading teacher from Tsanhui Academy was still lying on the ground, letting healing-type students help him recover from the injury to his lower back. Tang-san, how many branches has our prince faction developed in various academies? I feel like Brother Qian missed some details during the last introduction. Are there really only 70,000 members of the prince faction? Even a prestigious institution like Tsanhui Academy has a branch, and with developments elsewhere, shouldn't the number be over 100,000? Dai Mubai, who rarely called Zhao Qian by name, suddenly referred to him as Brother Qian this time, curiously looking at Tang-san for answers. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Tang-san with curiosity. They had never thought much of the prince faction before, as there were only 8 students in Shrek Academy. But now, exposed to the outside world, they suddenly found the prince faction to be quite mysterious and powerful, filling them with a desire to learn more. I don't know the specific information. You'll have to ask Brother Qian. I only know that in the hidden weapon class I'm currently responsible for, there are 618 trainee members and 196 formal members. Smiling slightly, Tang-san replied to the group beside him. So few? Dai Mubai was puzzled and didn't believe it. The others felt the same, their expressions confused, thinking that the hidden weapon class should have at least a few thousand members. But the data Tang-san provided didn't even reach 1,000. Mubai, what do you think the hidden weapon class is? The identity information and skill levels of most of their members have to be personally reviewed by me. Only those who meet the standards can stay. Even if you successfully join the hidden weapon class, you'd only be a trainee member at most. Your martial soul, your personality, and your personal development style dictate that you are not suitable for the hidden weapon class. With a faint smile, Tang-san glanced at Dai Mubai and patted his shoulder as he replied. Hearing Tang-san's comments, not only Dai Mubai, but also Ma Hongjun and the others were stunned. The number of people in Shrek Academy was too small, with only Tang-san, the leader of the hidden weapon class. So they didn't know the requirements for joining being so strict, requiring Tang-san to personally review each soul master's information and skill levels. In reality, what Tang-san was saying was only the last census data he had on the hidden weapon class at Tsanhui Academy. He didn't mention the data from other lower-level Soul Master academies, because he knew that apart from Zhao Qian, only he himself could know all the true data. Hidden weapons are meant to catch opponents off guard. If the data about the hidden weapon class were to leak, it would only be incomplete data meant to confuse others like a smokescreen. Tang-san, do you think I would be suitable to join the hidden weapon class? With a flicker in her gaze, The usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked Tang San. Seeing the hopeful look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Dai Mubai immediately shot a glance at Tang San, as if to say, "Give me some face and don't be too harsh. Actually, Zhu Qing, you're not really suited for it." Smiling, Tang San continued, "The members of the hidden weapon class follow a path of agility attack and control type, complementing each other. You are a standard agility attack soul master, while the members of the hidden weapon class only need the agility from agility attack and the control from control type, which can be roughly described as agility control type. Your first and second soul rings abilities have been finalized, and becoming a member of the hidden weapons class may not be ideal for you, but you still meet the requirements as a trainee member." After saying this, Tang San looked at Dai Mubai, as if asking himself whether his words were polite enough and whether they met his not-so-unreasonable request. "Zhu Qing, you are an excellent agility-type soul master. Joining the hidden weapons class is completely restricting your development." With a helpless glance at Tang San, Dai Mubai began to comfort Zhu Zhuqing. "Can I become stronger by joining the hidden weapons class?" It was as if Dai Mubai was invisible. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even look at him and directly asked Tang San with hope, "At least stronger than you are now?" Tang San replied with a helpless expression towards Dai Mubai, "And even several times stronger. I will join the hidden weapons class, even if I am just a trainee member." Still maintaining her aloof demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was very determined at that moment. Chapter 94. Do you dare to mention the Crown Prince to me? Have you rested well? Once you're done resting, we will set off. Zhao Qian had not been back with Zhao Qian for long when Zhao Wujuan walked out of the hotel and urged everyone, "Teacher Yi, let's set off." Watching Zhao Qian and the others disappear into the distance, Zhao Qian looked at Yi Zhiqiu, who had already changed into clean clothes in the hotel. "Why aren't you leaving quickly?" Yi Zhiqiu shot a cold glance at Zhao Qian, revealing her bad temper, which was now unrestrained. The Star Do Forest is located between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, with 2/5 of its area in the Heaven Do Empire and 3/5 in the Star Luo Empire. If we roughly explain the geographical situation using a globe, it would be that the Heaven Do Empire is in the northern hemisphere, the Star Luo Empire in the southern hemisphere, while the Star Do Forest lies on the equator. However, the entire Douluo Continent does not cover such a vast area as the whole planet, because Douluo Star is quite large. Besides the Douluo Continent, there are other continental plates on this massive planet. Tang San, I didn't expect your talent to be so remarkable. You've also broken through to the 30th level. When we go back, if Flander finds out that 2 more soul sages have appeared in the academy, he will be overjoyed. Upon reaching the edge of the Star Do Forest and learning that Tang San had also reached the 30th level, Zhao Wujuan grinned widely. Tang San merely smiled lightly in response, appearing unfazed. Seeing this, Zhao Wujuan became even more satisfied with his student and immediately instructed everyone. The Star Do Forest is different from the soul-hunting forests where the Empire raises soul beasts. It is extremely dangerous. I hope my repeated emphasis can keep you vigilant. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two are auxiliary soul masters. Stay close to me. The rest of you should not stray more than 50 meters from me. After saying this, Zhao Wujuan calmed his mind to sense the surroundings and stepped forward, his muscular body, like an iron tower, leading the way into the Star Do Forest. A fragrance of grass, wood, and earth immediately wafted in, and the surrounding spiritual energy was slightly denser than in other places, making it refreshing to breathe. Shouldn't we arrange our positions and formations? What if we encounter danger? After entering the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, where the trees reached over 20 meters high, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask with some worry, "I'm a control-type soul master. I'll take care of the arrangements." Tang San nodded and said, "Zhu Zhuqing will scout the surroundings. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun will protect Qiangu, and Mu Bai will cover the rear." Everyone collectively thought, "We know you, Tang San, and Zhao Qian are close, but you can't be this biased. He could take out a Soul King with just a snap of his fingers. Does he really need us to protect him?" The group looked at Tang San with exasperated eyes, thinking, this Tang San is really something. "Guys, I want to catch some soul beasts nearby to feed my contracted soul beast. You can continue ahead. I'll find you later." After delving deeper into the Star Do Forest for a while, Zhao Qian suddenly spoke up from behind. The group, who had been focused on their surroundings, turned back to look at Zhao Qian with some confusion. Along the way, they had encountered soul beasts, all of which Zhao Qian had captured. Logically speaking, traveling and capturing soul beasts shouldn't conflict, right? All right, come back early. Zhao Wujuan seemed to realize Zhao Qian wanted to do something else and nodded in agreement. Being all mysterious, one day I'll strip you bare and see what else you're hiding. Ning Rongrong muttered softly, wrinkling her small nose as she watched Zhao Qian's departing figure. The others also saw that Zhao Qian had other matters to attend to. But Ma Hongjun couldn't help but look at Zhao Wujuan and ask, "Teacher Zhao, this is the notoriously dangerous Stardow Forest. Are you not worried about Zhao Qian getting into trouble? Can the freak Qian be like you? Even if something happens to you, he won't be in trouble." Zhao Wujuan, walking in front, remained unperturbed, recalling the night he was beaten by the Haotian Douluo when Flander found him. They exchanged information and learned that Flander had also encountered the Haotian Douluo, leaving Zhao Wujuan bewildered. He couldn't believe that the brat Zhao Qian, who had blown him away, actually had a back-and-forth encounter with the Haotian Douluo, especially since Zhao Qian even made the Haotian Douluo use the abilities of his first soul ring. From that night on, Zhao Wujuan never regarded Zhao Qian as a mere human anymore. Meanwhile, the others were thinking, "Zhao Qian, how can you still drag us out a step on us, bullying us for not being as good as someone else's outstanding child?" On the other side, the members of Tsanghui Academy had also entered the Stardow Forest. "Let's hunt soul beasts nearby. If we go further in, those soul beasts won't be something you can handle." The leader, Yi Zhiqiu, surveyed the surroundings and stopped. "But teacher, there should only be century-level soul beasts nearby, right? I came this time to obtain my third soul ring." Xiao Jian couldn't help but speak up upon seeing this. "What? You want a 1,000-year level soul ring? Fine, if you have the ability, go ahead and walk forward by yourself and hunt a 1,000-year soul beast." Yi Zhiqiu coldly laughed and leaped onto a branch of a large tree, leaning against the trunk to rest. "Teacher Yi, isn't this a bit excessive? Before we left, you promised Chairman Zhao Qian that you would help us hunt soul beasts." Han Ruyu, the highest ranked among the group, looked at Yi Zhiqiu and questioned him with a cold expression. "Oh, is that so?" Leaning against the tree trunk, Yi Zhiqiu sneered. "But helping you hunt century-level soul beasts is still helping, right? Why should I help you hunt 1,000-year level soul beasts? Teacher Yi, don't go too far. If we only need to hunt century-level soul beasts, why would the royal faction need to pay you? Don't forget how you were knocked down by the prince." One student was so angered by Yi Zhiqiu's attitude that he glared and pointed at him while shouting, "The prince? You mentioned the prince to me? Do you believe I won't let you die at the hands of soul beasts today?" Thinking of the humiliation he suffered at Zhao Qian's hands, Yi Zhiqiu's face turned cold. With a loud crash, Yi Zhiqiu kicked down a sturdy tree over 20 meters high, and his icy gaze turned to the student in front of him. The members of the royal faction from Tsanghui Academy turned pale at the sight, their fists clenched, but they dared not speak out. This was not Tsanghui Academy. They were in the perilous Stardow Forest, where the number of soul master deaths was the highest. Facing Yi Zhiqiu, who possessed 5 soul rings, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Otherwise, as Yi Zhiqiu said, he would let them die at the hands of soul beasts. Boom! Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, and the sound of giant trees breaking echoed continuously, as if a colossal creature was coming to uproot the mountains and trees. The faces of the royal faction members from Tsanghui Academy changed dramatically. Even Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king, sensed the overpowering aura approaching and couldn't help but look serious. A green turtle shell phantom protecting him. This was his martial soul, Xiangui. Chapter 95. Sacrifice Yi Zhiqiu. Accompanied by a steel-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Towering as high as 6 stories, it violently charged forward, breaking the giant trees with its head covered in silver metal armor. Yi Zhiqiu was horrified to discover that a person was actually standing on the head of this rare, millennium-level soul beast. Instantly, a deep sense of dread arose in his heart, and the green turtle shell on Yi Zhiqiu glowed even more brightly. "Who are you?" Looking at the mysterious figure hidden under the black hooded cloak on the massive head of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, Yi Zhiqiu was filled with vigilance. "I'm the one who will punish you." Zhao Qian, hiding his form on the head of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, had practiced altering his voice before coming, and now it sounded like a young man's voice. Roar! Before he finished speaking, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, with around 7,000 years of cultivation, suddenly opened its blood-red mouth and roared, its teeth sharp as daggers gleaming with a chilling white light. The bloody and violent aura causing the faces of the people behind Yi Zhiqiu to turn pale. "Since you possess the mysterious power to subdue soul beasts, you must have no enmity with me. Why would you come to punish me? I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. Both the principal and a vice principal are soul Douluo-level powerhouses. I urge you to think carefully." Although Yi Zhiqiu was confident he could escape from the attack of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, The mysterious person standing in front of him made him extremely wary, and he had to bring out his background in hopes of intimidating the other party. But how could Zhao Qian be intimidated? It wasn't like a soul Douluo was present. It would be strange for Zhao Qian to be scared by just a few words. After all, he was also a generation of talents who could contend equally with title Douluo. I am the bright left guardian of the Prince's Party, Newton. You oppress the members of the Prince's Party. If I do not punish you, should I punish those who are oppressed by you? Zhao Qian's tone was cold. The Prince's Party? The bright left guardian? Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned at this scene, and even the 6 male and 1 female members of the Prince's Party behind him were bewildered. The Prince's Party has a bright left guardian, and he is called Newton? Why don't we know about this? Although feeling somewhat confused, seeing this bright left guardian exuding an extraordinary aura like a descending deity, everyone couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope and excitement. With the bright left guardian present, how could Yi Zhiqiu continue to be arrogant? Would he dare to betray them or even plot against them? Thinking of this, the people behind Yi Zhiqiu quickly retreated, clearing a large space for the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus to deal with Yi Zhiqiu, while also preventing any accidental injuries to themselves. You guys, Yi Zhiqiu glared at those retreating students. Furious, I hope this lesson will make you truly repent. After saying that, Zhao Qian jumped onto a nearby giant tree and quickly distanced himself. Before Yi Zhiqiu could regain his senses, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus suddenly tilted its head back and let out an angry roar, charging violently towards him with its head and forelimbs covered in silver metal armor. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had occurred. The ground trembled, the surrounding trees rustled, and a powerful wave of soul power swept outward. Who is Zhao Qian? Zhao Qian, hidden under the black hooded cloak, stood on a sturdy branch and asked in a calm tone. Zhao Qian, the vice-class leader of the concealed weapon class in the Prince's Party stationed at Songhui Academy, has met the bright left guardian. May I ask why you have come this time? Despite some doubts about the sudden appearance of this bright left guardian, Zhao Qian decided to trust him for the moment, given that he had just beaten up Yi Zhiqiu. I came here to convey the prince's orders, which only you can know, Zhao Qian said indifferently while standing on the sturdy branch. At that moment, Zhao Qian recalled the conversation he had with the prince when he was taken away from the hotel, and couldn't help but feel delighted. So that's it. I, Zhao Qian, will follow the left guardian. Giving the people behind him a reassuring look, Zhao Qian immediately leaped onto the branch and chased after Zhao Qian, who was hidden under the black hooded cloak. For most soul masters, their limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. For the second soul ring is 764 years, and for the third soul ring is 1,760 years. Zhao Qian had come not only to deal with Yi Zhiqiu and give him a lesson in intimidation, but also to provide Zhao Qian with the optimal choice for a soul ring. Roar! Just as Zhao Qian approached the location where the bright left guardian was, he suddenly heard a deafening roar that shook his spirit, followed by a foul smell filling the air. It's poisonous. This was Zhao Qian's first reaction. He quickly held his breath to cut off communication with the outside air. Then, he widened his eyes in disbelief as he saw a more than 20-meter-long, fierce mandala snake coiling around the bright left guardian. Roar! Facing Zhao Qian, the mandala snake opened its blood-red mouth again and let out a roar. At this size, the mandala snake no longer hissed like a small snake, but roared like a ferocious beast, instilling fear in other creatures. Zhao Qian, I pay my respects to the bright left guardian Newton. With a thud, he knelt on one knee to pay his respects while also enduring the oppressive feeling brought by the surrounding poisonous gas and the 2,000-year cultivation of the mandala snake. Get up. This mandala snake, with just over 2,000 years of cultivation, is the third soul ring prepared by the prince for you. The mandala snake is adept at speed and poison, making it an excellent choice for members of the concealed weapon class preparing to absorb a soul ring. Zhao Qian said calmly to Zhao Qian, who was kneeling on the ground. This subordinate thanks the prince. Thank you, bright left guardian Newton. Overjoyed, Zhao Qian quickly knelt down again to express his gratitude. He sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to absorb the soul ring. However, this mandala snake had 2,000 years of cultivation. He feared he might not have the ability to absorb its soul ring. After sitting down as instructed, Zhao Qian couldn't help but show a worried expression. Are you defying orders? Secretly giving instructions to the ghost-faced tree demon hidden nearby to interfere with Zhao Qian's spirit. Zhao Qian maintained a cold demeanor. This subordinate does not dare. However, Zhao Qian's face revealed a struggle, and then he gritted his teeth and said, I just hope that if I unfortunately die while absorbing the soul ring, The left guardian can send my remains back to my hometown and leave some money for my parents so they can live comfortably in their old age. The mandala snake has been killed by you. Begin the process of absorbing and merging the soul ring. Without responding to Zhao Qian's request, Zhao Qian watched as Zhao Qian was mentally interfered with by the ghost-faced tree demon, allowing the mandala snake to sacrifice itself to him. Boom! The mandala snake lunged at Zhao Qian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and its body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The rich essence of blood and soul power fluctuations burned like blood flames, slowly forming a purple soul ring that fell around Zhao Qian. In just a few breaths, the purple thousand-year soul ring shrank and merged into Zhao Qian's body. Chapter 96. Are you convinced yet? It went relatively smoothly. Watching Zhao Qian successfully absorb the soul ring and resting with his eyes closed, Zhao Qian felt quite satisfied with this operation. This is just the beginning. A start for the members of the prince's party to use the soul beasts cultivated by him, Zhao Qian, as their soul rings. In the past 5 years, Zhao Qian has been steadily advancing, and the highest soul ring he has granted to members of the prince faction has only been 99 years of cultivation. Only a very few individuals have been allowed by Zhao Qian to receive a century-level soul ring. However, 5 years have passed, and Zhao Qian now has a 10,000-year level soul beast by his side, along with the support of 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints from Shrek Academy. Moreover, the scale of the Junlin auction house has been growing larger and larger. Zhao Qian no longer intends to wait, especially after hearing that Zhao Qian, a vice-captain of the hidden weapon class from the prince's party, actually plans to hunt wild soul beasts to absorb soul rings. He was stirred and decided not to wait any longer. How many soul rings can a soul master have? Even if one reaches the title Douluo realm, they can only have 9, aside from him, Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was afraid that if he continued to hesitate, there would be few remaining soul rings that he could use to cultivate the soul beasts for those within the royal faction. After all, not everyone had extraordinary talent. Some people might take 10 or even more than 10 years to break through to the soul master or soul king levels. Zhao Qian must quickly arrange for the members of the crown prince's party to use the soul beasts he has cultivated as their soul rings. That way, even if someone rebels, even if someone ascends to the peak in the future to oppose Zhao Qian, he can still control them. The soul beasts cultivated by Zhao Qian have soul rings that are so easy to absorb. Would Zhao Qian casually suffer losses without improving himself, crazily mass-producing soul beasts for others to absorb their soul rings? Impossible, because as long as the soul rings absorbed come from the soul beasts cultivated by Zhao Qian, those soul masters can never escape his control. Soul rings are the condensation of a soul beast's cultivation and spiritual power. The soul beasts obey Zhao Qian, and those soul masters who absorb the soul rings from Zhao Qian's cultivated soul beasts, how could they have the ability to control their own soul rings when facing Zhao Qian's released soul rings? The soul rings contain the spiritual power and soul of the soul beasts. As long as Zhao Qian gives an order, those soul rings, which are infused with the spiritual power and soul of the soul beasts, will tremble because of him. Soul masters who have absorbed Zhao Qian's cultivated soul rings can never unleash their soul skills smoothly in front of him. Without soul skills, especially those soul masters who have lost their abilities due to Zhao Qian, are they still a threat? They're just little brothers, just those who get beaten up. How does it feel to fuse soul rings? Looking at Zhao Qian, who slowly opened his eyes, Zhao Qian asked, "Thank you, Crown Prince, thank you, Lord Left Guardian of Light." As soon as Zhao Qian opened his eyes, he immediately knelt on one knee and expressed his gratitude, saying, "If it weren't for you, Lord Left Guardian, taking a precious heavenly material to help me at a critical moment, I would have had no chance of successfully absorbing the soul ring. From now on, Zhao Qian's life belongs to the Crown Prince's party, belongs to the Crown Prince, and he will not hesitate to go through fire and water." His powerful and resolute words expressed Zhao Qian's gratitude towards the Crown Prince's party and the Crown Prince. As for the so-called heavenly materials, Zhao Qian had Zhao Qian mentally interfere and sacrifice the soul beast, thinking it was he who killed the mandala snake to absorb it, and added a step of granting him heavenly materials to help him through the crisis, which was naturally not a big deal. After all, it was just an illusion during the mental interference, and it could also win people's hearts, so why not? This letter, when you returned at Songhui Academy, hand it to Zhao Qianyu, Zhao Qian said, handing the prepared envelope to Zhao Qian and encouraging him, "The future world ultimately belongs to you young people. Work hard, and do not disappoint the Crown Prince's investment in you." I will definitely not fail your expectations, Crown Prince. On one knee, Zhao Qian showed a respectful attitude, and his grateful words were full of determination. Go. Zhao Qian waved, indicating that he could leave. The contents of the letter mainly instructed Zhao Qian to coordinate the various powerful members within the Crown Prince's party to assist in the development of the Junlin auction house. At the same time, since Zhao Qian had already graduated from Notting Academy, the future circulation of soul beasts, information, money, heavenly materials, and weapons would all go through the existing Junlin auction houses in various cities. Moreover, in the future, each city where a Junlin auction house is located will set up a blacksmith shop for the members of the hidden weapon class to practice and forge the hidden weapons they have learned. This is a long-term goal that requires continuous effort, but Zhao Qian believes that with his planning and layout, everything will improve and develop. Yi Zhiqiu, do you concede? Back in the area ravaged by the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, Yi Zhiqiu was seen curled up in the shell, glowing with green light, enduring the mad attacks of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus. I concede. Lord Left Guardian of Light, please spare me. Yi Zhiqiu, who was dizzy from the violent attacks of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, softened. Although this steel-armored Tyrannosaurus was only at the level of a low-ranked Soul King, it was too domineering and powerful. Yi Zhiqiu was just a defensive specialist with a low level, and he simply couldn't withstand it. I hope you are truly convinced. Otherwise, next time it won't be me, Newton, but my brother, Niobe. Zhao Qian glanced at Yi Zhiqiu with a mischievous look and returned to the head of the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, which thundered as it ran on the ground, crashing through giant trees to leave the area. Zhao Qian, is there really a Lord Left Guardian of Light named Newton in our Crown Prince's party? What did he take you to do? As soon as he returned, Zhao Qian was bombarded with questions from Han Riyue and others, who were all very curious about what had happened. Lord Newton is indeed the Left Guardian of Light of our Crown Prince's party. He took me to hunt soul beasts and helped me obtain a 1,000-year soul ring. With a wave, Zhao Qian's soul power surged, and 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, immediately rose around him, radiating the aura of a soul zone. What? How is that possible? With your soul ring configuration, you can actually withstand a 1,000-year soul ring. The others looked at Zhao Qian, who was surrounded by a powerful aura and 3 soul rings, with a mix of astonishment and envy. Lord Newton is a revered member of our party. The Crown Prince mentioned him while we were still at the supply town, and his strength is unfathomable. You don't need to envy me. As long as you work hard, you will also have a day of being recognized. Smiling at everyone, Zhao Qian's heart frequently flashed with the Crown Prince's radiant smile and gentle gaze. He would work even harder and would never disappoint the Crown Prince's expectations of him. Teacher Yi, can we return to the academy now? Zhao Qian then looked at the dusty Yi Zhiqiu. Since you've already obtained the soul ring, what are we still doing here? Looking at the purple soul ring on Zhao Qian, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes flickered and then turned to another student, scolding, "Why aren't you coming over to heal me?" However, Zhao Qian stopped the healing auxiliary soul master who was about to leave, coldly looking at Yi Zhiqiu, and said, "Teacher Yi, please be more respectful to our Crown Prince's party. Otherwise, we will not fear your Soul King's strength anymore. As the deputy leader of the 12th class of the hidden weapon class in the academy, with my soul Zune cultivation level and the support of my 6 comrades, do you think you can continue to be arrogant?" Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in anger, and he was about to explode. But he immediately saw that all 7 students, 6 males and 1 female, were staring at him with unfriendly gazes. Some silently pulled out a needle as thin as a cow's hair, while others gently touched their right forearm, as if hiding some terrible hidden weapon. Returned to the academy. Having long known how terrifying hidden weapons could be, Yi Zhiqiu's face turned pale with anger, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Chapter 97. How terrifying. Stop. In a certain part of the Stardow Forest, just as Zhao Wujie was about to finish off a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake with over 1,000 years of cultivation, a hoarse voice stopped him. Immediately after, 2 figures swiftly approached in leaps and bounds through the forest. With a buzz, Granny Snake, accompanied by her granddaughter, landed on the ground and slowly walked toward Zhao Wujie and the others. 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, rising beneath her feet. "We want." The corners of Zhao Wujie's mouth curled slightly as he walked forward with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression calm. He had originally thought he was facing a formidable opponent, but it turned out to be just a mere 6-ring soul emperor. Zhao Wujie was his 76th level soul sage. Especially since the old woman's soul ring configuration was not as good as his, This was what made Zhao Wujie feel at ease. The thrill of bullying was simply enjoyable. You cannot hunt this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It is my granddaughter's prey. If you don't believe it, look at the staff wounds on it. Leaning on her snake staff, the snake grandma stood in front of Meng Iran, gazing at Zhao Wujie in the distance, her voice somewhat hoarse, yet full of strength. Glancing aside, Zhao Wujie indeed saw that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which he had single-handedly subdued, bore staff wounds. But so what? In the Stardow Forest, whoever hunts a soul beast owns it. If you lack the ability to keep the prey, don't blame others for subduing it after it escapes. Why should it matter? You injured it, but didn't subdue it? With a dismissive smile, Zhao Wujie's feet trembled in the air, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings suddenly rose up. Soul Sage, surprised in his heart, the snake grandma couldn't help but frown when she looked at Zhao Wujie again. Too young. Zhao Wujie was indeed too young. He looked to be in his 40s, but had already reached the Soul Sage realm. A rare and outstanding figure in the Soul Master world. I am the Snake Grandma, elevated by friends in the Soul Master community. My husband, Meng Shu, is known as the Dragon Lord. May I ask for your name, Soul Sage? The Snake Grandma fixed her gaze on Zhao Wujie. Snake Grandma and Dragon Lord? The legendary dragon and snake. Upon hearing the introduction by the Snake Grandma, Zhao Wujie's heart immediately surged with waves of shock, and he instinctively heightened his perception, cautiously observing his surroundings. The Snake Grandma was just a soul emperor-level powerhouse. Zhao Wujie could easily slap her to death with a single hand. However, the Dragon Lord Meng Shu, known in the Soul Master world as the legendary dragon and snake, was a soul Douluo-level powerhouse. He was simply not someone Zhao Wujie could deal with. Moreover, the Dragon Lord and Snake Grandma were a couple, always inseparable, and they had a martial soul fusion skill at their disposal. Even if Zhao Wujie was a soul sage, he would still be defeated if he encountered the Dragon Lord and Snake Grandma. Even if he was a soul Douluo, damn it, I didn't expect to run into a tough opponent. I wonder if the Dragon Lord is nearby. Zhao Wujie, with all his muscles tense and his eyes constantly moving, was attentively monitoring the sounds around him. But at that moment, suddenly a figure was leaping and maneuvering quickly through the ancient trees entwined with old vines in the forest. Instantly, both sides, momentarily in a standoff, couldn't help but look over. Zhao Qian, Zhao Wujie, and the people behind him, including Tang San, suddenly brightened their eyes, not expecting Zhao Qian to return at this moment. Especially when Zhao Wujie thought of Zhao Qian's strange methods. He felt a slight relief in his heart. With the pervert Zhao Qian around, Zhao Wujie felt that even if the Dragon Duke made a move, he still had a certain chance of escape. Senior Snake Woman? Teacher Zhao, what are you doing? Although Zhao Qian had already guessed the situation here, he still showed a puzzled expression as he approached. Brother Qian, they want to snatch AO's soul beast. This phoenix tail, coxcomb snake belongs to them. They clearly have no ability themselves, but now they want to come and take what's ready-made. Angrily, Wu waved a pink fist and shouted at Zhao Qian. Brother, have you seen me before? Ignoring Wu's shouting, Snake Woman curiously looked at Zhao Qian, feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar. I am the leader of the Prince Party. Not long ago, I heard my party's bright left protector Newton mention the Snake Woman and Dragon Duke, but I didn't expect to meet them now. Slightly cupping his hands, Zhao Qian replied with a smile. Bright left protector? Newton? Is there someone named Neo by as well? Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were all dumbfounded. They had no idea there was such a figure in the Prince Party. Moreover, it sounded like that bright left protector Newton seemed quite formidable. Oh, you are the leader of the Prince Party at such a young age? Looking at Zhao Qian with some suspicion, Snake Woman slowly nodded and continued. Indeed, not long ago my husband, the Dragon Duke Meng Shu, and I encountered a party's Newton. The Dragon Duke is really here. Unintentionally overhearing, Zhao Wujie grew increasingly wary of the Dragon Duke, who was hidden somewhere. A soul Douluo powerhouse lurking in the shadows. How could Zhao Wujie not be worried? Indeed, I am the leader of the Prince Party, and these are all members of my Prince Party. I wonder if Senior Snake Woman could let this matter go and not pursue the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. If your granddaughter needs soul rings in the future, she can directly go to any Junlin auction house to make a request, and I will definitely take care of it. Zhao Qian discussed with Snake Woman, throwing a friendly smile at Meng Iran, who had short ear-length hair and deep brown eyes, dressed in a dark green outfit. All right, I will give you, the leader of the Prince Party, some face. After glancing at Zhao Wujie, who had a top-tier soul ring configuration, and then at the kindly, smiling Zhao Qian, Snake Woman nodded. Her husband Meng Shu was not nearby at the moment. A Across from him was also a young soul saint-level powerhouse with top-tier soul ring configuration. Plus, there was a seemingly confident guy who claimed to be the mysterious leader of the Prince Party. Snake Woman, with only the cultivation of a soul emperor, did not dare to be arrogant. Meng Yuan pouted a bit unhappily. If nothing had gone wrong, that phoenix tail coxcomb snake should have been hers. But Meng Yuan was not foolish. As a talent from the Exotic Beast Academy, she realized that her grandfather was not around, and her grandmother alone couldn't suppress the situation. So she could only let out a soft hum towards Zhao Qian and left with her grandmother. Brother Qian, you are so amazing. That's the snake woman from the world-shaking dragon, and Snake who is feared in the Soul Master world. I've heard my dad talk about them. Once they team up, their combat power is said to be unmatched below title Douluo. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Qian with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Even Dai Mubai and the others felt the same. The more they looked at Zhao Qian, who appeared sunny and confident, the more they felt he was mysterious, as if he was hiding a bunch of secrets. At the same time, they increasingly felt that the Prince Party they had joined had a profound background, and that Bright Left Protector Newton had even communicated with the Dragon Duke and Snake Woman. It was feared that the Left Protector's strength was likely at the Soul Douluo level. The Prince Party is indeed terrifying. Everyone's eyes flickered, and amidst their shock, they felt a surge of pride and honor. Hurry up and absorb your soul ring, AO. Zhao Qian smiled slightly at the unusual looks the others were giving him. He couldn't let everyone know that Bright Left Protector Newton was his title, right? At this moment, Oscar also plunged his short sword into the top of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake's head, which was like a red crystal, ending its life. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Oscar drew the purple soul ring that floated above the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, causing it to wrap around himself. After about an hour, a powerful wave of soul power suddenly surged from Oscar, much stronger than before. Congratulations, AO. Come and show us your third soul skill. Looking at Oscar, who had successfully absorbed the soul ring, Zhao Qian smiled. Come on, Brother Qian, this is so embarrassing. Oscar showed a shy expression on his face, clearly reluctant. No way. Oscar, could it be that your soul skill this time is even more disgusting than the first two? Dai Mubai looked over with disbelief. Soon, everyone, including Zhao Wujia, looked at Oscar with strange expressions. Embarrassed, Oscar nodded in acknowledgement of everyone's thoughts. The three girls, Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, instantly blushed upon seeing this. Come on, don't be shy, it's just a soul skill. What is there to be afraid of? Patting Oscar on the shoulder, Zhao Qian offered him comfort and encouragement. Well, all right then, Oscar suddenly raised his eyebrows lewdly and chanted, Mushroom sausage. As the third purple thousand-year soul ring merged into Oscar's body, a sausage with an umbrella-like top immediately appeared in his right hand, splattering pink light. Everyone, can we not eat this in the future? The faces of everyone were filled with disgust and discomfort as they looked at Zhao Qian, seemingly indicating that they really couldn't handle this disgusting mushroom sausage. I'll go first, after all, this is AO's third soul skill. We can't just let go to waste, just close your eyes and bite down on it. Although Zhao Qian also felt that the sausage created by Oscar's third soul skill was quite nauseating, as the leader of the Prince Party, he had to lead by example. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and he took a big bite. Wow, Brother Qian, this is too much. Ma Hongjun was completely stunned at this scene. Just as everyone looked at Zhao Qian with strange expressions, a pair of illusory, pink wings suddenly appeared behind Zhao Qian. Feeling the illusory wings behind him as if they were part of his body, Zhao Qian soared into the air at great speed. However, Zhao Qian knew that the effect of Oscar's soul skill lasted only 1 minute, so after flying for a while, he returned to the ground. Brother Qian, you really treat me the best. Oscar, with his hands on his face and his peach blossom eyes filled with emotion, looked at Zhao Qian. Introduce your soul skill well. Zhao Qian raised his hand and pushed Oscar's head aside with a bit of annoyance. Yes. You're right, Brother Qian. With a lewd smile, Oscar nodded, then straightened his body and introduced clearly. My third soul skill allows everyone to have a brief flying ability and fly at the speed of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake for 1 minute. Flying ability? Everyone was a bit surprised. This is mainly because for soul masters, there are almost no auxiliary abilities that allow everyone to fly. Even soul masters who can fly are quite rare. Moreover, flying at the freakish speed of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake for a minute further highlights the extraordinary nature of Oscar's third soul skill. Next, let's find a suitable soul beast for Tang San. After everyone got familiar with Oscar's third soul skill, Zhao Wujia took the lead to continue forward. The Douluo forest is vast and boundless. Even if one walked for 2 or 3 months, it would be impossible to cross it completely, not to mention the dangerous soul beasts encountered along the way. Therefore, after wandering in the Douluo forest for 2 months, they still couldn't find a suitable soul beast for Tang San. It was too desolate. 20 years ago, even on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, one could often see thousand-year soul beasts. But now, after searching for over 2 months in here, the thousand-year soul beasts they saw were extremely few. With a helpless sigh, Zhao Wuji's mood was quite poor. He was a soul sage, true, but he didn't dare to lead everyone further into the depths of the Douluo forest. He was alone, and if danger arose, he couldn't take care of the 7 students behind him. As for Zhao Qian, whoever wanted to protect him could do so. Why don't we go deeper into the Douluo forest? Teacher Zhao, at a critical moment, my contract soul beast can help everyone escape. And Oscar's third soul skill is also a great escape aid. During this time, Zhao Qian had caught quite a few soul beasts and felt very happy. But there were just too few powerful soul beasts, so he couldn't help but urge Zhao Wujia to go deeper. This way, he would have to spend effort training soul beasts later. When the time came, he could throw the captured soul beasts into the colorful stone space for taming, and directly transport them to various cities' auction houses for the members there to absorb soul rings. This greatly reduced Zhao Qian's burden. What is the age of your contract soul beast? Zhao Qian's suggestion made Zhao Wujia's heart stir. He couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qian and ask, 10,000 years. With a smile, Zhao Qian gave a vague answer without specifying the exact year or the number of contract soul beasts. However, even so, Zhao Wujia's eyes suddenly brightened. Because once a soul beast reaches 10,000 years of cultivation, it possesses the strength equivalent to a human soul emperor. And Zhao Qian had such a powerful contract soul beast. How could Zhao Wujia not be excited? This meant that the entire team's ability to withstand danger had at least doubled. A 10,000-year soul beast? Brother Qian, you actually own a contract soul beast that has reached the 10,000-year level. This is unbelievable. It's like carrying a soul emperor-level bodyguard with you. It's just too frightening. Brother Qian, you are only at the soul respect level and already have a 10,000-year soul beast. When you reach the soul king level, won't your contract soul beast start at 100,000 years? Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, looking at Zhao Qian with disbelief, feeling that he had become even more unfathomable. A mere 10,000-year soul beast, not worth mentioning, just a casual remark. Smiling and waving his hand, Zhao Qian urged everyone to continue on their way. However, during the night, while camping, Zhao Qian suddenly looked serious while sitting cross-legged in the tent. Because according to his calculations, something big might happen tonight. Rumbling. Sure enough, not long after, a huge sound came from near the camp in the Douluo forest under the night sky. Giant trees were breaking, and the earth was trembling. Chapter 99, King Great Soul Beast, the Forest King, Titan, Giant Ape. Looking at the scene before him in disbelief, Zhao Wujia's pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. In the Soul Master world, there's always been a legend about the Douluo forest. It speaks of the Titan Giant Ape, the king of the Douluo forest. It has an enormous body, indestructible defense, unparalleled strength, and shocking talent. Even a 10,000-year Titan Giant Ape possesses terrifying strength that can contend with a 100,000-year soul beast and withstand a tidal Douluo. Throughout the vast history of Douluo Continent, tidal Douluos have emerged endlessly, yet only one soul master has ever successfully slain a Titan Giant Ape to use it as a soul ring. The strength of the Titan Giant Ape is evident from this. It really is the Titan Giant Ape. After the others sensed this overwhelming and astonishing commotion, they quickly left their tents and leapt to the treetops. Once they saw the true form of the enormous creature approaching the camp, everyone was stunned. They saw a giant black ape, as large as a mountain, at least 30 meters tall, with muscles bulging everywhere. Each swollen muscle looked like a small mountain forged from black, mysterious iron, covered in mysterious patterns flowing with magma-like, hot crimson soul power. It was the nightmare of countless soul masters, the Titan Giant Ape, known as the King of the Forest. Roar! Suddenly, as the Titan Giant Ape pushed aside 2 or 3 dozen-meter-high ancient trees, it seemed to discover something, excitedly howling at the sky, its arms pounding on its chest like black iron, producing an astonishingly deafening thunderous sound. The forest within 100 meters radius was nearly blown to smithereens under the excited pounding of the Titan Giant Ape's chest. Zhao Qian and the others, who were closer, faced this thunderous sound of pounding, and every one of them felt an unprecedented pressure in their chests, their blood surging, capillaries bleeding, and their entire meridians nearly bursting. Zhao Qian, take them and escape quickly. I will hold off this Titan giant ape. From the Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujia had clearly sensed the surging waves of soul power and the terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble. The strength was absolutely powerful enough to be despairingly at the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. In front of such a terrifying king-grade soul beast, even if the abnormal Zhao Qian stayed behind with him, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. But Zhao Wujia was the dean of Shrek Academy, the teacher of this group of young students behind him. Even if he had to fight to the death, he would still try to give these young people with infinite possibilities a chance to escape. After all, it was better than everyone dying together. No, Teacher Zhao, I will never leave you alone to face the Titan giant ape. Back at the start of school, I deeply hurt you. Today, let me use the flames of my life to express my guilt towards you. With a long howl, Zhao Qian suddenly leaped to Zhao Wujia's side, his eyes shining fiercely as he stared at the Titan giant ape, a look of determination on his face. Why must you do this? You still have a bright future ahead. You can definitely achieve the title Douluo realm, and then it won't be too late to come back for revenge. The incident at the beginning of school is already in the past. I have forgiven you, Zhao Qian. Hurry, take them and go. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qian turned out to be a hot-blooded man with feelings, which moved Zhao Wujia to the point of having slightly moist eyes. But he quickly roared, grabbing Zhao Qian and throwing him backward. Such a good student cannot die. Although Zhao Wujia had killed countless people while dominating the Soul Master world, now he could stand against the Titan Great Ape for half a second to protect a group of promising students. Zhao Wujia had no regrets in death. No, don't. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Qian, who had been thrown away, let out a hysterical scream, reaching out towards Zhao Wujia's back with a pained expression, as if he had already disregarded life and death, determined to advance and retreat with him. Bang! It was not until Zhao Qian's back crashed into a large tree, causing him to cough on the ground, that he ended his performance. That's right, a performance. Because Zhao Qian knew that the Titan Great Ape wouldn't actually kill anyone. Because Zhao Qian knew that the Titan Great Ape had always been a good friend of Xiao Wu, who had transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast in a human form. Because Zhao Qian wanted to reconcile with the hot-tempered Zhao Wujia to facilitate the future extraction of his soul power. So how could Zhao Qian waste such a rare opportunity? If he didn't manage to fool Zhao Wujia, it would be an insult to the Titan Great Ape's enthusiasm for finally coming out from the core restricted area of the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others behind Zhao Wujia were stunned when they saw Zhao Qian streaking across the night sky like a shooting star. What kind of situation is this? You, who are prepared to sacrifice yourself for righteousness. How did you suddenly run away faster than us? A bunch of salted fish? What should we do? Brother Qian, would you dare to leave your 10,000-year soul beast behind to help us escape before being thrown out by Teacher Zhao? Roar. At this moment, the Titan Great Ape excitedly roared, extending its basketball-sized, dark and hard claws towards Xiao Wu behind Zhao Wujia. What are you still standing there for? Run. As Zhao Wujia's feet rose, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings suddenly merged into his body, activating his 7th soul skill. Martial Soul, True Body, Great Strength Diamond Bear. Zhao Wujia's eyes burned with fierce battle intent as he charged forward towards the Titan Great Ape. He had long since regarded death as nothing, and even though his current peak state made him comparable to a powerful soul master, he didn't care about the 7 days of weakness that would follow. Bang! With a casual lift of its foot, the Titan Great Ape directly kicked Zhao Wujia away for 8 or 9 meters. But for an ordinary soul master, this kick wouldn't just send them flying. They would explode into a mist of blood on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was so close, the Titan Great Ape became even more excited. Its breathing heavy and rapid. But just as everyone turned pale, thinking that the Titan Great Ape was about to wipe them out and plunged into despair, a furious roar suddenly came from the horizon behind them. Stop. Boom. Riding the Desert Eagle with 50,000 years of cultivation, Zhao Qian charged over, resolute amidst the howling winds that pressured the forest. At that moment, he seemed like a celestial being, a fairy king descending from the heavens, unmatched in temperament and grace. Brother Qian, Boss Qian, Pervert Qian. The eyes of everyone were filled with excitement and joy, and some even welled up with tears. Chapter 100 is all my responsibility. Roar, roar, roar. Seemingly provoking Zhao Qian, the Titan great ape suddenly grabbed Xiao Wu from among the crowd, leaped into the dark night sky, and crashed down several kilometers away, fleeing. Zhao Qian, on the back of the Desert Eagle, saw this and thought, how am I supposed to chase that? However, Zhao Qian quickly reacted, desperately guiding the Desert Eagle, the howling winds pressing down on the forest as he continued to chase for several kilometers, unwillingly shouting in pain. No, give Xiao Wu back to me. Let go of that girl. You monster. You soul beast devoid of goodness. Give my friend back to me. Failing to catch up to the Titan great ape, Zhao Qian howled in anger. His heart-wrenching appearance made the others who fell behind tear up. No one expected the Titan great ape to grab Xiao Wu, and falling into the hands of such a terrifying existence, comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao was almost certainly doomed. Brother Qian, don't be sad or blame yourself. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying existence, comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast, is something we could not have predicted or resisted. Tang Xin comforted Zhao Qian, who had tears on his face. Brother Qian, you have already done your best. When human power is limited, even a titled Douluo encountering a soul beast that almost surpasses all others would find it difficult to have a good outcome. Don't blame yourself anymore. Ning Rongrong, with tears in her eyes, was also very worried as she comforted Zhao Qian, who was engulfed in grief over Xiao Wu's misfortune. Nodding blankly, Zhao Qian appeared lost and disheartened, making everyone feel even more distressed. But in reality, Zhao Qian was lost in thought, contemplating how to increase his favorability with Wu when she returned from the Titan giant ape. After all, Wu had met two top-tier soul beasts that were both over 100,000 years old in the outer area of the core forbidden zone of the Douluo Forest. Compared to the other one, the Titan giant ape, which had just arrived, was like a younger brother, if he could max out Wu's favorability. Zhao Qian felt he could be somewhat arrogant in the Douluo Forest. With a bit of luck, he might even be able to recruit those two king-grade soul beasts that could crush ordinary title Douluo. Just thinking about it made Zhao Qian feel that the future was incredibly bright. However, Zhao Wujia unexpectedly approached and slapped Zhao Qian on the shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. I'm sorry, Zhao Qian. I didn't protect you well. It's all my responsibility, so don't blame yourself too much. I also didn't expect that the king-grade soul beast, the Titan giant ape, would come to the outer area of the Douluo Forest. Who would have thought such an almost impossible thing would happen? Shaking his head in regret, Zhao Wujia fell into self-reproach and the deep sense of powerlessness he felt when facing the Titan giant ape. Although Zhao Wujia was quite powerful and was among the best even at the soul sage level, he could only take hits from the Titan giant ape. The most humiliating part for Zhao Wujia was that the Titan giant ape hadn't even looked at him directly. He had to give it his all just to avoid being kicked. Now he finally understood why a 100,000-year red soul ring was a supreme dream that countless soul masters aspired to achieve, a dream that had been rarely realized throughout history. This was simply not something humans could compete with. King-grade soul beasts. Zhao Qian sighed inwardly. He now deeply understood that the rank of a soul beast species was indeed a key factor determining its combat power. For example, Zhao Qian's desert eagle, with a cultivation of 50,000 years, was comparable to a mid-level soul sage. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape, if Zhao Qian remembered correctly, was only 60,000 years old. Yet it could directly skip the soul Douluo level and beat down ordinary title Douluo. The difference. This was the difference. The disparity caused by the rank differences of different species was almost like night and day. It seemed he would have to choose soul beasts of higher ranks to cultivate in the future. Zhao Qian silently made a decision in his heart. Let's hurry and leave here. Once the Titan giant ape's deterrence fades, some powerful soul beasts might appear nearby. And since I just used my martial soul, true form, I can only exert less than half of my strength for the next 7 days. So we need to get out of here. Suddenly looking somewhat weak, Zhao Wujia supported the strong Dai Mubai and began to lead everyone away. However, for some reason, Tang Xin couldn't help but glance in the direction where the Titan giant ape had taken Wu, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart as if he had lost something important. Why is that? Gently pressing his hand against his chest and gripping his clothes tightly, Tang Xin couldn't help but frown. Sanner, are you all right? Turning his head, Zhao Qian noticed that Tang San's expression seemed a bit off. I'm fine, Brother Qian. Let's keep going. With a bit of luck, we might encounter a soul beast that's suitable for me. Seeing Zhao Qian turn back to him with concern while he was lost in self-blame and sadness, Tang San couldn't help but smile. However, when he looked back toward the direction where the Titan giant ape had left, Tang San's gaze gradually turned cold. One day, I will capture you and hand you over to Brother Qian, even if you're the Titan giant ape. Soon after, as everyone temporarily set up camp to rest and prepare food, a rustling sound, like something hidden among the dense leaves, suddenly came from nearby. Instantly, the people resting scattered throughout the camp exchanged glances. Sanner, it's up to you. Zhao Qian nodded toward Tang San, patting the silent sleeve arrow on his right arm, signaling him to act quickly without holding back. Nodding, Tang San suddenly leaped onto the thick branches of a sturdy ancient tree, entangled with old vines, over 20 meters high. He swiftly moved around, unleashing a large area of flying locust stones, attracting the hidden soul beast's hatred and drawing it away from the camp. Soon, accompanied by a screeching sound, Tang San saw clearly what soul beast had been hiding in the dense leaves. It was a vicious top-tier soul beast. The human-faced demon spider, which was entirely black, with 8 spider legs that sparkled like jade, emanating a faint blue glow. Based on the knowledge he learned from the theoretical master Yu Gang, Tang San quickly discerned that this human-faced demon spider had about 2,000 years of cultivation. And 2,000 years of cultivation was equivalent to the level of a mid-level soul emperor among humans. Yet Tang San was only a 30-level great soul master. Poof! A few dozen seconds later, using the purple extreme demon eye and ghost shadow mysterious steps, Tang San approached the human-faced demon spider and aimed his Zhuge divine crossbow at the human face made of white stripes on the spider's abdomen, ending its life. The Zhuge divine crossbow, a mechanical hidden weapon of the Tang sect, had strong spring power that ensured every shot would hit. The arrows were usually forged from fine iron and were poisonous, easily killing creatures below the soul zone level. After killing the human-faced demon spider, Sanner would likely obtain an external soul bone ranked second on the soul master dream list. Sensing the faint commotion in the distance, Zhao Qian pondered in his heart. Soul bones are another form of spiritual energy and cultivation condensed from soul beasts, and their birth is extremely rare. Unlike soul rings, which are generated whenever a soul beast dies, the probability of soul bones being produced is 1 in several thousand or even 10,000. This means that a soul master would normally have to hunt thousands of soul beasts to obtain just 1 soul bone. Therefore, soul bones are the second most helpful equipment for soul masters after soul rings and can often fetch a high price in the black market. Furthermore, external soul bones are even rarer than regular soul bones because the human body can only accommodate 6 soul bones, located in the legs, arms, torso, and head. External soul bones can break this limit, allowing a soul master to have an additional soul bone if a soul beast below 10,000 years dies. The chance of it producing a soul bone is 1 in 10,000. If it exceeds 10,000 years, the chance is 1 in several thousand. And for a 100,000-year soul beast, unless its body is abnormal, it will definitely drop a soul bone upon death. Rubbing his chin and calculating carefully in his heart, Zhao Qian also planned to obtain a set of soul bones for himself. After all, soul bones can grow alongside a soul master, and the earlier they are fused, the better. If a powerful soul beast drops a soul bone that matches his attributes, that would be even better. The birth of soul bones also involves other factors, such as deep resentment and a willingness to be killed. With a slight smile, Zhao Qian leaned against a nearby tree, resting comfortably with his arms behind his head. Although Zhao Qian might not be able to generate deep resentment, he could certainly be willing to be killed. Just based on this point, Zhao Qian could at least compress the probability of soul bone birth to below 1%. Boom! At that moment, a sudden rumbling sound erupted from deep within the Stardow forest, as if the mountains were collapsing and the ground was shaking. The countless soul beasts, already trembling in fear from the terrifying Titan giant ape, instantly retreated back to their lairs upon hearing this commotion. It was a 10,000-year level soul beast, and its cultivation was not shallow. With a serious expression, Zhao Wuji looked at Zhao Qian, who was resting and regaining his energy nearby. Dai Mubai and the others sensed the commotion and also turned their attention to Zhao Qian, wanting to see what he planned to do. After all, the 10,000-year soul beast was at least at the soul emperor level, and with Zhao Wuji's strength halved, there was no way to recover without 7. Therefore, Zhao Qian had essentially taken over the leadership position temporarily, bearing the responsibility of protecting everyone with his strong power. Roaring, Zhao Qian summoned the 2-headed flame hoof demon dog. As it emerged, its 4 hooves swayed with blood flames like clouds, and it immediately raised its heads to let out a thunderous roar. The sudden appearance of the flame hoof demon dog sent chills down everyone's spines with its roar. However, when they saw the true form of the flame hoof demon dog, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had only recently seen Zhao Qian riding it outside Nodding City, and it was just a 1,000-year level soul beast back then, especially since this flame hoof demon dog hadn't been so fierce before, and it only had one head. What on earth happened? Could it be that Zhao Qian had more than one flame hoof demon dog? Everyone was somewhat confused. I'll go check out the commotion over there and try to prevent the battle from spilling over. This two-headed flame hoof demon dog will protect you. With that, Zhao Qian turned and leaped toward the treetops. Will Brother Qian be all right? The commotion over there is so loud. The strength might be comparable to a soul sage. Everyone looked at Zhao Qian's figure as he rode the desert eagle away, their faces showing some worry. The Stardow Forest is the largest habitat for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, with all kinds of dangerous soul beasts emerging continuously. Even though Zhao Qian had a flying soul beast, if he encountered a terrifying existence, he could still fall into danger. In the distance, there was a majestic and vast chasm. A fierce bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters had a crown of yellow thorns on its head, and its wings flowed like mud, exuding faint blue soul power fluctuations. As it released its soul skill and condensed giant circular boulders the size of houses in the void to smash down into the chasm below, the soul power on its body turned deep black. A 10,000-year level soul beast, the fallen wing bird. Zhao Qian's eyes flashed with surprise as he caught sight of this scene from afar. Zhao Qian was working hard to learn about soul beasts at Nodding Academy, which would help him in the 6 years of training and capturing soul beasts. The meteor-winged bird left a deep impression on him, not only because it was a flying-type soul beast, but also because it was extremely rare, a powerful existence among high-quality soul beasts, and had strong area attack capabilities. Being able to fly and cause area damage made it a fantastical version of a bomber. How could such a soul beast not capture Zhao Qian's heart? However, at that moment, a roar suddenly echoed from the vast canyon, which was at least a kilometer wide, followed by numerous triangular ice spikes shooting toward the meteor-winged bird in the sky. The roar made Zhao Qian's heart tremble with immense joy. This was indeed the roar that had attracted him earlier, and the owner of this sound, being able to contend with a fierce bird like the meteor-winged bird, was clearly not an ordinary soul beast. In theory, flying-type soul beasts would only maintain aerial superiority and press the attack if they could overpower their opponent. Yet the soul beast in the canyon was evidently stronger than the meteor-winged bird, yet the latter had not flown away. Could it be that its nest had been occupied? Thinking this over, Zhao Qian leaped from the back of the desert eagle, soaring above the forest to a 50-meter-tall ancient tree, and quietly stored the desert eagle away, stealthily heading toward the distant canyon. The current conflict was between the meteor-winged bird and an unknown soul beast in the canyon. Zhao Qian saw no need to make a grand entrance and interfere. Staying low-key and quietly accumulating wealth was the way to go. Moreover, even with Zhao Qian's knowledge, he couldn't distinguish what kind of soul beast was in the canyon just from the roar. If it turned out to be a fierce creature and he got caught in a confrontation between the two, wouldn't that be a most unfair death? Third soul skill, Storm. As Zhao Qian struck a stone wall at the edge of the canyon with a shovel, a storm surged beneath his feet, propelling him toward the distant wall. After sneaking around the canyon for about 10 minutes, Zhao Qian finally got a clear view of the soul beast facing off against the meteor-winged bird. It was a massive creature, at least 20 meters long, with sturdy legs resembling dragon claws, carrying large, tilted ice pillars on its back. The edges covered with triangular ice spikes, and its scales resembling clear patterns of ancient ice, like a terrifying creature with 4 legs and no wings, resembling an evil dragon. Chapter 102. Exploding the Big Bird, Ice-Spiked Emperor Lizard. Zhao Qian's heart was shaken. This was a terrifying existence ranked 9th on the known ancient and modern top-tier soul beast list. It was a powerful ice attribute dragon blood soul beast, infinitely close to being a top-tier soul beast. Was a top-tier soul beast. They almost all possess a strong divine beast bloodline. And as long as there are no accidents, it is possible for them to be promoted to a king tier and become a divine beast. Most of the top-tier soul beasts have perished in the ancient times, and only their martial souls have been passed down. For example, the famous blue electric Tyrannosaurus, known as the strongest attack-type beast martial soul, or the Xuanwu and Ice Phoenix, which are also derived from top-tier soul beasts. As for why the martial souls of these top-tier soul beasts have been passed down, it is because some of them chose to transform into human form, marry, and have children in the long river of history, leading to the current situation. This is troublesome. The falling winged bird is ranked 17th on the ancient and modern top-tier soul beast list, and my desert great eagle may not even be able to defeat it. let alone this ninth-ranked ice thorn emperor lizard. Clenching his fists nervously, Zhao Qian, hiding in a crack in the rock wall on the left side of the Grand Canyon, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness as he looked at the ice thorn emperor lizard in the distance. He once thought that with his desert great eagle, comparable to a soul sage, and the double-headed flame-hoofed demon dog, comparable to a soul emperor, he could act recklessly. In reality, upon arriving in the Douluo Forest, the largest habitat for soul beasts in this Douluo Continent, Zhao Qian suddenly realized that he was nothing. Faced with the terrifying soul beasts that appeared endlessly in the Douluo Forest, he felt like a little brother who could only hide and watch. Unfortunately, these soul beasts have not yet been forced into a corner by the rapidly developing humans of the future, nor do they have a unified ruler. Otherwise, based on the current foundation of the Douluo Forest, it would be enough to overthrow human civilization. With a slight sigh in his heart, Zhao Qian thought of the tragic fate of soul beasts thousands of years later, when they became rare animals, were migrated to other continents, and then to other planets. Indeed, while the current population of soul beasts may not be at its peak, it is still very strong. What it lacks is a wise leader to guide them. Only then can they avoid being continuously hunted by human soul masters for cultivation, leading to their gradual extinction. If I can do it, I must become the leader of the soul beasts. Zhao Qian shamelessly fantasized in his heart. At the same time, the ice thorn emperor lizard in the Grand Canyon suddenly erupted with black light from the ice pillars on its back, as if brewing a terrifying attack. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, the ice thorn emperor lizard shot out a moon-white, freezing beam from its fierce mouth, creating a bridge leading to a cave on the right rock wall of the Grand Canyon. It seemed to have angered the falling winged bird in the sky. A high-pitched cry suddenly resonated through the clouds, and a massive boulder covered in cracks suddenly appeared in the void, near the falling winged bird's huge wings. Boom! The falling winged bird suddenly flapped its wings, and those boulders immediately fell like meteors, crashing to the ground with a loud roar, raising dust and scattering debris. Roar! The ice thorn emperor lizard, climbing up its constructed ice bridge, saw the bridge riddled with cracks and multiple breaks due to the boulders, and it roared angrily. Buzz! The ice thorn emperor lizard once again unleashed a brilliant black light from the ice pillars on its back, and in its rage, it shot a moon-white freezing beam at the falling winged bird, causing snowflakes to swirl within 100 meters due to the low temperature. However, the falling winged bird, agile in the air, frequently dodged the ice thorn emperor lizard's attacks, provoking its continuous roars, causing weak soul beasts within a radius of several kilometers to tremble in fear. The cave on the rock wall should be the falling winged bird's nest. The ice thorn emperor lizard has always wanted to build an ice bridge to climb inside. Could there be some rare treasure inside? Quietly hiding in the crack of the rock wall, Zhao Qian couldn't help but pick at the fallen stones beside him, guessing in his mind, but if it were a treasure, my colorful stone within my ATen-Yuan should tremble, right? Could it be that I'm too far away? As soon as this thought arose, Zhao Qian immediately realized that his guess was correct, because he was indeed over 2 kilometers away from the ice thorn emperor lizard. If he hadn't chosen this high position in the crack, he wouldn't even be able to see the movements over there clearly. Therefore, Zhao Qian decided to move a little closer to accurately grasp the battle situation and every detail. However, just as he quietly moved over, Zhao Qian suddenly noticed that the falling winged bird in the sky seemed to be exhausted. It landed on the cliff top on the left side of the Grand Canyon, resting while staring at the ice thorn emperor lizard below. A great opportunity. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up at this sight. Undoubtedly, the falling winged bird had severely depleted its soul power due to frequently using soul skills and dodging the ice thorn emperor lizard's attacks. However, Zhao Qian did not dare to be 100% certain that the falling winged bird's soul power had reached the point of exhaustion. Immediately, Zhao Qian's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to suddenly release more than a dozen wind falcon soul beasts that excelled in speed. Go blow that big bird up. Instantly, under Zhao Qian's command, the wind falcons shot out like arrows, quickly scattering and breaking through the air. They were Zhao Qian's vanguard. They were also Zhao Qian's brave cannon fodder to test the falling winged bird. Not long after, the falling winged bird, lying on the cliff top on the left side of the Grand Canyon and staring intently at the ice thorn emperor lizard below, suddenly seemed to sense something and raised its head to scan its surroundings. Immediately, the falling winged bird angrily discovered that more than a dozen weak soul beasts dared to rush toward it, challenging the dignity of a 10,000-year soul beast. Taking a deep breath, the falling winged bird raised its head to let out an angry and high-pitched cry, vowing to blast these audacious challengers into a mist of blood. Boom, boom, boom! They exploded. Indeed, they exploded. Those wind falcons did explode, but they did not explode into a mist of blood. Instead, they unleashed the final moments of their lives in a brilliant self-detonation around the falling winged bird. Over a dozen distorted, light, blue spherical explosions created an extremely powerful wave of soul power, forcing the falling winged bird, which was recovering its soul power, to burst forth with surging soul power, flapping its wings and soaring away. Otherwise, it would collapse into the Grand Canyon along with the cliff top it had previously rested on. Although these self-explosions did not cause it much damage, they interrupted its recovery, leaving it in a very unpleasant mood. Boom, boom, boom. Just as it broke through the series of distorted, light, blue soul power explosion circles. Another series of soul power explosions engulfed the falling winged bird. The 100th chapter of Douluo begins to explode with the latest chapters for free reading. Chapter 103, Blue Gold Vine. Great Go Desert Great Eagle. Seeing the falling winged bird engulfed in a series of soul power explosions. The excited Zhao Qian immediately released the Desert Great Eagle. In an instant, the wind howled past the rock wall where Zhao Qian stood, and the Desert Great Eagle soared up, its sharp gaze aimed directly at the disoriented falling winged bird in the air. Even though the falling winged bird was ranked 17th on the ancient and modern top-tier soul beast list, and the Desert Great Eagle belonged to the inferior soul beast category. At this moment, the falling winged bird had severely depleted its soul power and could not possibly be a match for the peak state Desert Great Eagle. If only I had known, the Desert Great Eagle also had a cultivation age of 50,000 years. Even if it is a pig, under such strong cultivation, it can unleash unparalleled power. Boom! Just as the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard in the Great Rift Valley looked up in confusion, the falling winged bird, whose perception was disrupted by the explosion of soul power, was struck by the Desert Giant Eagle and slammed into the highland forest on the right side of the Great Rift Valley. In an instant, two completely different high-pitched cries echoed through the air, filled with anger and sorrow. Bang! Finally, everything turned into a muffled sound as the falling winged bird was thrown onto the cliff top hundreds of meters above Zhao Qian's head by the Desert Giant Eagle. Riding the Desert Giant Eagle to the cliff top, Zhao Qian looked at the falling winged bird in a disheveled state, feeling both excited and thrilled, and immediately stored it in the multicolored stone space. The falling winged bird, ranked 17th on the ancient and modern top-quality soul beast list, was successfully captured. In this time, when royal quality soul beasts are rare and top-quality ones are almost non-existent, the soul beasts on the ancient and modern top-quality soul beast list basically represent the pinnacle of soul beasts. They all possess the potential to transform into top-quality soul beasts, as long as they are not cut short midway and killed by soul masters who have reached StoneBecomes and title Douluo. The future can be bright. But for Zhao Qian, there was almost no need to worry about the danger of being cut short midway. The multicolored stone space and the supplement stone martial soul were their warmest and safest home. How could Zhao Qian bear to treat such gifted soul beasts as cannon fodder? They must be cultivated as trump cards. The Desert Giant Eagle harassed that Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard. Every time it constructs an ice bridge, you destroy it. Looking at the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard in the deep Great Rift Valley, which was persistently trying to crawl into the falling winged bird's nest, Zhao Qian patted the Desert Giant Eagle beside him. Boom! Instantly, the Desert Giant Eagle flapped its wings, sweeping up a gust of wind as it charged towards the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard in the Great Rift Valley. Not long after, sitting cross-legged on the cliff top on the right side of the Great Rift Valley, Zhao Qian heard the excited cries of the Desert Giant Eagle and the furious roars of the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard from below in the Great Rift Valley. The Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard was truly furious. It had finally exhausted the falling winged bird's soul power, leaving it unable to interfere with its attempt to crawl into the cave in the rock wall. Who would have thought a new Desert Giant Eagle would come, not only knocking down the falling winged bird, but now also disturbing it? The excited cries made the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard feel a wave of irritation. It was too annoying. Zhao Qian just hoped time would pass faster, allowing the Desert Giant Eagle to exhaust the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard's soul power as well. After all, the previous mutual tearing between the falling winged bird and the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard had drained both sides, and even if the Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard was slightly stronger, it could not possibly withstand the energy of a fully energized Desert Giant Eagle. It would be great if the two-headed flame Hoof Demon Dog could be brought along to wear down that Ice Thorn Emperor Lizard in a wheel battle. With such thoughts, Zhao Qian felt increasingly that he had too few trump cards in hand. He only had the two-headed flame Hoof Demon Dog and the desert giant eagle. And the ghost-faced tree demon had only 3,000 years of cultivation and was of little use. Now, with the addition of a falling wingbird, as soon as it was slowly trained in the multicolored stone space, Zhao Qian could confidently release it to roam freely. And that ice thorn emperor lizard, ranked 9th on the ancient and modern top quality soul beast list, was truly exciting to think about. Once its soul power was exhausted, Zhao Qian could easily capture it. Why did the cries of the desert giant eagle and the ice thorn emperor lizard seem distant? Suddenly sensing something was wrong, Zhao Qian frowned and looked into the great rift valley. In an instant, he clutched his chest, kneeling on the cliff top with a face full of pain and reluctance. Don't run. Don't run. My ice thorn emperor lizard. My 9th-ranked soul beast on the ancient and modern top quality soul beast list. Heartbroken, Zhao Qian watched the ice thorn emperor lizard, twisting its butt and fleeing deep into the great rift valley, feeling both regretful and sad. He never expected that the ice thorn emperor lizard would abandon everything and flee. This completely derailed Zhao Qian's plan to exhaust its soul power. If Zhao Qian had the ability to block the ice thorn emperor lizard from running away or to pull it back, would he still need to interfere or engage in a war of attrition? Forget it. Capturing a falling winged bird was already a significant gain. The nest of the falling winged bird must be thoroughly examined. He wondered what was hidden inside that could make the ice thorn emperor lizard run out from deep within the great rift valley. Knowing to be content is a source of happiness. Zhao Qian cleared his cluttered thoughts, jumped onto the excitedly returning desert giant eagle's back, and headed towards the cave on the distant rock wall, 800 or 900 meters high. While flying to the cave on the distant rock wall, standing on the back of the desert giant eagle, Zhao Qian also felt how enormous the Great Rift Valley really was. The Great Rift Valley twisted and turned, extending from the open entrance located in the Star-Do Great Forest to deep into the Star-Do Great Forest, resembling a direct passage to the core forbidden area of the Star-Do Great Forest. He wondered if there were ice thorn emperor lizards that had already transformed from top quality to top-tier species hidden inside. Remembering the knowledge he had learned from collecting a wealth of soul beast information through various auction houses, Zhao Qian stood on the back of the desert giant eagle, gazing deep into the Great Rift Valley, and a sense of longing arose in his heart. The entrance to the falling winged bird's cave was quite large, after all. Its wingspan was over 13 meters, and the walls inside were smooth from the bird's frequent comings and goings, giving a very dry and warm feeling. Unlike the dampness found in the forest, walking in over 100 meters, there was a wide turn to the left. Zhao Qian turned the corner and immediately saw a stunning scene. Before him was an open stone hall with glowing plants and scattered glowing crystals growing in the corners. And the walls were adorned with several blue-green vines that looked like metal due to wear. Blue-gold vines. A joyful expression leaped onto Zhao Qian's brow, for this was a type of material treasure. Moreover, after being juiced, it could be used for bathing, which strengthens biological muscles and membranes. For Zhao Qian, who only had a fragile soul guide that could withstand attacks from a 30-level Great Soul Master, this was undoubtedly the treasure he needed the most. After retracting his gaze from the several worn blue-gold vines hanging on the walls of the stone hall, Zhao Qian, who activated the defensive soul guide on his wrist, suddenly discovered that there were actually a pile of eggs the size of human heads in the falling winged bird's nest. These eggs were entirely yellowish-brown, covered with patterned lines, and occasionally emitted a faint blue glow along the breathing-like lines. Bird eggs? Falling winged bird's eggs. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel overjoyed. What do bird eggs mean? It means that Zhao Qian could hatch more birds, especially since these birds were all the falling winged birds. Ranked 17th on the ancient and modern top quality soul beast list, Zhao Qian's trump card will no longer just consist of one falling winged bird. As long as he hatches these eggs, he can have as many as 5 falling winged birds. But why is there still an egg lying outside this nest? Looking to the side, Zhao Qian began to feel puzzled. This was a moon-white egg about the height of a normal adult's knee, with strange patterns clinging to its surface, shimmering with a faint blue light as if it were breathing. Could this be the egg of an ice thorn emperor lizard? After putting away the 4 falling winged bird eggs, Zhao Qian examined the egg lying on the ground. The more he looked, the more it resembled the previous ice thorn emperor lizard, and suddenly, Zhao Qian's expression froze. What did he see? He actually saw that next to the egg lying on the ground, there was also a broken egg with the yolk nearly eaten away, leaving only a bit of egg white scattered on the ground. This is an ice thorn emperor lizard's egg. How would you do this? Clenching his fists, Zhao Qian couldn't help but widen his eyes at this scene. At this moment, Zhao Qian was overwhelmed with the impulse to release the falling winged bird from the colorful stone space and give it a good beating. The Ice Thorn Emperor lizard is an even more powerful soul beast than the falling winged bird, and it was just eaten by the greedy falling winged bird. Clenching his left fist and covering his face with his right hand, Zhao Qian no longer knew how to express his feelings at this moment. Unbelievable. Calm down, calm down. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qian began to suppress his urge to eat bird eggs, realizing that having one Ice Thorn Emperor lizard egg left was already quite good. At least it left me one. After collecting everything that could be scavenged in the stone hall into the colorful stone space, Zhao Qian happily rode the Desert Eagle back to the camp. This trip not only allowed him to capture a falling winged bird with a cultivation level of about 54 or 5,000 years, but also to obtain 4 falling winged bird eggs. Additionally, he was excited about the Ice Thorn Emperor lizard's egg and the precious material, the blue gold vine, which could strengthen muscles and skin membranes. Just thinking about his bountiful harvest made Zhao Qian feel sweet in his mouth, and he couldn't help but want to return to Shrek Academy quickly to study it properly. Qiangu, you're back? Seeing the two-headed flame-hoofed magic dog suddenly looking up at the sky, Tang San, who had been waiting for Zhao Qian for a long time, immediately joyfully discovered Zhao Qian leaping down from the back of the Desert Eagle. Qiangu, you finally returned. What kind of soul beast was that over there? Why was it making such a huge commotion? Are you okay? Why did you come back so late? The people resting in the camp, including the returning Wu, also came over with joyful expressions, and their chattering made Zhao Qian feel a bit of a headache. I came back safely, no injuries. Over there, 2 powerful 10,000-year soul beasts were fighting, so don't ask. Responding one by one, Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a bit speechless at everyone's enthusiasm. By the way, Qiangu, I obtained my 3rd soul ring, and it seems like my body has undergone some strange changes. After the lively discussion gradually calmed down, Tang San looked at Zhao Qian with interest in his physical condition. Let me see. Then everyone stepped back a bit. As Tang San spoke, everyone seemed to remember something terrifying. Their expressions changed, and they quickly moved far away. Immediately afterward, Tang San suddenly bent down in pain, and several faint blue streams of soul power swirled on his back. As Tang San gritted his teeth, 8 sharp spider legs suddenly burst through his clothing from his back. External soul bone, 8 spider lance. Seeing this treasure ranked 2nd on the Soul Master Dream list, Zhao Qian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Sanner, quickly focus your mind. Treat the spider legs on your back as part of your body, and slowly adjust your breath to retract them. Watching Tang San, who was in great pain and almost losing control of the 8 spider lance, Zhao Qian hurriedly explained from the side. After more than 10 minutes, a drenched in sweat Tang San finally retracted the 8 spider legs. Qiangu, do you know what this is? A somewhat weak Tang San was eager to understand why Zhao Qian was so familiar with how to deal with the situation. Zhao Wuji Wu and others listened with great curiosity, seemingly not understanding what the 8 spider legs behind Tang San were. In fact, it wasn't surprising that most people couldn't identify this. External soul bones were too rare. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ranked 2nd on the Soul Master Dream list as a treasure. Based on my speculation, Sanner, the 8 spider legs behind you that you can control, according to your will, should be an external soul bone. At this moment, Zhao Qian spoke earnestly like a master. External soul bone. As soon as this term was mentioned, almost everyone's face in the room was filled with shock and disbelief. Most of the people present were not ordinary. Zhao Wuji was a soul sage. Ning Rongrong was the heir of the wealthy 7-treasure glazed tile school. And Dai Mu Bai was the 2nd prince of the Star Luo Empire. They understood far better than most soul masters what an external soul bone truly was, how precious it was, and how hard it was to come by. As a result, Zhao Qian actually claimed that the 8 ferocious spider legs behind Tang San were external soul bones. How could they not be shocked? Yes, the spider legs behind Sanner were very likely external soul bones, and this external soul bone of yours was obtained while absorbing a soul ring, right? Zhao Qian looked at Tang San. Yes, the soul ring I absorbed came from a human-faced demon spider, and these spider legs are indeed closely related to it. Tang San's words confirmed Zhao Qian's statement. Everyone was astonished. Zhao Qian's theoretical knowledge was indeed impressive. He had quickly deduced how Tang San obtained the external soul bone. All right, when we get back to the academy, practice more. The soul bone will grow with you throughout your life. And it's best for everyone to keep this a secret and not leak it out. Facing the surprised gazes of everyone, Zhao Qian smiled gently and prepared to climb onto the back of the two-headed flaming hoof demon dog to leave with everyone. But at that moment, Wu walked up, showing a sweet smile, and said to Zhao Qian, "Brother Qian, I heard from everyone that you were very sad and felt guilty when the Titan giant ape took me away. Thank you so much for chasing after me. I can't be mistaken, right? Wu, is that really you? Wu, you're back. You're not dead. This is so great. Just now, I was still a bit hesitant to recognize you, fearing I was hallucinating. I didn't expect you to really be fine. You're back." Seeing Wu smiling sweetly and coming to him, Zhao Qian, who had been prepared, immediately grabbed Wu and hugged her tightly, his excited body trembling. "Brother Qian." Wu's pair of white rabbit ears perked up instantly when Zhao Qian suddenly hugged her, her eyes momentarily dazed before appearing flustered, and a faint blush rose on her pink-white face. If it weren't for knowing that Zhao Qian truly cared about her, Wu would have been ready to throw a set of 8, a martial arts technique, to take him down. Yet even so, Wu felt shy and a bit angry, fearing that Tang San would misunderstand if he saw this. Glancing at Tang San not far away, Wu was somewhat puzzled to find that he was actually smiling at her and Zhao Qian. "Good to be back. Good to be back. Wu, you are one of the most important people to me besides Sanner. Next time, you must pay attention to your safety. I can't live without you." It was he to take advantage of Wu. After briefly expressing his excitement and concern through the hug, Zhao Qian immediately pulled back to create some distance, looking deeply and sincerely into Wu's eyes. Seeing Zhao Qian's expression, Wu's pretty face turned pink, her gaze a bit evasive, and she suddenly felt a breathless sensation from Zhao Qian, her face and neck flushing. It felt like Brother Qian gave her a better feeling than San. Suddenly, Wu found herself feeling conflicted. Clearly, she liked San, who was like a wooden block, cold and unlikable. Yet why did she feel that his every word and action tugged at her heart? So annoying. Watching Wu suddenly standing there without speaking or moving, Zhao Qian was a bit confused about what was wrong with her. However, he didn't think too much about it. He sensed that Wu's feelings for him had slightly improved, and with more effort in the future. Seeing the 2 king-class soul beasts on the outskirts of the core forbidden area of the Stardew Forest was just around the corner. It took more than 2 hours for everyone to return to Soatawa City. Oscar, who had frequently used recovery sausages and flying mushroom sausages, was exhausted to the point of collapse, panting heavily, looking as if his body had been drained of all energy. "Why don't you all head back first? I still have some matters in the city," Zhao Qian said, planning to part ways with everyone. Naturally, no one had any objections. After spending so long in the Stardew Forest, they were all physically and mentally exhausted and couldn't wait to go back and rest. "By the way, Sanner, don't go back yet. Come with me." Thinking of the blacksmith shop he had arranged for at the Junlin auction house, Zhao Qian rushed up and grabbed Tang San, who was leaving with everyone. "Brother Qian, you're not planning to be alone anymore, or do you have something to discuss with me?" Tang San smiled. Both. With Tang San, Zhao Qian explained in detail, the Junlin auction house is expanding rapidly, and the number of members in the royal party is increasing. It might pose some management issues in the future. I've decided to formally introduce you to the actual operator of the Junlin auction house, Whitebeard, so it will be easier for you to control the situation of each royal party branch and allocate resources. Are you planning to tell Whitebeard that I am the leader of the Tang sect? You also intend to involve the royal party with the Junlin auction house? You weren't planning this before. Tang San looked at Zhao Qian with some confusion. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhao Qian admitted that Tang San was indeed right. However, times have changed. If he didn't allow the Junlin auction house and the royal party to be closely connected, Zhao Qian's overall coordination and long-term command capabilities regarding the royal party would be weakened. After all, the world is so vast, and the branches of the royal party are scattered across different regions. Unlike the Earth in Zhao Qian's previous life, which had telephones and high-speed trains, communication and contact weren't convenient. Therefore, Zhao Qian had to rely on the already sizable Junlin auction house as a platform for information exchange between various royal party branches and for Zhao Qian to exert control over them. Moreover, the Tang sect's hidden weapons class, which is a key focus within the royal party, must be completely under control. After all, the power of hidden weapons is truly formidable. Zhao Qian would never allow those talents nurtured by Tang San to be swayed or recruited by others due to a lack of organizational leadership and care. However, Tang San is not too worried about this. For the organizational structure of the hidden weapon class, he has references from the Tang sect in his past life, various institutions he encountered in the Douluo Continent, and ideas that Zhao Qian inadvertently expressed. Therefore, Tang San is confident in himself and in those formal members he personally acknowledges. Moreover, most members of the hidden weapon class are learning basic martial arts techniques and knowledge about hidden weapons. The Xianbao record, as the supreme scripture that only the sect master of the Tang sect can cultivate, means that this group can at most be considered as miscellaneous disciples or outer disciples of the Tang sect, and naturally, they're not qualified to access it. What Tang San teaches them are some third-rate universal internal power techniques and lightness skills from the martial world of his past life. Even some knowledge and martial arts techniques from the outer sect of the Tang sect are specifically taught to his trusted confidants and not to everyone. Not to mention the more precious inter-sect knowledge and related hidden weapon crafting and poison concocting. As for the assembly and forging of slightly advanced hidden weapons, the earlier stages are completed by the members of the hidden weapon class, while the final process is mostly carried out personally by Tang San, keeping the secrets tightly in his hands, ensuring that no one can learn them. Tang San believes that as long as these hidden weapon class members wish to continue learning more about hidden weapons and cultivate advanced martial arts techniques, they will not easily betray the Tang sect. Whitebeard, today I am here to formally introduce you to Tang San. He is the sect master of the Tang sect within the Prince Party, a veteran figure of the Prince Party. After arriving at the office of the chairman of the Junlin auction house, Zhao Qian looked at Whitebeard with a serious expression. After 6 years, you finally dare to connect the Prince Party with the Junlin auction house? Whitebeard, who had long known about the existence of the Prince Party filled with soul masters, showed surprise and a hint of disbelief on his face upon hearing this. This is unavoidable, but we should try to conceal it as much as possible. Otherwise, if a soul master organization gets mixed up with a financial institution, it will inevitably make some people wary and cause unnecessary trouble. Zhao Qian helplessly nodded. I am aware of this. Currently, there are some members of the Prince Party who graduated from advanced soul master academies working in the auction house. I haven't dared to hire too many, fearing that it would make people think there is a connection between the Prince Party and Junlin. Whitebeard then handed a stack of documents from his drawer to Zhao Qian. Inside are detailed records of the members of the Prince Party working in the Junlin auction house, with each profile primarily referencing the information recorded by the Spirit Hall and their alma maters. In the future, there is no need to do this. You can accept all of them without exception and start establishing contact between the various Junlin auction houses and the Prince Party branches in their respective cities. At that time, I will convey instructions to both sides, facilitating the exchange of information and resources. We can also set up a black market-like institution in the future, mainly targeting our internal members for the supply and replenishment of soul beasts and soul rings. If you can't find me, Tang San will be my spokesperson. You two are my most trusted individuals, my right and left arms. I hope we can always get along happily and create a prosperous era together. With that, Zhao Qian raised his cup in place of wine, sincerely facing Tang San and Whitebeard, and drank it all. By the way, little brother, the blacksmith shop you asked me to prepare has been opened, right next to the auction house. After finishing his tea with Tang San and discussing the matters of the Prince Party and Junlin auction house, Whitebeard brought up this topic. Since the blacksmith shop is an important part of the hidden weapon class within the Prince Party, Whitebeard has not slackened since Zhao Qian proposed this matter. He has been diligently implementing the affairs of the blacksmith shop, which has now taken shape. Then let's go take a look. Zhao Qian smiled at Tang San, who was still a bit clueless and confused, and brought him to the blacksmith shop next to the Junlin auction house. It is a blacksmith shop, or rather, it would not be an exaggeration to call a factory. The spacious interior of the blacksmith shop resembles a hall, with dozens of forging stations arranged in an orderly manner, each equipped with furnaces emitting high temperatures and bright flames. On the left side at the entrance is a reception counter, while a long metal rack filled with potted plants and exhibition model stretches between the work area and the forging stations on the right. The entire blacksmith shop is filled with a wave of heat, with the sounds of hammers striking constantly echoing, while the blacksmiths sweat profusely as they carry out their daily work. Most of these blacksmiths are skilled masters I recruited from various blacksmith shops in the city. Their craftsmanship is proficient and should meet the requirements for the development of the hidden weapon class. While guiding the surprised and respectful head of the blacksmith shop to a cooler area, Whitebeard introduced the situation here to Zhao Qian and Tang San. Sanya, what do you think of this place? You will be one of the managers here in the future. After surveying the scene inside the blacksmith shop, Zhao Qian smiled and patted Tang San on the shoulder. The blacksmith shop was originally prepared for the existence of the Tang sect's hidden weapon class. So who else would he hand it over to other than Tang San, the sect master? Furthermore, with such a sizable blacksmith shop, it would be much more convenient for Tang San to manufacture hidden weapons in the future, allowing each blacksmith to be responsible for the production of different components of the hidden weapons, and then Tang San could unify the assembly. Yes, the existence of the blacksmith shop is key to the mass production of hidden weapons. Thank you, Brother Qian. This place is great. I'm very satisfied. Looking at Zhao Qian, Tang San smiled so broadly that his eyes squinted, feeling very happy. Hidden weapons are his hobby, and with this blacksmith shop, he can start manufacturing many of the hidden weapons he has in mind, rather than just a pile of knowledge. Little brother, there is something I want to discuss with you. Although the operation of the blacksmith shop is not currently in a state of loss, the profits are also very low. I was thinking if the hidden weapons manufactured by San can be auctioned at the auction house, it might solve this problem. At this time, Whitebeard seemed to remember something and detailed the current situation of the blacksmith shop to Zhao Qian. After all, the blacksmith shop is new and has no reputation. If it weren't for the backing of the Junlin auction house, it might not even get any orders. But this is not a long-term solution. There are many blacksmith shops in the city, and it is very difficult for a newly established blacksmith shop to turn profit. Therefore, Whitebeard set his sights on hidden weapons, as he is well aware of their power. They are standard equipment for his guards and the material transport escort team of the Junlin auction house. It is precisely because of the existence of hidden weapons that the development of the Junlin auction house has encountered fewer obstacles and has gained some deterrence against the outside world. Regarding this issue, Zhao Qian couldn't answer. He needed to see what Tang San thought. This proposal is very good. In the future, the manpower and resources of the blacksmith shop will likely be used by me to manufacture hidden weapons. Moreover, 1 kilogram of fine iron costs 10 gold soul coins. Without a profitable project, it will only burden the Junlin auction house. Therefore, I believe Chairman Whitebeard, your proposal is feasible. But the hidden weapons taken to auction must be at least 1 level lower than the average standard of the hidden weapon class. While high-grade hidden weapons can be auctioned occasionally as premium items. What do you think? After some contemplation, Tang San looked at the white-bearded man. He was not a narrow-minded or dull person, and he naturally understood that hidden weapons would inevitably circulate in this world in the future. In any case, hidden weapons, being precise and mostly short-lived tools, could only be used by people in this world. They could never be cracked. If Tang Sek's hidden weapons were so easy to crack, they wouldn't have been a source of fear for martial artists in his previous life. Moreover, based on Tang San's understanding of this world, he discerned that while his original world may not have had the flourishing cultivation scene here, the top experts would definitely not be weaker than those here. Even the strong from his original world who understood Tang Sek's hidden weapons couldn't crack them, let alone the people in this world who mostly knew nothing about hidden weapons. The sale of hidden weapons was imperative. 3. If you have time, could you help me forge some sturdy big iron blocks? As Tang San and the white-bearded man were discussing, Zhao Qian couldn't help but speak up. The usual big iron blocks could no longer meet Zhao Qian's needs. The raw material had to be refined iron costing 10 gold soul coins per kilogram, and only big iron blocks forged through hundreds or thousands of times could suffice. It was only such sturdy big iron blocks that could deliver a fierce blow to the ground when Zhao Qian threw them from a height. As for dark iron, while it was indeed hard and stable, it cost a staggering 2,000 gold soul coins per kilogram, and its size was not even bigger than a fist. Zhao Qian would have no idea how much money he would need to burn to forge a big iron block from it. After all, most dark iron weapons were basically just mixed with a bit of dark iron. The rest were forged from refined iron and other metals. Of course, no problem. I can forge the big iron blocks for you right now. Tang San, who had long known that Zhao Qian's spirit, the stone spirit, had spatial abilities, agreed. All right, you all keep busy. I have to find the other 2 teachers at the academy. I'll take my leave. After saying goodbye to Tang San and the white-bearded man, Zhao Qian hurriedly ran out of the blacksmith shop. After all, in the colorful stone space within Zhao Qian's dantian, there were still 4 eggs of meteor-winged birds and 1 egg of the ice thorn emperor lizard lying quietly. Now that he had left the Stardew Forest and returned to Sotuo City, Zhao Qian was eager to hatch them. However, due to Zhao Wujia's use of his martial soul's true form, his internal state was only half of his normal condition. So Zhao Qian did not plan to look for him in the short term. Coincidentally, since he was in Sotuo City, the other 2 teachers who had opened a dessert shop in the eastern part of the city naturally became Zhao Qian's targets for spirit power extraction. The most important thing was that it was free for the first time. Lingling, has your personality always been this cold? There's a dessert shop over there. Why don't we go in and sit for a while? After asking a passerby for directions to the dessert shop run by the 2 teachers from the academy, Zhao Qian was attracted by a familiar voice. He saw the mediocre second young master of the Qi family, Qi Ziming. smiling enthusiastically as he led a girl with a black veil covering her face, her gaze cold, with cascading blue hair, into the dessert shop. Wow, Qi Ziming is impressive. Where did he find such a beautiful girl? Watching Qi Ziming walk into the dessert shop with the girl, Zhao Qian felt surprised and curious. However, Qi Ziming was after all the second son of the current head of the Qi family, so it wasn't surprising that he could attract beautiful girls. Private event. Everyone, please step aside. This dessert shop is only open for me today. Without thinking about Qi Ziming anymore, Zhao Qian walked into the dessert shop and directly slapped a handful of gold soul coins on the counter. He was going to extract the spirit power of the two teachers who partnered in running this dessert shop, which would definitely deplete their stamina for business. So it was better to simply book the whole place and drive everyone away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the originally scheming Qi Ziming immediately stood up, slamming the table in anger. Who gave you the guts to book the whole place without seeing me here? Do you know my father is, Zhao, the president? Hello? The originally arrogant Qi Ziming, ready to confront Zhao Qian, turned pale when he saw that it was Zhao Qian and fell back into his seat, folding his hands together in a pitiful manner, as if saying, Dad, I was wrong. Don't hit me. There was no way out. Ever since his father had teamed up with more than 10 noble families in Suotawa City to seize the Junlin auction house and failed. Everyone with a bit of status in Suotawa City knew that the Junlin auction house was not to be trifled with, let alone its president. That was a terrifying figure backed by at least 2 soul saints. With just a snap of his fingers, he could wipe out any noble family in Suotawa City. Qi Ziming was afraid, and even if his father Qi Jinping came, he would feel intimidated. The girl with flowing blue hair, a black veil, and a cold gaze couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. During her interactions with the second young master of the Qi family, she had deeply experienced his arrogance and pride. Yet now, this once arrogant young master was showing signs of submission and fear, especially since the other party seemed to be a boy who looked younger than both her and Qi Ziming. Who is he? Looking at Zhao Qian, Yi Lingling's cold gaze, which kept people at a distance, revealed a hint of curiosity. It's fine. You all can disperse. I've booked the whole shop today. Waving his hand, Zhao Qian dismissed everyone. Qi Ziming, relieved that Zhao Qian had not gotten angry, quickly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly to Yi Lingling, Lingling, let me take you to another place for dessert. I know another dessert shop with great flavors. As he spoke, Qi Ziming wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, anxious to pull Yi Lingling away, fearing that if he was slow, Zhao Qian would come after him. But he didn't dare to be rude to Yi Lingling because his father had told him to be kind and friendly toward her. If he upset her, he would definitely get a beating of paternal love when he got home. Yi Lingling, with her slightly cold personality, did not refuse. Her graceful figure stood up and prepared to leave. Lingling? Could it be that she is the Yi Lingling? However, Zhao Qian heard this name clearly. And in a moment of shock, a wave of excitement surged in his heart. Because in Zhao Qian's impression, there was a top-tier support-type soul master named Yi Lingling, comparable to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qian directly called out to Qi Ziming, Wait, Qi Ziming, aren't you going to introduce me to this girl next to you? Originally overjoyed and about to leave the dessert shop to escape the terrifying Zhao Qian. Qi Ziming's face